Nation, it's GP2 here. The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasty is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
GP2, Mr. We 10-11 deep. You're right. You guys are 10-11 deep. We'll see the Warriors tonight against Sacramento. Sacramento Kings coming to town. Will they light the beam? No De'Aaron Fox. I like where the Warriors are at right now. 3-1, 3-0 road trip. They'll go back on the road on Friday, of course. Our YouTube stream back up?
Yes, it is.
It is back up? Okay. What is our YouTube poll question today? Because I do not. All right,
what
here's my live
grade
stream.
would you give the 49ers trade for Chase Young?
All right.
They gave up a third-round pick.
All right.
A, B, C, or a D and F?
Got to be an A or B, right?
I'd put B, because to me it's to be determined. Now, it could obviously oscillate dramatically. If he gets hurt or if he just underperforms, that's going to be weak. But to me, in terms of the risk assessment on this one, I like where this is at, and I like him with this team. I like him back with Bosa. Obviously, they have the Ohio State connection where they were, teammates together. I like this on a variety of fronts, and I'm thinking about this against the teams that you're going to have to face. Are you as good as Philadelphia's front? No, you're not. But I think that when you see what Leonard Williams going to Seattle does for them and how they're feeling about themselves, you need to make some sort of a move to upgrade your roster. I would have loved to get a cornerback. Didn't feel like something materialized for them that they liked in terms of value. So adding an area of need, because I still think they needed pass rushers, which sucks. That to me, at least, you're trying to bolster one of your weaknesses.
Well, I'm looking at them in 2 games against Philadelphia this year. 2 games against Philadelphia, and one of them with the overtime. Chase Young, 1 sack against Philly, 1 sack, 4 tackles, 3 solo, 1 tackle for loss this year. 2 games against Philly.
Yeah.
1 tackle for loss, 2 quarterback hits, 1 sack, 4 tackles. How big of an impact? Because that's what we're talking about here. He needs to show up against the Philadelphias of the world.
Seattle.
You look at 8 quarters of football against Philadelphia, and that doesn't look impressive, right?
No. Although Washington gave Philadelphia everything they had.
They did offensively. They gave them everything they had. But individually, how well did Chase Young play? I don't know.
Well,
I just have questions. I think it's a look. I want to say this again before we get out to the lines. Yeah. I think it's a good move by the 49ers. To see that he was available and only give up a 3rd-round pick for him, I'm not mad at that at all.
Yeah.
That's good business for the 49ers. Now, how good is the player? How good will he adapt to the system? Has he ever played in a wide 9? Those, I got a lot of question marks.
Can I ask you this? Because maybe I'm just too harsh on Washington as an organization. They've been one of the worst franchises in terms of stability.
They've been better with Ron Rivera, though.
Okay.
They've been better with Ron Rivera.
Okay, I think we're getting.
They actually made a playoff. They were in the playoffs a couple years ago against Brady. Remember that with Taylor Heineke?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I do remember that. And Heineke actually gave him some interesting. But they've been an organization that's been in turmoil at minimum.
They've had terrible
ownership issues. Trent Williams refused to play for them.
Yeah.
You're right. Refused to play for them. So. And the Niners obviously have some ties because Martin Mayhew.
That didn't stop Trent Williams from playing at an all-pro level.
With them, yeah, but he didn't play for a whole year. There were concerns whether he was even going to come back to football.
But even though they had a lot of dysfunction,
he had a brain thing.
It didn't stop him from playing at an all-pro level.
Gotcha. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's an all-time player.
Players got to play.
Not an all-time player.
Terry McLaurin still played at an all-pro level.
Player, yeah, but
you know what I'm saying?
He's a lot of feast and famine when you're having because he relies on the quarterback.
Yeah,
it's unfair. I think Terry McLaurin's a really good player.
Right.
No, and I'm just saying that To judge him based off of Washington is all we have to go on. But I look at Washington and I just judge them as being horrifically ran for a variety of reasons. And I think he deserves a change of scenery.
Yeah, no doubt. But Ron Rivera has brought some stability there. He has a little bit, right? Credibility. He is a solid head coach.
Flourished since leaving there.
Right.
Trent Williams has flourished since leaving there.
Has Kirk Cousins flourished?
Yeah, he's had some monster years.
Yeah, monster years in Washington. Kirk Cousins, big Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
Let's go to RJ in Fairfield. RJ, what's happening?
Bonta, you hurt my feelings, man.
Why did I hurt your feelings?
You lit that beam gold, man. That is purple. It's only purple. There ain't no other color.
Did you like
post game, man?
Did you like the shout out? Did you at least like the shout out?
Honestly, no. I was so frustrated. I didn't even hear you say anything about me.
I said-
I didn't even hear nothing.
Oh, man, I threw you some love, man. I thought the family would be happy. I thought she'd be happy after a tough L up in Sacramento at the G1C. That was tough, man. I thought that was like your NBA Finals game.
Hey, don't worry, Bonte. We got the answer to this Steph Curry. We're going to double him as soon as he crossed that line. He ain't getting more than 30 points today.
All right, well, I hope
He's
so.
not going to get more than his career average.
RJ, I hope so because he scored 91 in the last 8 quarters against you guys.
91.
Don't worry, Bonte. We got Davion Mitchell, who's Davion, I don't know, man. That dude
Davion
is
barely
an
played
offensive
the last
liability.
Yeah, I know. Give me your thoughts on the Niners, RJ. I don't want
spit it out,
I don't want you to have a bad day thinking about the Kings getting the L tonight.
Tomorrow. All right, let's do this then. So 2 takes on the Niners. I give it a B. I think that the pressure is on Steve Wilkes, man. When you look at the D line and you see these names, I feel like the pressure's on Steve Wilkes to make this defense work. And I look at it like Chase is better than Cleveland Farrell, and he's better than Drake Jackson. So I'm about adding depth and talent on the D line. Second, when you go in the NFC, we have some of the best O lines in the business right now. We got Detroit, we got Philly, we got the Cowboys. We need talent up front because when we put pressure on quarterbacks, it makes everybody better. Man, tell me what y'all think about that, and I'll call back tomorrow, Vontae. Don't you worry. All right,
okay,
I got something special for you.
RJ, I like the move too, and I graded a B as of right now, and obviously it can change as time goes on.
I have it as a B. Yeah, I have it as a B too.
Yeah, I look at someone like Jimmy Ward as an example where he was a first-round pick, and he didn't really know. Now it's different because he didn't know whether he was a safety or a corner, and there were schematic changes, and the Niners were in turmoil. And you look up after a couple of years, and you're like, this guy's not any good. And then obviously they get the right coach in place. He gets the right fit. He ends up being a really good player for the 49ers for a long time. Armstead, though I believe him to be a little overpaid at times, has the similar career arc where couldn't stay healthy, you underperformed, didn't have the right position out there, didn't have the right talent around him. And then you look up, it's like, man, he's the longest tenured 49er. He's been a good football player, a good football player. I look at Chase Young, and same thing with Wiggins. Like, bad situation, he underperformed, and it's a lot on him as well. Young player, got hurt. Can he come here, find his footing, be in the right setting, be around a good cast, find the right scheme, and at least hit some of that potential? He's not going to hit all of it. I don't think he'll ever be, Aiden Hutchinson, the way his career arc is going right now. Aiden Hutchinson feels like, wow, he's really going to pop. Maybe he'll never reach that particular player. Can he be a solid starter on a playoff level team like the 49ers where he can get me somewhere between 8 and 10 sacks on any given year? That would be huge.
Let's go to Marcus in Georgia. Marcus, what's happening, man? All the way in Georgia, man. Dirty, dirty South. What's happening?
Yeah, man. What's up, Bonte? In black.
Oh, in Black Attack, man. The sorriest dude in video game history. My man, what's happening in Black?
Man, chilling, man. I'm out here in Georgia, repping that Niner Nation everywhere.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. I hope the kids are well. Tell the wife I said hi.
I shall. I give the trade a B+.
Interesting.
Why? He is an impact player. He's coming in with a chip on the shoulder. He's coming in with fire, and he's going to light a fire under the defensive line. So not only is he bringing competition, but he's going to push these other guys who've kind of been underperforming.
I like that.
I'm expecting a big splash out of Chase Young, and then honestly, who you doubling? Both are Chase Young.
Yeah,
Pick your poison.
Yeah. No doubt. And Black, I hope you're well, man. Send me a text, man. I miss you out here, man. I miss you in the West Coast.
B, I was looking at, you talk about Philadelphia, and I admire their offensive and defensive line. Like, they've done a really good job, finding talent, drafting it, and then acquiring guys. And I look at someone like Hassan Reddick, who was underperforming with Arizona, being a first-round draft pick, not as high as Chase Young. But you look up a couple years later, after he, goes to Carolina for a year and then goes to Philadelphia after that, and it was like perfect guy, perfect spot, perfect teammates around him. And I'm sure he would admit that, like, he took his game to the next level, right? Mm-hmm. And so look, that's the perfect scenario. Someone like Hassan Reddick, you know, finding his home, going back to Philadelphia, being on a defensive line where he maybe isn't the headliner, but you look up and every week he's just wrecking havoc, and he was a Defensive Player of the Year candidate last year. Now, that's the high end of it. On the low end of it, can you give me what Arden Key gave me a couple years ago?
Can I get a little more?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'd like to get a little more. I'm talking about
more.
like, you know, I think that there's a spectrum here.
Right.
Yeah, I'd love to have more than Arden Key, but like Arden Key was good for the Niners, really good for the Niners.
Let's go to Aaron in Santa Cruz. Aaron, what's happening?
Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
As far as the trade goes, you know, you can grade it however you want. I think in a vacuum, the value is there for sure.
Exactly.
You know, high upside player. This is, you know, low risk move. However, what's also true is that this is an indictment on Steve Wilks. I mean, period, point blank. Like, you have all these resources now, and it's been illuminating last 3 weeks as far as where his deficiencies are. And we've seen some serious mistakes on his end. And I think this is the front office and Lynch and Shanahan saying, you have no excuses now. So here it is, make it work. And I think if he can't make this work with this group of players, obviously we're looking for a new DC next year. One other point that I have is Trent Williams missing. What are we going to do when he retires or and when he's gone? I mean, this is the defense, the secondary. Look, if we get pressure on the quarterback, our secondary is going to be able. You give any quarterback 4 seconds, they're going to make a play, right? So we got to get pressure. Flip it to the other side. I am stressing after these 2 games without Trent Williams. This is a look into the future of what this offensive line is going to look like without him, and it ain't good. And he's propped up every other player, maybe besides Banks, on that offensive line. Because to be perfectly honest with you, all the rest of them grade out as below average.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that's more of my concern than anything. I think the trade in itself in a vacuum, great. The value there, all that. He can walk. We get a protected pick, and it goes back. Or we get it back if he doesn't sign and all that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Trent Williams not playing. That's the issue.
No, and that's going to be a problem in the future. But right now we got to get Trent Williams right just for this season. Now back to Chase Young, because everybody makes a lot of great points. Again, I give it a B as well. It's a trade you got to make. You need defensive line help. Drake Jackson just was not getting it done.
No.
Because everybody's darling in training camp is a guy to pop.
I know.
And he had 3 sacks in Pittsburgh, and I don't know if he's still in Pittsburgh. I haven't seen number 95 in 6 weeks. I haven't seen him make one play. Not one. Now, maybe he's made a couple, but I haven't seen him make one play. And when he is in the game, teams are running right at him. All right? Cleveland Farrell, we know he's not a pass rusher. He's good against the run. He was overdrafted number 4 overall by the Raiders. This wasn't good. He hasn't been Arden Key. Not good enough. Javon Hargrave hasn't been good enough. So I get the need for another defensive end. I'm not mad at the 3rd round pick. That's a cheap move. You gave up nothing, basically. You drafted a kicker in the 3rd round, for crying out loud. You get Chase Young for a 3rd round pick who's a rental for the last 9 games of the season. I think from that perspective, yes, it's an absolute good move. But then I also look at why didn't it work out in Washington. I look at everything from both sides.
Why didn't Andrew Wiggins work out in Minnesota?
Well, I think Minnesota had a better, or one, a bad roster construction. They blew it with the coach and Jimmy Butler, and then it was just all disarray. When they finally had the coach and Tom Thibodeau, and you had Jimmy Butler, they actually made the playoffs. And Wiggins actually played some damn good basketball. But then all the shenanigans happened with Jimmy Butler, and poof, everything goes back to crap, right?
Yeah.
Karl Anthony Towns, too young and immature. You asked Andrew Wiggins to lead a franchise. Maybe he just was not that guy.
Yeah. Well, and that might be a similar situation for Chase Young. You know, I don't know. And I know that when you get drafted that high, you know, I think about Solomon Thomas. Like, you're going to come in and save the franchise, and you're going to be a generational talent. Or Trey Lance, for example. Sometimes things just don't work out.
Right.
Or, you know, you're expected to do stuff and you can't deliver on that for, you know, health reasons, team reasons, whatever. I don't know. I'm a big believer in change of scenery in life. And I think that this guy is going to be in a spot now where we can really make a good assessment on him. Now, the player himself, what I see, again, you know, like you, limited amount of time seeing him, power rusher. You know, I don't know how that's going to play opposite Bosa because it's very similar kind of styles. But in terms of being a physical player who's big and strong, it does fit the mold of what you're looking for in playoff football.
It's funny because he got brought up yesterday, and I'm not coming down your road for this, but you immediately said Clowney 2.0.
Yeah, and I would take Clowney though.
And yeah, but Clowney 2.0 to me, and when I think of Clowney, I'm thinking, I'm getting a guy who may make a play a game. Who may make a play.
I watched Jadeveon Clowney absolutely destroy the Oakland Raiders in that playoff game, and that was probably a signature game in the NFL. Am I wrong?
He's going against Connor Cook and making his first ever start in the NFL.
Yeah, but did he not dominate that game?
But to your point, yeah, sure. He made it one. Khalil Mack was the guy in that draft. Like, he gets compared constantly.
I feel
like he's living off that playoff.
Right.
Who was it?
Against Michigan in the Outback Bowl of South Carolina.
Clowney in the sense of, like, can stuff the run and, is a promising player. You'd like to have him on your team. When you're not paying a guy $125 million or surrendering multiple first-round draft picks, I'm not expecting elite overall play. I'm asking this guy to be a complementary piece on a defensive line where I am already paying guys elite money.
Here's Michael Silver, and I want to read this from the San Francisco Chronicle, and I want fans to chime in on this. 888-957-9570. What do you think about this from this point of view? Michael Silver wrote in his column late Tuesday night in the San Francisco Chronicle, Young, according to several Washington coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits, such as deviating from assignments in an effort to make splash plays. His off-the-field priorities and commitment to his craft were often questioned, and he was viewed internally as a player who plateaued as a rookie. Again, this is from a Washington Commanders blog site. Maybe a little biased towards ripping Chase Young. I don't know. But it should be noted that Silver is close friends with Washington head coach Ron Rivera from their Cal days, of course. So when Silver said he spoke to Washington coaches, it's not difficult to imagine that Rivera could be one of those coaches. Whatever. But then there's also some things from 2021. Washington was disgusted with Young when they began their 2021 offseason program when he chose to skip the offseason program. When Young struggled before his knee injury, this quote directly from Young really stood out. He was asked about missing OTAs to shoot commercials, and if that somehow has contributed to a slow start. Chase Young said, I was making money, baby. Got to make the money. None of you all would have ducked the money. It's a job, just like you all do your job. I do my job. So it didn't go well with the people in Washington, but I'm not going to harp on that. Look,
the deviating from plays is obviously something that's not going to be standard here, and they're not going to tolerate that.
Maybe it's just an Ohio State thing.
What's that?
Maybe it's an Ohio State thing where they don't come to OTAs.
I don't know. Well, I do know that, young players, when they're looking to get paid, they're going to try to do things. I mean, I think of Jordan Poole, like, you're doing things that you shouldn't be doing out there, and you're trying to do too much to make a play happen. How many times in other sports, like, you're doing too much, let the game come to you, right? And so he can't do that here, right? He's got a lot of money on the line for himself in free agency, and I think a lot of people are going to see, hey, can he play nice with the Niners? If it doesn't work out with the Niners, right? The Niners aren't going to get this big tarnish on them. It's going to be Chase Young who gets the tarnish on them. They're going to say, well, wow. I mean, Amenahue can make it work there. Jordan Willis can make a play, and he's not half the talent that you are. Arden Key can make plays there. Samson Ebukam can make plays there, but you can't. I think it's going to be a bigger indictment on him, so he has to play nice.
This last segment was sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. It is Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freebits Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit FreebitsAppliance.com today and be tuned in for Warriors Live with John Dickinson tonight at 6 p.m. when he will be live from Ballast Point Brewing Company down the street from Chase Center. Nice. Be sure to stop in and say hello to JD. And shout out to the Comcast Business text line. Before we get to the lines, you know who there's no excuses for? That's Nick Bosa.
Oh, I totally agree.
The excuses are done for number 97, Nick Bosa.
Totally agree.
And yesterday I was saying, maybe we could look this up, Spinoni, and sorry to put you on the spot. But remember Mama Bosa joined Willard to Dibs?
I must have missed that. I apologize.
No, you joined. No, remember when he signed? Mama Bosa joined Willard to Dibs right when he signed? Remember that? You guys remember that?
Yeah, they talked about the omelet that she makes for him. It's
yeah. Okay.
And she said that he was in great shape, that we shouldn't worry about anything. So I want to pull that up because when he brings up training camp, Mama Bosa said, he'll be just fine. he's in the best shape of his life. So that's why the whole training camp stuff, I don't want to hear anything about it. Anything.
The best shape of his life.
But here's, I got a suggestion for Bosa, because there's no excuses for him getting paid $120 million guaranteed. He's doing his Skims thing with Kim Kardashian. That's fine. Get your money like Chase Young. Get your money. I get it. You're a big star. You're a rock star. But when I hear you throw Steve Wilkes under the bus, and a lot of people coming down Steve Wilkes' road, and before he came, or actually when he did come, he was talking about, look, it shouldn't be too hard to catch up on the schemes here. We'll be fine. I just got to go get the quarterback or whatnot. So I don't want to hear anything from Nick Bosa.
I agree with
you. You have no excuses now. Well, you got Chase Young to take attention off of you. You should see a lot more single coverage when you're coming around the edge. I want to see you go get the quarterback now. And now, if I'm on, to be real, I wouldn't mind if Nick Bosa went down to Florida for the bye week and we just say, hey, we'll meet you in Jacksonville that Friday before the game. Go get right. Do whatever you need to do. Go get right. Go see Mama Bosa. Go see Papa
being
Bosa.
Away was part of why he hasn't been right from the beginning.
Well, I don't know. Maybe just stay in Florida. Maybe he needs some home cooking. Look, and we'll go meet you in Jacksonville, and we go get ready for Trevor Lawrence and company.
Go find LeBron's guy in Miami. Like, I don't know what you need to do. I agree with you there. But you know, it's interesting. He is the highest paid employee. And it's kind of absurd. Like, let's just I get it. Everyone wants to crush Steve Wilkes. I don't think he's the greatest. But let's take a deep breath here. If you're working for a company and one guy was making $125 million and the other guy was making, what do you think the DC's making right now? A couple mil at most?
Maybe,
right?
Maybe.
It's a little absurd that the $125 million man is out here pointing and making excuses and blaming the DC. Right. So on that level, it's like, I'm 100% with you.
No excuses.
I don't want to hear another thing from Bosa regarding experimenting during the regular season, why you're not getting home, how coverages aren't synced up to the pass rush. You guys got to figure it out.
Yeah,
Win a one-on-one, doggy.
I want to see you end the year with double-digit sacks. That's what I want to see. Nick and Berkeley real quick. Nick and Berkeley real quick. We'll get them before the break. Squeeze them in. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening? We got about 30 seconds.
All right. Hey, man, I just want to say, man, that, like what you said on Monday, Bonte, about, don't panic and the season is what it is. And, everybody it's not all doom and gloom. If Moody don't miss a field goal, we still right in it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
We just lose 2 out of 3. But you know what? I don't know. Maybe Bosa might be hurt. Maybe he got hurt in that 3rd or 4th game, man. And maybe that's why they signed this other cat. Because like Peter King said, it's very mysterious.
I hadn't considered that.
Yeah, maybe. Good point, Nick. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. Sean in Oakland, Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on Chase Young. Call in. What do you think about the move for the 49ers? Will Chase Young help this team get over the hump and be a factor in the NFC? That's what we want to see. That's what we're hot on right now. Plus, Warriors and Kings. We'll talk about that a little bit later. It's all coming up on the roast.
Enjoy holiday classics at Whole Foods.
This is Andre Iguodala, and you are listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Biggie? Warriors are Kings. Warriors are Kings. We will get into it in the 8 o'clock hour. Damian Barley from ESPN 1320 will come on to talk about his Sacramento Kings. I love basketball season because I could just send him a little text like, hey, man, Sabonis hate that guy. And he really gets under his skin.
Why is that?
They love their Sabonis. They love their Kings. They love Sabonis. They love Red Velvet.
Did you catch Wemby big win last night?
I did catch Wemby. How about, so they won the game yesterday. Kevin Durant, they're up 114, 111, and he fails to box out Wemby. Just a fundamental box him out. Okogie grabs a rebound. Phoenix wins the game. He fails to box out Wemby, loses track of him. Wemby gets the putback dunk. And then Kevin Durant turns the ball over, and they get a layup. And then he misses the fadeaway. I mean, Kevin Durant, wake up. You got to box out, homie. He failed to box out J.R. Smith in the finals.
It's embarrassing, really.
And J.R. Smith, of course, didn't call the timeout. He lost track of time, but that was Kevin Durant boxing out. You got to box out the fundamentals, the little things. It was a fun game, though.
It was a fun game. And to clarify, the Spurs won the game.
Spurs won the game.
Yes.
Phoenix lost the game.
Yes. But, man, I can't get enough of Wemby. I know we're going to get back into the NFL, but
Wemby's
it's just he's an intriguing watch, dude.
Yeah,
there are
fun.
certain guys in sports where it's like, okay, they're on. I got to kind of watch it. He looks like a video game.
Yeah, he's a fun player. He's a fun player. By the way, Roasters, this is coming up before we get back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. How are we feeling about Chase Young? Grade to Chase Young trade. What do you give it for the 49ers for John Lynch? It's great. It's a good move by them. Bold move. They made a move happen. I know they were looking for a corner. They weren't able to get it done. It would have been nice to have a Dory Jackson, J.C. What's his name? Johnson from Chicago.
Jalen Johnson.
Apparently the Bears didn't move him. Bears are weird. I don't know what the hell they're doing. But
making very odd decisions.
Yeah,
they make such a great trade when it comes to that first rounder because they got two basically in the top five this year, them in Carolina. But you made the Claypool trade last year, and then you make this one for Sweat. I don't know. Ryan Poles is weird.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, but they have a lot of money and they have a lot of picks, so they can turn it around very quickly. By the way, Roasters, 7:30. You're going to want to listen at 7:30. That's in 10 minutes because from that point, from 7:30 to 7:50, you will need to know the show. Why would you need to know the show? Because we are hosting our first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament at Chase Center. That's right, Chase Center, the same place where Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, Chris Paul, Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, Kevin Looney all play basketball before. You get to go to Chase Center and participate in the first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. Tune in this week and next week, and make sure you're listening to this show at 7:30 a.m. 7:30 a.m. It's in 10 minutes, and you can learn how to qualify. Each show during that 2-week stretch, we'll be picking one winner each show every single day. Make sure you're locked in 95-7 The Game during these weeks, and you can have a chance to launch shots from this very same spot that Steph and Klay does. That's right, 95-7 The Game knockout. 888-957-9570. Chase Young. Thoughts? Let's go to Sean in Oakland. We'll start off there. Sean in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, baby?
Yeah, Amanda. I'll give him about a B. So maybe what Shasty was talking about, that he might needed to change the scenery and everything. Because I'm looking at his stats, and the only time I've seen him even doing good was back when he first started with those 7-something sacks that he had, and everything else has been declining. In 2020, he didn't really have anything going on for him, so I think he was injured or something that year. But maybe he do need that change of scenery and that change of coaching stuff, just like how Rodman needed that change from wherever he went when he went to Chicago with the Bulls and stuff and won those championships. Now it's really ain't no excuse now for Bosa, like you said. And ain't no excuse now. Now you got your boy from Ohio and all this other stuff. So now what you going to do with this? I don't want to hear no more excuses and talk about the schemes and everything, because all I seen Bosa doing was pushing the offensive lineman and trying to get the quarterback. So I don't know what other offensive scream you can when you only got one move. So now you ain't got no choice. Now you got your homeboy. Let's see what you could do this year.
Let's see it. Good call, Sean. Good call. Any Washington Commander fans out there? That can grade Chase Young and let us know? Because we'll get Grant Paulson on. He's covered Washington for a long, long time. former NFL player. We'll get his thoughts at 8:30 about Chase Young. But I would love to hear from some fans about Chase Young because our boy from the Olympian Company, my boy Alex Rototo, I had no idea he was a Commander fan. He's been texting me, man, I'm a Washington fan. Chase is going to show that explosion. I'm like, really? He's been pressuring the quarterback like his first year. Washington defense is getting pressure and sacks, but the offenses are getting ready to rock fast when Del Rio, like the Niners, they're only bringing 4. It might work better with the Niners because Washington doesn't have anybody inside like the 49ers. So my boy Alex Rototo, Olympian Company, shout out to Olympian Company. They're doing big things. Olympian Company. You ever had E40's Olympian Company? Alex Rototo, really, really good.
They came in the studio that way.
Yeah, they have. Well, I need some more Olympia. I'm off that soda diet. I can have a little bit of Olympia now, Alex.
I believe they also are at Chase and at AT&T.
Oracle Park.
Excuse me. And Michelle usually goes and searches it out. It's behind home plate.
Behind home plate, yeah. There you go.
See, I have in there. You know, what's interesting to me regarding the Washington situation, I did a hit yesterday in Washington, D.C. They want to know, like, how are Niner fans feeling it? And I asked them, like, I don't understand. Why would you get rid of a young player? It's not like you're, like, up against it when it comes to the salary cap. And they're like, we're in like tank mode. We're tearing it down, you know? And
why?
That was a lot of what they were saying. And it sounded like they were done with him and he was done with them. Yeah. As in the situation, having his 5th-year option declined, I think set him off and he was frustrated. And it felt like, you know, the trade of Sweat signified, all right, we're waving the white flag and we're going in a change of direction from Ron Rivera as well, but organizationally, they're just going to try to, you know, shut it down, I guess. And so these are two teams going in two different directions. The Niners in win now mode, whereas Washington is like, all right, we need to go back to the asset accumulation mode.
No doubt. Dublin March. TJD tonight. Yeah, I can't wait to watch him. I can't wait for the Warriors game tonight. Oh, Warriors got to be feeling good. Niners, you know what? It's a good move. I respect the 49ers and John Lynch for making a move like this. They are a bold organization. And it's about, and they're telling you, anybody out there who are questioning whether or not we're all in on this year, which is hard to do when you think about all the money they spent. Well, they're all in. They tripled down on this season to go try to win a trophy. It's all about the Super Bowl this year. So, and I think that's no problem. It's no problem being a Super Bowl or bust type of team. It's okay. Like, I think people scoff at it and push back saying, Super Bowl or bust. We can still have a great season. There's still going to be memories provided. Like beating the Cowboys 42-10. I'll never forget that. I'll brag about that to the day I die. But we want that Super Bowl. All right? And to be a Super Bowl or bust type of team, I love that. I love being relevant and being in competition like that and making moves like they did yesterday. That's just a low-risk, high-reward move for Chase Young.
I think we're in lockstep in the optimism and like the all-in, you know, feel from the organization, from like a team building aspect, trying to strengthen. I don't know if pass rush is their weakest, but like to me, the two weaknesses on the team right now, I could say offensive line, certain parts of the offensive line, and I would say secondary. Those are clear weaknesses, right? Now, we don't know what the upgrades were that were available and what the cost was and all that, so we're purely speculating. I wanted them to hopefully upgrade the secondary and then try to get a lineman. You know, almost never see linemen get moved, right? It's very rare to see a lineman get moved. But I see a lot of people pushing back on like, well, I mean, you already have a ton of pass rushers and you're getting another one. I'm always in the business of trying to acquire good players with upside and upgrades. Like I'm all about like upgrading, constantly trying to upgrade. So I understand the point of view of saying like, well, pass rush shouldn't be an issue. Well, on this team right now, it kind of is, and they need to bolster it. And yeah, it sucks that they've had to throw all of this money and all of this draft capital at the pass rush and at the defensive line. But at the end of the day, what's a 3rd-round comp pick that you got for free?
No, this is dropping a bucket. This is dropping a bucket.
And I think this is one of those maneuvers where if you're angry this morning, I think you're looking to be angry. And if you're, you know, skeptical about him being good, that's totally fair because he has been spotty. I mean, he's got 14 career sacks. I know. Bosa had 15.5 2 years ago and 18.5 last year. Now, that was when he was Premier Bosa. But for him to be a good player for the 49ers, one of two things happens. either he flashes and shows some of the potential that we think he has in him, or Bosa starts to take off, right? Because of some of the pressure that he's doing on the opposite end. Either way can be a win for the Niners.
So, of course, Chase Young barely played last year due to the ACL injury that he suffered in late 2021. But overall, in his career, he has 26 quarterback hits. 26 quarterback hits. 19 career tackles for loss. Now, he didn't win the Rookie of the Year with 7.5 sacks, 12 quarterback hits in 15 games. He hasn't played much the last 3 seasons. Played a total of 19 games. 19 games due to injuries. Is the explosion back?
Well,
is he how well does he play against the run? Because that's another thing. Drake Jackson was not good on the edge against the run. Cleveland Farrell, who you brought in, was not good against the run. The edge, whether it's Cleveland, Minnesota, or last week against the Cincinnati Bengals, these teams have gotten the edge in the run game. Containment has been broken. Hell, Nick Bosa lost containment against Joe Mixon in the fourth quarter. So the defensive ends have not been good against the run.
Yeah.
How's Chase Young against the run? Everybody's talking about rushing the passer, rushing the passer, rushing the passer. But when you play Philadelphia, they're going to run the football.
Mm-hmm.
When you play Seattle, Kenneth Walker III is going to run the football. When you play Baltimore, they're going to run the football. Down the stretch here, Jacksonville, Travis Etienne, guess what? They run the football. They just traded for a guard last night from Minnesota, Ezra Cleveland, or a Cleveland Ezra, whatever the hell his name is, guard. Yeah. So Jacksonville will run the football. So if we keep talking about rushing the passer, how is he against the run?
Well, they go hand in hand, obviously. I when I was studying him coming out, right, not that I'm freaking, Mel Kiper Jr. or anything like that. The reason why I kept calling him Jadeveon Clowney, well, A, the knee, right? Because the knee is a big part of this. Like, the knee's got to be healthy. It's got to be right. And we see certain guys just have knee injuries, right? It just happens. But the reason why I was comping him there is because Jadeveon in college got away with just overpowering people. He was such a physical dominance that he'd go up and he just plowed through someone with the power move. There is more artistic ability that you have to showcase in the NFL as a passer. And then Bosa's learning this right now.
Right.
You can't just bully people and get to the quarterback consistently. You have to have a variety of moves, and you have to set moves up. And again, I'm watching from afar. I haven't seen a lot of hand movements, right, from this guy. He's not a guy that's going to showcase a variety of different combination of moves, right? Like Von Miller has a different combination of moves. He's also an all-time player.
Yeah, he's got spin moves. He's got hand movements. He's got everything.
The duck can go around.
He can bull rush you, too. He gets under. He gets that leverage at the pad level, gets that low pad level, and just pumps you in the chest.
Here's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that iron sharpens iron, and when you get him and Bosa together, these guys working together, I think it can only help them. In the same way, like, hey, you get a little burn off shooting 3-pointers with Steph Curry. Maybe you'll learn a little something. I think these guys working together with Chris Kocurek, because I believe in Chris Kocurek a lot as a defensive line coach. If anyone can maximize whatever is in there for Chase Young, I believe Chris Kocurek is one of the top guys in the league to be able to extract that out of him.
I think so, too. Uh-oh, that's the sounder. That's the sounder. I got something on Chris Kocurek because this year I've been disappointed with this defensive line. So why isn't he getting the best out of Javon Hargrave? Why hasn't he gotten the best out of Drake Jackson or Cleveland Farrell? Those guys haven't played well at all. So is Chris Kocurek doing a hell of a job, or are these guys just not eating good? By the way, we're playing Notice Show. Something is going to happen on the show in the next 15 minutes. At 7:50, be the first caller to call in and answer the question about what happened on the show first, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the first ever 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. Let's go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge. Manny, what's happening?
Good morning,
You're
Manny.
on the roast.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, you know what? I love this thing with Chase Young. I loved him as a rookie, and I love him on paper, and I love him on Madden. But you know what? That's not where we play the game. I recall back when the Niners last won the Super Bowl, they brought in tons of defensive end help. They brought in Tim Harris. They brought in Ricky Jackson. They brought in Chris Dolman. But you know what?
Charles Mann as well.
Right. For a GM that used to play in the secondary and knows how important that position is in having a Super Bowl roster, man, the faith that he has, the guys that we have in the secondary with Ward and Hufanga, who are sketch at best, and Commodore 64, that's not a Super Bowl roster secondary. We needed a Russell Douglas. We needed Jalen Johnson. Hell, even, you know, I'm going to remain on the fringe with Chase right now. What I would love more than anything else is if he comes in and he out-hustles Bosa play in and play out throughout the rest of the season. That's all I got, fellas. You guys have a good day, man.
Good call, Manny. Good call. I like Manny on the Dunbar Bridge. Comes in with some nice takes. I like it. Steve Wilks. I see a lot of, no more excuses for Steve Wilks. Well, I look at the players. There's no more excuses for you. No more excuses for you. Now, a lot has been made about Steve Wilks' scheme. I don't know what's going on. I honestly don't know. But I'm going to try to listen to the experts. And one expert is Richard Sherman. And he knows his defense, and he knows his personnel, and he knows how Shanahan wants things run. Here's what Richard Sherman had to say about Steve Wilks and his defensive concept so far this season.
If you were called upon to be the defensive coordinator for this team, what adjustments would you make tomorrow?
We're going back to the fundamentals. We're going back to the things we do well. We're not running man on first and second down like they've been doing. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think they're sound. We're going to mix it up. We're going to play fast. Our D-line's going to have to get hot like they've been doing. And for you to take them out of that, for you to sit there and run games and stunts and do all these other things instead of just ears back, go get to the quarterback like these guys have specialized in for the last, 3-4 years, is weird. It's weird, and I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough. I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. There's going to be changes next week.
It's going to be changes in what aspect? Play calls? It's going to be changes in terms of coaching? Is he going to come down from the booth to the field? Now, Baldy debunked all that. He said, come on, man. Whether it's the field or the booth, call the damn play. Dan Quinn calls the defense from the booth. And Dallas is humming right now. They get a turnover every single week, except when they play the 49ers. So that whole thing about coming down on the field, calling the plays on the sideline, even Crocker, I was following Croc yesterday. Croc time was like, man, that don't mean anything. He goes, Shanahan's on the field and they're only scored 17 points a game the last 3 weeks. So what difference did that have to make?
Well, I would say that, in the last game, for example, they couldn't get a stop in the first half, and they got very lucky that they didn't score more points, Cincinnati, because they fumbled right before halftime, ready to punch one in.
So let me ask you, would you have liked them to blitz more in the first half? Because we made so much of the blitz before halftime, which is a bad blitz.
It's not the blitzing. I feel like right now, what it feels like to me, and again, I didn't play in the NFL. I don't play corner. I don't understand comprehensive deep coverages. It just feels like we're playing off guys, and quarterbacks are getting rid of the ball very quickly against us. This is just what my naked eye is telling me, right? And it feels like we're not tackling in space very well, and we're giving way too much cushion in certain situations, whether that be because we're playing man and guys don't trust playing up on guys because they don't want to get beat over the top, or we're just by design laying off people. I would like to see us play up a little more, not give so much cushion. They adjusted against the Rams, and it was like night and day between first half and second half. It just feels like right now the DBs are playing way off anyone. And you saw it in the first half on the one play where Burrow goes to a shotgun, and then he calls an audible at the line, points over to Jamar Chase, and I don't know who it was, Diamonor or Charvarius, is so far off him. He just one step, boom. It wasn't even a three-step. He just took a hike, boom, and just threw it out to him, and it was like automatic first down.
My counter to that, though, would you want these corners bumping, running Jamar Chase and T.
No,
Higgins?
but when they know that they have help over the top, or they know that they're dropping into a zone, like you can do a variety of things when you know you have people around them. So I don't know what's going on in terms of that, but B, it does feel like we're playing off of everyone.
Yeah, but you know what? I'll say this because I saw some bump and run. I saw some bump and run at times against Cincinnati. Look, Joe Burrow's going to kill your zone. The great quarterbacks slice up zone defense.
Purdy kill zone.
Slices up your zone. Now, do you play up on these guys? I'm not sure I want to play bumper run coverage on Jamar Chase. You'll get beat deep. I'm not sure I want to play bumper run coverage on T. Higgins. You will get beat deep. The problem is, you know how many tackles they missed on Sunday?
Yeah.
They missed 13 tackles. That's about 33 to 34 missed tackles the last 3 weeks when you think about Cleveland, Minnesota, and Cincinnati. So they're not tackling well.
Well, they're not gang tackling either well.
They're not tackling well, period. Gang tackling individually, collectively, they're not playing great team defense, and they're missing a lot of tackles. And so when you miss tackles, these 4-yard gains are becoming 7-yard gains. These 7-yard gains are becoming 10-yard gains. All of a sudden, you're going from 2nd and 7 to 2nd and 3. You're going from 3rd and 5 to 3rd and 1. That's not good football. That's not good team defense. So Steve Wilks can't tackle for you. Somebody's got to learn how to tackle. And the Niners, that's the most disappointing aspect of defense. The last 4 years, they've been one of the best tackling teams in all of football. I go back to Emmanuel Mosley tackling Cooper Kupp at the L.A. Memorial Coliseum and dipping him on his neck. I was like, wow, this team really tackles. They're not tackling well the last 3 weeks. That's not a Steve Wilks problem. That's a player problem.
Well, I mean, I told you a couple weeks ago that I didn't think Talanoa Hufanga's having a great year. And neither is Gibson. They've missed a lot of tackles, the two of them. And, Jimmy Ward, although Isaiah Oliver actually made a couple of plays in the game over the weekend, like Jimmy Ward was an enforcer. He took away a lot of tight ends. And when he got pushed to the slot because they let K'Wan Williams go, he held his own. He wasn't great, but he held his own. I think losing K'Wan Williams and then losing Jimmy Ward in consecutive seasons, you're starting to see the effects of it. And then I don't know what's going on with Charvarius Ward. Like right now, Charvarius Ward, he's just grabbing and holding, and he can't be relied upon. I don't know what's going on there. That, to me, is one of the more disappointing things.
Well, it's crazy because you could say Wilks isn't putting them in position to make tackles. They are in position to make tackles.
Oh, he's tackling guys before the ball's coming.
like
that's why the laundry's on the floor.
Stop. Well, Charvarius Ward, and that's what's crazy. Wilks is a DB guy, and the DBs are playing, the corners at least are playing terrible. Last week, Hufanga was not good.
No.
Last week, that was one of the worst games I've seen him play. I think overall this season, he's been solid. Solid. Not great, solid. Gibson, solid. But Charvarius Ward, man, oh my Lord. They're throwing at him, not Deommodore Lenoir. Deommodore Lenoir is playing some very good football. They're picking on number 7.
I would like to see the Penn State safety out there in certain packages just to kind of get a feel. He's played special teams. He's a third-round pick. He was highly sought after. I don't know. I'd like to get a look at him. It's just, if you're looking for secondary help, is it Luter or Sammy Womack maybe get elevated and see some playing time?
Well, I think
you might have to just see what you got.
Womack's been hurt. Maybe they got to go back to zone, but I saw some zone against the L.A. Rams at SoFi Stadium, and they picked that apart. So they're picking apart everything. Why are they picking apart everything, these quarterbacks? Because the front four is not getting home. It all starts up front. And up front, they're not playing well. So that's why you bring in Chase Young, and we'll see what Chase Young can do. Let's go to Jay Voltron in Oakland. What's happening? Or Jay in Florida. What's happening?
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
What's up, baby?
So I feel with our defensive line right now, what John Lynch is doing is he's at the blackjack table with 17 and saying, hit me. He's just trying to get it together no matter what it takes. The thing that I'm a little bit afraid of, and then first of all, I give the grade an A for 2 reasons with Chase Young. One reason that we didn't mortgage the future, we have still another 3rd-round pick, so I like that. The second, as far as that, the thing I'll just go into that I'm a little bit worried about, what you guys are saying with the corners, I don't know if it's going to make a difference, because if the corners are playing so far back, these quarterbacks are getting out of their hands so quickly. So is Chase going to make a difference for that reason? Do the corners need to play press coverage?
I think they got to mix it up, man. You got to play to your strengths. Maybe you play the press bell, like Richard Sherman, where you come up and you're looking like you're bumping and running. As soon as that ball's hiked, you bail out and you drop back into a zone. Maybe that's what you do. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but it's not working. All right?
Who do you trust in terms of cornerbacks right now?
Deommodore Lenoir.
Is that just because he hasn't been targeted as much as Charvarius?
He's been targeted.
And
he's playing some very good football.
You think he is?
Very good. Oh, absolutely.
I trust you on that.
Sticky coverage. I think Deommodore Lenoir has stepped up. He's, Tracy Sandler a couple of weeks ago from the Fangirl Sports Network, she brought it up right away. And I was like, you know what? She's right. This guy's playing well. Now, could Charvarius Ward play press? Remember last year he was playing press on DK Metcalf Thursday Night Football in Seattle and did a hell of a job and shadowed him, actually. I don't know what's happened to him. I don't know if he's hurt. I don't know if a groin injury's lingering.
Well, he had to heal.
I don't know what's going on with him. And then Isaiah Oliver just cannot handle speed in the slot. It's just so obvious. It's so obvious. He cannot handle speed in the slot. So maybe you get Sammy Womack the third. Maybe what's an update on Sammy Womack? I've heard nothing about him.
Well,
since
him
he's
and
been placed
Luter
on
were
IR.
guys that during training camp people really liked, and then I don't know if they went on the short-term IR or whatever. And I believe Luter has been up for a game or two as a special teams guy, but yeah, not a lot. I mean, they don't have many options. It's a league full of wide receivers and a bunch of guys who can't cover these wide receivers.
Maybe we get Croc. You know, we were talking about
That's not
guests.
exclusive just to the Niners.
We're talking about guests. Maybe we get Crocker on later in the week and talk about the coverages, what he's seeing, how different the scheme is from this year to last year to the year before. Because I thought, Shanahan, we had Crocker on. He said, man, he's the defense coordinator. Wilkes is running Shanahan's defense. So how different is his defense? You know what I'm saying? I'm a little confused here. Well, is it Shanahan's defense?
There's a lot of finger pointing. We can agree.
There's a lot of blame game, and it's all going on Wilkes, and that's not fair.
Well, that's
I don't think
why
Wilkes has been great, but that's not fair.
Well, and that's kind of why I like the acquisition of Chase Young, because to me, it's like, all right, I bolstered your defensive line. I've given you reinforcements. We've given you the highest paid free agent back-to-back years, a corner and a D tackle. I gave you Nick Bosa. You got Armstead. You got enough players. You got the highest paid middle linebacker in the game a couple years ago in Fred Warner. I've given you Dre Greenlaw. I've given you 2 safeties. You have a drafted safety. To me, there's enough personnel on defense. Someone's got to figure it out. Whether it's the players, the coordinators, there's really no excuses.
And really, the first 5 weeks of the season, defense wasn't a problem. And really, in the Cleveland game, that was the first time the defense slipped, but it was the first game without Drake.
Quarterback was running around.
There was no
I
Drake
thought he
Greenlaw.
made plays, PJ.
There was no Drake Greenlaw.
No.
I thought Cleveland's offensive line dominated a football game.
They got 2 turnovers in that game too. The offense didn't. The offense was that game in particular. The offense was really bad.
Yeah, they had
that was the
8-3.
worst Brock game of the 3.
They had 8 3-and-outs in that game.
Yeah,
but yet we're still blaming the defense for the Cleveland game. Now I get we're hyper focused on the big play before halftime. That was a terrible play call by Steve Wilkes. Terrible. You don't do that. Sitting a 0 blitz with 16 seconds left. Team doesn't have a timeout. What the hell are you doing? You've been in the league way too long to do something like that. But that's not why they lost the Minnesota game. No. It's not. Well, Brock threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter. All right? He threw 2 picks. And the defense, even though they bent. It was a 17-10 game going into the fourth quarter. Am I wrong?
You know what? I'm glad you broke this up. So after they got a field goal, the Niners get the ball. They end up punting. The defense holds them, okay? Then, boom, the Niners offense gets the ball back. They march on down, and Purdy throws the interception in the red zone. And you know what the Niners do again on defense? They hold them.
Yeah.
They hold them twice. So, and again, there's only like 8 to 11, 12 possessions in a game. But they hold them back-to-back plays, okay? And then Purdy gets intercepted on the second one, and then the very next play was a touchdown. That was when they broke. But they did get back-to-back stops when it was a 7-point game. Now, I expect more than just back-to-back stops, but we're acting like they got gashed in the second half. First half, I'll hear you. Second half, they got a couple stops.
I mean, the Dallas Cowboys just lit up the L.A. Rams, and the Niners held that Cowboys team to 10 points. And the Cowboys put an emphasis on that football game.
I agree.
So is it all Wilkes? Is he really that bad?
The matchup against Cincinnati, too, I think, the way I look at the Rams, teams that could spread you out and go 3, I don't think Miami's a tough matchup, even though we've beaten Miami. Teams that can go spread you out with 3 wide receivers, 4 wide receiver sets, I think those are the teams I worry about. That's why I worry about Philly, because Philly can spread you out and still run the ball. Philly can spread you out and throw to A.J. Brown.
But it was a bad spot, I think, for the Niners. Short week, Monday Night Football, got to fly back from Minnesota. Cincinnati's hungry, coming off a bye week.
Yeah, it's a good
Just
point.
a bad spot. The Niners were in a fog. Let's go back out to the lines. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Jay Voltron in Oakland. Jay Voltron, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I have a question. Getting Chase Young, does that motivate Nick Bosa? Because it seems like this season he lack of motivation.
Yeah,
and
you know what should motivate him? Proving that the $51 million in cash he got this year is justified. You know, when Steph Curry got paid the most amount in the NBA, I believe he makes the most of anyone this year, okay? He's the #1 highest paid player in the NBA this year. Steph Curry's playing like it. Now, at some point he'll have a little dip off in production, but like when guys get paid, the truly great ones, Bryce Harper, look what he's done the last couple of years. Has he proved that he's worth the money? Or does he tuck turtle and blame people? I can't get hits right now because, my hitting instructor isn't setting me up. I don't want to hear any excuses. I don't want to hear about motivation for Nick Bosa. You got paid the bag. You earned it. Now go out and prove why you're one of the best players in the league. Because I'm looking at other defensive players around the league right now. There's a guy by Max Crosby. He got paid, and he's proven it. Myles Garrett got paid. He's proven it. T.J. Watt got paid. He's proven it. Aaron Donald got paid multiple times and has proved it. There's no excuses for Bosa.
Ryan in Southern California. Ryan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, my brothers, I'm happy to hold it down for you guys down here in SoCal, man. You guys have a great show.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. That means a lot.
Hey, man, I'm actually a Bulls fan, but I follow the Warriors real close, too. Steph Curry, he's a GOAT. Anyway, man, I remember in the beginning of the year, Hufanga had like that little knee procedure or something like that, and I think everybody was scared for a couple days, but he didn't miss many practices, and everything was A-okay. His performance has dipped a lot, and I think that has a lot to do with it. I think he's not showing up on injury reports, but I think he's definitely playing through something.
Yeah, you got that knee. That's a good point, Ryan.
It was like a bursa sack. Was that what it was called?
Something
in the knee.
Injury I never heard of. Go ahead, Ryan.
He did like some platelets or something. And also, I remember when we first acquired our cornerback Ward last year, everybody likes to go and watch the highlights from the team he played on before. And his highlight tape, he was pretty grabby. Like, I was looking at a lot of the plays. I'm like, man, that looks like it could be a flag. It looks like it could be a flag. The coverage was tight, but it doesn't really surprise me that he's picking up penalties. He's not getting smoked, but it's like they're calling those little grabby plays that they weren't calling maybe last year. Yeah. And that's pretty much all I got, guys. Right. I hope Luter comes back, but you know how Shanahan lies on the injury report. He might not. He might get a red shirt. I don't know about Womack either, but I'm glad that we brought in the edge that we brought in with Chase Young and then Gregory. We just got to step up, and if we could get things to click, man, we'll be back to being dangerous. But it's scary being the 26th rush defense. That usually doesn't go to the top third of the league.
Right. I'm not sure what Wilkes can do to fix that. Is it his scheme? The wide nine? People are starting to complain about the wide nine. Like, we're doing that again? Like, how about guys just play up to their potential? Let's start there. And, I'm getting a lot of Comcast Business text line. I love them. A lot of people think I'm babying Steve Wilkes. No. Steve Wilkes hasn't done a great job. But I hold the players to a higher standard. You know what I'm saying? When the players are performing, we're not talking about D coordinators. We're talking about them as complementary pieces, but it's about the players on the field. All right? How is Steve Wilkes getting most of the blame when Shanahan's offense has scored 17 points in the last 3 weeks? And Shanahan's play calling looked very predictable. We had Baldy on yesterday. He said as well, yeah, Bonte, it does look predictable. Teams know the ends are coming, the slants, the end routes, the drags. We all know it's coming. Very predictable. By the way, Shanahan hired Wilkes. Well, so we knew this was going to be a transition anyway. So it's on Shanahan. Shanahan set a bad tone last week. He followed Bosa's lead by throwing Wilkes under the bus. I'm talking to people around the league. You don't do that.
Like, just everyone who's a Niner fan, you've been watching this a long time. In your mind, think about how many times the offense has bailed out the defense during the Shanahan era. The New Orleans game comes to mind, right? What else?
Arizona, maybe Halloween.
Okay.
Maybe both games when they came back from 16-0.
We're talking a couple of times. This defense has been outstanding for, 5 years, I'd say. 5 years, and has bailed the offense out time and time again. I need the offense to bail the defense out once this year. Like, that's what I need. It's like
it'd be nice. It'd be nice. All right, we got a lot of calls here. David Fresno, Film on Mike, I see you. Miles, Larry, you guys hang on tight. You heard the sounder. First person to answer the question about the show correctly will win a spot in our knockout tournament. Make sure you call this number, 415-523-4652. Again, that is 415-523-4652. I guess the question is, who did I call out? Who did I call out? Is that the question? Who did I call out? What is the exact question? I'm not sure what I'm supposed to ask here.
I didn't know if that was the question.
Right. I didn't know.
The question was a question for Sam.
So the question is, Bonte, you called out the 49ers for missing how many tackles on Sunday against the Bengals? So that's the question. How many tackles did the 49ers miss on Sunday?
All right. How many tackles did the Niners miss on Sunday? That's the question. I called them out.
Who's on first? What's on second?
Yeah.
That's what we were doing, like a little skit there. I like that.
Yeah. All right. I called out the 49ers for missing.
Yeah, you oughta.
How many tackles? In the meantime, can we get Philmo Mike on the air? Let's get Philmo Mike on here.
What's up, Mike?
Philmo, what's happening?
Hey, man. What's popping, man?
Philmo?
We not playing connected football right now. We're not together. You know what I'm saying? With the football, the offense, the defense, and the special teams, they're trying to get it together, but they're not quite getting it together. I went to the game on Sunday. The crowd got it. We got to step the game up as far as the crowd and the noise.
It was dead.
It was very dead. We was very dead. We kind of waiting for something to happen, but at the same time, we got to be it together. You know what I'm saying? The fans and the athletes got to be on the same page. When you have a smart fan base, you kind of know, I need to make a lot of noise now, or I need to do this to try to help the team out. Real talk. Travarius Ward is an excellent corner, but he's a true man-to-man corner. Wilkes, I think, has him playing out of position. I wouldn't mind seeing doing a dual side where you have one side or one corner playing zone and Travarius doing his man-to-man thing. The other caller just said it from Southern California. He is a little bit touchy. Some of the calls this year been a little bit of softy, though, too. They've been soft as hell. I'm just going to keep it real on that. Mm-hmm. So, with that being said, I got to go down your line, Shasky, because you would always say from time to time, other callers would say from time to time, Debo's making 25, 26, and we got McCaffrey and Ayuk is coming up. No! We need Debo, as you can see. Brock, I can't get the ball over the middle. I can give it to Debo right here, right there. Christian McCaffrey, he ain't breaking nothing. I can give it to Debo right then and right there. I don't need a slant package. I don't need a route. He brings me a route, and Vontae knows this because he played football at a high level in high school. It's some players, bro, when they make recipes to Chi, when he make a play, it set the whole team on fire.
It does.
Everybody ready to play.
It resonates.
We got to get Debo back, and don't ever try to trade Debo Samuel. Any Niner fan, it's blasphemy. When Nick Bosa out here playing, all he could do is push somebody. I'm seeing Myles Garrett, Max Crosby out here go crazy.
Go off, Philmo. Go off. Gotta say, how valuable is Debo now after the offense has scored 17? Seems to me Debo's a little more valuable than we all talk about.
Well,
we're so quick to trade Debo.
With Trent's absence.
No. But I'm saying.
No one is saying that he's not good.
We talk about he's overpaid.
No, he is overpaid.
You see his value.
You don't give running back $25 million.
Oh, he's a running back now.
He
okay,
is.
all right.
Where does he do the majority of his best
You see the back shoulder fade against the New York Giants? That wasn't a good route?
Okay.
That wasn't a good route?
Okay.
This guy don't run good routes?
Great. 5 years,
on, man.
one good route.
All right, one good route. That's all he's run. One good route.
Like, you don't,
come on, man. The slant route against the Cowboys, that wasn't a good route? He doesn't run good. Come on, Sasky, you're better than this. Don't do that to Debo. That's disrespectful. You want to say he's a little overpaid? Fine.
That's what I am saying.
But he shows you how valuable he is to this offense.
I agree
he may
with
not
that.
be overpaid on this damn team. He's worth every damn penny on this damn team. Come on. Debo's a difference maker. He's a playmaker. When he's on the field, the defense has to take accountability for him. Let's not disrespect Debo. But you know what? 17. How you like Debo now? Need Debo against Jacksonville, huh? We're begging for him now, aren't we? Go off, Philmo, Mike. Go off. Injury report. No Brandon Ayuk, New York Giants, huh? That's what the chat's saying. Damn right. Debo carried that offense. Dude's a baller. We need Debo. We need Trent. We need all systems go. It's go time. Alex Cobb injury update. Oh, yeah, surgery on his left hip, labrum this week. He's not expected to be back for spring training. Probably going to miss the first month of the season. Recovery time is 6 months. Great. Your second best pitcher last year. is not going to play for the first month of the baseball season.
And we got a Pasoy problem in the clubhouse.
Good Lord. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerzer, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Dave in Fresno, Miles in Fort Mason, Larry in Roseville. We're going to get to everybody. But up next, we're going to learn a little bit about Chase Young from Grant Paulson of 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. That's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My life coach has a terrible life.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
My passport is in the pocket of the duffel bag I took to Mexico.
It's the Black...
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Dave, Miles, Larry, get you in the second here. We got Grant Paulson coming up from 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. It's part of the Grant and Danny Show. He's been doing that for a long, long time. NBCS Washington, of course, covering the Commanders. He does it all. He covers Nats. Grant is the man out there in D.C. He'll give us shed some light on Chase Young. As you say, good morning to everybody out there. Getting off their graveyard shift, overnight dancers. Students going to class right now, preschool, doesn't matter. Good morning to everybody out there. YouTube, Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Comcast Business Text Line, as well as this is a Warriors Wednesday. We're going to get into Warriors in a little bit here as they host the Sacramento Kings tonight. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Don't forget to be tuned in to Warriors Live tonight at 6 p.m. JD is going to be live from Ballast Point Brewing Company down the street from Chase Center. Be sure to stop in and say hello. Let's bring in Grant Paulson to the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game. Grant, good morning to you. Yeah, it's not afternoon yet out there in D.C., just 11 o'clock. Grant, thanks for joining us here, man. And I know you know the Commanders inside and out. I've been following you for a long, long time here. So Chase Young, what kind of player the Niners getting here in Chase Young, the former number 2 overall pick of the 2020 NFL Draft?
They're getting a guy that's going to help them a lot the rest of this season, I think. He's played at a very high level. The problem really for him here in Washington was not only injury history, where he missed about a year and 3 quarters over the last 2 seasons prior to this season, but there was so much hype and expectation and anticipation when he was added with the number 2 overall pick in the draft back in 2020. He was the first selection of the Ron Rivera regime. They turned down quarterbacks at a time where they needed one with Tua and Herbert on the board. They thought they were drafting Nick Bosa or Myles Garrett or T.J. Watt, and he just hasn't played anything like that. He's not that caliber of rusher. He hasn't been the game wrecker that they anticipated. So I think he's been a little bit of a victim of hype. Having said that, he is now finally playing at a high level. He's rushing well. He's 8th in pressures according to PFF. His pass rush win rate is really effective and better than it's been the last couple of years. And he looks a little bit more like a first-round edge rusher who can change games and end drives. But he just wasn't really what was anticipated. The staff here thought he freelanced a little too often for their liking, and at times made life harder on some of the other guys around him.
So where did it go wrong with Washington and Chase Young? Like, you've admitted that he can be a very good player for you, even though the hype hasn't met, the expectation and all that, and the production hasn't met that hype. Was it more off the field? Was it on the field? Was it just a difference of opinions? Like, where did it go wrong? Why are you getting rid of a 24-year-old player?
So I think it's a great question. I would say, number one, the hype is way larger than the performance. So you start there. He acts like, in my opinion, and I don't mean as a guy, I think he's a very nice, respectable guy in the locker room, but he kind of operates professionally like he's a defensive player of the year. He doesn't come to off-season workouts. He doesn't rehab at the facility when he's injured. He hires his own people. He goes and trains with Von Miller in the off-season. And then, for 9 games before he tore his ACL in his sophomore season, he had a sack and a half and 3 tackles for loss. So there was just underperformance. Everyone kind of chalks up his second season to, he got hurt. I mean, he got hurt in week 10, and he had a sack and a half at the time and was kind of not noticeable for much of the season. So he was underperforming coming off of a defensive rookie of the year season where he deserved to be the defensive rookie of the year. He was the best rookie defensive player in 2020. But if you look at it, it was a super down year among rookies. He had 7.5 sacks. It's not like it was 14. He made some impact plays and did some good things, but it wasn't, this unbelievable game-changing, like Bosa season 1 kind of year. So I think that's the on-the-field part of it. Off the field, I think, is where there was baggage, certainly, and where I think he kind of graded on the staff a little bit. As I mentioned, he's not going to come to off-season programs. They're voluntary, but it doesn't mean the staff has to like that. When he was hurt, he didn't rehab at the facility. And then his injury, which was very serious, and he worked very hard to get back, but it lingered. They thought he was ready around week 8, week 9 last year. He didn't end up playing until the final 3 weeks of the season. He was getting a bill of health. There were several weeks where I was told by people in the building they thought he was going to play on a Tuesday or a Wednesday, only to find out come Sunday he still wasn't ready to clear that mental hurdle and get back on the field. So there was some frustration there, I think. They weren't on the same page. And then the last thing I would say is just, as I mentioned, in a contract year, because they didn't pick up his option, think about what that means, right? He's the number 2 overall pick. There's no precedent for that.
Right.
They didn't pick up his 5th-year option to pay him $17 million next season, I think that was kind of new when you knew the writing was on the wall. And at that point, I think he, Sweat, both of those guys were in contract years. Their goals might not be the exact same as the teams at that point as they're looking for that big bite at the apple, and who can blame them?
Wow, great answer there. Grant, can he play in any scheme? Because the Niners run a different their defensive line, they run the Y9, where it's spread out the defensive line. The ends are lined up outside the tackles. So the Y9, will Chase Young be able to play in this scheme, and how is he against the run? A little two-part question for you.
He's very good against the run. I mean, he's just huge. He's so strong and fast. I mean, this is a 99.9th percentile athlete. And I don't mean like on planet Earth. I mean in the NFL. Like, there aren't guys that are as strong and as fast as him. So he will be very good. If he's going to be responsible and set the edge and, take on those responsibilities, like, he can do that. He's going to make impactful plays in the running game. He'll blow plays up. He'll get you some TFLs. When he's going good, and he is right now, he's a handful. The problem really is the consistency of the pass rush. Like, I'll give you an example. He went head-to-head with Jordan Mailata of Philadelphia this past week, and his stat sheet read 1 tackle at the end of the game, right? So, I mean, when he plays against Justin Pugh, who was fresh off the couch, guard playing tackle for the Giants a few weeks ago, this was now literally 2 games ago, he had his first 2-sack game of his career in year 4.
Wow.
And he feasted on Justin Pugh. Like, it was a good game. He dominated him all game long. He should. He played the Bears earlier this season, had a big game. They had a backup tackle. So, like, he's going to own guys like that. When he goes up against the Trent Williamses of the world or somebody like that, it's a little different. But I think you're going to get a guy who the rest of this season I would bank on having 5 or 6 sacks. Like, he's going to get some cleanup sacks, especially on that D-line. How are you not going to feast? He was getting 12% double teams here. Okay. I think he's going to get fewer double teams in San Francisco for obvious reasons. He's not kind of the alpha there, or the number one guy, although I would argue Montez Sweat was their number one guy here, but not based on name value. So teams might have shifted some things his way that they won't anymore. But I think he can play that scheme. He liked to stand up occasionally anyway. He liked to kind of get outside a little wider on his own. So I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't do some of that in San Fran just naturally and like it more.
Grant, you're giving us really good information. I'm really enjoying it here. We had a number 2 overall pick, number 3 technically, Solomon Thomas, and he was an afterthought, and we did not pick up his 5th-year option. So we've been there. We understand it. But as a skeptic, I'm not well-versed in the Washington football team's history of what's been going on. I'm just looking from afar, and I'm like, you guys have been a dumpster fire of an organization, right? And I'm saying, like, this feels like a change of scenery guy, right place, get out of that situation. Not that he's not culpable, not that he wasn't injured. Those things happen. He's going to have to correct course himself, right? But, like, how much of this is on Washington in general from afar?
Well, yeah, I think we're going to find out. I mean, the one argument against them potentially right now is, did they get the most out of him from a coaching standpoint? Like, you have a defensive-minded head coach in Ron Rivera. And here, and really throughout his career, minus one season where Cam Newton was the MVP and Carolina went 15-1 and got to the Super Bowl, Rivera's been very mediocre. It's his 13th year in the league. This is going to be very likely his 10th season where he doesn't finish above 500. Like, how do you keep getting opportunities? And on top of that, he graduated not only to being a head coach here, but to also being the GM and running everything, which is, the front office part has gone way worse than the coaching part, where he's actually, close to average. So we're going to find out. Like, did Jack Del Rio, the defensive coordinator, use him in a way where you watered down the production? Did they ask him to do things on the defensive line that they shouldn't have been? I guess if he goes there and he's a monster, that's possible. But I think generally speaking, it's low-hanging fruit to say, oh, well, Washington's a dumpster fire. They're terrible. Every decision they make is wrong. I mean, look, the value for him is what it is. 31 teams yesterday had a chance to trade for him.
Right.
And someone gave up a sandwich pick between the 3rd and 4th round, and that was the best offer. So I think that speaks for itself, too.
That's how I'm kind of looking at it. I like the deal for the 49ers, Grant, before we let you go. I like the deal. It's a low-risk, high-reward move, but I do have questions on why it didn't work out in Washington and some of the things you said there, because Ron Rivera feels like from afar that he brings credibility, that he brings stability. Like, he is a coach. And Chassie's going to be crazy. He had a good tenure in Carolina. Like, I don't know if you guys think differently about Ron Rivera. I don't know. I think he brings credibility.
I'm with Grant. I think he's thoroughly mediocre.
I think he's mediocre, but he's not the worst thing in the world for what you guys have had in Washington.
I mean, come on. We watched Shaq Del Rio here.
I think that first of all, he's a very nice man, okay? But that's like, oh, you know, like someone's like, what, is he good looking? And someone's like, oh, he's really nice to my parents, you know? Right. Like, he's a good guy, truly. And he's got great relationships with media people all over the country and columnists, and glowing things get written. His results are, look at him. I mean, how can you possibly have 10 losing seasons in 13 years and keep getting opportunities? You know, it is the epitome. It's a hamster wheel of mediocrity. It's always 7 to 9 wins. I think the players generally like him. They play hard for him. But especially as an executive, I mean, it has been a disaster. They got 10 plays this past week on offense and defense from their 7-player draft class.
Wow.
They've benched 2 of those guys already. Like, it is a complete mess with him running the front office. So it's
that's a problem. Yeah, that is a problem. The front office guy, just coach, dude. Grant, very good.
So as a coach, I'm going to give him like a C- probably, and the rest is an F. But I will say really quickly, like, I'm giving you the Washington perspective on why they did this.
For sure.
To me, this was a no-brainer for San Francisco. I think it's a really smart acquisition. I believe he's going to play well for them. And it doesn't seem like they're a team necessarily that would lock him up long-term anyway, which would be my trepidation. Like, the Commanders, based on the injury history and some of the off-field stuff, right, they didn't necessarily think this is a guy we want to commit $25 million a year to for the long term. I think the 49ers, at least for now, are viewing him as a bit of a hired gun to help out Bosa and the crew the rest of the way. And I think that makes a lot of sense. Their wants and his wants are going to align for the next few months.
Yeah, it's funny you brought up the Philadelphia game, and we'll let you go, Grant, but I had to know in my notes today, 4 tackles, 1 sack, 4 tackles for loss, 2 quarterback hits in 8.5 quarters against Philadelphia this year. And when I say that, it's because the Niners are going to be competing with Philadelphia down the road, Seattle, Baltimore. And that's not good. I need him to step up against the big teams, not, like you said, the Justin Pughs of the world. So let's see what Chase Young does. Let's see what he does here. Low-risk, high-reward move for the Niners. We appreciate the insight. Really good stuff, Grant.
Thank you, guys. Be well.
Anytime. Grant Paulson, 106.7 The Fan in Washington, D.C. A lot of insight there. So he says, plays well against the run, but against the big boys, we got to see it. We got to see it. He's got to step up against the big boys. So we'll see it.
Well, it's just, and again, I probably sound like some casual hater of Washington or Ron Rivera, but like, I I remember when the Warriors were in this zone, and it was perpetual loserness. And yeah, you could come up and have a decent year, then you fall back down because your entire organization from the top down was completely putrid. And I look at Dan Snyder during his reign, and I know he just sold the team, so maybe things change for them. But I look at, and everything that comes out of there is with a grain of salt. And like Ron Rivera, he probably is a nice guy. I view him in the Jeff Fisher zone. Like, Jeff Fisher was a guy, 4 double-digit win seasons in 22, right? He's fine, but you're always looking for something better. And if he's running your organization from a personnel standpoint,
that's not good.
But look,
that's not good.
That doesn't take the onus off the player.
Yeah, no doubt. But I also want to say this, though. About the situation Ron Rivera's been in. I get the losing seasons. Is anybody out there yelling around about Carolina being a model franchise? Their owner was terrible. Jerry Richardson, they did not build around Cam Newton whatsoever. They had all these defenses. Couldn't find offensive personnel, and they would fall short. So I'm not saying Carolina, like, look at the organizations that you're coaching in, and the fact that you had to go in there and try to clean them up. Yeah, but it's a hard thing to do.
But as you bring up Carolina, look how dumb Carolina looks for giving up Christian McCaffrey. You don't think Bryce?
Well, they were in a rebuild. They're in a rebuild, and McCaffrey wanted to get out of there.
You have a young quarterback who has no weapons right now. So, like, this is where, like, yesterday was trade deadline day, and my bigger thing was, yes, from Washington's perspective, what are they doing? Well, they're tanking, and they're going through an entire regime change, and Ron's probably going to be out. So I don't really care what Washington's thinking. What I'm thinking of from a Niner perspective is poach those bad teams. I look at what Philadelphia has done to Tennessee the last 2 years.
But you're not curious on why it didn't work out in Washington with Chase Young?
Why didn't A.J. Brown work out with Tennessee?
Why didn't it did work out? He was playing well. They just made a dumbass trade.
Well, that's what
he was playing well. They didn't want to but they didn't want to pay A.J. Brown. Tennessee didn't want to pay him.
Neither do they.
So
Washington
that's
doesn't want
why.
to pay Chase
so
Young.
they didn't want to pay him, but there was also rumblings about off the field. Mike Vrabel loved A.J. Brown, which is probably why the GM, John Robinson, got fired midway through the year. It's like, dude, you traded A.J. Brown. We need a wide receiver. What are you doing?
I think you're actually explaining my point. Like, these dumb organizations make really nonsensical moves time and time again.
I understand that. But I have questions on why it didn't work in Washington. Why was he underwhelming? Why does he only have 4 tackles and a sack against the Philadelphia Eagles? Why does he only have 14 sacks career-wise? Why does he? The pressures, even the quarterback hits, 26 quarterback hits. You know what I'm saying?
Like, well, I mean, look at it this way. I mean, how many times do you flip on the red zone and Washington's winning by a touchdown where he can actually rush the passer?
There've been a lot of games.
I think that matters to me.
They were up 17-3 against Philadelphia.
Well, Philadelphia's one of the best teams in the league.
But they got carved up for 38. That's where Chase Young, the number 2 overall pick, steps up and go get the quarterback. And he got shut down on Sunday.
But I'm not asking him to be my premier guy. Like, I think you're focused way too much on the
No, I'm not focused on that at all, Shasky.
I'm looking at body
I'm not focused on that at all. I'm looking at the body of work. The body of work doesn't look good for Chase Young right now. Can you not say that on paper right now? The body of work does not look good for him.
Oh, that's why he went for a 3rd-round pick. Right? Yeah, but I'm not paying him number 2 overall money, and I'm not giving him $40 million in guarantees. Right. I'm giving him a 3rd-round comp pick, and I'm saying play on the opposite end. I got Hargrave, and I got Bosa, and I got Armstead. That. You are the 4th most important guy on this line.
I'm never
and if you give me
that.
4 or 5 sacks down the stretch, boom, we've hit something.
I'm not disputing that. I never said it was a bad deal for the 49ers. I never said that at all. I'm just looking at it from the other side, having a conversation. Why didn't it work? What is he like? Oh, all-season stuff. Oh, he's about his money. Rumblings about that. You heard from Grant. You know, the guy didn't show up when he tore his ACL that year.
Well, he fits right in.
1.5 sack.
He fits right in.
That's not good.
We've had guys not show up. You know what I mean? So, I don't know.
I just say how many times Washington's been winning. They've been in games.
I mean, if we think
they were up Philadelphia, twice they were up on Philadelphia big. Twice.
They're not a good team. They're playing Sam Howell.
Good talent.
Sam Howell's a backup. Come
on. Well, Terry McLaurin's a good player. Brian Robinson Jr. is a good player.
Every team in the NFL outside of Carolina has
Thomas can play.
Multiple good players.
Curtis Samuel's making plays. They got talent. They've got talent in Washington. Let's go to Dave in Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
Hey guys, thanks for getting me in there. Love the show. I'm a faithful roaster, so I appreciate every time you guys get me on. Thank you very much.
Anytime.
Listening to your conversation right now, you have questions about Chase. And, you can say that about a lot of pass rushers. Trayvon Walker, Jacksonville, he probably hasn't lived up to his expectations. So sometimes Bonte change the scenery can do wonders for players. So
look at Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, exactly. So I mean, for me, from our aspect, I'm not worried about Washington. Niners aspect, it was a no-brainer. We basically gave up a pick that we had as a compensatory pick, so we basically get him for free.
Exactly.
No risk how it would.
I agree.
If it don't work, it's fine. We can move on. And also, even if we had to give him a 1st, 2nd, or 3rd for any player, it's not like we've been hitting on those picks. Drake Jackson was a 2nd-round pick, ain't playing.
Yep.
The safety drafted in the 3rd round ain't playing. So it's like these picks ain't really like, oh, we need these picks. They're like, to do what? And thirdly, you guys are talking about the secondary. You know what's crazy? You're about to look at the history of the 49ers. This is crazy. We've never drafted a solidified number 1 corner. I'm talking about, last time we had a corner was Deion, but we didn't draft it. Look at the history of the 49ers. We have never drafted. We tried.
Well,
we tried, but we've never drafted a cornerback that was like, you know what? That's the guy. That's the shutdown. Do not throw at him. And right now, you guys are talking about, we just got a lot of guys with no cachet. They didn't really do much in college. Like, when we drafted them down the team, they were like, you got to look them up. Like, who is this guy? What college you go? Like, these are just guys, and getting Chase Young can only help. You would help these guys who are not elite corners. But hey, I appreciate, because look, we was all dead 24 hours ago. Niners fans, we was all gloom and gloom.
Are Niner fans?
I think
are Niner fans alive now with this trade?
I think they needed a jolt.
Are they?
Let me I want to interrupt them on the cornerback thing. It's undeniable. I think Jimmy Ward was drafted as a safety, even though it was safety cornerback combo. That's like the last 1st rounder that I can think of. Ahmed Plummer, maybe before then. Maybe I'm omitting someone. Right. Maybe Jason Webster in the 2nd round. I mean, we're going way back. We're talking like 20 years. That has been one area that they have decided to not draft, right? High up. They've taken a lot of 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round guys, and they've gone in free agency. Nate Clements, Charvarius Ward, Carlos Rogers. Like, there's a long list of guys. But they have gotten lucky with these 5th rounders. Like, Terrell Brown comes to mind, who was good for them. Tremaine Brock had a couple of decent seasons. But, like, they don't allocate a draft capital high in the draft to cornerback. And I would just say out loud, there aren't a lot of great cornerbacks in the league right now. It's just, it's a position that's very difficult to find talent at. I mean, it really is.
I want to make it clear. I'm not saying this is a bad trade for the 49ers. There's no risk involved in this trade. You're gaining a player with a comp pick. It's a win-win. And it's a guy who was drafted in the top 5, who does have potential, has potential to be great. But he hasn't displayed that greatness. That's all. In my personal perspective, and now the experts will say something different. Grant said he's very good against the run. Again, I've seen him in person twice. I watched him once on Thursday Night Football. I have not watched every single snap of Chase Young. But when I have seen him, I walked away saying, damn, I wish I saw a little bit more. Like, I'm telling you, and this is so long ago in the Fiesta Bowl. But again, when he was coming out of the draft, I was like, he wasn't one of the 10 best players on the field in the Fiesta Bowl. There were stars across that field. And I was like, it's a little more. I wanted a little more. I wanted a little more.
I would want way more impact if you gave up way more and it was costing you way more. But
exactly. I mean, this is a low risk, high reward move.
It's like less than $1 million
nothing. You gave up nothing to go get him. I'm good with that. I want to make that clear. I'm good with that. Miles in Fort Mason. Miles, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys. I will just preface my comments on the Niners with saying that, Josh McDaniels and the GM of the Raiders got fired last night. That, the ghost of Trey Lance was saying yesterday, we have to be grateful for Steph Curry. We have to also be grateful for just having the, moderately successful franchise for as long as we have.
Totally agree.
I feel for those Raiders fans that have just gone through it for what feels like miserable times for the last quarter century. So tough times. But so regarding Chase Young, you guys kind of already addressed it, but this is a big indictment on the defensive line, as has been said. We had to go get this guy because they've been underperforming when, there's deficiencies in the secondary and the offensive line and at wideout. And, I feel like we almost prioritize D-line to a fault. And I know it's low risk, high reward, but I just would have liked to see some other needs be addressed. And then, quick one on the Warriors. I think it's only a matter of time before Jonathan Kuminga starts over Andrew Wiggins. I'm out, guys. Have a good day.
All right, have a good day. Does this move put the 49ers over the hump? Are they now the favorites in the NFC because of this move?
That's going a little far.
Your mic's off. Are they?
That's going a little far.
All right.
But to me, this is a move to stay in line with Seattle. I'm worried about the division first, and then I'll work at the conference as a whole.
As Grant praised Chase Young, because I listen to everything, he also said that, second year, didn't do anything. Against the upper echelon tackles in football, he doesn't do anything. That's what Grant Paulson said, not me. I'm not saying that. Again, I like the deal. But if you want me to just wave pom-pom and say, hey, we got Chase Young, we're going to the Super Bowl, you're not getting that from me today. I'm sorry. Not today. Not today. It's go time with the 49ers. Very disappointing in this defensive line. The fact that you had to go get another defensive lineman, that's very disappointing. But you got a good one, hopefully. You got a good one for nothing. So that's a positive. It's a big positive. Larry in Roseville, we'll get you on the other side. We'll talk some Warriors or Kings. Damian Barling's going to join the show. Damian Barling, that's right. Damian Barling. And that is sponsored by nobody.
BMW Co-op.
Oh, there you go.
Now through November 30th, during the BMW Road Home.
Seeing ghosts.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonta and Shasky.
Those aren't ghosts. It's All Saints Day. Those are saints. Like the many saints of Newark. You weren't feeling that one, Svenani?
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Bro, I had no idea where he was going with that call yesterday.
You know what's happening. I mean, we got people asking Shanahan whether or not he's going to make a quarterback change.
Possibly.
Oh, man.
He did not say possibly to that, for those that missed it. No,
if I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
Yeah. Kyle's been real snarky at the podium lately. Real snarky.
You get defensive when you start losing. That's natural.
It's a bad trait. It's a bad trait.
It always felt like Harbaugh saw the press conference as a competition.
Right.
And like when someone would ask a question to him, he was almost get fired up. Well, right. You know what I mean? Like he was waiting for the onslaught. Like that was his competition.
Wow. Look at
I don't think Kyle sees it the same way.
Look at this young man right here on Zoom. Look at this young man. My light-skinned brother up in Sacramento. Damian Barling, host of D-Lo at KC, ESPN 1320.
Oh, there he is.
It's basketball season. We got Warriors Canes tonight. And look at the backdrop right there. Like KC and D-Lo, I think they put not only do they have a great radio show, but the backdrops of when they do their Zooms, it's just next level. It's next level. Look at this. Look
Damian,
at the wall there.
How many hours to get ready for this appearance on Zoom? 2, 3?
Nah, a little less than that, but yeah. Now we try to set up a nice little visual, and I'm not at the home studio as much as I used to be. Obviously, I spend all my time at the 1320 studio and the 1025 studio, so I kind of turned this office into a vinyl room, and
Smart.
Started a record collection and put some of my favorites behind me.
And I know you went to go see Janet Jackson last Friday, so you didn't have to watch Steph Curry score his 91st point in the last 8 quarters against you guys, man. So how was Janet Jackson?
So she was amazing. And I'll tell you what happened, because as I was walking in, it was 8 o'clock. The show started at 8. Started just a smidge bit after 8. But, it's always cool when you run into people who listen to the show. Obviously, they're all Kings fans, so they're keeping tab at the time. Where everyone's kind of going to their seat, the Kings are up 10. And it's like, we out there working, 30 miles from here. We out here working. Yeah, no doubt. We'll talk about it when it's over. And so my thing was Janet's here. I'm going to see the Kings on Sunday against the Lakers. I'm going to focus on Janet. I'm going to be present. I got work to do for 1025. Get the videos, do what we got to do, man. We'll have a good time. Avoided texts, tweets, scoreboard check, and all of that until she didn't really break, right? She didn't do any outfit changes, but she would go grab water, towel off, she come back, do 30 seconds, 60 seconds. I'm posting something to KSFM's IG page, and I see a James Ham tweet. It all falls apart at the end of the third quarter, and I'm like, oh, no.
Oh, that's the worst.
So now I'm thinking about it, right? And now all of a sudden, I'm still not checking the score, doing some more stuff for KSFM. I see the Steph is doing it tweet. Then I see that, De'Aaron Fox is cooking here in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, Fox is back. Kings are within 6.
You're down 1,000.
And now all of a sudden, now Janet is 20 feet from me, and I'm invested in this game 30 miles away. And I'm like, I ain't gotten a tweet or an update in a while, and I didn't know this until later on that night. But the first time I checked the score was on the timeout after Steph hit the 3.
Oh, I'm sorry. For us, it was game 2.
No, you're not. Shut up.
For us, it was game 2.
Y'all go to hell. You're not sorry.
But for you, it was game 7 of the finals. So how did you recover from that loss the other night?
Go to hell, Shasky. How about that? No, it's tough. I'll be honest with you. The preseason loss hurt me. That bugged the hell out of me.
I can't believe that. Why? Because RJ and Fairfield called us.
Bro, if Jonathan Kuminga had done it, right? Or if what's my man, the little dude I like, Pods.
Podziemski, yeah.
Yeah, if he had done it, it'd be like, hey, whatever. Kings played well in this preseason game. That's what we wanted to see up to the point. Starters play well. That's all I care about. But it wasn't Pods. It was Steph. And it was Steph with De'Aaron and Domas on the floor, which was just like, oh, okay. all right, yeah, they're on something with Sacramento right now. And then again, like, I think the Kings are better than the Warriors.
Oh.
I don't think the Kings are better than the Warriors when Steph Curry plays, and so it's all a new point right now.
I mean, I don't think that what? Let me hear that math one more time. Explain that to me again in English.
Steph is phenomenal. He is one of one. I think the Sacramento Kings are better than the Golden State Warriors if Steph Curry doesn't play for the Golden State Warriors.
Yeah, I think the Niners are better than the Chiefs if Mahomes doesn't play. Like, give me a break.
There you go. Like, the math works. It checks out. Like, and you want me to preview tonight's game? I got nothing. I don't know what to tell you. A bunch of guys are going to have to step up tonight with De'Aaron out. And Steph should retire.
Damian Barling.
My man is broken spiritually.
Yeah, no. Well, Shask, he's got newfound confidence against the Sacramento Kings. I wish I had the same energy in April. I got to come down my boys' road. He's a different year. He was all doom and gloom last year, playing baseball on the hit with D'Lo and KC, playing with his club. Couldn't even get him to talk Warriors. Now all of a sudden he's like, we winning championships again after 4 games. I'm glad to have Frisco Shasky back in the building. Damian Barling here on ESPN. 1320. KC was all up in the screen on Friday night with his red sweater and Niner hat, pointing at referees, going crazy.
Him to pay for tickets before he pretends to be the Spike Lee of the Sacramento Kings.
No, they're doing great things because Stacey Kaufman, our regional manager, she's now Sacramento Stacey. They're tagging me in photos where she's wearing her De'Aaron Fox jersey. So they're all feeling the Kings right now. But what'd you think of the Warriors? I want to get your perspective on the Golden State Warriors, D-Lo, because you guys had me on when Chris Paul got traded here, and I was disheveled. I didn't know what to think. I was like, what? And now 4 games in, I'm like, wow, this actually works. This actually fits. Yeah. It makes sense. What's your perspective after watching the Warriors up close and personal in the preseason and last Friday night?
Yeah, and I think I've watched most Warriors games so far. I've been curious. I think the Warriors are good, right? Like, and it's the difficult thing when you're at this stage of the Golden State Warriors. I think they're really good. I think they're potentially 50+ win. You know, they're 2-3 seed, maybe number 1, depending on how this whole thing goes. Like, that's how I see them. What I can't see though is, like, I just don't know if they can win a championship, right? You get into a 7-game series against the Denver Nuggets or one of those elite teams with, like, very little, holes in their roster. Like, what happens when you get into a 7-game series with them? And, like, it's one thing to ask Steph to do it through an 82-game season. It's another when you have a coach who's essentially geared in on Steph for probably 7 straight games. I feel like my assessment of the Warriors isn't hate. It's just I really don't think that's a championship team anymore. Because what Steph is doing is incredible. Like, he's 35 years old. He's playing 30+ minutes a game. He's averaging 30+ points per game. Like, we all marvel at LeBron James. Like, Steph, a couple years younger, is doing the same exact thing at an incredibly high level. Like, it's amazing. What I can't compute is the team winning a title. And I thought it was kind of lame the way the buck was passed to Jordan Poole last year, and how, like, that was a championship team, but Jordan Poole ruined the vibes. And it's like, all right, if we're being honest with ourselves, I don't think that was a championship team. I'm a huge Chris Paul fan. I'm anxious to see how this works. My hot take, when this all happened was, I don't think it's going to. And I think there's a good chance Chris Paul plays for someone else come February. But that's what scares me is the Warriors have been marvels with trading contracts. And, like, they're going to do something with Chris Paul on February 5th that turns them into a title contender for the next 4 years and making my life miserable.
Can you walk me through the psychology of other like-minded Kings fans like yourself? I honestly, you guys hate the Warriors. Like, as the Warriors have emerged and turned into this dynasty, right? And that's what they are. They're in the middle of a dynasty right now, whether it's already over or it's still continuing. Like, we can all see this. Like, as long as Steph's here, it's the Steph era, the Steph dynasty. And you guys, like, hate watching us from afar, and then this playoff series happens and we rip your soul out with a Game 7 the way we did, and Harrison Barnes doing what Harrison Barnes does, bricking with the game on the line. Walk me through the psychology of other like-minded Kings fans, because I feel like Kings fans really hate Warrior fans right now, and the Warriors.
Well, I think there's a couple of different things right there. I'll speak for me. I don't hate the Warriors. I Golden State Warriors. I hate when they play Sacramento. That's what I hate. Like, I hate knowing that the Kings could be up 7 with 40 seconds left and it doesn't matter. Like, I hate knowing that. Like, it's like Steph is one of the most incredible and lethal shot makers, I think, in the history of the NBA. So there's multiple things. I do think the Warriors are the Kings' biggest, rival now that the Kings are finally on the come up and the Warriors are still good. Like, the dynamic is different, because the Kings have been bad for so long. You go back to the early 2000s and you try to, that was the last time this team really had a rivalry. It was the Los Angeles Lakers. If you remember, the Kings and the Lakers were rising at the same time. Like, the Kobe Shaq dynasty hadn't started yet.
Yeah.
And so they were on the come up at the exact same time. And for different reasons, the Kings could not get through the Los Angeles Lakers. This feels a little bit different because the Warriors are still very, very good. And as you said, the dynasty is definitely not over because Steph Curry is still playing. The dynasty ends when Steph Curry retires. And it's like it feels like the Kings are on the come up. And in terms of title contention, the Warriors are on the way down. So there's this like cross where the Warriors are not a bad basketball team. They're a high seed in the Western Conference basketball team. But whether you think they're a true title contender is where the conversation comes into play. And so it becomes difficult. Like, I think the thing with the Warriors fans is the fans, y'all act like you have this like Napoleon complex. Everyone acknowledges, you're a dynasty. Steph is one of the greatest to ever play. And there's no conversation about that. Whether you've got him in the top 15, the top 10, whether you got him in the top 5. Steph Curry is one of the greatest basketball players we have ever seen. And, like, that's not enough for Warriors fans. No, Steph is, y'all disrespect Steph. I just said Steph was one of the greatest ever. Like, what do you mean? It's like you guys still think you're the underdog. Like, you're not. Like, Warriors fans still act like they're an underdog that gets disrespected. Like, bro, y'all are a dynasty.
Right.
Ride it. Be cocky with it. Y'all still act like we don't give you enough love. Like, that's the thing that it is with fans. Plus, Shasky, as you know, I'll say it again. The Kings were bad. Basketball fans needed to find something else, whether it was LeBron James or it was the guy 90 miles in a different direction, whether it was Steph Curry. Like, fans had to gravitate towards something else because it was difficult. It was difficult to ride out basketball in January and February and March when you knew it didn't matter.
About your team, you guys were the 3 seed last year, and I thought it was a great NBA story. You guys had a lot of great games. The Clipper game down there at Staples Center was iconic. You guys did a lot of great things last year to replicate last year's success. What needs to happen? Is it Keegan Murray stepping up and becoming that second option? Is it Sabonis building off of that all-star season? Is it Red Velvet, Harrison Barnes? What needs to happen for the Kings to replicate that success from last season?
Well, to replicate the success, I don't think much needs to change, but that's not the idea. The idea is to be better. And the idea of getting better is where you mentioned Keegan Murray. Like, Keegan Murray's probably at the forefront of that. Like, Keegan's at about 16 points per game this year, which was a lot of people were hoping for. But if you pull yourself out of the box score a little bit, if you pull yourself out of the basketball reference page a little bit, you see not only is he 16 points per game, which was up from like 11 or 12, but he's scoring in a very different way than he did last year. He's creating shots in a way that he didn't last year. That's really important to the Kings' future. And, to be honest, that's really important tonight because there's going to be shots available tonight with De'Aaron Fox out of the lineup and Davion stepping in. Like, Davion's not just going to take over De'Aaron's offensive role. Like, it's going to have to be Keegan Murray that kind of like saddles up as Domas's kind of like, 2 in the 1-2 punch right there. So it needs to be a really big night from Davion and Keegan tonight. But I'll echo Mike Brown's sentiments. To get better than they did last year at 48 wins, they've got to be better defensively. And we've already seen, some signs of that during the season. We're seeing De'Aaron has really taken he wants to be one of the better two-way players in the game, and you can see it so far this year, averaging 31.3 points on the offensive end. But seeing how active he is on the defensive end has been a big deal for them. That's the step. Like Mike Brown said this preseason or just before the season started, we will not be the 24th or 25th ranked defense. That is unacceptable. We will not do that. And, Domas has got to be better on the defensive end. De'Aaron's got to be better on the defensive end. And when that happens, I think the rest of the team follows suit.
Damian Barling, ESPN 1320. Also plug the you guys are doing everything up there in Sacramento. You guys got hip-hop locked up. You got sports locked up. You guys are doing it all up there in Sacramento.
Man, we're trying, man. We love the sports show, but we had the opportunity to expand and do a hip-hop afternoon drive show, and that's been it's challenging for sure, man, but it's a lot of fun. Like, we enjoy it.
Hey, man, when you make the big bucks, man, it's always a challenge, right? You get to see Janet Jackson. You get to look at your phone, watch the game back over. Hey. You got Usher and Mike Jack on the back wall, Outkast. I mean, come on, man. The Black Bottle Boys, man. D-Lo and KC.
I was trying to get into that Bonte Hill tax bracket, man. That's all it is.
Shasky's the one with two houses. Shasky's got 2 houses.
I just paid property tax. Don't talk to me right now.
This guy's the baller of the show.
Literally the
not me. Not me.
Can I say one thing about Steph real quick? Because I was doing some research. This was actually for the 102.5 show, and I'm sure you guys saw this, that Steph is partnered with the Black and Fashion Council.
Yeah.
And his walk-in outfits are by Black designers. Mm-hmm. And I think that's one of the dopest things Steph has ever done. It is really difficult to find nice clothing designed by Black designers. And for Steph to use that League Fits moment, to use that TNT walk-in as much as the Golden State Warriors are on primetime, to highlight Black designers, I think is phenomenal. I'm a huge, huge fan of Steph Curry. I just wish he would retire from basketball.
Well, you get to see him tonight.
Or retire from the King, playing the Kings, one or the other. We even made a deal. We'll put 30 up in the rafters at the Golden One Center if he retires today. We'll hang it up there proud, and no one will ever wear 30 in Sacramento.
You never know. He may get low managed tonight without De'Aaron Fox out there.
Come on, man. Let's do it. Come on, Steve. We don't need him. We don't need him playing 82 games.
No, it wouldn't be good for television ratings. We need Steph out there. D-Lo, man. True. Kind, man. Good stuff as always, D-Lo, man. We'll talk to you soon, brother.
Thank you, fellas.
See you, buddy.
Damian Barling, man. One of the good guys up there in Sacramento. D-Lo, KC, of course, ESPN 1320, 12 to 4. They're also doing a hip-hop show, man. They're a lot of fun, man. I love talking to those guys. Love talking to them about Kings and just basketball in general, man. They're basketball fans. They are basketball fans. And as you heard from D-Lo, January, their season was over. For the last 16 years. They had to watch hoops to get their fix, to get their cravings. You know what I mean?
He said a bunch of things there that were interesting to me. Number one, the Kings-Warriors is a huge rivalry. I think for us, you and me, like in a joking, fun way. But I do want these games. And I don't know how many of our fan base ride with us on that. I'd be very interested to monitor that. There's always going to be a LeBron factor. Like, he's the number one rival, right? LeBron. Right. Forget the team that he plays for. Right. It's LeBron, right? And I think a part of this underdog thing or chip on the shoulder thing from Warrior fans in general, and I didn't want to dive too deep into it because it's more of it's a bigger conversation. It's the fact that LeBron James has a bunch, and he's earned this, a bunch of friends in the media, some are on payroll, some aren't, who constantly take his side on everything.
Right.
And constantly diminish the Warriors or Steph Curry because that's been his biggest rival throughout the body work of his career. At one point in time, years ago, it was, he was chasing the ghost of Michael Jordan. He feels like he's past that. At one point, he was chasing, trying to win a championship through the San Antonio Spurs, through the Boston Celtics. There were different times, but the Warriors have been his bugaboo, and in particular, Steph Curry. And it just feels like to me, from somebody who's in the media, and maybe I'm too deep and too close to the painting to that I see some of the stuff that other people don't see. But I'm like, it feels like every single person who opens their mouth on a lot of these national airwaves is either influenced, paid for, bought by, or trying to seek favor from LeBron James, and it feels very backhanded towards Steph Curry. And I feel like defending Steph Curry, our guy. That's just my interpretation of it.
Yeah, I can see that. I also like the fact that the Black-owned business part, that's a great point by D-Lo, what Steph does, because we talk about the golfing thing with the HBCUs and getting diversity involved, trying to make golf a more diverse sport. Steph Curry's at the forefront of that. The black businesses, and I thought he was going to go to De'Aaron Fox route with the Curry brand.
That's
bringing in
where I
De'Aaron
thought
Fox
he was going.
Because when I said this on their show last Friday, but De'Aaron Fox, because we're not going to be able to see him tonight. And he's a fun player to watch.
He's awesome.
He plays the right way. He plays defense. He gets to the rack. He's fast. He's just a baller. And I started loving the guy when I saw him in North Carolina, played North Carolina. They were playing Kentucky. He was at Kentucky with Malik Monk playing North Carolina, Elite Eight. And they lost to North Carolina in a heartbreaker. And Fox was sobbing so hard after the game. And people were kind of thinking, like, man, you're going to the league. But it mattered to him just to win that game so much. You see a lot of guys who know they're one and done. Like you look at Ben Simmons. He didn't give a damn about LSU. He was just getting his numbers, knowing that, hey, I'm going to stay healthy. Brought up Clowney earlier today. His last year at South Carolina, dude was doing the bare minimum, not get hurt, and make sure that he secured his draft status. Well, Fox and Monk played so damn hard, and he was sobbing, saying, that's the last game with my brothers, man. I'm hurting. And I say, man, he's perfect for Sacramento. So I say all that to say, the NBA has wasted so much time trying to promote John Morant to be the next best thing in the NBA, to be the poster child of the NBA, to lead this new generation. All along, it should have been De'Aaron Fox. Think about what he's doing in Sacramento, embracing that community, leading that basketball team. De'Aaron Fox is everything that kids should be looking up to, saying, yeah, I want to be that guy.
No doubt.
He's a perfect citizen for that. So, not only is he a great basketball player, he's a great person. And that's why I like De'Aaron Fox a lot. I'm so glad they locked him up. I'm so glad they didn't trade him. I'm so glad he didn't want out. I'm so glad that he wanted to stay with the grind. He's the guy the NBA should be looking at, not John Morant. Not Ja. No, De'Aaron Fox is the guy.
Yeah, I think we would both agree there. And I didn't think he would be this good of a player. The first couple years in, you could see he was super fast. Could he develop a shot? Could he develop those leadership skills? They were actually talking about in the broadcast the other night about how they've been challenging him for 4 years to be louder, to be more vocal, to be, the consummate point guard that you think of in your mind. And guys lead in different ways. Steph Curry's not a vocal leader, but De'Aaron has really taken on that leadership role. You brought up Jadeveon. The only thing that I would say is that program, and I don't want to get too sidetracked, but Marcus Lattimore did almost lose his entire career to one of the most horrific leg injuries in college sports. So I always felt like Jadeveon got a poor rap when that program in particular knew more than any other. Like, the game is so violent.
Yeah, but
poor kid.
You're playing for your brothers. No, guys who don't have a chance to go to the NFL,
but he's also
and you're out there mailing it in. Don't play. Don't play. If you don't want to play hard, don't play.
Yeah, but he was looking for generational wealth. Like, I think there was more baked into that equation. And football is just different for me. But I see the parallel that you're going for.
Did Christian McCaffrey now play hard at Stanford?
Of course he does. But
there's a lot of guys who play hard knowing that generational wealth is on. Jalen Waddle down there in Miami.
Good
Came back for the national championship game for Alabama. Had no reason to. Was out there limping, but had to be out there on the field for his players, for his teammates.
Everyone's got to make their own weights on those kinds of things. I don't fault 19, 20, 21-year-old men who are going to be the breadwinners of their family. I don't doubt them or, look at them any different if they don't want to play in a couple of games because they are literally staring at the NFL draft.
I hear that.
I don't know.
If you're not going to play hard, though, like, don't get on the field. If you're not going to give it all you got, I get it. You want generational wealth? Don't play. Don't play. Clowney melted in that last year. There's no defense.
Lattimore
for that.
had like the worst injury
ever.
Yeah,
but there's no defense. There's no defense for melting in on your teammates. That's that. Come on, man. Don't play.
I don't know what. There's a difference. There's levels to this. Like James Harden, with the way he's acted, and making the generational wealth that he's made for 12 years versus a kid who's 20, 21. That's just for me.
Well, there's a lot of 20, 21-year-olds who go out there and knowing that, hey, I'm going to be the number one pick. Guess what? They still play their asses off. Put a ball on Warrior because we got Steve Weiss coming up from NFL Network.
I'm excited for this Kings
Steve
matchup.
Weiss, NFL Network 920. He's coming up here. We're going to get back into Chase Young. Larry in Roseville, hang tight. I'm going to get to you in a second here. It is a little disappointing on Fox tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Now I'm going to see the Kings' depth. But also, I want to see the Warriors continue their good habits. Now, Kuminga's not going to play tonight.
Did you see what happened yesterday with Kuminga and Moody?
Yeah, the extensions. They got their fourth-year options picked up. Happened during our show, right? Yeah. Moses Moody, Kuminga got their fourth-year options.
At the very end, it was awesome. I'm excited. I know it was a formality, but that's a good thing. I mean, thinking of how bad the Wiseman thing kind of blew up in their face, and to be able to extend both guys and see them take that third-year leap early on, and it's a long season, but I feel really good about where they're at with those two young guys.
They're playing really good basketball right now. Really good basketball. And that was good that those picks look like hits. Because the Wiseman stuff and everything, he's not playing. We'll see him on Monday, sit on the bench. Hopefully he doesn't sulk. But look, man, we're going to see Chris Paul again for his second home game at Chase Center. And Steph Curry's on a heater. He's made the most threes through a through the start of the season, first 4 games, than any player in NBA history. Made 24 threes.
Wow.
24 threes.
Wow.
Best start from a three-point shooter in the history of the league. But Chris Paul's impact, I can't get over his impact. With Steph Curry and Chris Paul on the floor together, the Warriors are a plus 15. Now, I don't like the individual plus-minus. I think that stat is overrated because, you're playing with Steph Curry. Everybody's going to have a plus, right? But the Warriors, with CP3 without Steph on the floor, that unit is a plus 31, no matter what combination it is.
Really?
A plus 31. So the Chris Paul, I can't get over how well he's fit in with this bunch.
Well, I'll take it a step further. Don't you think he's already turned into a fan favorite?
He's getting close.
I mean,
I don't know. You tell me. I don't.
1 week. Okay, it's been 1 week. 1 week. And I already feel the entire, it has been a tidal wave of change. Honest to God, I think a lot of people are like, all right, I'm cautiously optimistic. Let's see how it plays out. I'll slowly warm myself up to him. And it's like, boom, instantly. I'm bought in. I think the majority of the fan base is bought in. I'm telling you, I think he's already a fan favorite.
So with that said,
it feels like it. And maybe I'm jumping the gun.
Well, no, I don't know. You know the fans better than I do. I see the fans. I try to stay off of Twitter as much as I can now because it's become very, very negative.
Think about the vibes for the second unit. Name a guy right now, because for how the last 5 years, Warriors fans, there are 2 or 3 guys that we're gonna find this person who's doing too much dribbling or too much shooting, and we're gonna go after them. There's really nobody off the bench right now that anybody's mad at.
No, the bench is playing very well,
and I think Chris Paul's a big part of that.
All the combinations, it feels like it works. Whether you see Chris Paul and Gary Payton II and Steph Curry on the floor at the same time, whether you see Kuminga down low, or you see Trace Jackson-Davis, or you see Saric, or you see Moody, you see Gary Payton II. Even Podziemski the other night had an impact on that win, and they dropped 130 on the Pelicans, and that was with Wiggins having a poor offensive night. That was with Draymond. That was without Klay Thompson, I should say, and without Jonathan Kuminga. Now you get Draymond back in his first home game of the season. You get Chris Paul here, and it is the Sacramento Kings, and I think the Warriors are going to want to make a statement. Stacking wins here. I was talking to Lubman on the phone.
The key,
because,
stacking wins.
Look, is this team going to be healthy all season long? I don't know. They're the third oldest team in the NBA. Third oldest team in the NBA. How likely is it that Steph plays 80 games?
Who's older than them?
I think Milwaukee's one of their older teams.
Okay, that makes sense. Lakers?
They're on the young side. They got a lot.
Milwaukee makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Maybe it's the Clippers.
Maybe the Clippers. Okay, no, that makes sense. I was just curious.
Third oldest team.
I like that stat. Third oldest team. Well, if you could stack wins now, Bonte, to me it gives you leeway to be able to pick and choose lineups down the stretch.
Where I was going to go here was that when you stack wins, when these injuries do come, like the championship season, when Steph got hurt for 18 games and Draymond Green had to miss 36 games and Klay was not playing back-to-backs, they stacked so many wins during that 18-2 start that when they did limp it to the playoffs, it was all good. They still won 53 games and had a top 4 seed in the playoffs, number 3 seed overall. Now, if you can stack wins this year, when Chris Paul does have to take time off, if Draymond does have a setback, if Steph Curry does miss time, you stack all these wins to where that margin for error. That's why it's so disappointing with the 49ers. They're 5-0. You stack all these wins. You're able to build a gap between you and Seattle, but you lose 3 in a row. And all of a sudden you go into the bye week and you're looking up at Seattle instead of looking down.
Had you just won one of those 3 games, found a way to win one, you could accept being where you are. It's just tough to accept after the 5-0 start to lose 3 in a row. It's tough losing 3 in a row in the NFL.
No, it is.
It's really difficult. And then heading into the bye week leaves a sour taste in your mouth. But I have faith they'll rebound. On the Warrior front, I want to see Klay hopefully get back out there. I know he had the right knee soreness. That's very vague. And Kuminga, I believe, left knee. Was that what it was? Left knee. Hope both those guys are back in there. But I was very encouraged to see Podziemski have positive minutes. And I don't know if he's jumped Corey Joseph. That feels a little strong. But I was encouraged that Steve Kerr trusts him to use him so early.
Yeah, no, that was well, he had to. They were running 13 deep.
Yeah.
They filled the last 2 roster spots after cutting Rodney McGruder and Rudy Gay. I never thought they were going to make an impact on this basketball team. Warriors cut bait with them. But at 13 deep right now, maybe they'll add a player later on. Maybe it's a two-way guy. We'll see about that. But you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today. Shout out to the Comcast Business Text line as well. Steve Weiss, NFL Network, coming up at 9:20 to shed some light on the 49ers and what he thinks about them long term. But first, we got to go to one of my favorites out there. It's Tony in Oakland. Tony in Oakland, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Bonte. Okay, I missed you the other day right after the game. But this is what I want to say. This applies to basketball as well as football. And you're talking about the Niners, of course. You know, they're 5-0 because there's always a rhythm to this. First, everyone's pumped up. They get into the zone by themselves. You know what I mean? Like Shanahan, he's talking about the guys that they have a mindset. Now they have to get in the mindset. No. They had the mindset early on. Now they got to have the touch from someone. I was talking. I was to a professional athlete anyway. And the thing is the touch, right? Well, who's going to give the touch? Not Shanahan. He's like one of those rocks on Easter Island, right? So someone has to give them the touch so that they move like a fighting, together, a unit. So they got the tone, the frequency, right? The crystal blue, right, going on. Okay, so this is what I think. It's not going to happen with Shanahan and his crew because usually people hire people that are just like him. So he's got the rocks from Easter Island. And as this other guy told me, you always got this third party in your head, right? That's telling you what to do, like a robot. No, you got to be able to feel it. So someone's got to get it. So my thinking is, Bonte, because your show is like stellar. It could come through your show. And this is why. You can invite some of them to call in or whatever. I can do this over the phone. I can get them to feel. I know immediately when someone's got it. You know what I mean? And the touch will go right to them.
You got it.
And then they'll be able to give it to the others. Because it ain't going to happen with Shanahan. He's
Tony,
just fixed in stone.
Hey, Tony, how about Shasky's energy? Come on, don't forget about Shasky. He's a big part of the show. He carries the show.
Shasky has it too, but you know what I mean? Even though you guys are almost the same age by 3 months, you're the older soul. Come on here.
You're actually right about that.
Originally, when I spoke, that you could feel it. I'm talking about.
I understand where you're coming from, Tony. I can understand it. I do understand where you're coming from.
A lot
Tony.
of touching and feeling going on.
I like the touching and feeling. No, I'm very comfortable with this. Tony, keep going. Oh, she's gone? Oh, man. I thought she was going to end the call.
She knows a lot about you guys.
Mars called.
Yeah, who told her that we were 3 months apart? Maybe she did some bio.
She does her research. Good for her.
It was the crystal blue.
Out here hitting the magic mushrooms.
Hey, man.
Microdosing.
Listen, the fact that she does research says a lot about her. She does her research about her host. She missed me on Monday. I missed her on Monday. I missed her, period. I like when Tony calls. She makes me feel good about myself. She really does. She just puts a smile all over my face. She's so positive. So positive. She is. Look at Marcus at Oakland. He's positive, too. He's got to take about the Dubs. He's got to take that out like. What's up, Marcus?
What's happening with it?
Oh, man.
Good morning, people. Good morning.
Thank you for the change of pace.
Hey,
What's
man,
up, bro?
Hey, man. No, Sasky kids, I embrace everybody, Marcus. Tony.
I embrace.
Clark the Shark, Market. It's we're all different individuals, man. I like it.
You ever have a laptop where you see like the umbrella or the thing, it's like overloading? There are times when Tony gets so deep in the weeds that I start overloading. So that's where I'm at right now. So Marcus saved me.
Check it out. We're going all the way this year.
Oh.
You hear me?
Talking about Warriors?
We're going all the way this year.
Warriors or Niners?
Yes, sir. Man, we're talking Warriors, man. I'm bringing it back to what DL was talking about.
Let's go. Warriors. Why are they going all the way?
Check it out. Man, we're going all the way, man. Look, check it out. I'm the same Marcus I called last year talking to Ray. When I said 72-8, man, we might do that shit this year.
All right, Marcus, you too turned up, man. Too turned up.
We're the only show in the country that can get Tony and Marcus in back-to-back calls.
And, Now your brain's overloading. The sales staff was yelling yesterday. You got discombobulated, so it doesn't take much for Shasky's spinning wheel of death to go.
I mean, I don't think I'm alone on this one.
No,
I was giving her a chance.
No, man, you gotta embrace it. You gotta feel her. You gotta get that energy. You gotta open up your brain. Now, like I start seeing purple hills and mushrooms, and I'm like, you know what, Tony? She's speaking my language. I like it. I like it a lot. All right, we're going to get back to Niners here.
I didn't know you like to get wet, Bonte.
Oh, I do. All the time, baby. All the time. Shout out Denzel. Shout out Training King. Training Day. King Kong got nothing on me. Curtin Hayward. I feel safer when there's a crackhead on my corner. I do, actually.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kurt. What's up, Kurt?
Good morning, gentlemen. Well, you know what's up. I like to talk about the defense coordinator of the 49ers. I like to ask you a question. I think they should fire him.
Okay, right now?
I think they should fire him now because they have time to get somebody else. He shouldn't be up in the booth at all. He should be down on the field with the coach, patting the players on the back, doing things correct, not up in the booth, gazing down and screwing up the defense. I mean, we were so talented, and even though we picked up a player, I mean, that's great. But I still don't see there's going to be a change until he comes off the booth down below, and I think he should be replaced. What do you think? Should we fire him or not?
Well, I don't think you should fire him right now. You play it out. Just like you shouldn't bench the quarterback right now. That's just asinine. You let Brock Purdy play it out. But here's what Baldy said about Steve Wilks being in the booth and on the sideline. Here's from a guy who actually played the game, and I was looking at Eric Crocker's timeline. He said the same thing. Here's Brian Baldy on whether or not Wilks should be on the sideline or not.
Dan Quinn, he coordinates the Cowboys defense. He sits up in a booth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start, honestly, Bonte, if you start saying, well, is this going to make a difference? Like, if you're thinking about a coach is upstairs or downstairs, like maybe that's the problem right there. Not that he's upstairs or downstairs. It's like, who gives a? Nobody gives a crap.
Right.
Like, call the defense.
Right.
Like, if the guy's down in the field, honestly, hell, if Shanahan's upstairs calling the plays, call the plays upstairs. Like, it should make a difference. The play's to play. You got to execute the play.
I'm with you.
And so, I'm sure you got the bye week. I'm sure there's all kinds of player-only meetings, which is always a problem. But look, they've lost 3 in a row. By the time they get to the field, the next time, they will not have won a game in a month.
So, I'm seeing comments on YouTube. Mickey D is right. Vic Fangio's down on the field giving attaboys. These guys need motivational pep talks. A lot of people blame the media for creating narratives or whatnot. But what's happened in the last 3 weeks with this 49ers team and this fan base is actually remarkable.
Well, what's that?
Oh, it's remarkable. We figure out a way to avoid blaming Brock Purdy or Kyle Shanahan for anything. They're at the top of the list. Purdy throwing 2 interceptions in the fourth quarter against Minnesota, throwing 2 picks in the second half against Cincinnati. Kyle Shanahan's play calling, Kyle Shanahan's offense only scoring 17. And yeah, we've pointed straight to Steve Wilks. Straight to Wilks.
Can I ask a question?
They gave up 19 points to Cleveland. They gave up 6 points in the second half to Minnesota. But somehow it's become a masterclass in how we cannot criticize Shanahan and Brock Purdy whatsoever. We go straight to the defensive coordinator who's running Kyle Shanahan's defense. Not his defense, Shanahan's defense. But we've done a masterclass on painting around Shanahan and Brock Purdy. It's unbelievable. It's actually incredible. And I've sat here for 3 weeks and had to listen to this crap. And I had to sit here and play the game. We somehow painted a masterclass on how not to criticize Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy. It's truly remarkable.
Well, and this is why, we were talking about it before the show. Sam and I agreed, asking a question at the podium to Kyle Shanahan in the way Grant Cohn did regarding the quarterback, I thought it was a relevant question. It doesn't mean that they have to do it. No one's saying you have to bench him. Just asking the coach, what are your thoughts on the quarterback and the quarterback's play? Have you considered, have you even thought about changing it out, either because of health or performance or whatever? That's, we asked about Alex Smith every single day with Harbaugh, even before Kaepernick showed up on the scene. It's what a lot of teams do. They ask about the quarterback to the head coach. So, I don't know. I'm kind of with you.
Yeah, I don't know about. We're not going to make a quarterback change. You guys really want to make a change to Sam Darnold?
But we're asking the coach, had he considered it?
Yeah, well.
I think it's a fair question.
Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance.
Tyler, you finally made the board.
But we can't. On top of it, Wilkes ain't the number one problem with this team. It's not. It's not.
What is?
We need to stop.
What is the number one?
I'll let you know on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
The holidays are always hectic, but with the BMW i5 and iX, you can make them 100% electric.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Chris Paul, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonta Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
CP, are you with me?
It's like he's reading our names for the very first time, because he probably was, off a piece of paper.
You know,
I kind of love it.
On my camera? Oh, I got to fix it
Fan
again.
favorite, CP3.
CP3. Fan favorite. Is my camera fixed now? Oh, wait. That's what's going on.
Oh, your camera's pointed at me.
Yeah,
hey, how you doing, camera?
All right. We'll just reset.
Oh, there it goes. Look at that thing move.
Look at it move. Look at the camera. All right. You asked me what's the top thing. I'll say this because a lot of people are going in on Steve Wilks.
It feels overboard.
It is overboard, and I've criticized Steve Wilks. I don't know why. Like, do you want me to just crush him over and over? No. Number one problem, and you could come in and fix a camera because I don't really care about that. You know,
what is the number one problem?
The number one problem is Shanahan and this offense. This defense has carried the 49ers 3 of the last 4 years.
Yes.
The defense has been the top unit.
It just, as a Niner fan, it feels like the defense, for the most part, has carried the offense for 15 years.
So
that's what it feels like.
We have an offensive head coach. You have all this offensive personnel, top flight players, premium players at each position. But yet, this offense has scored 17 points the last 3 weeks, and we want to focus all our attention on Steve Wilks. Steve Wilks has not been perfect whatsoever. When Steve Wilks says, I'm still learning the defense, trying to understand the defense, that's a problem. That is a problem. Something needs to work. I don't know what. Get Crocker Friday. I want to talk to Crocker, defensive back, or if we could get Richard Sherman, let's get Richard Sherman. The hell with it.
Love to talk to Richard Sherman.
What is going on with the defense? I get that. But Shanahan's offense scored 17 points the last 3 weeks.
And has looked erratic.
When can the offense carry the defense? Can the offense pick up the defense for once?
I thought early on as this season started, I felt like they were both meeting each other in the middle. Like, you know, the defense was playing elite, the offense was playing elite. Like, maybe the O can eclipse the D. It doesn't feel like they're playing complementary right
Did the offense not have 3 straight 3-and-outs to start the game against Cincinnati?
They couldn't even run the ball on the first possession 3 in a row. I go, oh, boy. I don't know. Didn't you think the same thing?
Yeah, I did.
You have a running back in Jordan Mason who's averaging more than 5 yards a rip, and he can't see the field.
I did. All right.
You're handing it off to Juice on the opening, like on a 3rd and 1, and you're getting stuffed?
Let's get to Steve Wyche here, Chief National Reporter, NFL Network's been doing it for a long, long time. At Wyche89, one of my favorite follows on Twitter. Just covering the league in general, man.
Yeah.
Fair, balanced, objective. We love having Steve on this show. Steve, good morning. Welcome back to the Morning Roast. Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonta Hill. I guess let's start here with the big news yesterday. The Niners flipping a 3rd-round pick. That's it, a 3rd-round pick for Chase Young, the former number 2 overall pick in the 2020 NFL draft. And I know Chase hasn't had the greatest career to start, but it does feel like he's on track this year with the 5 sacks. What type of player are the 49ers getting? What do you know about Chase Young here, and what a fleece for the 49ers? It feels like it's a fleece on paper, Steve.
Yeah, I don't know if you can say it's a fleece. I mean, there's still a lot to be seen because we haven't seen a lot of Chase Young. I mean, this is the first year where we've kind of seen the potential, right? He's been injured so much. It's just not on the field. So, look, this is your typical low-risk, high-return move. And so if he comes in with Chris Kocurek, the best defensive line coach in the NFL, and he gets to develop around all these studs on the defensive line with all kind of talent around him, then what a find, But you can't sit here and say, oh, they did this, they got this great guy. You just don't know. You hope so, you really hope so. But can he come in? How long is it going to take him to learn the system? But he's an incredibly talented player, and you hope that maybe him coming to a winning culture gets him in the right headspace too, because it's tough in Washington. I mean, you see those players there; they're sick of losing. So this is a potential new start for him and the Niners, and adding to that D-line rotational depth. They might have hit a home run. We'll see. It might be a bunt single, but as long as they get something that could, you never know. But as long as they get somebody who can produce, they've got other pieces. It's not like that position or that cupboard is bare.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, what does it say about that defensive line that they're adding to it? I mean, I think there were a lot of Niner fans and skeptics out there saying, like, oh my gosh, like you've invested $51 million this year into Bosa and $25 million this year into Hargrave and obviously Armstead, and you already got Randy Gregory, and you're going back to the well on the defensive line. Is this more of an indictment of them, or is this just a unique opportunity that presented itself and they struck on it?
It's a unique opportunity. Look what have good teams done? The Detroit Lions, they draft young players in positions that they didn't need. They didn't need a running back. They didn't need a linebacker. They didn't need a tight end, but they drafted those guys, and they're studs, right? You're seeing smart personnel people understand that over the course of 17 games, guys get hurt. To add depth, even at positions of strength, I mean, and these are key positions. They're going to pass rusher. What did the Seahawks do? They went out and did the same thing. They added and they got themselves another D lineman, right? So smart teams that are making the push have no problem taking a chance at positions where they're already set. And so that's what I think they did here. I don't think this is necessarily an indictment, but they know they need to get stronger there because, honestly, they have not been great at the edge position. And just watching that game the other day, I think they need to be a little bit more disciplined with some of the things they're doing because some guys are breaking integrity, and that gave Joey Burrow and the Bengals plenty of field to work with.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. Steve Weiss here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Seattle adds Frank Clark and Leonard Williams to their defensive line. So we'll get to them in just a second here, but I want to go to the quarterback here. He suffered had concussion-like symptoms on the flight home from Minnesota. Brock Purdy, that is, struggled a bit against Cincinnati. What do you make of what's gone on with Brock Purdy the last 3 weeks, Steve?
Yeah, it's weird because, just to go back to that Bengals game, he throws the bad pick, and then he comes right down the field and looks great. Right, so in talking to people around the league, it's something you hear from time to time about quarterbacks. Hey, if we can disrupt that first option, right, let's disrupt Brandon Ayuk and make him pat the ball a little bit, our rush can get to him. We can unnerve him a little bit. We're going to have this guy try to do things that he doesn't normally do. And we know that Brock is great in staying on schedule. So that's kind of the defensive strategy. And the Bengals had the personnel to bother him. Right, the Vikings had the personnel with Danielle Hunter and some of those guys up front to bother him. And so, there's a book now. And so we'll see when Debo comes back if that changes because they've got more threats out there. So, look, I'm not bailing on Brock Purdy. I don't think this is a coming down to earth thing. I think this is he's got to take the next step thing because other teams with good personnel are matching up. And he's trying to do some things he hasn't done before, and he's got to kind of come back to what Kyle loves about him: stay on schedule. If it's not there, throw the ball out of bounds because the giveaways are killing him. Yeah. The giveaways are killing him, and that's even that Vikings game. One, you saw him and Jennings miscommunication, but then he tried to force one late, and so they've got to look at their schedule. They got to look at the DCs because they've had some good ones the last 2 weeks. And he's got to figure it out. But, other guys have to step up. I don't think their offensive line play has been good. And if I'm the Niners, I'm far more concerned about what's happening defensively than I am what's happening quarterback.
Why are you really worried about the defense? Because I want to get it back into Purdy, but you ended it that way. Expand on that if you can, because there's been a lot of rhetoric about Wilks right now and schemes and the back end coverages not matching up with the pass rush. And this is a very high paid 48% of their payroll is in the top 6 players on defense, and they're just not performing.
That's why I would be more worried about the defense. The money, that's where they put their money in that front 7. Linebackers, defensive front. This is where they've done it for years, and that's where they've made their bread, right? Yep. With their pass rush, with their ability to stop the run, with doing things to cover up Fred Warner so he can run freely and make plays. And you heard me say it earlier. I'm seeing guys break integrity. I mean, there was a play where someone on the edge just came crashing in, and they bounced, on a run.
Joe Mixon. Yeah, Joe Mixon on the touchdown. That was Bosa, Steve. That was Nick Bosa.
He just broke integrity, set the edge. It was really uncharacteristic. So I don't know if that's scheme or I don't know if the player's trying to do too much. Right? To me, that's a player trying to do too much. But maybe it was his job to spill, and the outside linebacker, the safety didn't fill. Again, I don't know the play call. But the last couple games I've watched them, the middle of the field has been wide open. You watch where teams are hitting plays. They're hitting in that middle of the field in the run, middle of the field in the intermediate passing game. And so, like, what's happening there? Because there's a rule, like in basketball and things like that, you don't let people come up the middle.
Did we just underrate how good DeMeco Ryans and Robert Saleh? I mean, I'm looking back at that 2019 staff. I mean, you got so many guys that are now really good head coaches, you know. DeMeco seems very promising. Robert Saleh has done a really good job considering they lost Aaron Rodgers at like a play into the season, for crying out loud. And McDaniels has been brilliant. Now you got Anthony Lynn and Wilkes, and these are former head coaches. But have they lost some leadership in that coaching staff, or maybe some creativity?
Were we asking these questions when they started out 5-0?
No.
That's what I said earlier, Steve. We didn't ask not one of these questions.
I'm not buying that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
I don't buy that. To say they're losing leadership or this guy can't coach or these schemes aren't matching up. Maybe you blow a call here and there. Every coach does. Every coach wants some back. But this is where, I mean, you know, during this bye week and all, this is where you hear coaches talk about self-scout. Maybe these guys got a little too greedy during, you know, the players, coaches, everything felt too good about what they were doing when they started out 5-0 and they got a little loose. Okay, buckle things up. It happens.
Yeah,
it happens. You hear teams and players realize it all the time. Maybe we thought we were better than what we were. All right, let's play for this new contract. Let's play for Pro Bowls. Let's do that because we're rolling to the playoffs. And you do things where you're breaking integrity. You're breaking discipline. Get back to what the scheme calls for, and then that will identify if it's a scheme issue or if it's an integrity issue.
Steve Weiss here on the Morning Roast 95.7 The Game. I'm with it. Nobody was talking about Nick Bosa missing training camp. Nobody was talking about Wilkes when they were winning 5 in a row and beating the Cowboys 42-10. And to be honest with you, Steve, look, the defense has had their issues. They have. They held Minnesota to 6 points in the second half, giving the offense a chance to win not once but twice in the fourth quarter. Cincinnati, that's a 17-10 game late. Even though they didn't play well throughout that game, they still had a chance to tie that football game up because the defense did stiffen up a bit. That's why I look at the offense here and how they can get back on track and running the football. And when I look at Philadelphia and I look at Seattle, how big is that gap between Seattle and the 49ers right now? Because that's the key to me, Steve. They're not running the football well the last 3 weeks.
That's the issue. I mean, that's the issue offensively. And, you know, even Kyle admitted, I think after the game last week, he got away from it a little bit when the game was tight. Maybe that's, you know, maybe he thought he saw some things that weren't there. I mean, the Bengals have personnel that a lot of other teams don't. So honestly, there's no shame in losing to the Cincinnati Bengals. But I don't know if there's a significant gap between the Seahawks and the Niners. What there should be is a major realization that the Seahawks are getting better weekly, and they're adding, you know, to some parts of their team. I mean, getting Leonard Williams, that helps. Getting Frank Clark is going to help. I mean, they're gonna be tough rushing the passer. They're going to be tough stopping the run. You know, they're a physical team, much like the Niners, that are built to win in cold weather if they've got to go play in Philly or someplace like that. So I don't think there's necessarily a personnel gap. And if you give anyone the edge there, it's the Niners. It is just a progression through a 17-game season and kind of sticking to the plan, you know, to the scheme, whatever, that I think what the Niners need to tighten up right now. I mean, and we've seen this happen with them before where they have injuries and they go on 2 and 3 game losing streaks, and then all of a sudden they roll. Right now we're post-trade deadline, so this is why I'm not panicking about the 49ers, because we've seen this before.
You know, Steve, I want your opinion because we're so in like the Niner bubble. I think people are looking to criticize just every aspect of what's going on with this quarterback thing. And I want to get to like the head trauma situation, just league-wide. We all saw what happened with Tua last year, and we still don't even know this or that when it comes to concussions. But I was apprehensive, and I get the gladiator mentality, and I'm probably in the minority. It's a third party that is clearing these guys in a multi-step process to be ready for the game. And if the doctors say that he can play, and I'm Shanahan, I probably would play him even if I was apprehensive. But should the league look at the whole concussion thing? Because at the end of that game, and it could happen at any time, he could have took 5 weeks off and came back and gotten hit. But I'm worried about the man, you know, the young man, Brock Purdy. He slams his head on the turf, and I just don't know what the Niners could have done to avoid that. Like, I think it's a really tough spot, and it's easy to criticize him. I'm just asking in general about the whole concussion thing, particularly with these quarterbacks in the pocket.
Well, I can tell you there's no bigger issue that gets the NFL leadership's attention than concussions. I mean, that's why they're changing helmets. They're doing all these studies. They're hiring all these universities to do all these studies and helmet designs and things like this. Look at the rule changes. I mean, you can't touch the quarterback. It's there's no true read. I have had concussions, right? And you can bounce back and be good in a week, or you can be unsteady for 3 weeks. I mean, we've seen people, where it doesn't look like a big hit, where they can't figure things out for a while. Like the human body individually bounces back. I don't think there's a direct science because, one of the big concerns that teams have about an independent neurologist is they don't know the player's behavior beforehand, right? There may be a guy who says weird stuff just because he's a quirky guy, right? And when he's being independently evaluated, he may say weird stuff, and the doc may say he's still concussed, right? And the coach could say that's who he is, and then the coach looks like he's pushing a guy out there. So there's just no. I mean, there's really no way to be 100% exact when it comes to something like this, which is why it's always a roll of the dice, no matter what.
No doubt about that. Real quick, Steve, before we let you go, 30 seconds or less because we're up against it, and we appreciate the time today. What would happen if Brock Purdy did have to miss time? Would there be any drop-off with Sam Darnold under center in this offense?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know. Haven't seen Sam play in this offense. We know they're high on him. We know he's talented, but we'll see. But the one thing the Niners tend to do is they tend to rise up at other positions to buoy their quarterback when at least doesn't turn the ball over.
Got it. Steve, man, you're so kind with your time, man. We appreciate the time. Keep up the great work at NFL Network, at Wyche89 on Twitter, of course. He's been doing it for a long time over there. Thanks for the time this morning, Steve.
Appreciate you guys.
Anytime, Steve Wyche here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
There's been a lot of speculation about the concussion and everything. I want to defend the 49ers here, even though I sound like I'm probably contradicting myself. I'm not. A third party has to clear Brock Purdy or any player who has a concussion with a multi-step process, right? So it's not 49er doctors. It's independent doctors. And I just know if I was the coach and the medical people are telling me he's okay, I know I'm trying to win that day, because my job's always on the line, right? And so if they say he's medically cleared, and I'm not going to second guess them. They're experts in their field, and they're there for a reason. And if the guy's cleared, boom, he's cleared. I guess where it gets really, really tricky and difficult here is I just don't know what the Niners are supposed to do to protect him once he then is cleared and gets back in. They're just in a tough spot. And so everybody's replaying that hit at the end, and it's gruesome, right? Where his head slams and he hits the ground. There was a play in particular that showed me that no one's talked about, that they actually do care about Brock Purdy. It was when they went to a wider formation, and it was a short yardage situation, and they did a very creative play to have Juszczyk come in and take the quarterback snap, and he would do essentially a fullback QB sneak type play. Right. And I was like, oh, that's a really creative play to keep your quarterback out of harm's way. And no one has stood up for Shanahan there. And I just wanted to point that out. We say, oh, he doesn't care. No, I thought he does.
They've run that play, and I don't think Shanahan was doing that to protect necessarily his quarterback. He was saying this is a creative way to get I think it was a creative way to try to get a yard because early in the game on the first possession, they didn't get a yard when they gave it to Juszczyk up the middle. And then your quarterback sneaks are not necessarily working because DJ Reader and company are blowing it up. They're blowing it up in the middle. DJ Reader and BJ Hill and their 5-man front in Cincinnati. So I don't know, man. Listen, Christian McCaffrey got cleared against Minnesota. I didn't think he should play against Minnesota. Well, he ended up scoring a touchdown. And last week when he went out there on the football field, I had no thoughts about his oblique injury.
Yeah, he looked good last week.
Didn't even care.
Even though he couldn't run, he couldn't get a lot of yards to run because they're running a lot of holes.
So, but I was more intrigued with what Steve Wyche had to say about this defense. Guys not being disciplined. And he goes, I don't want to hear it about the defensive coordinator. Steve Wyche, covering this league a long time, saying, where was this talk at when they were winning 5 in a row? One bad play call. If you take away that play call against Minnesota, then you're looking at the defense saying, boy, he gave up less than 20 for back-to-back weeks. Okay, cool.
And had multiple turnovers that they generated. That's the one thing
that generated turnovers last week. So, look, I'm not saying Steve Wilks'
defense has generated turnovers.
I crushed Wilks last week for that call. the zero blitz call. I'm not happy with Steve Wilks. The first half, Steve Wilks is getting out coached against Sean McVay in week number 2. We forget about that against the LA Rams. They made adjustments at halftime, and they were a lot better in that second half. He's had some up and down halves, but I'm looking at this offense here. Did I get the offense to carry this team for once? Defense has been carrying this team for 3 of the last 4 years.
Well, I think one thing
defense, right? We didn't give the offense credit when they scored 30 a game in 2019 because we said the defense forced turnovers and gave Jimmy Garoppolo company short fields. So can I get the offense? Then don't give me this thing about Debo because half of you told me Debo was overpaid anyway.
Well, I think Trent, to me, Trent is the big one. Like, I'm looking at this offensive line. And Jalen, I thought it was going to be worse for Jalen. Even though Brock was running like crazy, I think a less mobile quarterback could probably get sacked more. It wasn't as bad as I had feared with Jalen. Jalen was bad. Now you got Banks out, right? So it's going to be Feliciano in there. Brendel. Burford has been a penalty machine, and McKivitz hasn't been great. So this offensive line has not been very good.
Yeah,
and I think Trent's absence only makes that worse.
They haven't. I need Shanahan to scheme it up. Let's get something going.
Well, he picked this offensive line.
Well, and Shanahan threw, and I think, you know what?
What?
We're going to get to the calls in a second here. I see them calls lined up. But Shanahan throwing Wilks under the bus like he did, because I still believe he threw him under the bus. You just don't say that. Baldy said it. Everybody said it. I was talking to Kirk Morrison. It's like, yeah, you don't have to do that at the podium. The guy knows he called a bad play. The defense knows he called a bad play. You pick it up, you move on, you adjust. But Shanahan setting that tone last week, and I'm looking at Shanahan saying, well, in the Cleveland game, the Niners were up 17-16 with 3 minutes of change left. We don't talk about that enough. He called 3 straight pass plays. He called 3 straight pass plays.
And burned like 13 seconds off the clock.
16 seconds to be exact.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a conversation about the decision-making again for Kyle Shanahan in big moments and clock management. We can criticize everybody all we want to, but I'm tired of the finger pointing. The point is, this team just needs to play better.
There's been a lot of murmurs about the extension. You know, they gave the extensions out after 3 weeks, I believe, this year. It was like week 3 that they gave it out. I don't know, man. I feel like they do their best work when they're a little under pressure. No, I do. I mean that. I mean that. And so I am reconsidering my opinion that the extension doesn't matter because it's like, oh, you can always fire anyone whenever you want. Do it? I think that's the thing.
Because some of the things I hear from Shanahan, I'm like, boy, he talks like he's got job security. And he does.
Well, that was the thing about the quarterback. And I know you have your own opinion about asking, but to me, the fact that he was so not prepared for a quarterback question, when your quarterback has, whether it's Montana, Brady, whatever, you should be prepared for the quarterback question when your quarterback has literally turned the ball over in the fourth quarter that many times. No one is saying you got to bench him. But to be prepared for that conversation.
I don't think it was a lack of preparation. I think it was just he was annoyed by the question.
No, I think he's very comfortable.
No, I think he was annoyed by the question and didn't want to answer the question.
Oh, well, that might, that might be
prepared for everything. Corey does a great job. He's the Raymond Ritter of the 49ers. Corey does an excellent job as the head of PR for the 49ers. And that would be an indictment on Corey for not prepping Shanahan for what's to come. They're all aware of what questions are coming. They knew a Darnold question was going. They always know a quarterback question is going to come. Shanahan was just annoyed, didn't want to answer the question.
Well, I don't know.
He could be prickly. We've seen that over. How many times he called the media hard-headed? We know that about Shanahan. Shanahan could be snarky.
Yeah, but he's got to know that one's coming and have a...
He did. He was prepared for it. He just didn't want to answer.
Well, that was your interpretation.
No, I think being in those rooms a long, long time and knowing how PR player reps or coaches reps or what Corey does as a public relations president for the 49ers, Corey has Shanahan knowing that, they're probably going to ask this, that. That's what they do. That's what they do.
I don't know. My interpretation was that he felt so confident in his situation. He was thinking all the questions were going to come about other things. Because it does feel like you get a lot of, how's Raheem Mostert's hamstring? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on with Trent Williams? Do we have an update status on this? Like, it becomes more of like injury updates. And I just thought he would have I don't know. I thought his pause to me was telling.
I do not think it was a lack of preparation whatsoever. I think it was a lack of, I don't want to answer the question.
I'm sure that
and it could be from where the question came from. That's what that is. Let's go to the lines. Rat-a-tat-tat. This has been a fun show. I've really enjoyed today. Anthony and Vallejo, what's happening? Anthony, what's happening?
Yo, what's up, fellas?
What's going on?
Top of the AM to you, man. Hey, football's a team sport, man. You know what I mean? And we can point the finger all day, but I guarantee you that locker room ain't pointing the finger. You win as a team. We won 5 straight as a team. We lost 3 straight as a team. I like to think of Rocky Balboa when he said it's not how hard you can hit, but it's how hard you can get knocked, how bad you can get knocked down and still be able to get back up.
Yep.
I think we got hit in the mouth 3 games in a row, and I think it's time for us to show that we are champions, respond with some adversity, and come back and start hitting people back in the mouth. We're a great team. Coaches have messed up. Defense has messed up. Offense has messed up. The equation equaled 3 losses in a row. Now let's change that equation and start punching people back in the mouth.
And you know what? Good call. Good call, Anthony. You know what? Let's give the Niners a benefit of the doubt. The last 2 seasons, going to NFC Championship games, they have gotten up off the mat after getting knocked down.
Absolutely.
They have bounced back and rallied and played their best football in November and December.
Well, and it feels like they've had a wrinkle. So, like adding CMC last year, the year before, utilizing Debo in ways that no one had thought of up until that point. So, like, is the wrinkle just the Chase Young acquisition?
Right.
Is the wrinkle doing something different on offense? I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, no, this team has proven the last 2 years that they can bounce back. And I believe that they have the guys in that locker room to bounce back and rally around Steve Wilks, rally around Brock Purdy, and play some damn good football. This team is still Super Bowl or bust. The goals haven't changed, folks. And John Lynch told you that yesterday, that we're still in on a Super Bowl this season. So let's go get Chase Young. Let's go to Brian in Milburn. Brian in Milburn, what's happening?
Hey, how you doing? I'm a huge 49er fan. I'm a huge fan of your station.
Thank you.
I have to say, the biggest problem to me, sir, is definitely the defense, because we have a defense. We're not the Cardinals, or we're not none of them other teams. Our defense should hold teams to 14 to 15 points a game. So we're scoring 17, which we should be scoring way more. You're right. But our defense is in shambles. I look at the game, and it's looked like the other defensive coordinator just playing. I mean, the offensive coordinator just playing with him. Like, he just calling all the wrong plays. And I think it's going to have to come a time that they take the play calling from him, because that defense never looked like that. Yeah, we had bad beginnings of the season, but we dusted off, and then we go kick you know what. It doesn't look like that, bro.
Well,
we go kick. Yeah, they be scared to death of the 49ers in the end of the season.
Who are you going to give play calling duties to? Who on the staff right now? You're not going to hire someone off the streets. So, like, who on the staff has that? I don't even have the answer to that. Who has that capability?
Okay, question. Who been there long is that? That's been okay. The other 2 quarters got jobs. Saying top of my head that he been there through all of it. You could probably tell him, hey, listen, we need to go back to the drawing board, going back to the plays we've been calling. I don't know what you're doing. And the defensive line coach should be able to guide him through the steps in that process.
Well, that's why I wanted, Brian, good call, but that's why I want Eric Crocker back on the show. Because Eric Crocker, was about 5 weeks ago, Sam, where he said, I asked him about the defense. He goes, well, let's be real. Shanahan's a real defensive coordinator. This is his defense.
Well, Wilks.
This is his baby.
He hired Wilks, like, for those that he hired Wilks to do something that Wilks isn't prepared to do in terms of run this particular defense when Wilks is accustomed to doing different things.
Right.
And so you're trying to fit the triangle into the circle hole here when it comes to the defensive schematics. And in years past, they just elevated guys. They brought Robert Saleh in because he in particular wanted to have the Seattle type of defense, because he said he's game planned against it and he coached against it, coached with it in Atlanta, and it's very difficult to go up against. And that's why he views this defense as his ideal defense. And when he looked around, Vic Fangio didn't want to run this defense.
No, he didn't.
And I'm sure there were other elements. That wasn't the only thing, but that was a part of it.
He wanted to move to 3-4.
He hired Wilks knowing he doesn't know this defense, and Wilks took the job knowing that he's going to have to learn on the fly. So everybody kind of signed up for a learning, like some growth here.
There it is. There it is.
But I don't put it as much on Wilks.
You know,
I don't put it as much on Wilks. I put it on them like, hey, you just should have known you're hiring someone with a skill set that's different than what you're looking for.
Hey, man, look, ain't no scheme going to help you make a tackle better.
Yeah,
Can you make a tackle better? You're in position to make tackles.
We are.
Most of these tackles that they missed the last 3 weeks, which has been over 32 to 33 tackles that they've missed, it's been right there in their grasp. They missed Joe Burrow. The guys missed Joe Burrow out of sack. He spun out of 2 sacks on the same play. And made it and threw a dime. So I don't care what type of scheme you're running. Can you tackle better? Can the 49ers tackle better, please? They missed a lot of tackles. Trey Greenlaw got straight up trucked by Joe Mixon. Is that Steve Wilks' fault?
No.
You know?
No.
Charvarius Ward holding on every damn play. Is that Steve Wilks' fault?
No.
How about you cover better?
No, I agree.
Nick Bosa, it starts with Nick Bosa again. It starts with Nick Bosa because Steve Wilkes has not been perfect. But who's Nick Bosa to miss training camp and throw the D coordinator under the bus and then talk about how he's experimenting and you're not getting to the quarterback? Well, I'll start there. Nick Bosa, you need to play better. Coordinator's going to help him play better? Help him get 18 sacks? Come on, man. Let's be smart. JC, Sacramento. JC, what's happening?
Man, what's going on, guys? I just want to touch. I don't understand why people really are attacking this defense. I'm looking at it like I blame John Lynch. I blame Kyle Shanahan. I blame the offensive team, you know what I'm saying, totality, players and coaches on offense, and then the defense last. You don't have your best defensive back, Jimmy Ward. You lost your best corner, Emmanuel Mosley. You lost arguably your second-best linebacker in Aziz Shire. You lost your second-best run passer in Samson Ebukam. You lost your best run stopper in DJ Jones. And you lost other guys that added to the depth on that defensive line. What do you expect the defensive coordinator to do? John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan brought these players in there. If I'm Steve Wilkes going to a coach's meeting this week, I'm got to feel like I'm Alvin Hayes on a program when he walked in their locker room and said, damn, defense got to pitch a shutout just to win the game. Because that's what it feels like. You're sitting here, you're handicapping the guy on players. These players are not as good as the ones last year. You play a top 2 quarterback in Burrow, top 2 wide receiver in Chase, top 5 running back, and a slew of other great players with defensive players who probably should not be starting. And you have a nerve when your offense scores 17 points, your defense giving you turnovers. They're a bend but don't break. They're not giving up points and they're giving you turnovers. You're giving it right back. How can anybody blame the defense, man?
Hey, listen, the defense, they need to be held accountable because they set a high standard for being one of the top units in football the last 3 to 4 years. They've been playing lights-out football. But I asked you a question in training camp. Is this the year? Because I do believe this offense should score 30 a game.
They're at 20,
and they started off.
They're at 27 per game right now.
3 straight weeks of 17 a game.
Yeah, lowered them below 30.
All right. This is an offensive league. And you're scoring 17. Ask the Raiders how scoring less than 20 worked out. Well, they're without a head coach, they're without a GM, and they're without an offensive coordinator now because they can't score more than 20 points a game as an offense. You got to score. And the defense gave them an opportunity. Now, Jake Moody missed a kick. 41-yarder to win the game. Minnesota, you had 2 chances.
Quite frankly,
2 chances.
Not to get they were lucky to be in a position to kick a game-winning field goal in that one. They could have thrown multiple picks on that drive, and they got a really generous third down penalty. But keep going. I'm sorry.
To your point,
I don't mean to do a quick aside.
Well, you're kind of making my point. The offense had 8 3-and-outs in that football.
Well, and they've had in the Minnesota game. In the Minnesota game, they had 2 opportunities
to win the football game.
In the Bengal game, they had 2 consecutive opportunities to tie the ball game.
Thank you. You just basically spoke for me.
And so and that's where I'm looking like. And Brock Purdy was really good for 3 quarters, but in that fourth quarter, those are the money time. Like that's what separates the good from the great, or the not so good from the good. Like,
can I
being
get
a better player in the fourth quarter. Did you know that his passer rating, if you look at it by quarter this year, his highest passer rating quarter, whether you believe in that stat or not, is the first quarter. His second highest is the second quarter. His third highest is the third quarter, and his lowest is the fourth quarter.
Wow. Well, that's not good.
Is that by coincidence?
No, that's not good.
Is that a bad trend?
It's not good. I don't believe in quarterback ratings.
I don't either.
But I do believe in playing better football in the second half.
He's an 82% quarterback rating in the fourth quarter right now. Now, it's diluted because of the interceptions, but those happened. And the 6 fumbles for me are the bigger things that no one's talking about because he's put the ball on the floor a lot, and he's been good. He's moved around. This offensive line hasn't done him a lot of favors. But putting the ball on the ground, that's a protection thing.
So you hold Minnesota to 22, you hold Cleveland to 19, and we're blaming the defense when the offense scores 17. So you just made my point. We need to stop blaming Wilkes for everything. Now, he deserves criticism. He does. He deserves it. But this defensive line is not getting home. Is that a coaching thing, or is that a player thing? Is that a performance thing?
I think it's a Fast 5 thing.
Okay. Damn, I wanted to get to BPA and Dave. Guys, call us back tomorrow. Sorry, I didn't realize time just flew by today. I could go another 2 hours. But we got Warriors and Kings tonight. Warriors and Kings. Warriors looking to improve to 4-1 and get their first home win of the season. There, my final thought is this offense. Can you carry the defense for once? Can you come out there like gangbusters? No more excuses. I'm tired of it. No more excuses. Shanahan and Brock, you got to be better. That's my final thoughts. Be better.
I like that. My final thoughts is, I walk into downtown San Francisco, and it's grimy, and it's a walking zombie apocalypse. But last night in particular, I went up to Midtown Terrace to go to my cousin Mike's house, and they blocked off some of the streets. It was a party in San Francisco that was the safest, cleanest, most family-friendly thing that I've seen in a long time. And I know we want to rip the city for all the things that it's not, but we don't highlight the positive things that are happening. Shout out the community of Midtown Terrace. You know where you are, on Delbrook up there. One of the coolest trick-or-treating setups in all the land. It felt like something out of a movie. Love you, Mike. Had a great time.
Dennis Allen, Tony Sperano, Jack Del Rio, John Gruden, Rich Bisaccia, Josh McDaniels, and now Antonio Pierce. Good job, Mark Davis. It's been a great tenure as owner.
Sound like Arya Stark with your list there. Bay Area, you are officially on a hurricane warning. Guys, did you see the ACC schedule released for the next 7 years the other day?
No.
My Miami Hurricanes are coming to Strawberry Canyon next year to take on the Cal Bears.
Tightwad
Hill? This is a dream matchup for me. Obviously, I grew up a huge Cal fan. My dad went to Cal. My mom went to Cal. He's a big Cal fan. He and I will both be at that. Miami at Cal next year. Very excited for that. Also, you got that team that from Tallahassee. They come to Cal in 2027. Also, next year, FSU at Stanford in the worst game ever. And then, you can get Miami again at Cal in like 2030. So,
do you know Lubman at Cal visited? Miami visited Cal in the early '90s.
Yep.
Really, you're at that game?
No, I was at the game at Oracle. They played at Oracle.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that one. I'm talking about like early '90s.
No, I'm talking about the bowl game.
Yeah, I was at the bowl game.
Yeah,
the Emerald Bowl.
And then,
I was at the bowl game.
Florida State as well, I believe.
Yeah,
also
Florida State played that. I was standing next to
College.
I was standing next to Clinton Portis and Santana Moss during that Miami Cal game. Javin Best went crazy.
My dad was at that 1990 game between Cal and Miami, and
that's what I'm talking about.
He came away hating Miami.
Yeah, because Miami was showboating. Miami dropped 50 on Cal. It was a great game actually in the first half. First half, and then Miami blew them out.
I close my eyes and I think ACC. I think Tightwad Hill, not Tobacco Road.
And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 6G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Evan Giddings and Daryl the Guru Johnson. Enjoy, everybody.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions.
What is going on, Bay Area? Matt Steinmetz out today. Evan Giddings in for Steiny. But don't worry, the Goo's back. Off a doctor's appointment, Goo? How you feeling, man? What's going on?
Baby? E, can I call you Michael Jackson? Your style,
if you like.
You're a smooth criminal on the mic, man. You sound good. I tuned in yesterday a little bit. Heard Steiny throw rocks at me, but you had my back.
Vitiligo.
But E, you're smooth on the mic. But to come out of the doctor's appointment yesterday to the news that Chase Young is a Niner, Evan, are the other GMs in the NFL asleep? I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. But I'm just telling you, for Lynch to go add this to what they already have on the D-line, and I know right now there's problems. They're not getting home. I mean, here's a beer, John and Kyle, for never standing pat, and now you got arguably on paper the best D-line in the game. Good morning, baby.
Well, and I'm glad you want to start there because, look, we got a Warriors Wednesday. We got the Kings in town.
Yeah.
Taking on the 3-0 on the road Golden State Warriors.
I know you're rocking the jacket. I still got a long way to go.
I know you got a long way to go, but that bet looking all right. A lot better than last year.
No
I mean,
doubt.
What, over 30% of the way home compared to 11 wins last year? So the Warriors are in town taking on the Kings at 7 o'clock. And, of course, Warriors Live starts at 6. But the biggest news in the Bay was made by the 49ers yesterday. And John Lynch, who once again, in your words, Goo, I think you put it perfectly before the show, made a low-risk, high-reward move in trading a third-round compensatory pick for Chase Young. And so, you know, with on the air, Steiny, we reacted to it yesterday, kind of flushed out how, you know, the move might affect the 49ers and how he's a fit. All that good stuff. But the question I want to start with today, 888-957-9570 is the number, Comcast Business text line. What does the move mean? Like, what does it mean for the 49ers and for a team whose strength and the majority of their cap is built into that defensive line, which has been an absolute force the last 3 seasons, why do you feel a need to go out and get a Chase Young? Like, that's kind of what I want to know. What does the move symbolize? What does it mean to you? What does it signal about the direction that the San Francisco 49ers season is going in entering the bye week?
That's a perfect question, and I think I got an answer. Evan, it means we always talk and look at this team through the prism of windows. Oh, you got the cheap quarterback when it comes to contracts. But what this means and symbolizes to me, and if I'm a Niner fan, you got to be happy this morning, is they're all in. And when I say they're all in, not just the players, Evan, the front office, they're never content. And this was supposed to, I do have questions, Evan. This was supposed to, D-line was supposed to be a strength, almost like you didn't hear you didn't need Chase Young. But the fact that they looked at themselves like the last 3 are unacceptable, the last 3 games, Burrow picked them apart. The fact that they felt the need to pick up the phone and see if they could get something for much of nothing, a compensatory pick, Evan, like this is low risk, high reward. But again, to answer your question, the front office is all in. And that's why if I'm a Niner fan, that's all you can ask for. I don't know what's going to happen, but damn, they're doing their part.
See, I don't know if the front office, if I can say that they're all in. Now,
Tell me why.
I think they want to win the Super Bowl, and I think they're going to do everything in their power to do it. But at the trade deadline, if you were all in, wouldn't you have gone out and gotten a member of the secondary? Wouldn't you have gone out and gotten some depth at O-line? Positions that have been decimated because either the defense, the D-line, the linebackers haven't played up to par, or offensively, you have not been able to. I mean, they're scoring 17 points a game compared to the 35 they were before in the first 5 games of the season. And the other reason I do wonder if it's accurate to assess the 49ers as being all in is because when you identify a weakness in your team, you generally address it. Now, I know NFL trades are not extremely common or haven't been prior to really the last few years. But let's take a look at the Philadelphia Eagles, team that's 7-1, first place in the NFC. Their secondary stunk the first 4 or 5 weeks. I mean, it hasn't been very good compared to last year. So what do? They go out and trade for a former All-Pro safety, Kevin Byard.
Man, a baller.
They got better. The Seattle Seahawks, who currently stand a half game in front of the 49ers in the NFC West.
Frank Clark and your boy.
Leonard Williams, former Pro Bowler for the New York Giants. Their weakness was on the defensive line. They addressed it. Now, the question remains, are those players going to be impactful enough to help the Eagles and the Seahawks? But it is very interesting to me that the 49ers chose to address a position that was supposedly supposed to be the strength of this team. And maybe you get richer, and that helps offset everything else. But I am kind of questioning what the move actually means for the direction of the 49ers season.
Man, Evan, I couldn't say it better. I'll just say this. All the things that you mentioned that were on their to-do list, in reality, Evan, you can't just go to the football Walmart and get everything that you want. It's almost like luck that you were able to get Chase Young and pry him from the Commanders. But to
cheap.
For much of nothing.
Yeah.
And there is a question in my gut, my heart, on why you needed him. And on top of Chase Young, I'll throw in Randy Gregory. Why you felt like you needed, but you lost some depth. You lost some B+, C+ type of players, Ebukam, all those DJ Jones, not the household names, but the depth. But I do wonder why they haven't been getting home. So by all accounts, Evan, there were news yesterday that Jackson from the Giants was coming here to San Francisco. And I heard you yesterday, the fax machine got stuck or was at something, it got unplugged. But they tried to address that. But to me, to get Chase Young, who has 5 sacks on this young season, that can play the run, I mean, my goodness, to me, I've seen all I need to see from, again, the front office on, hey, we're going to do our part on the field as far as the players, but can you enhance us? And now, to me, Bonte just left out of here, and we were having a conversation, you, him, and I. Wilks, I think doesn't this come with the job when you say, why is my defensive line not performing? And Bonte, and he's not by himself, and kind of you, Evan, if you let me know if I'm speaking for you wrong, why they're not getting home or getting after the quarterback. I don't know if it's something strategic. But now that you add Chase Young to this D-line with Bosa, Armstead, and Hargrave, my goodness, again, on paper, I believe it's up there with Philly. Like, now here we go. And I think the Niners did this. They benefit from, if we don't get to the quarterback, then fundamentally, Evan, Wilkes, there's no defending. Something's going on.
Yeah, no doubt. And I want to run this by our Odyssey NFL insider, Ross Tucker. He's going to join us at 1:15 today. Ross is, he's got pretty much knowledge on just about every single team in the NFL. He's stationed in Philly. So I'm interested to see if he believes that this defensive line is better than the 49ers. We, of course, also got a chance for you to win an opportunity to play at the Chase Center. We're going to be giving out a knockout opportunity at 12:30, so make sure to tune in then. Got to listen as you have all week, and we'll continue to do all week here on 95.7 The Game. And it's also Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. But 888-957-9570. 24 hours removed. I think it's hard to grade anywhere below a B or a B plus for what the 49ers did yesterday. The move is, it's opportunistic, it's low risk, it's high reward. But how are you feeling about it a day after? 888-957-9570. Does it help the 49ers? Does it address the problems that you guys have been talking about, you, Steiny, and Guru have been talking about for the last week, which is the secondary can't keep anybody in front. They're missing tackles. The D-line can't get to the quarterback. They can't seem to stop the run. And the offense can't seem to score more than 17 points. So I do think it signals to me a sense of urgency from this front office. At 5-3, you're still in the driver's seat. You're still in good position.
It's a bad 5-3.
But you're wondering if the season might begin to tip off the rails.
Okay, so Chase Young, when he's healthy, and we know he had the ACL, just like Bosa, both Ohio State boys. But, Evan, you let me know if you got the bye week, you went shopping, you got a new weapon on the D-line. You would think this would give you an infusion, right? The team's going to come back in Jacksonville and show the world defensively. You're right. They have been holding teams, even on bad days, except Cincinnati, to 17 around that juncture. But now it's back to let's fix Brock Purdy, 30 for Purdy. The last 3 games have been underwhelming as an offense. We'll leave that there. So I have confidence that Kyle and company can get that fixed. But now, if I'm a fan and I'm a defensive player and you speak of that secondary, what's a cornerback's best friend? Of pass rush. And now if Chase Young is Chase Young that he was this year with the 5 sacks I mentioned, can stop the run, I think this is just no way we're not going to see just, from the eye test that, oh my gosh, they fixed the problem. And maybe I'm a little overzealous because, Evan, I'm up here like, oh, I wish they weren't on the bye so we could see this new D-line or defense. I'm going there. They got to be fired up.
They have to be. Also because they need to get fired up. Like, they need to play better. This defensive line with the additions now of Chase Young and Randy Gregory, I don't know how you feel about it, Goo, but they got no excuses. And I think Steve Wilkes also has no excuse for not getting to the quarterback because you might have the most talented defensive line in football.
Oh, my gosh, man.
You got Chase Young, number 2 overall pick. Nick Bosa, number 2 overall pick. Eric Armstead's a first-rounder. Even Cleveland Ferrell coming off the bench, former first-round pick. Drake Jackson, second-round pick. Like, you have a bevy of talent up front. Javon Hargrave just got $80+ million. Like, you have every single weapon at your disposal up front. And so, yes, while I don't believe that the 49ers did enough in the secondary at the trade deadline, and by the way, the report we're talking about was false according to John Lynch, said they were not close.
I saw Drew Down. Okay, so it wasn't the fax machine then.
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
Well, allegedly.
Right.
But we don't know. But what we do know is that John Lynch said that the 49ers were not close to getting a member of the secondary. And I think that also points to them trying to find trades that align with helping the team, but also not putting themselves in asset hell, so to speak. Like last year, McCaffrey essentially just cost you a second-round pick. And
what did he do to your offense? There you go.
Oh, my God.
Okay, there you go.
They didn't lose a game.
Man. So, Evan, I was in the lab yesterday, and again, I just keep going to our conversation with you, Bonte, and I before he left out of here. Can I read some names off to you? Because I know in sports, especially me, the highlights, I'm enamored with the big names, and I'm not ashamed of that. but we're talking about why the Niners defensive line, which was a strength, and I felt the same way I feel now when they went and poached Hargrave from the rival Eagles in the offseason. I was like, oh my gosh, it's on and popping. But we haven't seen that production. I'm going to read some names to you, and you tell me what you think.
Please do.
DJ Jones, Arden Key, Hyder, Ridgeway, Amenahue, Ebukon, Ronald Blair. I know those guys aren't stars, but it gave you depth. And I'm just throwing this at you because I don't technically know how I feel. Do you think those guys not being in Niner uniforms are why this array of the four, I'll call them the Fantastic Four, even without your guy from D.C., should I slap myself for saying maybe that's why those Bosa, Hargrave, and Armstead aren't getting to the quarterback? Or hell no, Goo, you're mentioning guys that are okay, but they're not stars. So I'm wondering, did they lose depth? Or are you like, Goo, you're missing the point? That ain't got nothing to do with what we're watching now. And Bosa, defensive $120 million man, not getting to the quarterback. That ain't got nothing to do with the names I just mentioned. Like, I'm conflicted.
I think it has something to do with it, but not the majority. Like, if you're playing the Blaine game, that's 15%, like 85%. And I'm going to take the words out of Fred Warner's mouth. It's on the players. Like, the players have not played up to their par, their expectation that they have set for themselves last season. And as much as, look, I love Samson Ebukam. I love Charles Amenahue. I love, Kerry Hyder. I think those, what you mentioned, Arden Key, DJ Jones, like, those are all great in their own right players. But last season, you know the second highest sack total for the 49ers? It was 5.
Whoa, go, boy.
Nick Bosa had 18.5. This year, he's got 3. You just went on and traded for a guy that has almost double the amount of sacks as your leading sack guy. And that's both Bosa as well as Javon Hargrave, the 2 highest paid players on that defensive line. They have not played up to the level that they've set for themselves. And I don't know if Steve Wilks is helping them unlock what potentially they could do. So I think there's a lot of issues on that D-line, and you need to fix them because help's not going to come in the secondary. The way that the 49ers can reestablish themselves as a top 3 or top 2 or potentially top 1 defensive unit like they've been in recent memory is through the D-line. That's it.
I'm so with you. We got, what time did you say we had, Ross?
1:15. 1:15, Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider.
And I'm going to go Kanye. I don't have the answers, Sway. You're Sway right now. Evan, I don't have the answers as to why Chase Young, this D-line couldn't cause havoc. But up until after the Dallas game, they were who we thought they were. They were dogs. So I'm telling you this. I feel like all hell is going to break loose. I'm not being negative. I'm keeping it real because it's on the board. Okay? If somehow this Chase Young impact doesn't help them, then it's got to be the guy. Are you telling me it's unfair to put it at Wilks? If Wilks was Pee Wee Herman, if he's a defensive coordinator, it's got to be some blame on you, most of the blame, because what do you think Bosa and Hargrave and even Armstead, for that matter, have forgotten when it comes to getting after quarterback? Or have other teams found some weaknesses on Bosa after he signed as John Hancock to that contract? Like, I'm just lost.
Well, and I think Steve Wilks has, on particular plays, been lost. Like calling an all-out blitz cover 0 before the half is probably a play where you look a little bit lost. But what I will say is there's a reason why they don't pay coordinators $120 million.
Talk to me, man.
Guaranteed.
All right.
Because they are not the ones on the field. They try to do the best possible job to put these guys in position to succeed. I think it's fair to say that Wilks has not done that over the last 3 games, but we didn't hear a whole lot about him during that 5-game win streak in which the offense was throwing up 30 on the reg. Like, those are games in which you look back and say, actually, that defense was pretty damn good.
So
what's happened the last 3 games? Is it all Steve Wilks? It's probably part of it.
I'm not going there because I get that. That is totally unfair. But tell me if you give me a nickel for this take. So Robert Saleh parlayed his defensive coordinator position into a head coaching job. He's with the Jets. DeMeco Ryans followed him. He's in H-Town. I can make an argument. Those two have never gone through this much turbulence as Steve Wilks is, even if you feel like it's not all on him. I don't think during their tenure, both of the guys I've talked about, Evan, you tell me if you think I'm wrong, I don't think they've ever had this stretch to where fans and just the NFL world are like, what's going on with the Niners defense? You correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I'm with you, especially because this is a season in which defenses have thrived. Like, I'll just read you a couple numbers about what's going on around the league. Mahomes, Allen, Hurts, top 3 MVP candidates from last year, all have 8 picks. The elite quarterbacks are not lighting up the scoreboard the way that we've seen and become accustomed to. This year, 21.8, that's points per game around the league. That's the second lowest mark since 2009. 2.35 touchdowns per game from teams league-wide. That's the lowest mark since 2006. So it's not as if offenses are soaring, outside of Miami, I guess. And it's not as if teams are throwing up points. Well, yeah, but that's kind of the issue right now is it's not as if you look around and say, damn, well, every defense is getting their butt whooped. Like the 49ers, the last 3 weeks, their defense has looked mortal, more than mortal.
Yeah.
And
it looked like they could be had, and they've been had.
They have. And I wonder what people feel about what the move yesterday, trading for Chase Young, means, what it signals for the 49ers moving forward. Let's get to the phones, too. Let's bring in Buck in Beaumont, Texas.
Beaumont.
What's up, Buck? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Goo.
What's going on, guys? I have one quick request, man. The promo that says Simon is doing a great job. That's my brother, the Warrior. Is there any way we can get that off? I'm tired of hearing him brag about that.
Help me out.
Like him saying he's having a hell of a year?
No, it says Simon, you're doing a great job on the promo.
Oh yeah, in the open.
Oh, in the open,
Yes, on the open. Yes, I got to hear him brag about that. But that's enough about that. That was
that's our guy. He's doing a great job. He's one of a kind.
No, I know. I just don't want to hear my brother's voice on the radio every day.
Oh,
is that Stoney's brother?
No, it might have been Buck's brother. Sorry, Buck, you're breaking up. I'm sorry about that.
I feel like that was actually the Warrior calling in and just saying it was his brother, too.
Oh. Steinmetz, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Like that guy?
Called a Goo baffled. Right.
I don't think Steve Wilkes has been doing a great job.
Man. And Evan, I'm not, again, I get
Kyle
it. I'm
Shanahan,
not
honestly.
Well, what about Bosa? What do you think he did? His mom not feed. She called Willard and Dibbs. I remember this
he's
one
been eating
quote.
the omelets. I don't know.
She said he had lost some weight, LBSs.
I thought he put on weight.
Well, she said he had lost, like he was. I'm wondering if that might be. I don't know. I don't know. But Bosa, you got to get out there. This was supposed to be the strength without Gregory and Young. So now the Niners, it's almost majestic in this way. Now you give another weapon to Wilkes and that defensive unit. And Evan, if you can't get to the quarterback, then Houston in this sense is San Francisco, we got a problem.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans, we got a problem. Gene's out in Oakland, wants to talk about the 49ers defensive line. What's up, Gene? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
I'm doing good, guys. So, listen, this is mostly on the players themselves. They're just not performing. Some of it is Wilkes. I mean, we know about the gaffe in Minnesota that could have cost us the game. But listen, I mean, you look at someone like Bosa. Bosa's not played the same since the beginning of the playoffs last year, before Wilkes. So, look, this team success starts with the defensive line. When the defensive line is playing well, as it did earlier this year and it has in years past, they're putting pressure on the opposing quarterback. Then that keeps their score down, gives us more options to score, allows us to play from ahead, which as has been well chronicled, we're a much, much, much better team when we're playing from ahead, especially at the end of the game. But meanwhile, you look at the D-line this year. I mean, as you said, we lack the depth that we did last year, that we had last year. Jackson is, he's starting to look like we may have to call him a bust at this point. He had one good game, I think, against Pittsburgh, and that's it. He's been MIA ever since. I told you about Bosa. Something's off with him. I don't know what it is. Armstead's been up and down. Hargrave has been good overall, but even he was MIA the last time. So, look, I'm really happy they made this acquisition. I think they needed to try to solidify the line. This guy, Chase Young, he could be yeah, he's going to help for sure, and he could be a difference maker. So I'm looking forward to seeing what happens.
Hey, Gene, before you go, let me ask you this question because I'm about to pose it to Evan and the listeners real quick here. All right, 3-game losing streak. You're 5-3 in the bye. How do you feel about the whole team right now? Are your eyebrows raised? Are you upset?
I'm a little. I was a little in shock. They went from unbeatable to really struggling now. I think that you got to look at the injuries. I think we really are missing Debo and Trent right now. That's a big deal, bigger, I think, than we originally thought. I think they're a little tired. I think I think their spirits are a little down. So I think the week off should make a difference. Hopefully everybody comes back healthy and with a newfound purpose. Somebody brought up when the year the Rams won. They had a 3-game losing streak, too, earlier in the season, and then they turned it around, went all the way, and won the Super Bowl. So I'm hoping for the same with us.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Gene. I mean, this is a 3-game skid. Really, the last game, I think, has people more perplexed about the defense, what Joe Burrow did. But, hey, I mean, Joe Burrow's an elite quarterback. He does that to a lot of teams. It was his highest completion percentage in his career.
That's incredible.
It was, statistically speaking, his third or fourth best game of his career.
20 first downs in the first half.
What, he completed 19 in a row?
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, that's just, that is pretty glaring. What else is glaring is the 17 points that the 49ers have averaged offensively the last 3 weeks. That's
another part of this, too.
And so coming up next, I do want to get back into what Chase Young symbolizes for the 49ers. The trade, no doubt, it's a great move. They got a low-risk, high-reward player that can help beef up that D-line. But what does it signal when a team goes out and gets a player and adds a player to what is supposed to be the position of strength? Do you see that as an asset? Do you see that as an indictment? What do you think? 888-957-9570. Also, at 12:30 today, make sure to listen because we're going to give you a chance to play Knockout on the Chase Center court. We're going to be giving out 10 slots throughout these 2 weeks. We've already had 2 go up the last couple of days. Your next chance to play Knockout at the Chase Center court is going to be at 12:30 today on 95.7 The Game. Ross Tucker at 1:15, Odyssey, NFL Insider. Looking forward to that conversation as well. We're going to step aside, be right back after this. More Steiny and Guru, Evan in for Steiny on 95.7 The Game after this.
In this market,
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Miss me.
This is Drake.
Evan, I tweeted the Drake album was a flop. I'm in love with it, baby. You got to
Is this from the last Drake album?
No, this
was
is
a while ago.
It's a
isn't it?
while ago.
Yeah,
3
okay.
albums ago.
Back when he was good.
But his new, Evan, you got to be in a good frame of mind to listen to an album. I'm rushing, shocker, I'm rushing to judgment. But that album got some slappers on it.
I like the one with J. Cole on it, the first-person shooter, I think.
I think you text me, Jay snapped.
Yes, he did. Yes, I'm a big J. Cole guy.
That means he rapped. He went off.
Means he was doing his thing. We're going to try and keep doing our thing up until 2 o'clock, and then, of course, Willard and Dibs taking over before Warriors Live 6 o'clock tonight. A reminder also that Warriors Live tonight will be with John Dickinson, and it's going to be from Ballast Point Brewing Company starting at 6 p.m., so stop by Ballast Point Brewing Company. That's on, I think, a little bit farther up 16th Street by Chase Center.
JD.
Yeah, so stop by and say hello before the game.
Evan, I need cover. My guy Hawk from the Union.
Mm-hmm.
He's texting me, Goo, you're really blaming Wilkes. Bonte was like, you blaming Wilkes. I'm blaming everybody involved on the defensive side of the ball. But to answer your question before break, I guess what we've seen thus far, the last 3 games, it is an indictment on the players. And when you call an all-out blitz, which I won't forget before half, I think it's fair to say everybody is a culprit.
I agree. And in general, like,
I'm trying to be fair.
If a team is better than another, it's like, would you say the 49ers are better than the Cleveland Browns 3 weeks ago?
Yes.
Would you say 2 weeks
spread
ago
was 7.
the 49ers are better than the Vikings?
Yes. The spread was 10 for Cleveland, 7 for the Vikings.
And even the last weekend against Cincy, I think mainly because it was at home, but it was -4.
Yeah.
That's a game you're favored to win. I think that loss out of the 3 makes the most sense. But when it comes off the 2 stinkers before,
that's all.
Then you get a little bit concerned considering Joe Burrow's doing whatever he wants in the secondary. Your offense was largely good, but I do think that some of the passing numbers for Brock Purdy, outside of the interceptions,
I told Steiny as much.
Like he had 180 passing yards in the fourth quarter.
Okay, there we go.
When he was down.
Yeah.
So, some of that's padded a little bit. I do wonder, and I think there are eyes that should be on the offense. I think everyone is mostly concerned with the defense because it came off of the Cincy game, but the offense has not pulled its weight, just like the defense hasn't pulled its weight. And my point about being better than an opponent, if you are, then I do think you're right, Goo, that there are a lot of things that need to go wrong for you to lose a football game. And it seems like the last 3 weeks for the 49ers, there's been issues up front. There's been issues on the back end. There's been issues in turnovers. There's been issues apparently up in the booth with Steve Wilkes. There's a lot of stuff that they got to correct between now and Jacksonville.
No doubt. And again, here I go. Nobody cares what I was doing yesterday. Evan, coming out of the doctor's office in the car, in the caddy, I heard Steiny talk about his imaginary friend, the Harry or whoever it was. He was mad at me. And he was mad at me because I was pointing out that Purdy's turnovers were coming like in money time. But I'm not going to sit here and tell you and everybody listening, Evan, that I blame all three losses on Purdy. But the one constant was the turnovers came in money time. So I didn't say he was playing all bad. I just said this is new. But right now they got a major problem. And the reason they went out and got Chase Young for much of nothing is an indictment on the guys on the field and everybody involved, and I'm including Wilkes, and I think that's fair. And I'm on Kyle's neck about the offense.
Yeah, no doubt. I think everyone has a piece of the pie when it comes to the blame game. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. He'll be back tomorrow with Guru. Steiny taking the day off, some hard-earned time off for Matt Steinmetz. Goose back in today. We got Ross Tucker coming up at 1:15. Also, this segment brought to you by Xfinity 10G Network, made for streaming live sports. Okay, so Goo, it's interesting you bring up Chase Young and what it means, or kind of again, I think it was a great trade. I think it was a player that they identified that was cheap, that was essentially not going to cost them anything. And by the way, you also get a look at a player that is going to become a free agent. So you get him in the building, you get a chance to evaluate, do you want to be a part of this team long term? Do the 49ers want Chase Young a part of this team long term? But to your point, Peter King was on with Willard and Dibs yesterday.
I missed him.
And I thought he had something really interesting to kind of, dig deeper into what you're talking about as to why the 49ers would trade and add to a position that's supposed to be of strength.
I think it's a little weird that they had to go do this. And honestly, another time, another day, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan might have said, that let's go get Jalen Johnson for what we had to pay for Chase Young. Or let's go get Rasul Douglas, for a little bit less maybe than we had to pay. I mean, because this team is not without problems in the secondary. So I guess I look at it and say, it's okay. It's probably a good move. But, I mean, if you thought after you got Javon Hargrave and signed Nick Bosa that you were going to have to go and make this, I don't even want to call it an urgent signing, whatever you want to call it, at the trade deadline for one of the best edge guys in the game, I think they might have said, are you kidding me? Do you realize how much we have spent, to fortify the defensive line? I don't know. I would look at it and say, I understand why they did it, and it's not a horrible move, but I don't think that they ever thought they were going to have to do this.
Wow, man.
888-957-9570.
Wow.
Do you feel the same as Peter King that the move yesterday, albeit a good one, is a little weird? Like, what does it signal about the 49ers and the direction of this season? Because as much as I was reacting yesterday, Goo, in the moment, I was like, oh, this is a great pairing. Look, Nick Bosa's got a running mate on the other side, guy he played in college with, although I don't think they were actually on the field together at the same time because Bosa had the ACL. Okay. But Chase Young is a great defender against the pass as well as the run. But was that your problem? If you had to identify the things you were least concerned about coming into this season,
man,
D-line's probably at the top.
Yeah, DL and not disabled list. I'll tell you this, Evan. Hearing Peter say that, he's not wrong, man. He's just not. So I'll tell you this. The Bears with Jalen Johnson, by all accounts, there was no price to get him in anybody's uniform. They were holding on to him. But I'll tell you this, and you didn't ask, Evan, I would rather they have gotten somebody on the D-line than a stud quarterback and then rolled the dice that the D-line would get home with what they had, because you could have Dion in the backfield, and if it's 3 to 4 to 5 seconds, it don't matter who it is. The chances of deflecting or intercepting the pass go way down. So they got what I believe will help them figure out a problem. Now, there's a problem on the offense, and that's Kyle's issue. But to me, Evan, this signals all we can do is add more talent. This dude has been a stud when healthy. He has 5 sacks. He could stop the run. So I believe, and why I keep going and defaulting to Wilks is now I feel like Kyle's like, okay, we went and got another ingredient, an ingredient we thought was on back order that we thought we would never have at our disposal. We got it. Now, here, Wilks, go make the stew. And if he can't make the stew taste good, then I think they're looking at him sideways because he oversees the defense, Evan, and they're going to say, has Hargrave forgot how to get to the quarterback? Let me remind you his sack total last year. Let me remind you that Bosa was DPOY. Let me remind you that Armstead got cut a check. So have all these guys all at once, I'm asking you, do you feel like they forgot how to get after the quarterback? Because I don't know, but it can't be all of them at once have just, I don't know how to hunt.
Well, that's why it's been so confusing. Like, it's been so perplexing. It's a group of guys that have played together outside of Hargrave, like he's the newest addition, but everyone else has been there for quite some time. Even Drake Jackson, who I know he had 3 sacks in the first game, haven't heard from him since.
At all.
And that's why I think a lot of people are with you, Goo, that it might be coaching more than the players. I personally would put the blame at more the doorstep of the guys making the cash.
Yeah, but I'm mad at that.
But are they being deployed correctly? Like, maybe Nick Bosa is a guy that would rather line up in bull rush or would rather implement more stunts, and he's not getting enough opportunities at that. And Beard on the YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What it signals to him is that Kyle thinks the coverage and run issues are scheme-related, and it can be fixed with coaching, to your point. On the Comcast Business text line, for the 925, if the 49ers were 8-0, this would be a discussion about, are they bolstering their defense for a Super Bowl run? From the 707, I really believe this is just for depth. They want a ring now. And the way to make sure that you have a pass rush for the playoffs is to be stubborn and sticking with this line. Like, So I'm very curious to hear what people want to do about this or what they think it symbolizes at 888-957-9570.
Evan, real quick before you go there, what if I said to you, because I love the question, and this is what we do, Sports Talk Radio, whatever you think it symbolizes, it doesn't take from what has just transpired. And what has transpired is you got another stud, a former number 2 pick, relatively young, on your D-line. So doesn't it matter now what happens start next week in Jacksonville?
Absolutely.
So that's why I feel like Wilkes is on notice, because Bosa ain't going anywhere. The Hargrave's not going anywhere, right?
Of course not.
This just gives whoever the power to be more info or things to work with to come down on somebody's head on why the defensive line, or the defense for that matter, is going south if it continues.
And that's a Jacksonville team that's won 5 games in a row, by the way. I see Bob out in San Francisco has been hanging on very patiently. Appreciate you, Bob. You're on with Evan filling in for Steiny, and, of course, Daryl the Guru Johnson. What's up, Bob? How are you?
Oh, fine. As always, a great show.
Thanks.
Thanks, man.
I got like 3 points, really. First off, I love the trade. I think it's going to solidify. See, what Peter King didn't realize, we don't have another edge rusher. We haven't had a guy since Ford, right? So that's really just going to alleviate some of that pressure that Bosa has been double-teamed, triple-teamed. Then naturally he's not going to have the same kind of numbers, whether he looks good or not. One thing that drives me crazy, though, when they play the run, these guys are always shooting the inside gap, leaving nobody for the corner or the outside linebacker to solidify that area. I think Chase Young is going to do that. He's going to make sure that nobody runs outside of him on his side. And then I was shocked that they got rid of Ebukam, because last year, when you look at his numbers, he was great. So that really shocked me, too. That surprises me. But one last thing I want to say is I like Armstead. I think he's a great guy. But when you're getting your butt whooped in the fourth quarter and you make a sack and you're out there celebrating, that's just a bad look. And that's part of, I think, the mentality of the defense. I mean, you got to just put your nose to the grindstone and get out there and get the quarterback and make sure you stop and tackle these guys. You'll go out there and celebrate because of a mild achievement, right? So, I mean, that's part of the issue that I got as well. So, anyway, thanks, guys.
No, appreciate that.
Man,
valid
good
points.
call.
I mean, I think, look, and I'm not trying to be hypercritical about the deal. I think it was a good move by John Lynch.
No doubt.
But it is eyebrow-raising that the one area you identify, so for example, let's go back 365 days. They went out and got Christian McCaffrey, right?
Shocked the world.
They had a problem at running back. Elijah Mitchell showed that he could not stay healthy. He could not stay on the field. And at the time, you just moved off your former third-round pick. Ty Davis-Price had not really been that good. Jordan Mason wasn't ready yet. You were devoid of running back production. Deebo Samuel was probably your best running back entering the trade deadline last year. So you went out and you got the best guy on the market, and you got a guy that fits seamlessly with what you do. I'm not saying that Chase Young doesn't check some of the boxes, but I didn't necessarily look at the defensive line as a place that needed to be addressed to get deeper. I didn't look at it as a place where the issues were primarily coming from. Now, look, I think that they should be better with Chase Young involved in it. But to me, my eyes were on so many different places outside of that spot. And honestly, Goo, I don't know about you, but I feel like the defensive line was a place that was going to correct itself, that could improve internally, more so than any of the other positions that were not addressed in the trade deadline.
Man, Evan, I'm hearing you out loud, man. I agree with you 100%. And again, I don't have my answer. I don't have the answers. I'm perplexed, but at least the organization, to me, Lynch and Shanahan, and every time I would tell you and Steiny, not that I was mad that Lynch would do the Jerry Jones a few times this year, even in Pittsburgh, be on the sideline, former player, Hall of Famer. He wants to win. He's in it to win it. So when they pulled off what they did with McCaffrey, they weren't settling. And then they follow up the next year. All of a sudden now they're having problems on the defensive line. And I'm with you. This was their strength. And just imagine this for a minute. You say go back 365. They went to Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game last year without Hargrave, and the D-line led by that version of Bosa was their strong suit. It set the tone. So, again, for people coming down my road, and it's just a few of them, and my boy Hawk, like, Goo, why you putting it the doorstep of Wilkes? It's like if my kids are messing up and getting in trouble, the teacher calls the parent. And, you're supposed to be the supervision, the supervisor. So that's why I keep bringing Wilkes up. But, again, to make this move yesterday, I'm almost like, okay, it's a fresh start, Evan. Forget why they've underachieved collectively on the D-line. To me, up until this point, I would think going into this bye week, you got your new toy, you implement them, and then you wreak havoc start next week, because I don't think we'll ever, and it is a concern, we'll ever get the answers as to why they felt like, not just your boy Chase Young, why they even took a flyer on Randy Gregory, who I'm high on, no pun intended, the hippies, but why did you feel like you needed that? Like, there are signs behind closed doors, but again, you telling me, I'm just asking you, Evan, and I love you, Bosa's forgot how to get to the quarterback, and all of a sudden all his only move is a bull rush? Like, I think that would have reared its head earlier. Well, but it didn't.
And look, Cincinnati is a team that's given up a lot of sacks. Like, that O-line is not the Cowboys of the 1990s.
Your boy has 40 yards on the ground.
They don't have Larry Allen up front.
Man.
They don't got Orlando Pace on the left side. Like, that's an offensive line that I would imagine on most days that the 49ers should whip. And they didn't. And especially in the run. Like, the last possession in the fourth quarter where they pretty much just ran it at Bosa, the last 3 or 4 plays with Mixon, like, that is something where I don't know how you scheme for that. I don't know if he needs more help. But if a run's coming to your side and you're not setting the edge and you're getting bounced and Mixon's getting outside, like, that's on you.
Man. So, and if you're the guy, and you're Strahan and all the guys that I compared Bosa to, who cares if Jesus is on the other side? If you got a problem with they're coming at you. They're running your way. Nobody can help you with that.
And maybe Chase Young can help them with that. I think he can help them against the run. He clearly has gotten to the quarterback this season.
He can set the edges. He's done it, and I watched a lot of NFC East games. Yeah. He's done it when healthy.
And he is healthy. You mentioned the fact he's played every game this year. He's got 5 sacks. He's played in 84% of snaps this year. That's a career high for him, including the year he won Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Man.
So they are supposedly getting the best version of Chase Young. It should help this defensive line. I want to get out to TJ and San Mateo. Wants to talk about the arms race in the NFC West. What's up, TJ? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, man.
I just wanted to say the Seahawks picked up Big Cat Williams, and I'm wondering if that had anything to do with the Niners going after Chase Young, thinking it's like an arms race. Seattle has those 2 corners, though, that we don't got. And also, one thing, Guru, man, can you throw a line to Dunleavy? I'm sitting in the nosebleed tonight. First NBA game.
Oh, okay. I'm on it. As soon as we hang up, I'm going to reach out to him.
That's what I like to hear, baby.
Yeah.
Go Dubs.
There you go.
Big Mike?
Yeah.
You got him on speed dial?
You know.
Okay. I got you.
Dude, I know we'll get to the Warriors, but
Warriors
it's all good in the hood right now. Man, they look professional.
They got a lot going their way.
Okay. Strength in numbers is back, Evan, I believe.
It looks like it. Yeah. Well, we're kind of tossing it around yesterday. Like, I feel like most of my questions are about the starting lineup.
Especially the game in Houston, the bench was all plus.
I know. It's pretty incredible what they call the Chris Paul effect. Larry's in Roseville. What's up, Larry? Wants to talk about the 49ers culture. You're on with Evan and Goo here on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Larry?
Hey, Evan, you guys are killing it today, man. Guru, I need you to lose your mind for me, man. You gotta have that meltdown that you normally do about these Niners. This starts at the top, man.
Be careful.
I'm just telling your guys right now. I'm a boss. I run my company. You know, if I had the same players last year and I got the same players this year, what's the problem, man? What are we doing?
So you're not blaming the coordinator then? Yeah, don't sound like you're blaming
I'm
Wilkes.
blaming the coordinator all day long, and it starts at the top. It starts with Kyle and that coordinator. They need to get it. They need to clean this up, or they need to change it up, man. I'm cool with, hey, put the D-line coordinator on this thing. That guy loses mind out there. And you need to be on the sideline, man. I'm sorry. I love the fact that guys are successful from the top, But we've never had that, man. We've always had that culture, and right now it feels like it's broken on both sides of the ball, man. It's irritating. It's irritating, man. I can't take it no more, man. I live up here by these Kings fans. They're driving me nuts as it is. You know what I mean? So I don't need this.
Well,
I don't think they'll be driving you nuts tonight, but
Now, Evan, I was kind of out of it yesterday. You helped me out. Was there a report from NBC Sports Bay Area? I could be wrong, or I got duped, Spadoni, because I do get duped on X, on Twitter.
I love that you call it X.
Did Kyle say he was going to have a private conversation with Wilkes about being on the sideline?
No. Look, okay, I have no problem with people blaming Steve Wilkes for not having the best play calls or not putting together the best game plans.
Because that's
or,
not
or
where I'm going before you answer
improperly.
Evan. Let me tell you where I was going, because I want to hear. The last two guys that ran this defense, Evan, looked like Lawrence Taylor or crazed wild men on the sideline. I know it's not high school, and I just wonder, and you can look at me, look at Bosa's paycheck. He shouldn't need that guy, but Wilkes is upstairs. Do you think that has anything to do with it, or you think I'm crazy for even bringing that up?
Well, I think it was yesterday in the Morning Roast, Brian Baldinger, Odyssey NFL Insider, addressed that very question. I want to play his answer for you and see what you think.
Dan Quinn, he coordinates the Cowboys defense. He sits up in a booth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start, honestly, Bonte, if you start saying, well, is this going to make a difference? Like, if you're thinking about a coach is upstairs or downstairs, like maybe that's the problem right there.
Yeah.
Not that he's upstairs or downstairs. It's like, who gives a? Nobody gives a crap.
Right.
Like, call the defense.
Right.
Like, if the guy's down in the field, honestly, hell, if Shanahan's upstairs calling the plays, call the plays upstairs. Like, it should make a difference. The play's to play. You got to execute the play.
I'm with you.
And so, I'm sure you got the bye week. I'm sure there's all kinds of player-only meetings, which is always a problem. But look, they've lost 3 in a row. By the time they get to the field, the next time, they will not have won a game in a month.
Damn.
Those are facts.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the way, like, I think Baldy said it perfectly. I don't think there's a difference between being in the booth or on the sideline. But I do think that with the expectation that the two predecessors you're talking about, Saleh and Ryan, set, they're, like, understandably, the radar's going to go off when Steve Wilkes is in the booth, and he doesn't make as many of those kind of corrections as you like to see. Now, I will give Wilkes credit, even though they got lit up, I think it was the first half against Minnesota. They did a pretty good job in the second half.
Right.
Brock Purdy did not play well down the stretch of that football game against Cincinnati. It was a 7-point game in the third quarter. So it's not as if the defense hasn't reacted and changed. It's just for whatever reason, the first 5 games, the offense and the defense got off to great starts. They played from ahead. They played with the lead.
Mike Tyson.
Last 3 games, they have coincidentally found themselves down early in games. The offense has not responded, and the defense has been getting gashed in the first half. I think that right now, the 49ers, we're trying to figure out, is this a front-running football team that needs to play with a certain script, that needs to play with a lead, that needs to have everything go right for them? Or are they a team that can correct the way we've seen them do the last 2 years, in which they started 3-5 and 4-4, and then ran the table en route to the NFC Championship games?
So they could. That's where I was going. So they've shown and demonstrated they can deal with adversity and turn it around and get to great heights like the NFC Championship game, which they've done the last 2 seasons.
They have. It's Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Also, remember at 12:30, we're going to give you a chance to win a spot to play Knockout at Chase Center. Got a few more slots running through the end of next week. Every single show, 7:30 in the Morning Roast, Steiny and Guru at 12:30 every single day, and then at 4:30 on Willard and Dibbs. So listen at 12:30 for your chance to win, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Coming up next, I do see you, David, in San Francisco. I see you, David, in El Cerrito. I want to take your calls and get deeper into what the Chase Young move signals, what the Randy Gregory on top of that move signals, and where you think the 49ers are headed. What do they need to correct the most now in the bye week? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
It's that time again, Dub Nation.
I'm a little. I was a little in shock.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You think that was Josh McDaniels?
Oh, boy.
Or was that Jimmy Garoppolo?
Seen ghosts.
Oh, boy.
You ain't got to go home, but you got to get the you-know-what out of here, man.
I need you to do me a huge favor.
Oh, my God.
Why did he say his name on that one? It's Tiger.
I couldn't.
No!
I do not know.
No!
Oh, Evan getting
Huge
Zipper
Raider
Matt
fan,
Steinmetz.
too.
What'd you say? The big Raider fans?
Oh, yeah. No,
A Tiger?
Massive Raider fan. Oh, yeah.
Can we put this in the cap? Because I did it before.
Tom
Tell me
Brady
if I
coming
can-
back? What?
Harbaugh going to LV. He'll be the Raider coach.
Who?
Harbaugh.
Well, he might have to be.
Boy.
I don't think he's going to have a job in college after this year.
This is, man.
For multiple reasons. Evan getting Zipper Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We were talking about the San Francisco 49ers and what the Chase Young move means for the rest of this season. Is it the new version of Christian McCaffrey walking through that door? I would think not. But he's certainly going to help them in some areas. And it kind of, like, you got me thinking, Goo, during the break about this whole Wilkes thing. And the idea that a coach is so important to the success of an extremely talented unit, maybe the most talented defensive line potentially in football. So one of the reasons that I can't place blame wholly at Steve Wilkes' doorstep is because as much as I love DeMeco Ryans, as much as I love Robert Saleh, the 49ers paid Nick Bosa $120 million because he shouldn't need a coordinator.
So you're saying you and I should be able to call the
to
plays.
extract 18 and a half sacks out of him. Now, I'm not saying that all of that is just Nick Bosa. But again, if we're splitting up the percentages, to me, Nick Bosa is DPOY last year because he is damn good and he is one of the best, if not the best, physical defensive specimens in football. I'll give him 85% of the credit, 90% of the credit. The other 10% is the sprinkled stuff in from the coordinator, being able to free him up, being able to put him in positions to where he's facing, a guard here, a tackle there that he can beat. But at the end of the day, Nick Bosa has to do the brunt of the work, just as Eric Armstead does, just as Javon Hargrave does, now just as Chase Young does. That's why I can't look at Steve Wilkes and say, damn, man, what the hell is wrong with you?
No, that's a great point, and you're right, because I didn't think Bosa had any weaknesses. And that's just me. Again, I'm not a D coordinator and I'm not Baldy, but Evan, I'm not hearing a lot. I'm starting to hear a few people say it's on 97. 97 has to get his act in order. But with that, he sets the tone. He is your best player on this team. So we thought, and it looked that way through 5 games. And now all of a sudden, Steiny, like he only can, how many games is it now and how many sacks? Like, it gets worse the more games they play, because he didn't get one Sunday against Cincinnati. But what do I do with anything else but what I'm watching? Because the game and the snaps are the facts. And right now, this team, it needs an infusion defensively. And Evan, I'm not going to push back because you said not McCaffrey-like, but why do I feel like Chase Young could have that McCaffrey-type impact if all of a sudden next Sunday we see Bosa get 2 sacks? Or, it's like you can't stop them all. And I'm going to say something to you because I'm not a D coordinator and I was thinking about this because Baldy mentioned Dan Quinn. I don't, for my liking, see Bosa moved around a lot. And I know he's bigger than Micah Parsons, but the one thing I keep hearing about Parsons is, you can line him up everywhere. You can do this or that. Do you think maybe Wilkes can again, I'm not Rex Ryan's son, but do you think maybe there could be something to maybe moving Bosa around that could free him up? Maybe over the center, who they say a lot of times is the weakest link in regard to blocking on the O-line. I don't know, but I know I don't see. He's always on the edge. It feels like 97% of his rushes.
Well, let's see what Brian Balding, I want to play this cut for you. Steiny got into it yesterday. What's going on with Nick Bosa? He was on the Morning Roast yesterday. Our NFL Odyssey insider, Brian Baldier. Here's what's going on with Nick Bosa.
Well, I don't know if missing the offseason has much effect. I wouldn't think. A guy that probably never gets out of shape, stays in shape. He's strictly a power rusher right now. We have said that. You don't see a spin move. You don't see a two-handed swipe. You're just not seeing a lot of variety. Now, the ball's out quick in a lot of cases. That's all right. Defensive linemen know that. You got to get them into situations where they got to hold it on 3rd and 13. You got to get them to those situations where they got to hold it an extra tick, where you're going to have a little bit more time to collapse the pocket. But I don't see twist stunts really working right now.
And that's why that last point about being in positions to pin your ears back, I do think Chase Young will help against the run, which the 49ers have been gashed in throughout this season. And I also think the offense playing better is going to help the defense, and particularly the line, because of what we saw the first 5 games. Right now, the 49ers need to prove to us, Goo, that they are not a streaky football team, because streaky football teams can be beat because they are inconsistent. The 49ers looked like absolute world beaters. We're penciling them into the championship game, into the Super Bowl after 5, because they ran rampant across this league. The last 3 games, they look like mortal men. That's an issue when you take a look at the first 5 to the last 3. Where's this thing going? Is it going to continue to go down? Will Chase Young inject this team with life and it'll head back up? They need to right the ship and show us more consistency throughout the 60 minutes coming off of this bye week in order for me to feel like I don't want to label them a streaky football team, because, again, being streaky can get you beat if you're not playing your best football.
No doubt. And, Evan, I'm older than you, and I should know this. But, I love what we do. I get excited when it comes to sports, and sometimes I just wear my heart on my sleeve. And the Purdy for 30, just going back to the offense, it was a real thing. We were having conversations like, where's this thing going? Nobody can stop him. I got on these microphones and said, player A, B, or C is expendable. You don't need him because Brock Purdy, he's got it mastered. So to be fair, I don't want to put it all on the defense. And the reason we're focused on the defense is they made a move yesterday that signaled that they see something wrong, and hopefully this can rectify it or remedy it with the acquisition of Chase Young. But back to the offense, Evan, I'm telling you this, Deebo Samuel and that hair, I told you this at the coffee table, that hairline fracture, I don't know if he's going to be back in Jacksonville. But now I have checked and apologized, which I did on Monday, to Deebo for saying, oh, you know what? You were the man. They kind of don't need you now, and Ayuk's a one. And again, I'm just taking a step back, reflecting like I got it wrong. But to get back to being that consistent machine that you talk about on offense, Brock, again, it's not all on you, but all of a sudden, you're not pitching 8 scoreless shutout innings. You're making the 1 or 2 turnovers in the fumble in money time. And if Deebo and Trent are not going to be there, Evan, and they're doing all of a sudden what I told Dibbs, the 5 D linemen, like we know McCaffrey is going to run, but he ain't running up the middle. And it's just funny, all of a sudden, since we've seen that incorporated by opposing defenses, the Niner run game has kind of been extinct.
Yeah, I think unless you have one of the 2, in my opinion, elite quarterbacks in this league, and that would be Mahomes and Burrow, you need to play complementary football in order to play at the level that the 49ers were at. Everything needs to be going your way. That's not realistic, though.
I was just going to say
that's not always going to happen. So how can you self-correct in the middle of games? How can you make adjustments? Maybe a guy like Chase Young does take some pressure off the rest of the D-line, gets guys some snaps out that they shouldn't have been in for. He helps the secondary, and that's how they begin to play more complementary football on defense. But that doesn't mean that I'm just instantly looking away from an offense that scored only 17 points the last 3 weeks. It's Cleveland, understandable. That's a team that statistically is on par with like the 2000 Ravens.
Right.
The Minnesota Vikings, not a great defense. The Cincinnati Bengals have shown themselves to be weak at times this year, although I think they're better than they've played the first 3 games. So what is this offense going to do? Before we transition to that, I do want to get David and El Cerrito in because he's been hanging on patiently. He wants to talk about Chase Young. What's up, David? How you doing, man? You're on with Evan and Go on 95.7 The Game.
Hey.
Thank you. I'm a diehard Buckeye fan, so I got my fair share of Bosa, Chase Young.
Oh, you got the dynamic duo now.
So I'll enjoy that. I think that obviously the Niners are never signing Chase Young after the season, so they're telling you, we're going all in because when you're second pick in the draft, if he performs for the rest of the year, he's on pace to probably get 10 sacks, probably get more now that he has 5. He'll demand more money than the Niners can pay since they gave it all to Bosa. This is really a momentary measure. and the team is telling you we're going all in and we need it to happen. So I like the signing because it's a now moment. And Chase Young is insanely powerful. Anyone that thinks he's like a pass rushing guy, like in the form of a Von Miller, sign just gets to the quarterback, that's not what he is. He can set an edge like better than almost any defensive end that I've seen similar to him. My issue with guys like him and Bosa, and even as a Buckeye, I say this, I wanted the Niners to take Quinnen Williams, because even though it's water under the bridge now, because guys like that last a long time. Guys that don't rely on quick twitch, they last a lot longer in the NFL. Guys inside. The guys on the edge, they don't last a long time. And it's scary that they gave Bosa all this money because he's not going to last a long time. You can't think of a guy, Jadeveon Clowney, Von Miller. These guys don't last. Chase Young and him don't last. So it's a really big now moment. So if it doesn't happen for them now, well, it's not such a great future after now.
Well said.
I mean,
man.
there's a lot of there. And number one, there's no excuses.
That's what I love most about the move. I mean, they're like, go make the stew, whatever, goulash, whatever you want to call it. You got every ingredient. Now, Evan, is there a part of you that wonders, because we know I use this ad nauseum, you're a product of your environment.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard Steiny talking to you yesterday a bit about just how bad and toxic things are with the whole Snyder fiasco in D.C. and everything that comes with it. But, you know, there was some shade thrown at young Chase Young's way this morning or last night. And the fact that they kind of gave up on him, to me, means nothing, because what I believe the Niners in regard to their culture have here is kind of look at McCaffrey. You know, and it wasn't personal wise or a personality thing with McCaffrey and Carolina. It was just they weren't good. But look at his impact. Again, I'm hoping Chase Young has that same impact on Hargrave, Bosa, and Armstead. But the other, my alter ego, is like, fool, they shouldn't need any impact. They are the impact, and they haven't had any the last 12 quarters. Why? So the why is he going to come in here and be mixed in the stew or the sauce and get lost, and they still don't get the results? That's what's scary to me.
Well, one thing that's perfect, in addition to the 49ers heading into the bye week playing not their best football, so you get a break, is you get a chance with the bye week to integrate a guy like Chase Young. Like, you don't have to wait, because I think Christian McCaffrey was traded for a couple of days before they played Kansas City. He didn't really play much in that game.
They got lit.
They got their doors blown off just the way Cincinnati kind of blew the doors off the Niners this last weekend. So is that a sign that the 49ers can get Chase Young in and he's going to be expected to be at full go come Jacksonville? I think so. And that's where I do believe that the trade is important, because Chase Young is a great run stopper. He can set the edge. He can also get to the quarterback. He can do everything you want. And ideally, kind of like McCaffrey, he should be a better version of himself, because he's not playing in a place like Washington.
Well, he had Sweat with him. You know, he had another stud.
Yeah, and Gerard Payne.
Okay. Yeah, they got after it.
No, they had big boys up front. They weren't playing very well. But also it could be because they were playing from behind in games. We talked to oh gosh, I'm
Mitchell?
Butchers. Yes, Brian Mitchell. Thank you very much. Yeah. Appreciate it. Brian Mitchell yesterday, and he said that they had talent, but basically they weren't playing like it. So if Steve Wilks and this 49ers team can get Chase Young to play and impact football games, well, then he should make everyone else's job easier, in addition to them making his job easier.
No doubt, Evan. And if you don't mind, let me read this from the Comcast Business text line. And I'm not just patting myself on the back. Great point on Bosa's alignment, Guru. Last year, Bosa was allowed to pick where he lined up at times, and it worked well. I don't think Wilks has let Bosa pick his spot anytime this year. 707. How would the 707 know that, and what do you think of that? Do you think there could be something to that?
Potentially. Look, Nick Bosa looked much more comfortable playing last year than he has this year. I'm inclined to believe that missing training camp and the holdout affected him more than how the D coordinator has deployed him so far.
So how many games do we give for him to be, if that's the case, Evan, and you could be right.
He's got to play every snap, so.
When are you
You got to live and die with 97.
He's saying he's feeling well.
Well, he better be. I mean, look, he's finally at the point now where there are no excuses. I mean, the first couple of weeks, I get it. You're playing yourself into shape.
No doubt.
But and my mind keeps going back to what Deebo Samuel told us before the season, which was when he was negotiating his contract last year, when he got paid, that impacted the way he played. Now, Deebo couldn't stay on the field. Nick Bosa, outside of an ACL tear, has been an Iron Man for the 49ers. Not just in how many games, but how many snaps he plays, how productive he is. And so I think the fact that he got paid right around the time that his production is dipped does make us and our eyes get big of like, what is going on here? And so that's why the Chase Young move, to me, as much as I believe it's a good move, does kind of fly my radar up of like, well, why is this the group that needs the help? And if it isn't, is it just because you're trying to beef it up in hopes that the secondary is not going to have as much to handle, as much to kind of put on their backs? Because like it's a fascinating but complex and just really confusing situation that their defense is in. And Steve Wilkes hasn't been able to solve it the last 3 weeks. Kyle Shanahan and his offense hasn't been able to figure out things the last 3 weeks. And right now, the 49ers are in second place in the NFC West, a place I didn't believe they'd be at all this year.
That is the one that just knocks me on the floor, man, like a left hook from Mike Tyson in his prime. But let me hone in on Bosa, because we've talked about this. If it's just about this year, then, Evan, what about the caveat that you and Steiny gave me that I shared with you last year? During the postseason, 3 games, Seattle, Dallas, and Philly, 97 didn't record a sack. So for the ones that want to say this is because of the holdout, I'm starting to just double back to last year in the 3 most important games, Evan. And Dallas had that game was tied. They could have won it, but Bosa, there was minimal impact. I'm wondering, did we just gloss over that to maybe get a glimpse of what's going on now that might not be holdout related? Just a question.
No, I think it's a good one. And hopefully Jeff Marin can help us kind of solve it, but wants to talk about the defensive line. Jeff Marin, you're up on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Guru. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call. So I got a couple thoughts. The last 3 games, the opposing teams have completely dominated the line of scrimmage both ways. And I think what Lynch has demonstrated is that he's kind of defensive line centric when it comes to the draft. We never seem to spend a lot of draft capital on offensive linemen or cornerbacks. And the only other comment I've got is, we had DJ Jones, and I was a big fan of his. He really occupied the middle a lot. He was usually double teamed, and that helped free up edge pass rushers. But we don't spend the money on keeping DJ Jones, and then we bring in all these other guys that aren't cutting it. It's like, it seems, the old saying, penny wise and pound foolish. What do you guys think?
So, Evan, to his point, now feel his passion, is there any scenario to where they've added Hargrave to Bosa's line and you lost DJ Jones? There's not a soul that would say I would do it differently. So to me, to the caller's point, I mentioned DJ Jones earlier. That can't be it, because that doesn't make Hargrave is better than DJ Jones, and we've seen that. It's more impactful.
He's more impactful. He's played more.
So why hasn't this marriage manifested into sack children?
Well, it did the first 5 games. And look, I mean, the sack totals are sometimes just a product of where the quarterback is, how quickly he's getting the ball out. The number of sacks is a concern, but it's also, like, I think they're generally doing a decent job when they're in advantageous positions, when it's 3rd and longs, of creating pressure. I just don't think they're in as many of those spots as they've been the first 5 games.
Yeah, first to second down.
They're getting beat up in the ground. They're giving up, I think, close to 5 yards a carry. It's like middle of the pack, 16th. Last year, they were number 2 in that category. So they're losing at the line of scrimmage. They're losing at the point of attack early in downs, and that means, well, you can't get to the quarterback as much. And then conversely, to the caller's point, the offensive line, in which the 49ers chose to not draft a single offensive lineman in this past draft is now down their best guy, Trent Williams. And I think that's had a huge impact on their ability to run the football as well as pass block for a quarterback that, when he's fallen behind later in games, typically times when the defense is allowed to pass rush and not have to worry about the option of a run because they're trying to throw the ball, they're trying to come from behind. Brock Purdy has, in the last 3 games, not been very good in those spots.
And you know what, Evan, to that point, what scares me about all of this, just going back to the offensive side of the ball and Purdy, it is unrealistic. And we both said as much, but that's scary. If you're telling me everything has to be perfect for this offense to look like it has last year and the first 5 games, Evans, let me tell you, if you look at their schedule, even coming out of the bye week, starting with Jacksonville, that's not good. And again, it's unrealistic. And when you talk about the top 2 quarterbacks, rightfully so, Burrow and Mahomes, but there's some others I could name that, you know, part of this game, it's so hard, the NFL is, you're going to have to come from behind. And I don't believe being behind is why Purdy has made some late throws over the middle. And, we talk about the balls. Even the Giant game, they were in the red zone. He threw an interception, which I thought should have been an interception. The defender dropped it, and now those chickens are coming home to roost. But they got more than just a defensive issue. So this bye comes at a great time, but it's scary, Evan, because I think there are heavy-ass questions on if this team can get to where we thought they were going to just, cakewalk to on both sides of the ball.
Real quickly, I want to get Miguel in Arizona in before the break. What's up, Miguel? You're on 95.7 The Game with Evan and Guru. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Oh, perfect,
right,
man.
Thank you for taking my call. Man, there's more things than I have time for to talk about with this team. But I will start off with I want to say, and this is probably to a good percentage of Niner fans, that I think for some reason Deebo Samuel was not important to this offense and we can move on from him and trade him now while you can. Well, guess what? We are missing him, and we do need him. As hurtful as it can be to some fans that have said we don't need him and we don't and we overpaid him, the guy's a stud out there and he sets the tone. I think we've seen that every time he's out there.
I think that's a good call.
God,
I mean, look, they have missed Deebo Samuel.
19 problems, Evan.
No doubt. They don't have 19 solutions right now, that's for sure.
That's a 3.
Coming up next, though, I want to get into if the 49ers did address their biggest need at the deadline. Like, if you think that Chase Young, by his secondary impact, will help the secondary, if it'll help the rest of the defensive line, was that their biggest issue? Was the defensive side of the ball their biggest issue? Do you still think it's the offensive line? Do you think it's the quarterback? Do you think it's play calling? I want to get to that, and on the other side, 888-957-9570. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank's full-service banking, no compromises. Also, at 12:30, 1 hour away, listen in for your chance to play Knockout. I know some people are wondering what exactly Knockout is, Goo. It's a game where essentially you line up either the three-point free throw line, you shoot, you miss, you go get your ball, the person behind you has a chance to knock you out. So we're going to be giving out over these 2 weeks 10 different slots on our show. And, of course, you can hop in on the morning roast at 7:30. 12:30 is the chance for Steiny and Guru listeners to play at Knockout at Chase Center, and then at 4:30 on Willard and Dibbs. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Goo, you said it perfectly. I think it was like a couple weeks ago. If people could see the show that happens during the commercial break, or we'd be out of a job.
That too.
Either or.
Real quick, Evan, the world is changing. Society is changing.
You don't say.
I don't want to brag. I live in a regular neighborhood, and I grew up in the Union trick-or-treating.
Why do you brag about being in a regular neighborhood?
No, like, I'm just saying, my neighborhood used to have trick-or-treaters. The last 5 to... Nobody came.
Well, did you have your lights on?
No.
Well,
we were not Howard Johnson.
Did you have
the lights
Did you have a candle out?
No lights.
A pumpkin?
We were hiding, Anne Frank, but I mean, come on. Where are nobody trick or treating? Is that how bad the streets have gotten? Did you have trick or treaters in your hood?
So usually I'll just leave a bowl of candy out for the kids, but that way I don't have to come to the door. So if the lights are off, I don't have to show myself. But so I live on like 24th Street in the Mission District.
Don't get your address like Stadia do.
No. Although Humphrey Slocum is the best ice cream place. I live right above there in the city, if you know where it is.
Oh.
But people were just walking down the street, handed out candy. It was actually it was kind of cool. I'd never seen it before. I don't know if that's a normal thing in people's towns or cities, but there were adults with their families just sitting there on the corner in costumes, handing out candy to all the kids coming by.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool. Also made sense as to why no one came to the house, because if you only just have to walk down the street, you're not going to be knocking on doors.
Would you have Snickers, Starburst, Skittles?
I may or may not have taken the candy from the office.
Oh, so you guys had a spread here, huh?
Yeah. There's some out right now.
Yeah,
we got cookies, cupcakes.
I'm on soda. I'm hanging on.
There you go.
Like Van Gundy on Lonzo's morning leg.
Do you have a favorite candy, Gil?
Yes. Mamba.
Oh, yes. Those.
The lemon and orange with a cold Red Bull. Oh, my God. But sorry.
It sounds like diabetes.
Yeah. Boy, I don't have it. We got checked.
Huge fan of Mamas. I'll take a Twix. Grandpa Daddy's out in Hayward. I want to get back to the Niners. Grandpa Daddy actually wants to give you some props, Goo. What's up, Grandpa Daddy?
Grandpa?
How you doing?
Hey, what's up, man? But I'm also Daddy Goo. I got me a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old, baby.
You took him trick or treat. You better have.
Man, I tell you, guess what though? I don't like all this candy, Goo. At my house, I was handing out little bags of skinny popcorn. Kids don't need all that candy, and they loved it, actually. They loved it. They were like, Mommy, Daddy, look, popcorn, yay!
There you go.
Not better than candy. Not better. But, Goo, I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you guys, but, man, you spot on, dog. I just want to give you credit. I mean, where'd you get your notes? Is this all up in your head? Goo, do you just, record this in the mind when you go to the lab?
Okay, give me one thing that stood out, because I feel like you're giving me a backhanded compliment, Grandpa Daddy. You're my dog. Give me one thing that stood out today.
You know what? You're talking about how the D-line, they got all these weapons now, and there's just no way that they can't get it done, man. What is the problem? How do we get down to the bottom of this? There's just no way that they can't get to the quarterback. They got all these weapons. Come on now. What's the problem, Goo?
That's what we're trying to figure out. Evan and I both and the fans, we're trying to figure out.
Please help me, man, because I went to the game.
Oh.
I went to the game because it's my birthday. My homeboy took me to the game. We was there in the VIP in the family section because he works for the Niners. And I'm like, oh, my God. You're killing me. You're killing me.
Grandpa Daddy.
Well, there you go. I mean, and this is what we're trying to figure out. If you have a solution, if you have a concern, if you have something you want to weigh on about the 49ers, whether it's Chase Young, what the trade signals, the direction of this team moving into the bye week, did the 49ers address their biggest need at the trade deadline? 888-957-9570. If you think there's some ancillary effects of Chase Young, I'm certainly here to hear it. But, Goo, I keep coming back to, I do not know if the 49ers right now are in a position to where they have checked off enough boxes for me around this time, coming off those last 3 games, for me to feel like Jacksonville is a game that I expect them to win. I think that's going to be a dogfight.
Oh, man.
And if you fall to 5-4, you can. I mean, right now even you might be kissing the 1 seed goodbye, and now you're simply in a fight for the division.
And
like the Niners are in the 5th seed right now.
That is incredible, man. And Evan, I'll say this about Halloween. If you told me, did the Niners address their biggest area of need? I'm looking at you straight up right now and talking to the listeners. Hell yeah. They reached their hand in to get a treat, and they got the best treat that they possibly could, and that was D-line depth. But Deebo Samuel, when he comes back, they miss him, or Brock Purdy misses him. I think Brock misses him. That comfort zone of knowing this pass in the flat or this jet screen, this is not going to get picked off. And Deebo puts more pressure on the defense for what to look for, but yet that gives Purdy more confidence. And then Trent Williams, he's coming back. So, Evan, I cite that to say they got what they need coming back. It's about when it does. But defensively, I really believe they hit a grand slam to get Chase Young to add to the line that nobody really has an answer for as to why he's been playing porous.
Well, can Chase Young line up in the slot?
I'll tell you what, whoever's in that slot.
Can Chase Young line up on the outside?
Okay, you know what? I'm going to give you a quick answer. Oliver, whoever you want, they've got better because Chase, I believe, will have impact to make that ball come out a tad bit faster.
Well, it was coming out pretty quick from Joe Burrow.
Well,
I mean, he got that ball out, 3-step drop balls out, and he completed 19 in a row. That's something
incredible.
Where, like, if the defensive line doesn't have time to get to the quarterback, and that's where something, like my eyes are instantly drawn to, and Burrow is an elite quarterback. There's no doubt about it, but Trevor Lawrence is pretty damn good.
No doubt.
You run into a gauntlet after the bye week, including Trevor Lawrence, Geno Smith twice. They've also got a decent running game, the Eagles and Jalen Hurts.
Oh, man.
Like, you're going to be running into some football teams that can both pass and run better than some of the opponents that you just lost to.
And that's why, and there's not another bye, Evan. That's why, to me, you could say, Goo, it sounds like you're in a little bit denial. I'm not, because you got to use this week off and just get back, as we say. You got to get back. You got to hit the reset button. And I thought for so long, for 5 weeks, I'm not ashamed, I thought, and I said David Craig, 17. That was his number. 17-0 is on the table. That's how drunk and much Kool-Aid I was sipping from the Niners. But, Evan, you mentioned Philly. Never in a million years would I thought they would have 3 losses by the time they get to Philly. And, Evan, we're not done. It could be more by the time they get to Philly. But the fact that somebody outside of Philly could beat them like a Minnesota, a Cleveland with their backup, I'm blown away.
And that's why, as much as they've set a standard for second-half pushes the last few years, you look at 2021, they were 3-5. They ended up 10-7. So they went 7-2 down the stretch. Last season, 4-4 after 8 weeks. They ended up 13-4. Of course, they didn't lose a game with Christian McCaffrey as well as Brock Purdy. I'm wondering if fans feel the same way about this team, because the expectations are higher than last year. Now, they finished in the NFC title game, but entering that season and midway through, there were multiple points because of all the rotating characters at quarterback. There was a lot of questions of where the season was going to end up, and then Captain Saban McCaffrey came in and helped you out. I don't know if Chase Young is the Christian McCaffrey walking through that door, and so for me, I think the 49ers have to look inward. I think their players need to play better. I think their coaches need to coach better. And that is something that, as much as I believe it to be correctable, that's something you could have helped them with. You could have addressed at the trade deadline, and they didn't, I think.
You're right, in a sense, because they got a part of it. And let's be honest, how many of the 31 other teams wanted to go shopping? I mean, I know there were some trades made yesterday, and you talked about Seattle beefing up their D-line or whatnot. But, Evan, I think it's unrealistic to think every year at the deadline, and the Niners get an A+ from me 2 years in a row, that is an opportunity for you to enhance your team the way that they did yesterday and last year with McCaffrey. But what's done is done, and my answer to you is it damn sure better, and that's why I keep going to the coaches. How does one get better? Does Bosa go home and watch video by himself? I'm going to say not. I mean, you can do that, but Evan, he better have somebody overseeing that video with his peers as a unit, and why whatever he's doing fundamentally or sound-wise is not working. Because every outfit in America had the Niners number one on their power rankings up until week 5. The Niners were going to the Super Bowl. Brock regresses a tad bit, has his first sense of turbulence and whatnot, and he was his own culprit. I don't care if receivers ran the wrong route. We had not been accustomed to him making mistakes. So now you got that to fix if you can, Evan, and we're going to find out. And if Chase Young, his impact is going to be on 1,000, because if it's not, could you imagine this team being 5-4 with the 4 losses coming back to back?
From the 707 Comcast Business Text line, 49ers are in a slump right now. You guys already said how the Rams lost 3 in a row the year they won the Super Bowl. This is not a thing. And if that's the way you feel, I think that's valid. I think, look, if the 49ers are down bad right now, and again, you could look at the last couple of years and say, well, actually, they're in a better position after 8 weeks than they were each of the last 2 years, which saw them go to the NFC Championship game. But I'm looking around at an NFC that is open for business. Like, the top teams are, Philly, Dallas, in no particular order. Detroit, San Francisco, Seattle. Yeah. Those are the top 5 teams in the conference. Do you feel like the 49ers are still better than the other 4 outside of Philly, or the other 3 outside of Philly? I think they can be, but over the last month or 3 weeks, they haven't shown it.
I would still take the Niners over the other 3 outside of Philly. You kicked Dallas ass. I haven't forgotten. And Dallas just dismantled the Ram team that took you to the fourth quarter, 1 time of possession. Styles make fights. But to answer your question, Evan, yeah, so I think they will get this rectified. My thing is, when you cited the last 2 years, and I love it, they used the bye week to kind of galvanize, and Tupac, Klay Thompson's IG, us against the world. And it manifested on the field and in the standings. And they parlayed that into getting close to the Super Bowl. This one, to me, is sour. And it's sour because we don't have the medicals of one Deebo Samuel, who all of a sudden has become Jerry Rice to me to Brock Purdy. And if he's not available in 2 weeks, then what are we looking at? Do we expect a bounce back from Brock? Trent Williams. So to me, you're limping into the bye physically and performance-wise, when last year was kind of, we got out to the slow start. Nobody was really injured. So I can't wait for the Jacksonville game, the Chase Young impact, and just the impact of Kyle and Wilkes to get their units back together to be performing at high octane.
Well, and that's why, to take the word from Peter King, the trade feels kind of weird.
That was so great.
Like, I didn't think, and Kyle Shanahan kind of signaled earlier this week that he didn't think a trade or a big move was coming. Now, he did, and I think that's because John Lynch was able to get a bargain for a good player. But at the position that he did, to me, is still a position of strength for the 49ers. So they got deeper. They got a little bit better. But it also signals to me that the 49ers believe that their players just haven't been playing as well as they can, that they're not healthy right now. And I think that applies more to the offense than the defense, because the defense hasn't been hit with those big kinds of injuries. A Deebo Samuel hasn't gone down on the defense. A Trent Williams caliber player hasn't gone down defensively for the 49ers. So do you think that we're looking too much at the defense and not enough at what Kyle Shanahan and the offense has been doing, which was running up 30 points a game through 5 weeks, and now has seemingly, because of whether it's late turnovers, drop catches, missed blocks, they seem to also be in a little bit of disarray?
It's a phenomenal question, and I'm going to say this. What do we know in regard to resumes and sample sizes? The last 2-3 years, Warner, Bosa, and the rest of the gang have been dominant, okay? You add Hargrave, he was dominant in Philly. So to me, I don't look at those players on an individual basis, Evan, and I know you're not asking me, is they have something to prove. So to me, I think on the defensive side of the ball, it's easier for those guys to revert back to the studs that they've been, and we can see that old Niner defense or the Niner defense in the first 5 games. But the other side of the ball, and mainly Brock Purdy, how he's going to react to his, subpar play these last 3 games. And if there is no Debo and you continuously demonstrate that you can't run up the gut when before that was your strength, then the Niners got major problems. And that is why that's why I can tell you, Evan, it goes in waves, but I'm more worried about the offense because of Brock Purdy and his newness and and all of us not seeing him be able to respond to adversity. He'll get his first crack at it. Some could say, he's had 2 games after the first game in Cleveland, if you want to be particular, but I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. So that worries me because what if Brock is he's an average quarterback and not the guy that he's been last year in these first 5, then, Evan, you got serious problems.
Well, number one, I think it's going to be really hard to be the same guy he was for the first 10 games because he was nearly perfect. Like that's a bar that is set extremely high statistically when they're playing from ahead. But to your point about the benefit of the doubt, Peter King also touched on that yesterday with William Dibbs. Here's what he had to say about Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy has done enough in his first 12 months as a starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers to say essentially he's made enough great throws that when he makes 4 or 5 really bad ones, that we have to just say, okay, let's take the bye. Let's everybody take a deep breath. Let's everybody get refreshed for the last 9 weeks of the football season or whatever it is. And let's plan for some better football starting at Jacksonville when they come out of the bye.
Yeah, that's all you can do, right, Evan? At this juncture.
Absolutely. And I also don't think that Brock Purdy is the quarterback that is going to continuously turn it over at the rate that he has in fourth quarters or second halves. I think he is a quarterback that probably wasn't as good as the way he played the first 10 starts. And I don't think he's as bad as he's been the last 3 weeks. That doesn't mean that the losses don't matter, and it doesn't mean that I discount the wins. But what it means is that I think Brock Purdy is a very young quarterback. He's still in his relative infancy, and I do think there are valid questions about whether or not a quarterback at that stage in his development can be one to pull you out of a hole if a Debo's out or a Trent's out. And those guys are going to come back.
Right.
But the question is, if for some reason a similar player goes out, a la McCaffrey or Ayuk, or someone's got to miss some time, can Brock Purdy be the solution to the problem at this stage in his career? Because so far he's been a part of the solution, but I don't know if it's fair to expect him to be the sole solution right now. And I think the last 3 weeks have showed us that he's not quite ready for that yet.
Man, and you know what? That's scary. And the reason I say that's scary, Evan, is it just seems in these past 3 games, arguably without Trent Williams, for much of the Cleveland game, he did play more than Debo. I need to see if they can get back to running the football.
Good point.
Because I'm telling you, Evan, I'm looking at you. If they can't, you can't hide your quarterback in the NFL. And I'm not saying they're doing that. My point is everything's whistling Dixie in the hood. I'm going to pass out my little dandelions and unicorns and Skittles and rainbows. That goes by the wayside because Brock is going to have to be that weapon. And that weapon in uncomfortable circumstances. So when we talk about Brock from playing ahead, who's to say they're not down? And then the reality is, man, this is the NFL. We need to go 80. We need to go 75. You might be without Evan or Goo. We're going to lean on you. And that's why I just say scary in the sense that maybe he's ready for it. He's demonstrated that he's been, in the past. But the last 3 weeks, mistakes have happened.
Well, and I think that's why the red flags on defense have been highlighted a bit more, because on days where Brock hasn't been great for the entire game, you do need some other players to step up. You do need your defense to get you the ball back. You do need your defense to force red zone stops, and they haven't been able to do it at the rate that they did the first 5 games. But Eric in Brentwood wants to talk about Brock Purdy and a potential concern for the offense. What's up, Eric? You're on with Goo and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Look here. It's Brock's arm strength, because when that second level of defense, the linebackers, let's say the slot corner, when they drop back and the Niners are behind and they're just a little bit in a prevent, he doesn't have the arm strength, as using Goo's word, to go whop, 16, 20 yards. So if the defense can't keep the score close, then Brock doesn't have those windows to throw in. When Debo is out and the defenders don't come up because they know they can't get Debo down with like one player or two, those windows are tight. And that's where you see Brock is struggling. He doesn't have the arm strength. He can throw that change up when defenders are running to spots or they have a back turn. But when they're back there, the Niners are down by 10 and they're just trying to prevent. He doesn't have the arm strength. So this is very tenuous and dangerous for the Niners because they don't have a backup plan for Brock. He cannot get it done if they're behind.
Well, I'll say this to that, Evan. I disagree with him in this sense. Does he have the Dan Marino cannon? Not a lot of people do, but I saw him hit Ayuk for 31 yards a couple times against Cincinnati down the field, which you could argue, Guru, that don't count. Kittle for 34 yards. So those throws, not the long bomb, but those are gashes, 30 yards, so he can hit those. I've seen them, and we've wondered, okay, why does that connection or that rapport with Debo when it seems like they're getting something going go away? Maybe the defense is doing something, but I don't 100% agree with him that Brock can't make those throws. I've seen it enough. I just wonder why it kind of just disappears.
I think it's because they haven't been able to run the football as well. And I would push back on the fact that Brock Purdy doesn't push the ball down the field. Like, he had 21 completions for 360 yards. Do the math. Yeah. That's a lot of yards. Like, he is throwing the ball down the field to Kittle. He is pushing the ball downfield to Ayuk, where he hasn't been as effective, or where really the 49ers have not, I think, been as efficient, is within the 5 yards of the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage. And that's where Debo Samuel, I think, factors in, because if everyone is going to try and stack the box and take away McCaffrey, you need someone that can hurt you after the catch from either inside or close to the line of scrimmage, and Debo Samuel's that secondary weapon. I don't know if Ayuk's more of an intermediate or maybe even deep threat. He's a great route runner, but I don't know how much on a wide receiver screen you can get out of him. And I also don't think that right now the offensive line is playing well enough that you can just turn and hand the ball to McCaffrey 20 times and pick up yards. So, look, if you think that Debo's absence along with Trent's absence is the reason for the offense stuttering, if you think it's the defense that needs to step up the most, we want to hear from you at 888-957-9570. That's also the number for the Comcast Business text line. Hang on, Roy and San Leandro. I want to get to you on the other side and remind you that we are a half hour away from your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Going to be giving out 10 slots throughout these 2 weeks. I've already given out 2. Your chance on Steiny and Guru is at 12:30, and of course coming up later today at 4:30 on Willard and Dibbs. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles. Learn how.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. I don't think I've fumbled it like Kevin Durant, Goo, so far today.
Dude, that was reminiscent of 2016 when he went CYO in the playoff game. Steiny and I always talk about when he inbounded the ball and he got the ball. He got scratched, Evan, if that means it. He had a little cut on this. Maybe should have blew the whistle.
No, that was about as bad of a loss. They were up 5 with 40 seconds left. We're talking about the Phoenix Suns and San Antonio Spurs. Phoenix is up 5 points with 40 seconds left and found a way to lose that game. They also led by 20 at some point in the third quarter. That was the worst way to lose. I'm sitting there like they're showing it now. And San Antonio, nice little young team. Yeah, they gave me Warriors T-Wolves flashbacks from last year. And of course, the Warriors are taking on the Sacramento Kings tonight. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Also, Warriors Live tonight with John Dickinson will be from Ballast Point Brewing Company. That's on 16th Street, a little bit further up from Chase Center, starting at 6. So stop by Ballast Point Brewing Company and say hi to JD. Of course, he's going to be on after the game on Warriors Wrap-Up as well. But what we're talking about right now, Goo, is the 49ers and specifically Brock Purdy. Now, I think it's still too early, not only in the season, but just in the kid's career to really mark him as either the next big thing or the next big bust. Or I still would love to see what Brock Purdy can do with all of his weapons, and I'm interested to see what he can do. And it seems like he's going to be without Deebo Samuel even after the bye week, what he can do without him. But I think it was on the conference call with Kyle Shanahan a couple days ago. We talked about this yesterday, Steiny and I, but I want to get your take on it. Whether you thought that this question, as well as the response from Kyle Shanahan, was fair or foul about the quarterbacks.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes our quarterback for no reason.
That was Grant Cohn, right?
It was.
But there was so much not said that needed, maybe Brock struggling, Purdy struggling, that's why. But he knew that, and that's the furthest thing from his mind. Right, Evan?
I mean, I would hope so.
So
he called this guy the real deal.
Right.
6. I think he still believes he is. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan is anywhere close to making a quarterback change, because I think Brock has bought himself a lot of leeway. He's been unbelievable up until these last 3 games that have also coincided with his first 3 losses.
You know what, Evan? And I'm being real here because you've heard these words come out of my mouth. I've talked about a movie dedicated on the Brock Purdy story. I have been drunk.
Not all movies have happy endings.
No doubt about it. I've been drunk off of this story. And I shared it with you all as much as I possibly could about how weird and awkward it was when Brock threw an interception against the Browns. And then Brock, wasn't known as at his best against Minnesota when they had the ball, Evan, a chance to go win the game, and there was an interception. All I say to that is, in the pit of my gut, Evan, in the pit, the bottom of it, when I think about the Brock Purdy story in the movie, I do wonder, did everybody get it wrong? Are we trending towards maybe, now we're hearing the little hands, and the wet ball, all that stuff? I'm just wondering, Evan, a part of me is that going to be, did everybody get it wrong is what doesn't sit well with me. And it's nothing, there's no shade at Brock, it's not no shade, but I do wonder where this thing could eventually come back or level off to. And that's why I can't wait. There's his scoreboard and the team scoreboard come Sunday in Jacksonville next week. But I can't lie to the American people about, I do wonder, okay, maybe this is just 3, games. And again, Cincinnati, the game wasn't out of hand. He made his boo-boos in the worst possible time. But Evan, I would be fake if I didn't tell you, are we seeing more of who we possibly could be? And I said it. And I'm not saying definitively because I don't know. He's done a lot of good.
Sure.
But it is eating at me like, man, maybe could this be who he is?
We don't know that yet, and I'm not willing to put a label on him of who he is and who he isn't, but I want to get to that in just a second because I think it's really interesting. But I know Roy's been hanging on in San Leandro. Appreciate you, Roy. You're on 95.7 The Game with Guru and Evan. What's going on, Roy? How you doing?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Hey.
Hey, look, I just wanted to chime in real quick and say, in some ways you have to blame Shanahan and Lynch. The reason that I say that, and I don't want to just up and critical just because they're losing now, because you have to take the good with the bad, the good times as well as the bad times.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying, the 49ers haven't developed somebody like that guy named Tyreek Hill that played with KC and now he's with Miami. What I'm saying, they haven't. Okay, Debo is fine, but what I'm saying is that they're not deep enough. Okay, just like you've heard me say in times different when I've chimed in about another running back. That Mitchell guy is just there on the team. I don't know why he even still with the 49ers. Okay, and then, like Tony Romo was talking about how Travarius Ward and that guy named Oliver, when they go in that crisscross and stuff, they confusing them on defense. And it's almost like Travarius Ward don't know what to do at times like that. But, for the most part, the defensive line just haven't lived up to the expectations. And so, but I will say this before I get off, is that the 49ers need to go out and draft some, like that guy named Tyreek Hill and another good running back to go with McCaffrey, and then maybe look for some offensive guards in the draft. That's all I basically wanted to say, and thanks for taking my call.
Good call, Roy.
Yeah, appreciate that, Roy. Yeah, I think if the 49ers could go find a Tyreek Hill, he's
incredible,
ran his way into the MVP conversation.
There we go. Okay,
he's the reason that Tua Tagovailoa is playing as well as he has, along with Mike McDaniel, of course.
Now, if I could buy anybody a drink, a cognac, a martini, a margarita, it would be John Lynch for what he did yesterday.
I like dark.
But, cognac.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I got some Vlone cognac that they sent me, and I'll bring you some bottles. You, Spadoni, John, and Steiny tomorrow. I got crates. I gave it to them. Yeah.
After the show.
Yeah, after the show. No, you can take it home. You ain't got to drink it with me. It's bottles. They ain't open.
205.
All right.
Yeah.
So he is onto something about the running back position. And it got me to thinking, okay, you went and got saved because you went and made, I used that from UNE40. You went and got McCaffrey for somewhere else. But when you look at Mitchell, his injury history, Jordan Mason, he doesn't get trusted at all. Evan, you could simply say, Goo, why would you trust him? Because I think you should spell your main back sometimes, but we know Kyle doesn't do that. But JD said about Mason, he puts the ball, and he hasn't done it in the regular season on the carpet, and that might be why we don't see him. Ty Davis-Price has been MIA. What about our guy from Mr. USC that's no longer on the team that went to the Eagles? He didn't pan out.
Trey Sermon?
Yeah, what is outside of McCaffrey? If we could just spend a second on that. They have, do I dare say, been striking out at the running back position.
In recent memory, yes. But, I think like Raheem Mostert, Matt Breida, I think
all productive somewhere else.
Exactly.
Not to the McCaffrey level.
Well, no, but I think Raheem Mostert's probably the best example. He just was a guy who couldn't stay on the field as much, but he's clearly good. I mean, with Mike McDaniel, he's been awesome this season. Like the one thing that I thought Roy brought up, which was interesting, not necessarily about the drafting and roster construction, although that is potentially going to rear its head because I think it's a top-heavy roster, and that's probably why they went and got Chase Young to try and deepen a position group. But when I think about Kyle Shanahan and his quarterbacks, the one thing that does give me pause about Brock Purdy, and it's not even about Brock Purdy, it's about Kyle Shanahan. Because if you look at the quarterbacks that have played in San Francisco since he's been here, name me one quarterback that after a great start has gotten better. Name me a quarterback that Kyle Shanahan has developed and has gone uphill as opposed to downhill.
I know where you're going. And if Jimmy had gone up the hill, he would still be here.
He would still be here. They might have a Super Bowl ring. I wonder if Brock Purdy is hitting the plateau. Not that it's because he's a 7th-round pick or he can't do this or he can't do that, but because it's been a trend of all Kyle Shanahan quarterbacks in this city that have eventually run into a wall. And I don't think it's their fault. But I do look at Kyle Shanahan, and I notice these kind of trends that have continuously popped up. Jimmy Garoppolo, Steiny references it all the time, was 17-3. He was incredible. 2019 was awesome. He didn't get any better after that. Even Trey Lance. You could make an argument that Trey Lance was a better quarterback when he got to the Niners than when they traded him to Dallas.
Evan. Wow.
You can make an argument that Brock Purdy in his first 10 games is incredible and now has not progressed enough to be able to combat a disadvantageous position without some of his best weapons. I wonder if the issue is not with the quarterbacks, but with the guy that's behind the quarterbacks, because I haven't seen a single signal caller that has gotten better since he's been in Kyle Shanahan's tutelage.
That's phenomenal, but I'll follow up with this. And it goes back to Kyle being the head man in charge when he called out Wilkes, which I didn't like. I hated, and I wasn't by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Who is the guy to do that? Do you think Kyle can look in the mirror, Michael Jackson, and say, okay, I'm doing something to where these guys may be falling off or just hitting the ceiling? Because if not, Evan, I don't think there's anybody on this Niners staff that would even approach Kyle and have that conversation. So I'm asking you, do you believe Kyle can self-reflect, or is he even privy to what you just mentioned? And if he heard it driving around right now, would he be like that? Evan's full of it, or is he already there just and nobody would know for him to do something different?
Look, I mean, if he's driving around right now listening to us, you probably think I am full of it, or that I don't know what I'm talking about. But
what up, Kyle?
all I'm actually, in the words of Taylor Lewan,
no, I get
the only
it.
thing that I'm reporting,
that we'll get to that
purportedly, is what I've seen, and that's a trend that these quarterbacks have not gotten better. And maybe these guys are who they are, and Kyle Shanahan's also the reason that they're incredible at the start of their careers. I think Shanahan's a brilliant mind, to take Russell Crowe out of your mouth. Like, I think he's a great play caller, but I also haven't seen a guy that's gotten better, including the one that he traded up for in Trey Lance. And that's the guy, like, if you're looking at quarterbacks across, including the time when Kyle Shanahan was a coordinator, like Matt Schaub did get better.
Yeah.
He's a decent quarterback, led the league in passing. The only one that I can remember that got significantly better with Kyle over the course of time was Matt Ryan. And he's a former number 1 overall pick that had already been in the league for 8 years.
Well, you know what? I'm looking at you, and I really feel like maybe
Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins on line 2.
But I feel like, you know what? That's the answer. And the answer, again, is not. I'm not going to sit up here and lie to you and everybody else listening. Jimmy Garoppolo is an average quarterback. I think we saw that. Evan, I think I can make the argument that Kyle got the best out of Jimmy, and then the league figured him out.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Mullins, nothing to see here, Beathard, and Brock Purdy. But for Trey Lance, I'll throw him in there. He never on a Saturday was the big man on campus in regard to national television games, playing at Miami or Florida State, and maybe there was nothing to get out of him. Maybe it was just a wrong pick. But when you talk about Brock Purdy and what he is, it goes back to what we talked about a few minutes ago, Evan. Maybe that jump that you want to see, talent-wise, is not there. And that would mean Kyle's not doing it wrong. He just got the most out of this kid early, and he did it with Jimmy, but sometimes the deal comes due, and you got to work with what you have if the talent of those individuals only goes so far. And the guys that we can mention, Jimmy, Trey, Brock, Earl, maybe they are not the two that you mentioned on the Joe Burrow, Mahomes Street, and Herbert, or our guy in Jacksonville.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, I'm not trying to say that all of a sudden Jimmy Garoppolo is, an amazing quarterback, or that. But it's just interesting to me that at the beginning of all their tenures, we talk about them like they're the next big thing, or that they're better than the last, and then their predecessor, which Brock Purdy absolutely is to Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo was the right fit for the season, to come in and replace Trey Lance when he got hurt. It's just interesting to me now that, all these questions are coming up about Brock Purdy when he looked like he was going to be a world beater. He was eventually going to lose a football game. That was going to happen. But in the fashion that he lost these games, the way that it looked, he's looking like a quarterback that is kind of playing. I don't know if it's out of the system, if Kyle Shanahan, because of the missing weapons on the offensive line and Deebo Samuel, he looks different. All I know is that Brock Purdy has, I don't know if it's regressed, Goo, but I'm watching a different guy than I saw the first 10 games.
And there's nothing, and I appreciate you saying that. And you're not a hater, because I'm dealing with it. And I'm going off of what we see. And you're right, Evan, the bar has been set so damn high. And Brock, you deserve credit and kudos for that. But I've noticed this. You tell me if you give me a nickel for this take. The interceptions, even going to Cleveland, Minnesota, and last week, outside the one where he missed, where they were at the 10, he missed a handoff and the linebacker tipped it to himself. Evan, it seems like the interceptions are coming on like almost the same route tree, over the middle, didn't see the guy, or off target, ball thrown behind or over the guy's head, and the DB, just like Minnesota, like, oh, thanks, there's the ball game. So that has me concerned, because it does have a feel of a Jimmy type of interception over the middle, whether it be off target, Evan, or overthrown. You can't tell me those picks, and even Cincy, the second one where they got him, it was negated. Mm-hmm. He just didn't see the guy, but they've come over the middle.
Yeah, and look, I know we came in on Monday and you guys talked about how if that was Jimmy Garoppolo, we'd be calling him no throws.
Vontae has been, I'll give him credit, he's been saying that, and I'm wondering, is there something to that?
I think we need to wait a little bit and see more, because Brock Purdy could bounce back against Jacksonville, throw 4 touchdowns, and I think he's got the ability to do that. But it looks like Michael in San Jose wants to chime in on the conversation and what might be the most important part to this offense that Brock Purdy's missing. What's up, Michael? You're on 95.7 The Game.
All right, fellas. I just wanted to talk about Trent Williams. I think that for the last 3 games where things have started looking different is when Trent Williams got hurt over in Cleveland. Mm. And since then, like, all the highlights that you look at, it's of us running over to the left side where Trent Williams just killing people, running people over. So when he went out, that totally disrupted our running game. And everybody keeps talking about we're not running anymore because Jalen Moore, he can't create the openings. On the right side, McGlinchey was great at run blocking, but not very good at pass blocking. And Colton's the same thing. So not having Williams there has completely affected the running game, and that has affected the play action. And the other thing that I think that he's had an impact, and you guys were just talking about the throws over the middle. Now Purdy is rushed, and like before when he had that extra half a second to allow the receiver to get open or let the route completely run its course over the middle, now he's not having that. And so I believe that, and I'm not going to be a Steiny and call back and say I told you so, but when Trent Williams comes back, when Trent Williams comes back, I think our offense is going to get into a rhythm and things are going to look a lot different. Like people were talking about how great we were, and now people are questioning Shanahan, they're questioning Purdy, and I mean they're valid questions. However, you take the starting left tackle off of any team, like any of the top NFC teams, you take the top left tackle out of the game and stick a backup in there, and let's see how those quarterbacks look.
I mean, look, yes, anytime you don't have a healthy O-line, you might be taking a little bit of hit as
and your left tackle, most important position on the line, Evan, to me.
Yeah, but I would also say the Miami Dolphins have missed their starting left tackle for 2 or 3 games this season, and Tua's throwing for 300, 400 yards. They're still able to run the ball at a ridiculous rate, and they're scoring 33.5 points a game in a league in which is scoring 21 as a whole. Like,
I got nothing for you there.
There are ways to offset missing certain pieces, and that's why, yes, it's not all on Kyle. I don't think it's all on Brock, but how I look at this offense is I feel like it's impossible to separate the quarterback and the head coach, because I think when Kyle's on, Brock's on. And when Brock's on, he compliments Kyle. Like you brought up on Monday some of the things that you liked about Cincinnati, mainly Brock's ability to improvise and run. I don't know he could scoot like that.
All right.
That's something that he can do that Jimmy Garoppolo can't. However, I think Brock Purdy perhaps might be a little bit overzealous sometimes when he tries to create outside of the system, tries to create outside of the pocket, and that's where he can And those issues and mistakes that we saw down the stretch of these games can compound themselves.
No doubt about it. And the caller made another astute point, Evan. This pocket is collapsing. And when I say it's like a slow collapse to where he is getting rid of the ball a little sooner than he would have, obviously, if he had big Trent Williams there. And I think there's something to that. But also this, and you thought I was joking. I can't speak for you. But we made the hand size. Mm-hmm. If he doesn't have the biggest mitts, we saw that ball come out where the guy came behind him, and it just came. And that happens to all quarterbacks.
Sure.
You know, it's blindside.
In the rain.
But no, I'm talking about Sunday.
Oh, the last one?
The last one. I'm like, oh, this is what it may look like, Evan. Tell me if I'm wrong. I'm not being overzealous. If it gets, rough and rugged in the pocket, and then you're getting hit left and right like Mike Tyson. So, again, that happens all day, every day on Sundays, but I'm not used to it from Brock because he's, I don't want to say he goes untouched, but we've been kind of used to that. He's been Frank Sinatra doing it his way. But now that Trent Williams is not there, it's like, welcome to the reality of it's messy out here. You got to bring something to the table. And I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying, Evan, he didn't went from the penthouse to the outhouse in regard to, do I have all my weaponry? Do I got my steak spoon knife and my napkin? No, you don't. What are you going to be able to do then? And I think these last 3 games have been proof of that. And I'm not saying he can't do anything with his number 2 pencil start next week to erase it. But, Evan, I think it's fair for people to – and that's why I can't wait for Willard and the guys to come in here, because I didn't get to hear you guys yesterday, to kind of get the gist of, for somebody to say, hey, and Evan, I'll give you this. You've been Mr. Consistent. You have said, I'm still watching the movie. I'm not going to make, even when he was winning, he's Joe Montana, and I'm not going to give him demerits to the degree where I'm going to say he can't get it done with these last 3 games. So I'm in the middle, and I think that would be fair. But what's scaring me is these losses have piled up. It's not just about home field advantage. It was, hopefully can still be. But if you lose and people lose, teams lose football games, Evan, you're in second place right now. Who would have? I would have bet everything I had. It's not much. 3 weeks ago, if you said Niners are going to the bye week, second place behind Seattle, I would have laughed.
Yeah, I wouldn't have believed you. And also, I appreciate the Comcast Biz text line correcting me. 612-510-2 is a lefty. That means the right tackle is the opposite. Okay, that's fine. Well, Dallas was missing Tyron Smith, and Dak Prescott threw 4 touchdowns this weekend, right?
But Tyron Smith is not. He's older. He's breaking down. But But
you're still missing your left tackle.
And they started off with 3 sacks.
All I'm saying is, yes, Trent Williams is incredibly important.
No doubt.
I don't think he's the reason why Brock Purdy is turning the ball over as much as he is in the fourth quarter football games, because Brock Purdy, to his credit, has looked pretty good through the first 3 quarters.
No, okay.
Outside of, I guess, the Cleveland game, which, of course, was raining. You lost players, all that and the likes. We are 5 minutes away from you being able to win your chance to play knockout on the Chase Center court. Other side, you got to listen starting at 12:30. And then around 12:45, 12:50, we'll let you know. We're going to throw out the contest line. You call in. You have to listen intently because Gru and I are going to keep doing our show. We're going to discuss something, and you will need to have the answer to the question of something that we talked about beginning on the other side at 12:30 for your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. 12:30 coming up. Also have another chance to win at 4:30 on Willard and Dibs. But coming up next, I want to continue on this conversation about Brock, what's wrong with the offense, and if you think tying it back to the kind of overarching theme of today, if Chase Young and the trade deadline move for the 49ers, also throw Andrew Gregory in there, was a reason to help the offense, or if it's completely independent and it's all about solving the defense. Which side of the ball do you think needs to correct itself more? Which side of the football has the ability to correct itself heading into the bye week? Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be back after this on 95.7 The Game. Also, that segment was brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater.
The Chase Ink Business Premier Card is made for people who make things happen, like me. I'm Sam, founder and CEO of Manifest, a product design company.
defense.
Everything.
And the 49ers have been, to this point, the up and the down team. But if you're looking at where they're at now, heading into the bye, what do you think coming at, like, if we're fast forwarding to what you want to see, do you think that the offense or the defense holds the most blame and should be the one? Which side of the ball do you think needs to be corrected the most at this point?
The defense, and I feel like they remedied that yesterday with the Chase Young acquisition. So I think they fixed themselves. Okay. I really believe that. Secondary and all, you got to dance with who you took, but now that you got another monster up there, that will remedy everything that's been going on with the defense. But the offense is what concerns me. Debo, his availability. Brock Purdy, where he's at mentally. And this Niner run game. Are they going to be able to run the ball up the middle between the tackles like they once used to? So though I'm more concerned about the O because they didn't get any enhancements. They're waiting on guys to come back, but it's the O I'm more concerned with, Evan.
So the offense concerns you more.
Yes, sir. How would you answer?
I would generally agree. Yes, I think the offense concerns me more because right now there are major question marks about how they can operate when they're not 100% healthy. I think that this defense is something that can be corrected, will be corrected, and it's going to happen internally. Chase Young helps, but even if they didn't trade for him yesterday, I don't think I'd be as concerned about the defense because I think those are things that you can work on. I think their players can play better. I think Steve Wilkes can coach better. I do wonder, though, if the offense, if there is a ceiling to the offense when they don't have all their weapons. And forgive me for believing that in the NFL, you're eventually going to run into a spot where you don't have everything at your disposal, where you're eventually going to have to play from behind, or you're eventually going to face a deficit that you're going to need your quarterback to pull you out of, or you're going to need your play caller, in this case Kyle Shanahan, to dial something up from behind. Kyle Shanahan has not coached very well from behind in his career.
Man.
And Brock Purdy has yet to show us that if he does have to play from behind, which in the regular season I don't think is going to be a huge issue, but it might be during the 4-game gauntlet that is Jacksonville, then skip a couple of weeks to Seattle, Philly, Seattle. There might be some disadvantageous positions that the offense is going to be in. And so that's why I have my questions about them more than the defense.
Man, I'm with you. And, I guess if they did make the trade, because you got me thinking they did, Evan, I mean, how realistic is it to think Bosa will be back to Bosa? They gotta find the solution, but you think, you got pretty good odds that he'll revert back to being the dominant pass rusher he is. Hargrave, across the board. So maybe that was internal, and they'll find that. But this move to get Chase Young, Evan, tells me they were more concerned than any of us thought.
Okay, well, I mean, it's really beginning at 12:30, the beginning of this segment, but that marks the air horn. From now till 12:45, Goo, you got to listen intently. We're also going to include the first 5 minutes. Apologize for not hitting the horn at the beginning of the segment, because right now it is your chance to win a spot on the Chase Center floor to play Knockout. Now until 12:45, listen very closely. We're going to ask you a question after 12:45 about something that has transpired during this segment. Right now, the first caller with the answer, when we call for it, will win the first slot at Knockout. We've already given out 2 slots on this show. You have another chance at 4:30 on Willard and Dibbs to win a slot to play Knockout at Chase Center. So continue to listen intently throughout this segment, and we will give you your answer if you're paying attention. So, Goo, look, I know that we got Warriors tonight against Sacramento.
Yes!
The 49ers are on a bye week. I don't know what the Giants are doing right now. Probably looking for answers, just like the 49ers defense.
Farhan needs to take a ride with Lynch over the Bay Bridge. How do you close a deal?
That's a great question. But, so, like, the trade deadline, looking around the NFL, because I know you got your eyes on everything. Right. The Cowboys.
Didn't do a damn thing.
The Eagles. Oh, excuse me?
They didn't do a damn thing, and you got reporters writing, I don't know. Well, Evan, I didn't want to part with any draft capital, but when you look at the team in San Francisco, anyway, that was bad. But they tried to, just real quick, the world's incredible. Reporters put this spin on why they didn't make a move. Their trading deadline moves were in the offseason. Getting Brandon Cooks, getting Gilmore. I said, miss me with that BS. Now, I kind of get it, but this was a chance to enhance your team, and John Lynch did it, and now this is becoming his staple. Why wouldn't you go for it if you see things aren't going the way you wanted, or they are going the way you wanted? You saw an opportunity to get something for much of nothing.
Well, and that's why I think John Lynch has done a really good job at the last few deadlines, honestly, dating back to when they started in 2017. Like, he's found trades that have not only upgraded the roster and bolstered them, maybe not in a McCaffrey-like fashion, but getting Emmanuel Sanders for a third-round pick is awesome. Going out and getting Charles Omenihu a few years ago for, I think, a fifth-round pick, just added some depth to the D-line, and he was really good for them last season before. I think now he's in Kansas City. But, John Lynch has found deals that align with what generally the team needs for not very much. And that is also an added benefit. Like, when you're getting those compensatory picks back because you're producing in the front office, you're producing executives like Rand Carthen. Kyle Shanahan is producing a coaching tree like Mike McDaniel, DeMeco Ryans, Robert Saleh. You're going to get picks back, and there might be even more coming their way because Mike McGlinchey left in free agency. If Chase Young leaves in free agency, they might get a comp pick. They might get a comp pick back from that. So the 49ers have done almost found kind of this unique lane where they can basically add for free.
Rent for free or whatever. You're right.
Exactly. Yeah, you're going to a free 99, movie bin and just picking out the movie you want. You're going to Redbox, but you don't have to actually pay for it.
Dude, that's incredible. Yeah, and Evan, again, if I would have told you, Steiny and John, before yesterday, that Chase Young could be had for a compensatory pick, you probably would have laughed at me. Like, I thought it would have took a second. Come on, man. Like, who's not in on this deal? Now, the other part, will it manifest on the field? We'll see. But as far as on paper, this will wake up the D-line.
How do you think, now a day removed from the trade deadline, that the 49ers, do you still see them in the same place that you had them in the Guru Power Rankings that you had them before?
Yes, I'm in vogue. Great group from Oakland. Shout out to the young ladies. The great song was Hold On. So I'm holding on to what I think this team was to set the season, and the fact that you went and got this player, good Lord, Evan. So I'm banking and I'm rolling the dice that Purdy will get back to Brock that we seen the first 13 games of his career. Not that super great, but just not the guy, making a couple turnovers at the end of games, because that did bother me listening yesterday, Steiny's imaginary friend saying, I came out like I said, oh, Brock's terrible, he's why they lost. No, I said Brock at the end of games, these last 3 games, it's not been ideal.
Yeah, and look, I know we've tossed around concerns and questions about both sides of the football, but to me, the reason I am optimistic about where the 49ers will get to, which I still believe is the NFC Championship game, even if they, God forbid, don't win the division and have to go on the road.
That's amazing.
I think that this is an NFC where there is no great team. And I'm throwing the Eagles in there, too. I know they're 7-1.
I'm going to go AFC. I told you Kansas City was high. I know it's early.
I think Kansas City's a great team.
Okay.
I think Cincinnati's a great team. I don't see a great team in the NFC, including the 49ers. But that's also a reason for me to feel confident in the 49ers getting right after the bye week, because Philly, you can take advantage of their secondary. Even though they went and shorted up with Kevin Byard, I think they can still be had
no doubt.
Across
Hurts
the middle, down the field.
I don't know his availability.
He's turned
for
the ball over 8 times.
Man,
on interceptions
hurts.
alone.
That
not
hurts.
Including the fumbles.
No pun intended.
The Lions, I think, go as far as Jared Goff takes them.
Raiders were playing.
They're good in the trenches, but they're also I think they're like a San Francisco light in the sense that they do need the script to go in their favor. Man. They can run the football. Beautiful. But Jared Goff, to me, is a quarterback that's going to have some shortcomings come playoff time. I'm looking at Dallas. We've already seen what happens to them when they play teams that are better than them. I think they do it. Cowboys do a really good job of beating up on the bottom feeders. I don't know about the top end.
They got a great, speaking of which, they got a great opportunity against Philly this Sunday with the Niners off, Evan. Is there any doubt that Niner fans should be rooting for the Cowboys in that game? because they own the tiebreaker on the Cowboys.
Yes, they
but
should.
If the Niners still got their sights set on home field advantage, you need Eagles to lose this weekend.
Yes, you do. Right. Well, if you still want that 1 seed.
No doubt about it.
I mean, but right now you got to worry about the team that's in front of you.
And I'm scared.
That's Seattle.
No doubt. And I'm scared of Brock throwing the ball in cold weather if they weren't to get the 1 seed and would have to go on maybe to Philly, in the conditions.
No, I think, look, I mean, it's always easier to win at home, and you'd love that. But I still, yes, the 49ers would be better off with home playoff games. But that doesn't mean that I don't think they can go on the road and win at Dallas. Philly, I have concerns about, but I think they could win in Detroit. I think they can win in Seattle, although that's also a tough environment. But Brock Purdy's already beaten the Seahawks at Lumen Field. He did it his first time.
What?
So, look, I think the 49ers are in a position where there's a lot that needs to be corrected, but I think with how much season is left, they're in a good spot as well because the rest of the conference, to me, has not separated itself in a manner like it did last year. Like, I don't think Philly's as good as they were last year.
And Evan, through 8 games, I can't believe I'm saying this, are the Niners.
True. Yeah.
Just because of the impact of the last 3 games. I didn't think they were going to lose.
Well, they're not as good as the last 11 games of last season.
All right.
But you also got to remember at the beginning of last year, we didn't know what the hell the quarterback was going to be. This season, at the very least, and as much as reporters asking Kyle Shanahan about if he's had a thought about, he's insinuating Sam Darnold should potentially get a shot.
That's what Grant was doing.
I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants that to happen. And if it does, as much as Dan Orlovsky has been talking about how Sam Darnold's talented, I know people have thrown Steve Young's name in conversations about Darnold. If Sam Darnold is the quarterback for this 49ers team, I do think the season is going to head south.
Wow. So you're down on Darnold?
Yes. I mean, I haven't seen him play well his entire NFL career.
Okay.
I've at least seen Brock Purdy dominate at times in football games. I can't say the same for Darnold.
What if I told you and Steiny got into this? Physically, I think there's no question who's the most gifted quarterback between Purdy and Sam.
Well, Sam has more physical traits,
no
for
doubt,
sure.
and that make you a better quarterback. But Evan, I'm telling you, there is a part of me that is curious to see if the best thing that happened to Sam Darnold would to get on this field and start our quarterback for this offense, the limousine of offenses, that would boost his profile. So I'm not all the way out. I do agree with you that Kyle probably doesn't want it to happen because something bad happened to Brock. But Evan, I just would not be, oh my gosh, this is going to be a train wreck if Sammy was to get a shot with this offense.
All right. The contest line, Goo, is 415-523-6452. That's 415-523-4652. If you've been listening to this segment, you'll have the answer to this question, which is, right now, which side of the football does Guru and I believe needs to be corrected the most coming out of the bye week? Which side of the football holds the most to blame over the last 3 games during their losing streak? Both of us had the same answer. Which side of the football is it at 415-523-4652? And again, we will continue to give out slots for your chance to play knockout on the Chase Center court, the same court that Brandon Pochemski plays on. I'm just kidding. Same court that Stephen Curry is shooting the lights out on, and will be doing so tonight, Goo, against the Sacramento Kings.
Remember I called him Machiavelli? I said there's just something about him, and I was saying vocal-wise, he's in a zone that, like, he ain't taking no mess. Evan, I feel like he's doing that on the court. He's done it before, but this just feels different. But speaking of our guy Pochemski, he got some minutes and was okay. I like seeing him ball.
Yeah, well, he looked good in his first game.
Yeah.
Had a little bit of lip for Bob Fitzgerald in the postgame.
Had to remind Fitz, who I think we got Fitz, Friday, huh?
Friday, Bob Fitzgerald will be coming on.
Fitzy.
Hopping on with signing.
He let him know he got an assist, too, his first assist. So, Evan, this thing is going well, man. They just looked... They were first in turnovers last year. Just think about that. They got a grown-up in the room now with Chris Paul, and I don't know about you. I got to just get this in, Evan. When Curry went out the game, I kind of hid my eyes like, oh, boy, the non-Curry minutes. That's now been a pleasant surprise. I know it's early, 4 games, but now I'm watching these others, and it's led by Chris Paul keeping everybody. Like, I'm going to make Evan the best Evan. And I wasn't buying that before because I didn't think he would want to come off the bench. But everything in Warrior land right now seems to be clicking.
Well, not everything. I mean, not absolutely everything. But I would say, what? Wiggins?
Oh, no, I don't. Hey, but yeah,
I don't want to. I don't want to start
that's
with
real.
coming down his road. But and look, no, you're right. The Warriors are plus 31 in the minutes that Stephen Curry's not on the floor. I would have never guessed that was going to be the case, especially when Steph is killing it and he's shooting the lights out.
And Chris Paul's not shooting the lights out from 3, but that's not what you brought him here for. But assist to turnover ratio, Evan, he's just, and again, he's not perfect, but when he's out, he got a TJD a dunk the other day against New Orleans, kind of like OG'd them. Yes, sir.
Also, big shout out to David in Fremont. He's going to be playing
Did he win?
Knockout at Chase Center. Again, your next opportunity to win is going to be at 4:30 with Willard and Dibbs. You can catch a chance to play Knockout at Chase Center, every single day on Steiny and Guru up and through next week at 12:30, Goose. So every single day you'll have a chance to win a spot.
Did you happen to see the text that said, we keep it real, 10-2, Evan. I'm a brother.
Mm-hmm.
I never played Knockout. And I had told you guys that. You've played it.
But
you probably
you call
just called it a
different
name,
Yeah.
which I can't say. But you probably played it.
Yeah.
You can't. I can't. I don't need that
I got you.
PG&E. Yeah, but I can't say it, Evan. But you played it.
Yes, exactly. We call it Knockout. You play from the free throw line or the 3-point line. I'm not exactly sure. I would imagine on the NBA court that they'll have you start at the free throw line instead of the NBA.
Have you shot on an NBA hardwood?
I have not. No.
The old Collie.
Wait, where?
The old Coliseum.
Is it further? Like, does the rim look miles away compared to like a college or high school 3-point line?
It does, and I kind of did it when I wasn't supposed to. Statute of limitations. Steiny and I were doing the pre and post, so we'd get out of there late night, 12:30, sometimes 1, took a couple shots. But anyway, no, 2 clankers. But Evan, it seemed like it was for like here to Europe. It did seem far because I wasn't used to it.
Yeah, and it is going to be from the free throw line. So basically, you stand at the free throw line, first person shoots, you make it, you head to the back of the line. You miss, you got to go retrieve your ball. The next person up has a chance to knock you out by making a shot before the first person does. And so we call it Knockout. It's a fun game. I mean, it's kind of like, you're playing pickup and you just play one-on-one, person who, top of the key, you make a shot, you keep ball.
Okay.
Some people call it King of the Hill. Some people call it other names. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Shout out Bonte Hill. I'll give you 3 there. So, and the Warriors look like road kings right now. They got 3 wins.
How's my bet looking?
In 4 days, I might add, too. It's not just the back-to-back that they won Houston and then New Orleans, but 3 out of 4 days on the road, and they're walking away with games in which they ran away towards the end or closed.
Gosh.
And Curry only had to play, I think the most he played was 34 minutes.
It's just amazing. And you know what, Evan? You said it earlier. They're just smart. To me, this addition of the team just feels smarter than a lot of teams. So they're going to get wins just because of the IQ now that I sent you the video of Jordan Poole shooting the 3, doing the Curry, turning around, thinking he made it.
Well, it wasn't quite the Curry because the ball didn't go in.
And Wiseman's not even getting in games.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
It's rough on former Warriors right now.
Trace Jackson-Davis is getting in games.
Dude, I like him. I don't want to say he's got a big butt, but he's got some junk in the trunk, man.
Yeah.
And he knows who he is.
He's a legit 245.
That's wow.
And that's why, look, the Warriors to me, yes, they have the same big 3, Wiggins, Looney, really the same starting 5 as last year. But even compared to a couple of years ago, I would say pre-championship, like they just seem to have such a different approach.
Oh, okay.
Well, and vibe too, no doubt about it, especially
yeah.
last year to this year is night and day.
You reminded me, last year at this time, we were dealing with the fallout from Dre and Poole. It's almost the anniversary, or it passed.
That's right. Yeah, we were talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the anniversary passed. Times have passed.
Wow.
And look, I hate because if the Warriors are successful this year, and I think they're well on their way,
okay.
Postseason we'll see, but regular season I don't see any reason why this team can't win at least 47 or 48 games. They're certainly going to win more than 44, I believe.
They're giving up 104 points through 3 games. So defensively,
top 10
size. Yeah, they get after it with their IQ, man.
Yeah, and they are playing complimentary ball, unlike the 49ers.
No.
But I do think it's because of the guy that you mentioned off the top of this segment. That's Chris Paul.
Yeah, and I'm going to throw in another youngster since my partner's not here. Evan, you never fought me. You always said on this take, I'm about to bring up this player.
What?
Steiny was always not giving him his flowers.
Oh, I know where you're going.
Dude, my guy Moses Moody, he's a ball player.
Yep.
I'm not telling you he's Gary Payton the first. He's a ball player, Evan. I feel like he can do a lot of things, and he's smart upstairs. It's fun watching him evolve.
It is because
Get your words, Steiny.
Well, and I'm sure he'd tell you, go.
It's 4 games.
Wait on. It's been 4. They got 82 to play. We'll see if Moosey gets.
Are you really saying that, Goo?
He's not going to keep shooting 60% for the whole season.
Yeah.
Let's wait. But I do think that Moody is symbolic of more of the players on the second unit, which is guys that don't hurt you. And I thought it was interesting that Steve Kerr had a chance to start Chris Paul against New Orleans.
Yes.
But I think because of how well Moody had played in the first 3 games, as well as preseason going back even further, that he gave him a chance to start instead of Klay Thompson, or when Klay was out against New Orleans. I thought that was also telling, and I'm sure has to feel empowering for a guy like Moody, as well as Kuminga, who's looking at his guys saying, we're going to get some chances this year.
No doubt. There was one juncture in the game, Evan. It was CP3 and 4, I'll call them the younger or newer guys, Saric, Kuminga, Moody, and TJD, and Gary Payton II. It was just, I'm like having a blast watching them, and you couldn't tell me the youngsters playing with CP3, there was no impact. You know what I mean? It was just the vibes are good, and that was an example of CP3 taking his role. Nothing to see here. I know I made a whole lot of nothing, but they just seem to be on the same page. And you got a Sacramento team in town who it looks like the Warriors got ownage since they took them to 7, Evan, and the preseason meant something. De'Aaron Fox will not be on the hardwood tonight here at Chase Center. And you got to think the Warriors are in a good spot to go 4-1 early.
Yeah, and as hot as Stephen Curry has started out, De'Aaron Fox has been just about as good. Not as good, but 31.5 points on nearly 50% shooting in his games that he's played this year has been quite incredible for the Kings, who are 2-1 entering tonight. Warriors, of course, are 3-1. Did lose their first home game against Phoenix last Tuesday. But this is a game where, and I do want to have a little bit of pause with where I'm going to go with this conversation. We can also take it up on the other side. But last year, Goo, we were always kept guessing by if and when the Warriors turn the corner.
Yeah.
So far this season, they've been really good. But this is a game tonight that the Warriors should win. And I think they should win by, 8 or 9 points. They should win comfortably tonight against a team without its best player.
I'm looking at maybe 7 minutes left in the fourth. Curry's on the bench to stay, and maybe even sooner.
And look, the Kings are going to fight. They got a lot of good other rotation players, but they'll be without De'Aaron Fox, without Trey Lyles. And coming up on the other side, I also do want to get back to football with our NFL Odyssey insider, Ross Tucker. He's coming on at 1:15. Of course, covers the Eagles very closely, does work with CBS, knows the NFL inside and out. I want to hear what he thought about the 49ers trade deadline, as well as where the 49ers are at 5-3 heading into the bye. But coming up next, I do want to stick with the Warriors for just a little bit, and I want to stick with something that Steve Kerr said about last year being an outlier, and if you're buying it 4 games into the season, 888-957-9570. It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Gerald the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by BMW.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
From the 408, whoever's in charge of the music does not get enough love. Just an expertly curated selection.
What's it gonna be? Yeah.
That's John Lucan on the beat.
Yeah. The coach of the Vikings. Yeah, he looked that's his doppelganger.
He does look like Kevin O'Connell,
Thank
especially
you for
with
the
the
name,
mustache.
Evan. Yeah, he'd look at him. The lip sweater. That's a lip sweater, yeah.
That's true. Kind of like our guy on TV earlier. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got Ross Tucker coming up in just over 10 minutes. 1:15, he's going to join us. NFL Odyssey Insider. Does a lot of great work with CBS, Westwood One. Is very tapped into everything around the NFL, so I want to get his thoughts as the 49ers head into the bye week. But, we were talking about the Warriors right before the break. Of course, they got Sacramento coming into town tonight. Warriors Live starting at 6 o'clock here on 95.7 The Game. Make sure to get out to Ballast Point Brewing Company. Say hi to JD. He's going to be doing Warriors Live and wrap-up as always. But what has struck you the most about this Warriors team 4 games in?
They're connected. And I'm sorry, I got to go there because I've asked Mike Dunleavy 100 times. I was worried about what was going on off the court, and I feel like that had something to do with the 11 road wins in totality last year for this team. Just think about that, Evan. They're already at 3. So they look like they're all bought in. It's early, but that is huge. And we know, because I just mentioned it last block, with what they had to deal with and when it started last year. So to me, that I just get goosebumps watching them. Like, I know they're not going to win every game, Evan, but everybody seems to, Chris Paul mainly, to be on board about let's be the best basketball team we can be. Forget my streak or my role. I'm just here to limit turnovers. And right now it's just been, I mean this, a pleasure watching them ball. Like, I don't think this thing is stopping.
It doesn't look like it. And Steve Kerr talked about that after the New Orleans games. He said specifically, quote, last year was the outlier. And I do wonder if people are feeling like that, because they got me, along with Chris Paul, feeling like, yeah, last year was kind of an outlier, because I'm just going up and down recent memory with the Stephen Curry-led Golden State Warriors. Last season, they make it to the second round. They get bounced by the Lakers. The year before that, they obviously won the finals. But the year before that, they had somewhat of an early exit in the play-in game against Memphis. Man. Don't mean to bring up tough times.
Curry didn't score in OT.
And that was a season in which they didn't have Klay Thompson. They were trying to get Andrew Wiggins on. Jordan Poole emerged in that season. There were outlying factors in that year that prevented them, I think, from going further. And, of course, they corrected themselves and they won the championship the year after. I know they're older now. I know they're a different team. They're smaller. They're maybe less athletic. But you're right. They are more connected, certainly, than last year. And that's why if 44 wins was the result last season, I don't see why that's not the floor this year, and why this team is, in my mind, giving me the vibes of a top 4, if not top 3 seed in the West. And that's a position they absolutely can use to propel themselves into championship contention.
No, I'm feeling that. But I will say this, Evan, the one loss, which bothers me, because I think, and no shocker here, there's a lot of dump truck teams in the NBA. I think New Orleans that didn't have Ingram, they don't qualify, but the way that they played, it was like open gym, and they kind of just got outsmarted because they don't play the brand of basketball that the Warriors do. But, Evan, to your point, Phoenix came in here, Booker's last game with Kevin Durant, two of the big three, and won. So when you're playing the top tier, the upper echelon teams, I wonder if those teams can make what you may be lacking or, your lack of size, can they take advantage of it? But Houston couldn't do it. Even though they gave them a little run for their money, you couldn't take them serious, to win the game. So the Warriors are going to benefit from that on most nights. But, Evan, I am curious when it's the Clippers or the Lakers. And who knows? Those teams may be the ones I'm talking about. They don't have their stuff together. But I do think back, like, as excited as I am, I got to be a little cautious till I see it against. And like Sack tonight, I don't expect much. They're an NBA team. Like here, Steiny, cool, they can win. Anything can happen. That's my Steiny. But, I don't expect much. But I just like where they're at. And the addition of Chris Paul being the grown-up in the room, I'm feeling that. Now, let me throw this at you because you've been asking me. Anything that you're concerned about, because you had to remind me like a brick in the side of the head. Evan, I am wondering, as good as this is, what's going on with Wiggins? And I'm not saying he's not there, but Evan, he doesn't
look like he's there right now.
Why?
I think that him more than any other player, there's still some residue left from last year.
You think so?
To me,
but he was a big part of why they got 44 wins, because the team had your back while you tended to what you needed to tend to. So you should be the last person that has any residue about any ill will.
But we don't know what happened in the 2 or 3 months. I think he's also a guy that was probably pretty close to Jordan Poole. And
he was.
He didn't play for Team Canada this summer. We don't know how much basketball he played. We don't know what kind of shape he was in. In general, we don't honestly know a whole lot about Andrew Wiggins. And so I can only go off of what I've seen from his time in Minnesota and his time in Golden State, which is he can be at times a bit sleepwalky. And
what a word.
So
That's
far,
it.
Yeah, I don't even know if it is a word. Might have just made it up. But
in my world, it is.
If Steiny was here, I'm sure he'd correct me. But the thing is, Andrew Wiggins, to me, is an important part of this team if they want to go deep in the postseason. I think this is a team that's shown itself with how deep it is, the strength in numbers. Like, they can knock off most teams in the regular season now, I believe, on a night-in and night-out basis. But you do need Wiggins to wake up at some point. I don't know if it's now. I don't know if it's tonight. I don't know if it's next week. But it's something I am keeping my eye on. It's really the only thing I have my eye on because they've answered the rest of my questions.
No, and again, if you look at the opponent, a young Houston team, I mean, they're athletic, but, New Orleans, those were opportunities I feel, and maybe I'm wrong, Evan, for thinking, okay, this is the game you go off, and it's not just about Steiny's listening, partner. It's not just about scoring. He just looks a bit like glazed, not dazed, but he's just out there, and I don't know, Evan. It is a bit peculiar. It's early. The team, it has his back. So we just need Wiggins to start balling. Evan, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask John to come in because De'Aaron Fox is not playing tonight. And you had a great little tidbit, fun fact about what could possibly be going. This is great.
I don't want to be.
No, we're having fun. That's what we do.
What do you got, Kevin O'Connell?
I find it a little. I find it a little bit of a coincidence that the first game De'Aaron Fox plays as a Curry Brand member, he rolls his ankle.
Oh, right. Nothing to do with this. That was
Curry's
pretty good. I'm
playing
going to give you a 2.
I think Curry's playing chess.
Yeah, I'm going to give him a 2.
I'll give him a 2.5.
Yeah.
Well, Curry used to suffer from.
Give me a 3 for my music, though, huh?
Also a 3.5 for the mustache.
Oh, no doubt.
I know we can't see it on radio. Yeah, it's pretty damn good. De'Aaron Fox is incredible.
He's incredible.
He's as advertised. He's damn good.
Can I be honest with you, Evan?
Of course,
there was a year and a half ago that I thought he was on the young Russell Westbrook path of you'll never be able to shoot. They figured you out. Just get back on D. You are fast. And I was like, this ain't the guy. I said that. And now he has been in the lab. Your boy is a baller. And it seems like you already knew that.
Well,
he's real.
I'm more so with you. It wasn't as much as I thought the teams could figure him out, but I did wonder when they made the trade Halliburton for Sabonis if they picked the right guard.
That is amazing. I was saying some of that.
No, I think the Pacers moved off a player that they probably wouldn't have wanted to pay, and I wonder if the contract for the Kings with Sabonis is going to come back to hurt him. But if you're just looking at tonight, like that, De'Aaron Fox is going to be missed when you watch the Kings play the Warriors tonight.
Man.
And it's not going to be because the Warriors are a team that is going to run the Kings ragged, but when they're looking for an answer and where they're looking for someone on offense to deliver a basket or bail them out of a possession, it's not going to be Sabonis.
Man.
Might be Malik Monk. He might start tonight.
Oh, speaking of which, you sent me a video. If you guys want to treat yourself to something incredible.
By the way, Ross Tucker in a couple of minutes, NFL Odyssey Insider.
Go to, I think it's IG, and just the Mike Brown video in practice going at Malik Monk. It was the greatest. It was Bobby Knight-like. But Evan, the Mike Brown we see at the podium is he's the greatest. And he's still cool. A good guy. But he went in on said player, Malik Monk.
He cursed Malik Monk out.
He stopped practice.
In a way
Find
that I
if you can,
heard.
guys.
Yeah, I don't know if we're allowed to play it. No. There's more bad words than good words.
Kevin O'Connell said no.
No, yeah. I do appreciate that. You think we could sneak Free. Free's in Oakland. Wants to talk about Andrew Wiggins. What's up, Free? R95.7 The Game. How are you?
Good afternoon, guys. I got 3 of them, man, for you guys. One, I just came from D.C.
Okay.
They are talking bad about Poole, man. They mad that the Warriors they got him from the Warriors. They feel like the Warriors paid him. He better be praised. He better be thanking the Warriors for his entire life for the money they gave him because they got to pay him. But they feel like he don't deserve even $7 million a year. But another thing I want to say about Wiggins is Wiggins always been a drifter. You know what I'm saying? He's never been like a engaged type of player. You know what I'm saying? He needed Draymond Green during the season to start getting going. He's never been a player that come out and he's animated and ready to go. He's always kind of quiet, give you a quiet 18. So guys is looking at him now like, what's wrong? I don't think anything is wrong with Wiggins. I think he always been this way. That's why Minnesota traded him, because he's not like a monstrous, loud player. And then my third thing is, what do people expect from Chris Paul? Every team he went on, he got better. The team rather got better.
Yeah.
So, everybody is talking about, we got to apologize. Chris Paul been good since he came to the league when he first went to the Pelicans. So Chris Paul is doing what he always has done. Only thing we were hoping for is when the playoffs come, he don't pull no hamstring.
There you go.
Or nothing like that. But that's it. But Chris Paul is going to be okay during the season. We just need him for the playoff run.
Good stuff, Evan.
Yeah. No, I think. Well, I do think you need Wiggins for more than.
Oh, there's no doubt. The Wiggins part is just, Evan, I'm watching this, and I think I'm a bit more concerned than most. But again, you can be quiet off the court, Evan, but you can be loud with your actions, with your play on the court. And it's just not clicking yet. And you're right. When you start playing those big boys, they need Wiggins. You are right. To get to the promised land like 2022, they're going to need him. But let me just give you this about Chris Paul. Evan, I know he's one of the great guys of the league. I know this. I've been rooting for this dude for so long that I got mad at him because his body let him down. And he was on the Rockets team that had the KD Warriors down 3-2 and the hammy blew, or he didn't come back in the series. Last year, Phoenix against Denver, they had action, Evan. He got hurt. So I'm with the caller on that's all I'm worried about. But if you look, and I overlooked this because I thought his ego would be in the way, when you look at what he's done on the teams that he gets to, Phoenix went to the finals when he got to Phoenix. He has an impact, man. Kobe wanted him on the Lakers. How about that? And remember Stern nixed it. You remember that? Remember that? That's so. I'm just telling you, Chris Paul, I apologize because I thought you would be in your feelings for the way that whatever happened or didn't happen with Phoenix and the Warrior thing, the rivalry, but you're a baller. And right now, through 4 games, this dude is when you watch a point guard control the game, Evan, they don't have to score, but you know he's controlling it, if that make any sense. Like, that's how I feel when he's out there.
Yeah, I mean, he's shooting the 3-point ball like Kelly Oubre, and no one cares. And I don't care either because of the other impact that he has. Yes. And I think because of how good he is with the rock in his hands, of taking care of the basketball, of setting up different players, he will take so much pressure, and already I think has taken pressure off of Stephen Curry, the point guard, and also now Draymond Green, the point guard.
Man.
And that is why outside of Steph, I think the starting unit is the one that I'm not worried about, but I have questions about because Chris Paul's got that second unit in line. Like, they have not been anywhere near as bad as the second unit at the beginning of last year that was losing them games. Meanwhile, now the second unit is not just keeping leads or keeping deficits, but they're either closing them or they're extending them.
That goes back, I think, of their first championship series when they had the guys coming off the bench, the Iggy's and Livingston and Ian Clark. Like, they would take the lead. There were sometimes that the starters would be maybe down 1, and then here come the bench, and then it's up to 8 or 9. Like, boy, Barbosa. Like, I'm getting those vibes. It's early, but still, we would talk about it if they were 1-3 and it didn't look like they were having fun, turnover city. And Jordan Poole, I was wrong. I'm not going to judge the kid because I'm rooting for him. But what he's doing, Evan, right now, it's almost like, man, they got better. Addition by subtraction.
Well, and to kind of bring it back to the 49ers as we transition over to Ross Tucker, NFL Odyssey Insider, the way that Chris Paul is playing is the way that Brock Purdy was kind of playing the first 5 weeks of the season. He was playing point guard. But on the line now is Odyssey NFL Insider Ross Tucker. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now and get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Daryl the Guru Johnson as always. Ross, appreciate you hopping on with us, man. How are you doing?
Yeah, my pleasure. I'm doing great. How are you guys doing? You guys supposed to be doing better after yesterday, huh?
Look at Ross. I love you.
A little bit better. Look, we're all trying to figure out what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers as they're entering the bye week. And, one thing that we've kind of tossed around after the trade deadline is what was the reason for going out and getting Chase Young? It bolsters an already talented defensive line that hadn't necessarily the last couple of weeks been playing up to par. Why do you think the 49ers went out and got Chase Young, and how much does he help them?
Yeah, I think there's probably 2 main reasons why they got him, maybe 3. Number one, the defense got torched 2 games in a row, right? I mean, Kirk Cousins without Justin Jefferson kind of lit him up. And then we saw what Joe Burrow and the Bengals did Sunday. So I think that they started to have some concerns about their defense, and maybe rightfully so. And I think, they keep trying to get somebody else opposite Bosa. They know they want to have waves of guys and depth, but they also felt like they needed somebody consistent opposite Bosa. And Chase Young's played really well this year. Those guys have a good relationship. So one is the way the defense has been playing the last couple games. Number 2 is to have somebody opposite Bosa, because you can't double both of them, right? So it's going to free up probably Chase Young for a bunch of one-on-ones. And then number 3, I think they needed to try to change the mojo. I mean, they lost 3 in a row. They're going into the bye. I think they felt like they needed to change something up, give these guys a boost like a baseball team getting a new bat at the trade deadline or get another arm at the trade deadline. I think they felt like they need to give the locker room a boost.
Man, good stuff, Ross. I was telling Evan and the listeners, because you played the game, you know what goes down, but we're taking calls. People are blaming Wilkes. If I even say he's got something to do with maybe Bosa not getting after the quarterback, they want to come after me. How much of this is just on Bosa or the players, even Hargrave? Like, this was supposed to be their strength, Ross, and I'm wondering, how do you divvy it up to why Bosa doesn't look like Bosa of last year?
Yeah, so it's always a combination of both. You know, we always, of course, want to pin it on one guy. Like, this is Wilkes' fault, or this is Bosa's fault. He got the money and now he's lazy or whatever. That's really never the case, right? It's always a combination of a couple different things. I think part of it doesn't seem like these quarterbacks are having to hold the ball as long, right? It feels like they're able to get rid of the ball faster. And I think some of that is coverage, both the players themselves and some of the coverages that Wilkes is calling. Obviously the all-out blitz at the end of the first half against the Vikings was just atrocious, like just absolutely atrocious play calling, game management, whatever you want to call it. And I think everybody recognizes that. But also, sacks in particular, okay, they're kind of, fluky is not the right word. But what I would tell you is pressures and quarterback hits are more indicative of how a guy is playing than sacks. There's some guys, it's like they'll have 15 pressures, but somehow they have 8 sacks. Other guys, they have like 38 pressures, but only 6 sacks, right? What I always like to say is disruption is production. If you're hitting the quarterback, if you're pressuring him, it's not as cool as a sack, it's not as impactful as a sack, but it still matters.
Ross Tucker joining us here on 95.7 The Game, Odyssey's NFL Insider. Ross, with the addition of Chase Young, and I know you mentioned on your podcast that you didn't think that the Eagles should have gone out and gotten a Montez Sweat or a Chase Young, but with the 49ers adding a big piece to the opposite end of Nick Bosa, a guy that maybe they didn't play together because of Bosa's injury in college, but now they have familiarity with each other. They get that added boost that you're talking about. Would you put the 49ers defensive line in the same conversation as the Eagles because they appear to be the standard bearer and have been for the last year plus?
Yeah, so a couple of things. First of all, I definitely would not have given up a second-round pick, a high second-round pick for Montez Sweat like the Bears did. That really doesn't make sense to me. Now, the Niners, it makes a little bit more sense because they have an extra, the extra comp picks in the third round, and because they kind of had a need in my mind. I don't think they felt like they were getting enough from Randy Gregory and Drake Jackson and Cleveland Farrell, so they felt like they needed one more guy there. I don't know that the Eagles feel that way, right? I mean, the Eagles, they're not even getting snaps yet for their first-round pick in Nolan Smith. I mean, right now it's Josh Sweat, it's Hassan Reddick, it's Brandon Graham, and then they're getting a few snaps for Derek Barnett and Nolan Smith. So I think that there was more of a need for the Niners, and they obviously had the extra picks as well. So I do think that the Niners are in the category. I mean, it felt like, I haven't watched every snap of the Bengals game, but it felt like Hargrave was playing pretty darn good this year, at least when I was watching. So I think that they are up there with the Eagles. But, sometimes that can be hit or miss. I didn't think the Eagles D-line was great against. In fact, the Eagles D-line's 2 worst games, ironically, have both been against the Commanders, who are like the most. Sam Howell's been sacked more than anybody, and yet when he plays against the Eagles, that's like when their O-line plays the best. It's strange.
Ross, we'll get you out of here on this one because I couldn't let you go without asking. I'm a guy that said, oh, my God, the Brock Purdy, the movie, it's almost ready, and when's he going to make a mistake? And I know I'm emotional, but what have you made of the last 3 games? Because now we've seen turnovers at the end of games, and I was telling Evan, mainly over the middle. Just talk to us real quick about what you're seeing and how you compartmentalize his mistakes here late.
Yeah, it's interesting because I'm sure you guys have talked about this, but these websites, these companies that track like turnover-worthy plays, there were a bunch even earlier in the year from Brock Purdy that were turnover-worthy throws or turnover-worthy plays.
Wow.
It was like, he was lucky, and lucky's not the right word. He was fortunate to get away with them. Well, he's not getting away with them anymore. I think that's a big difference these last couple of games. And ironically, this was kind of the knock on Purdy coming out. This was the concern, is that he at times, had some crazy turnovers at Iowa State. It was not good. And so it'd be one thing if this was a fluke, but it's not necessarily a fluke because of what he did at Iowa State. Like, this is something that he's done.
Yeah, no doubt.
Good stuff.
Ross, we appreciate you stopping by, and feel free. I know you got your podcast going. What are you working on this weekend?
Oh, man, I got a big weekend. Tomorrow night, I got Titan Steelers on Westwood One Radio with Kevin Kugler.
Let's go.
And then Saturday, Ohio State, number 1 team in the country, at Rutgers for CBS, noon on Saturday, 9 a.m. for you guys. So I got a heck of a doubleheader, boys.
Let's
awesome.
go, baby.
Well, we appreciate you fitting us in, Ross. Thanks so much for joining us.
My pleasure. See ya.
All right, that's Ross Tucker, Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls are presented by BetQL. Download the free BetQL app right now to get instant access to the industry's most advanced suite of sports betting tools right at your fingertips. Got to take a break, be back for our final segment of the show. I want to get into something that Ross said I thought was really interesting, both about Purdy as well as Bosa. That's on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Get in zone, autos.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, last segment here on a Warriors Wednesday.
Can you name the artist?
I actually can't.
Get your stuff out the way. My bad.
No, my bad, Goo. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today.
That's my era. And John, Kevin O'Connell's doppelganger, that would be Ray Love, right?
Ray Love, dude, he's got it all, man. He's got a lot of Bay Area rap knowledge.
We got a lot,
impressive.
too.
Yeah, we do as a show. You, Steiny, and I. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. Goo, I want to pick up where Ross Tucker left us off.
Boy.
That was the 510 is chiming in about on the Comcast Business Text line. You know, non-Purdy fans have been telling you how he's been getting lucky, how people haven't been picking off bad throws. I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far, but the 418 wants us to confirm Ross's statement about wild turnover plays at Iowa State.
Man.
I think generally he took care of the ball in college, but if you look at some games, Brock Purdy, there was a lot, and you even see hints of it now. Like the improvisation, the extension of plays, and the willingness to try and move the ball down the field.
Brett Favre-like.
Sometimes you get in trouble when that happens, when you make bad decisions. Now, I think that Brock Purdy hasn't been hurt generally because he's pretty accurate. I think he's done a great job at implementing what Kyle Shanahan wants, and with a full complement of weapons, hasn't had to do too much. But when Debo's out, when Trent's out, when McCaffrey's banged up, you do have to do a little more as a quarterback, and that means you're going to have to take some risk. And so far in the last 3 games, it's hurt Brock Purdy, particularly in the fourth quarter.
You know what? And I don't want to just trick-or-treat the day after Halloween, but that was scary. And the reason it was scary, Evan, one, I'm being honest, I didn't know that about Brock in college, being a tad bit reckless. So that I feel like that website he mentioned about the turnover-worthy
Pro Football Focus was the website he was talking about.
Yeah, that's why I come in and Steiny would come down Steiny, this ball, it looked like it could have been picked. The one, against Arizona, he threw it in the middle of the field. I don't want to come down hard on him. But now, the more I hear and the more I watch, Evan, I'm a little nervous as to, he wasn't the first 13 games Brock Purdy at Iowa State. This is kind of who he's been. So this will be big. Tom Hanks liked to see how he comes out of the bye and if he can shake this off. But Evan, if you're telling me like Ross did, this is who he kind of was in college, it's hard for a leopard to change his spots.
Yeah, but who he is in college has also led him to a 10-3 record so far in the regular season. Like who he is in college or who he was in college now in San Francisco is the reason why the offense we're calling him Purdy for 30. So as much as, yes, his characteristics at Iowa State have traveled with him to the NFL, as any quarterback does, you can also win with that. Like, that doesn't mean that Brock Purdy all of a sudden is now a pumpkin. It also didn't mean that he was going to be the belle of the ball his entire NFL career. It means, like most people, he's probably somewhere in the middle. And it means that he could go and throw 3 touchdowns against Jacksonville. He might also turn it over a couple times. Like, he threw 33 interceptions in college for around 50 games. That's maybe more than some people are comfortable with, but that's not, like, the 80 touchdowns that he also threw are equally as valuable. And I think Brock Purdy's in a position where he does need to recalibrate a little bit. And these last 3 games, I'm sure, were humbling for him.
I like that, recalibrate. And I'll say this to that, Evan. You know what? You're right. You are correct. But for me, a guy that was talking about, rightfully so, Evan, this is headed down the Kurt Warner road, and it still very well may even supersede that. But I hadn't seen that at all. We hadn't seen it because he was basically mistake prone.
Mm-hmm.
And now with 5 picks and 6 turnovers in the last 3 games, you are right. It's you got to look at everything, the whole enchilada, right? But it was just and that's all I've been trying to convey. It was just a weird feeling and has been, even Sunday, seeing him kind of turn it over.
Yeah, look, he's done 12 touchdowns and 5 picks this year. If I told you Brock was going to be 68% completion, throw for 2,000 yards,
sign me up.
12 touchdowns,
Sign
5 picks through 8 games, you'd probably take that.
No doubt. But, Evan, he was off. When you look at the totality of before the last 3 games, what he's done last year and the first 5, it was, will this dude ever throw a pick? Does he throw a pick? Is there a pick in that arm? And now we see what you just pointed out. He's human.
But I do think the timing of the interceptions is a little worrisome because it's not like Kirk Cousins, for example, against the 49ers. He threw a pick on Monday night.
Yeah. Early.
He threw it first possession.
Right there, early, yeah.
But he didn't throw a pick after then.
Right.
Or he came close, but Jordan Addison helped him out a little bit against Ward. But, they got better. Joe Burrow got better. In fact, the only really, if we're talking about turnover-worthy plays, the only time I can recall Joe Burrow putting the ball in harm's way was at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, and Oliver dropped it.
He dropped it.
Yeah.
And then the next play, you can't get a sack, and Joe Burrow just runs rampant, and he beats you. Those quarterbacks got better throughout the games in which they won against the Niners. Brock Purdy, in the fourth quarter of the last 3 games, has not been as good. I think overall he's been fine, but you're the one who talks about how Dak Prescott sometimes struggles down the stretch of games, sometimes struggles to bring you back. That is where, over the course of time, we will learn more about who Brock Purdy is, because I feel uncomfortable saying he's the quarterback from the first 5 games or he's the quarterback from the last 3 games.
No doubt. And I feel that, and you're being an adult. I'll say this just real quick, random, about Dak. Dak can bring you back, but Evan, when it gets a top-tier defense, that's when it seems to happen more. It doesn't happen. It's like that against the top-tier teams. Now, you could go, what do you mean by top-tier? Teams that are pretty good, they have good defenses, that's when you kind of get left at the altar. Mm-hmm. That's just what I firmly believe, and the numbers will back me up. But he's got a bunch of comebacks, but we'll see. This is a big non-game week for everybody involved on the team, the coaching staff. But, Evan, if we're here a week and some change from now and Jacksonville doesn't go well, Brock kind of looks the same, maybe no Debo, the pass rush looks pretty much the same, then we got some serious stuff to talk about.
Well, and I'll leave the listeners with this before we get to the crossover. Larry Krueger's in for Dan Dibley with Mark Willard as always. I do think that with Brock Purdy, and look, Dallas's defense was playing better than any team in the NFL when he threw 4 touchdowns against him on Sunday night. But how is Brock going to fare against those top teams like you mentioned? I still don't know. Now, what I do know is the 49ers need to right this ship. They're 5-3. If they lose, they're in a position where they're looking up maybe at the division.
Man.
That's not a good place to be. So Brock Purdy, what he does not have now compared to what he had after 5 games was room for error. He needs to be better. The 49ers need to be better, and they got to do it quickly. That wasn't something we were talking about after 4 or 5 games. Even after the Cleveland game. Hey, it's all good. In fact, I think Steiny was the one that said it's a valuable loss.
Yeah.
Or Kyle Shanahan doesn't care about the loss.
He never saw it going.
Well, you do now after you lost 3 in a row.
Yeah. 8 more quarters after that game, you didn't see that.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to continue the conversation on the other side. The crossover's coming up next on 95.7 The Game with Mark Willard and Larry Krueger. That segment was brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Now it's time for the closer. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, this is the crossover. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson, got Mark Willard, and then the victor over Guru this week in fantasy football, Larry Krueger. What's going on, boys? How
Tell
you
him
doing?
what happened, Larry.
Wait a second.
Well, Willard,
You're going to have to turn the microphone on.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, we got to.
How come that microphone keeps coming on when you touch the button? See the red light? Man, you think you've been in this business for more than a minute.
There we go.
What's up,
Larry?
Did it. I did it.
Boy.
I did it, Mom.
Guru contacted me and was like, hey, man, things aren't looking good on the fantasy front for you.
I took a print screen with me ahead, and I sent it to Larry.
Seriously, and I looked down, he's got Devontae and the kicker, I think, and I'm like, I think I had Jahmyr Gibbs and somebody else.
That's all you needed.
Jahmyr Gibbs went off.
Dude, I hate fantasy sometimes.
Hold on. You guys, because I didn't even look at it, because I don't look at other people's games. Well, I do. I was getting my butt kicked, so I didn't want to go to the app. So if Devontae catches that ball down the left sideline at the end, do you win?
No,
Is it that close?
No, it wasn't that
Okay,
close.
good.
That wouldn't have helped.
How many people lost their fantasy matchup when Jimmy Garoppolo airmailed Devontae by 15 yards when there was no one within 20 yards of
Which time?
Yeah, I got to believe a lot.
there's a
Which
few of
time?
them.
There was a few.
But you know that one.
I think
threw his helmet at the end.
Devontae may have given Guru a whopping 2 points.
Yeah,
or
no,
something.
it's just bad.
was
Well,
bad.
somebody lost their job because of that. Devontae's happy.
More than somebody. A bunch of people.
Yeah.
The head coach, the general manager, the offensive coordinator, and the quarterback.
Man.
All in one swing. Out.
After getting a 6-year extension right before the season, right? I think Josh McDaniels was reported to have gotten re-upped. It'd be like the 49ers moving off of someone. I don't know.
Was it re-upped or was that the initial? I know you're right. He's got 4 more years on the deal, and
boy, you had to be bad.
Well, either way, he had a lot of money left,
fully guaranteed,
and they're already paying Gruden. I mean, they just owe money left and right.
Man,
4 years. 4 years is what there was left on that.
Oh, okay,
Man.
gotcha.
But that's a colossal failure.
Oh God.
I mean, it just makes you feel grateful watching this front office operate the way that it does.
I think that's a fair point that I know a lot of people don't always want to hear. They don't want to hear milk and cookies, especially in the middle of a 3-game losing streak. But if you want to look around, I'll give you 2 examples in the NFL. One is the Las Vegas Raiders.
Okay.
And the other one is the Chicago Bears. If your team is not one of those teams, and I guess the third might even be the Washington Commanders, who the 49ers are now fleecing on an annual basis. But if you are rooting for a team other than those, you have to be thankful that you're not them. Yes, there are mistakes made by every front office, but there are front offices out there right now that are completely lost. I mean, completely.
Did anybody pick up the phone? Is John Lynch the only one making the calls?
Mark Davis has a blindfold on and darts in his hand.
That is, man.
And he is just throwing them at the wall.
Well, I don't know.
Just going, let's hope. I hope it goes in the right slot.
I think he thinks he's getting Harbaugh. I think he's going all in for Harbaugh.
But they had a chance to get him before they hired McDaniels, and something didn't go right, Larry. But I said that earlier.
They already, like John Gruden was Harbaugh back when they hired him. They're like, forget it. We're going to get our guy. And then emails and goodnight. It is a complete and total. That general manager, Ziegler's been there for what?
Man.
I mean,
they had a good draft, I thought, right? They got Michael Mayer, I think, but he hasn't done anything.
That's the thing. None of the rookies have gotten on the field.
And you thought Garoppolo could get you somewhere, and I love Jimmy. It's hard.
Oh, boy.
I think you tweeted, give Kyle flowers now for us watching the bad Jimmy without. It's like, oh, my gosh.
Wow, and it's, believe me.
This dude got you to a Super Bowl and a couple NFC championships.
I watch him play with the Raiders, and I'm questioning everything I've ever said about Jimmy Garoppolo. even though I know that what I do think Jimmy is an example of is the two ends of the spectrum. Absolutely, Kyle Shanahan and the 49er team, that's about the best position a quarterback can be in. And this is the worst. And so who Jimmy is, if given normalcy, is somewhere in between these two things. But trust me, I get it.
He had weaponry. Let's not act like he had one of the best receivers in the game.
But he doesn't
with the Raiders.
Weapons.
So
no, he's got weapons, but he doesn't.
It's more of an indictment.
He line.
He does not have time.
Or a play caller.
Yeah, he does not have time, but he also, he does not. His field presence has been horrible this year. Like, he just sits there and takes the sack.
And the pain.
Every
He's
time.
regressed.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you stay the same. Sometimes you get better. Sometimes you get worse. He's getting worse.
I was, nobody asked, but I was at a doctor's appointment. Larry and I came out to the news of Chase Young, a 49er, and I thought to myself, and I mean this, you tell me if I'm not being fair, if I'm being unfair. I said, my gosh, you got a team that was set out to win or picked to be at least in the NFC Championship game. You don't you rest on your laurels. You got McCaffrey last year, and you go basically get Chase Young free when all of a sudden this D-line, which you thought you didn't need it, we'll leave that for later. I mean, if I could buy John a beer, I would buy him a beer. And when I see him standing on the sidelines at the end of games, guys, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I'm wondering, what are the other GMs doing? Did you not know you could get Chase Young for a compensatory pick? I don't know, but I don't know where the Niners season is going. But the fact that front office went and did what they did again, I'm flabbergasted that they did that. Now, the other question real quick here is, okay, Wilkes, and people are getting mad at me, my own friends. Oh, you're putting it at the brother's doorstep. If you don't get home now and pressure and wreak havoc on the quarterbacks, I think the Niners have the answer as to, and I told Evan this, you tell me what you think, they now can identify something is going wrong with the system if these four can't get home.
They took away the excuses.
Which
they took away the excuses.
And I don't even know.
There were a few to begin with before.
I don't know that they deserved them to begin with. Like, my quick sentence on this is it's a great move. It's odd that they had to make it, though.
Peter King.
Like that defensive line at the start of this year, you should not have thought, we're going to need to add to that at the deadline. But that doesn't make it a bad move. It makes it a great move. And I agree with you guys. It takes all of the excuses, if you want, the reasoning behind it. By the way, I want to have the courage to say this to you, Goo, when you say it the way you just said, what a lot of your friends are saying to you. I really, really wish that we wouldn't make stuff like this about skin color.
Okay.
The last two defensive coordinators are also black.
I've used that.
And they were freaking fantastic.
Okay. And parlayed that into new jobs.
I get it. I fully understand. The blame game in sports is rarely fair, whether it has to do with skin color, position, whatnot. Like Farhan Zaidi said it directly to my face a month ago, where he's like, the blame goes to the manager because he's the manager. Like that it doesn't mean that he was all the problem. But he's the manager. If a high-priced, high-performing defense suddenly stops working, we're going to look at the defensive coordinator.
The one thing I was never comfortable with Wilkes' resume is he's been in a lot of different places in the last 15 years. We're talking about like 13 different jobs in 15 years. That's a lot of moving around. I mean, that would worry me no matter what job I was hiring for if somebody's been in 15 places in 16 years or something like that. But I kind of look at this, guys, as why have some fancy, security system, let's say, on your home if you also, but we leave the garage door open. We got the state of the art, retina scan and all every ounce of every possible doorway and window is locked up and it calls the cops and everything's immediate and but we leave the garage door open. That's kind of what the Niners were doing on this defensive line. You got Hargrave, you had Armstead, you got Bosa. They're all Bosa's underachieved, but when the quarterback can slide out the other door and just into an open spot because Kerry Hyder's not doing his job. Drake Jackson's not doing the job. Austin Bryant's not doing the job. The guys opposite Bosa aren't doing the job. What good is 3 studs if you're going to have one easy way to get out the side door? And I think now they've closed that side door. The coverage has got to be tighter. I mean, it's not just a rush deal. It's a coverage deal as well. So I'm eager to see what they look like against Jacksonville because Jacksonville has a ton of speed.
I guess my question about that, though, is like Kerry Hyder performed well in this system, or maybe not this system, I'm sorry, on this team before.
Right.
And I remember thinking at the time, guys like this, like whoever you stick on the opposite side of Nick Bosa is going to ball out Because Nick Bosa.
Well, he did week 1.
He's going to get all the, well, fine, but consistently. Like, why this year does that not seem to be the elixir? Why, like, Nick's still getting all the attention? John Lynch will tell you, oh, you're not watching football if you don't think Nick is dominating. Okay, whatever. I don't know if I buy that completely, but Nick, I don't think is a problem. Why are the people on the other side of him who have always performed well? It's no different than Jeff Kent hitting behind Barry Bonds. Like, you were good because Nick took all the attention and you could go perform. And this year, that's not happening with multiple people. So I just go to a very basic question about Steve Wilks over and over, which is this. I refuse to believe, why would a bunch of high-priced, talented defensive players all at once stop performing at their highest level?
It's not the same group. It's not the same group. You had Azeez Al-Shaair. He's making 15, 16, 17 tackles a game now in Tennessee. So he's not there. You had Jimmy Ward. He's not there. You had Jaquiski Tart. He's not there. You bring in Hargrave. He's a great pass rusher. He's not great against the run. I just think that there's like 4 or 5 key guys. And then you heard Shanahan. What I love about Shanahan is he's direct and he's honest and he's not a good liar. And when he came out and said, my team is beat up and slow. I mean, that's what I see. I see a team. Greenlaw is picking himself off the turf. He's got an ankle. He's got a quad. He's got a shoulder. He's got a finger. He's beat up and needs the rest. Greenlaw and Warner making all the tackles.
All of them.
Where's Jimmy Ward? Where's Tart? I love Hufanga. He's got great hair, and everybody loves Hufanga, and the whole, every Hufanga, Talano. You know what? Make a freaking tackle. Yeah. I love Tayshaun Gibson. When was the last time you saw Tayshaun Gibson step into the hole and detonate on somebody? I love Hargrave. He's not great against the run. The numbers kind of show it. So I just think that you take 4 key guys, and it used to be like a big, the Niners, every team that played the Niners last year lost the next week. They don't have that same physical swagger on their D. And to me, they just gotten carved up the last 2 weeks by veteran quarterbacks because they don't have speed, so the coverage can't be tight because they're worried about getting beat over the top. So the coverage is soft, and Cousins and Burrow just little underneath just all day. And they got to figure out a way to play complementary defense. They got to get more rush. They got to play tighter coverage. They got to dare quarterbacks to throw it over their head. And it's got to change immediately. Otherwise, this team's going to miss the playoffs.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch, YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. My question off of that would be, if you're looking at Steve Wilks' resume and you're looking at what he hasn't been able to do over the last 3 games, well, what's going to change? And I think it was telling when Fred Warner did try to deflect the blame from his DC, but I think he's also kind of telling us that, this is going to have to be a player-centric solution. These guys are going to have to play better, yes, but also they're just going to have to figure it out. Chase Young is certainly an injection. He's going to help, although I do wonder why, if the defensive line is position group that's marketed as the deepest, you spend cap there, why that's the place you need to get the most help. It's an opportunistic move, I understand. But I do think that Fred Warner is basically telling us that he, along with Bosa, along with Hufanga, along with everyone else on that defense, has simply got to play better. Steve Wilks or play calling be damned.
They got to stop the run. And that's the question. They got gashed in the preseason. And I asked Shanahan right at the end of camp, I said, how do you feel about your run D? He's like, well, if it's based on what I saw in the preseason, I don't feel too good. But, we were number 1 against the run last year. And I didn't want to say at that point, yeah, but these aren't those guys. This is a totally different group. So, how good are the Niners against the run? Did they really stop teams early in the year against the run? Well, Larry, or did their offense just put up a lot of points and then the team stopped running on them?
Took the run away from them.
Not to interrupt, but Larry, what would you have said, or any other Niner fan, and Willard, you help me, who would have said, oh, I could see the dam breaking? I'm just using that as an analogy, because after they just demolished the Cowboys, it looked like this is what they were supposed to be, and they were 5-0. So I'm just asking you, were you saying, yeah, they're 5-0, but something don't sit right? I never saw a sign of weakness, and that's why what happened in Cleveland with the screen game that the Browns ran, Minnesota running up the gut, and then last week, I'm like, oh my goodness, I didn't see that. So I'm asking you, did you see what we're watching now manifest? Like, even in the good, were you like, I'm a little nervous?
They looked like they had a lot of momentum coming out of Dallas.
A lot.
Sure.
Were there signs, though? Like, did you detect anything that would let you know that these last 3 weeks could happen?
Well, I mean, they have not defended. I mean, in this Bengal game, the Bengals didn't even need to throw the screen passes because they were running Mixon and throwing short. But the combination of throwing short against soft coverage, not being disciplined against the screen game, which I think the Bengals had a whole layer of the screen game that they could have thrown out. They just didn't need it. Otherwise, that was coming too. So I think the Niners struggle against the screens. I think they're not that strong against the run if you commit to the run. And I think they're a team that has to get the game on their terms. They got to get a lead and play with the lead, and then send a bunch of exotic blitzes and four-man rushes with games up front at the quarterback, and then they've got the center fielders in Gibson and Afanga to pick off passes, which you saw in the Dallas game. Dak got impatient. They started throwing the ball. As soon as they started throwing the ball, they started turning it over, and the score got more separation on the scoreboard. So I think the 49ers, I think they need to look at some changes to their lineup.
So that's the defensive coordinator. Like, how much blame are you guys putting on Bosa not being Bosa on Bosa or Wilkes? I'm asking, like, to break that down for me, because Evan and I were talking about it. He's like, players make plays.
My point was that we never looked at Nick Bosa and said, oh, D'Amico Ryans is the reason why Nick Bosa is the defensive player of the year, or Robert Saleh as the reason why Nick Bosa is as good as he is. Now, there's certainly factors in that, but it's because Nick Bosa is a damn good football player that we call him a damn good football player, right?
Right. But I also think, and this is true for every player and every portion of the game, we got to be careful about pointing to one stat and then going, okay, that means somebody's not playing well. I don't necessarily want to listen to John Lynch tell me that Nick Bosa is actually the best D lineman in the league, even though he's only got 2 sacks. But I also, I don't think it's fair to just be like, Nick suddenly stinks. Nick is not playing poor football. He has not gotten home nearly as much. There are a number of reasons for that. And so the very unsatisfying answer to your question, as always, is both. It's absolutely everything. This is not all on the players. It's not all on Steve Wilkes. Larry's got a point. There's some personnel changes. I think Steve Wilkes has tinkered too much. I think he's decided to get too cute. I think he came in with the things he likes to do, and he's doing a lot of them, and it has robbed the 49ers of some of just their raw skill. Like he's giving them too many tools when I think a lot of times they can just say, I'm more talented than you. Let me take over. Let me go do it. So I think there is a little bit, as Richard Sherman said, get back to basics a little bit, add in Chase Young, get a little healthier Dre Greenlaw, and also have some faith. I think Steve Wilkes, and this is true, like anytime you join a new group, you want to put your imprint on things and show like, okay, this is why you hired me. Well, maybe Steve actually just come in, grab a seat. I'm not saying go along for the ride, but don't feel the need to put your fingerprints on everything so much because you have the most talented defensive line in the league. Just have some trust that what they've been doing before will work again. That's what I would say.
I think you got to see Isaiah Oliver either come off the field or tighten up that coverage.
Man.
He's given up 100% completion rate since week 6.
100%.
That means every pass thrown to a receiver that he's guarding has been completed in the last 3 games. So, personally, I think the best 3 corners they have are Womack, Ward, and Lenore. And when Womack, supposedly Lynch said this morning at 7:30 that Womack and Luter are getting close to being back. Luter's going to help as well. He's a rookie, but he's a long-armed rookie. He played nothing but press man at South Alabama. Those 2 guys, I think, are the reason they didn't consummate a deal for a corner. And I think Womack's got to play. And whoever's playing, they have to have a coordinated defensive effort. The numbers showed it going into that Bengal game. Joe Burrow gets rid of the ball in 2.4 seconds. You weren't going to pile up a bunch of sacks against Joe Burrow. So what did that tell you? That meant the coverage had to be hugged up. They were like last in the league in explosive plays, and the Niners just let them sit there and kind of carve them up. They didn't stop the run. They let Joe throw short all day. He got into a nice rhythm. Then he started
19 straight,
taking some shots down the field, and then you look up and you got the best receiver and one of the best quarterbacks in full rhythm. Then it's really hard to stop him.
I'll say this, and I didn't know that this was as much of a characteristic of Hargrave as I realized. Maybe he can turn this around, but if he's not very good stopping the run, then it was a bad signing. I know he's a great player, and I was incredibly excited about him, but I expected him to be able to stuff the run better than he has, because your point is a good one, Larry. I just think in football in general, but especially in the NFL, if another team runs on you, you're dead. It kills everything. It robs you of your morale within the game. It sends the game flow in the wrong direction. If you get behind by 7, the other team can just move chains, run clock, and you can't, like the 49ers, that's the biggest deal right now. They are not built to come from behind.
I don't like that.
But Kyle Shanahan's record is Kyle Shanahan's record.
That is a fact.
And if two things, here's what happens when you fall behind. All of the genius little movement in your offense gets robbed because the team is like, no, we know what you're doing. You're going to throw downfield a little bit more. And then on the other side of the ball, if you can't stop the run, then the second you're down by 7 or 10, you're up a creek.
But the Niners have always been able to stop the run.
But they can't this year. So they that's job one right now. I don't know how they do it. I don't know if Chase Young fixes the whole thing.
He's a stud again. He can set the edge.
He's going to help. He's going to help. They missed Samson Ebukam, another guy who really set the edge in the run game.
Not a star, but he did his job.
Not a star, but you know what? You paid for the star. You got rid of your quality depth, and Ebukam did a lot last year, and they're missing him. And maybe Young can replicate some of the stuff that he did.
A Super Bowl team cannot stop the run.
Right.
Those are I mean, look, and even but even some good defenses, like we saw the Eagles last year get diced up by the Kansas City Chiefs that sometimes looked weak against the run. Like I do at some point, I feel like this defense is going to run into some team that is going to have answers for them. And that's where I do look at the offense, and I understand that it's tough to put on the shoulders of a 23-year-old, and it's tough to put on the shoulders of a guy that's missing his full cast of characters. But at some point, you're going to need the offense to win you some football games.
No doubt.
And it can't always be on what Steve Wilks is or isn't doing, what Nick Bosa is or isn't doing. The defense in this modern-day game is going to get gashed, and you have to have, I think, a response. And right now, that's kind of my biggest question is, in a game in which the defense doesn't have a good day, are you going to be able to outshoot the opponent if you fall from behind?
And get this,
and I wonder about that.
It's a fair
point.
Question.
We had Ross Tucker on. I'm gonna tell Grandy to play some sound before I throw to it. Larry, last time I saw you on the flip side, and I'm being real because I always am with you. I thought the movie for Brock Purdy it's almost ready. All we got to do is get to the end of the season. These last 3 games, I'm telling you, like I told the fans, I'm not out on Brock, but I'm like, some of the throws were over the middle, they're kind of late, and I hadn't seen this. It's kind of awkward. Listen to me ask Ross, help me out, play the sound on his answer about some characteristics about Brock Purdy I didn't know about, and I want to hear you and Willard respond.
You know, these websites, these companies that track like turnover-worthy plays, there were a bunch even earlier in the year from Brock Purdy that were turnover-worthy throws or turnover-worthy plays.
Wow.
It was like he was lucky, and lucky's not the right word. He was fortunate to get away with them. Well, he's not getting away with them anymore. I think that's a big difference these last couple of games. And ironically, this was kind of the knock on Purdy coming out. This was the concern, is that he, at times, had some crazy turnovers at Iowa State. It was not good. And so it'd be one thing if this was a fluke, but it's not necessarily a fluke because of what he did at Iowa State. Like, this is something that he's done.
See, I didn't know that about him, and I'm curious to see, and I told Evan, that hit me like a bag of bricks. Don't mean he's right, but wow, this, you know what I mean? Like, what do you guys make of that? And it's just his history with the turnovers.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to make excuses for the guy. The guy accounted for 422 yards this week, and what I saw was jailbreak on the quarterback. They can't run the ball. Jake Brendel got, waltzed into his lap basically by DJ Reader. They're not getting any run game. They couldn't run to the edges because the Bengals had 3 guys in their secondary that ran sub 4.3. So they tried to run wide, couldn't run wide. They couldn't run between the tackles. So they really got into a situation where it was just like, Brock, make it all happen. And he ran for some first downs. I mean, he was their leading rusher. He made a number of plays. Turnovers, it was never going to be just a mercurial ride to the top. There was, we said it. Everybody said it, even during the Dallas game. If you go back to those shows, people were saying, hey, you know what? They're rolling now, and they look great. But, guys, we know he's going to lose some games. He's going to throw some picks. He's not going to be this guy, the only quarterback ever who doesn't throw picks.
Yep.
And then he did. And then all of a sudden he did. It's like, he's not him, and he's not the guy.
No, I'm not saying that. It's so awkward to see. Yeah,
turnovers are Kyle Shanahan's number one. No. Don't do that. And I know that sounds like simple
he looked like
to
he
say.
wanted to paddle him on the one in the red zone.
Oh, my God.
It is Kyle Shanahan's number one wish, and it is also what for so long made Brock Purdy special. Brock Purdy is never going to look like Mahomes on a field, but what made him so special was that he, for such a long period of time, he avoided that back-breaking mistake. And now that hasn't happened for a couple of weeks in a row. Larry, your point, though, is also totally fair, which is if you want to look at the game from an umbrella view, he got put into a really crappy spot. Like if you're a QB and you go, okay, here's the deal. Your defense is not going to be able to stop the run, okay? Your running back is going to turn it over when you get into the red zone. You don't get your left tackle. You don't get your security blanket wide receiver. Okay, go do it. And then he did for a lot of the game, and then he didn't. So, yes, there are points for everything there, which is to say this has been a difficult spot for Brock. However, he's made the back-breaking mistake, which he's got to stop doing. Right.
Yeah.
He's got to stop doing. But anybody, in my opinion, if you are panicking about Brock, if you are thinking that Brock is the problem or even one of the top 2 or 3 problems, I don't agree with where you are. That does not make any sense to me. It does not add up that Brock Purdy is in any way the problem right now or that we should even be discussing his job status. We can discuss his play, of course, and we can criticize certain performances in moments. To talk about his job status or his career, the guy, not the guy, my God, way, way too premature.
Well, also, it's nice to have recency bias a little bit. We all have it. What we just saw is the most compelling thought. But let's back away for a second. We're talking QBR. The guy's 3rd in the league behind Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes.
Right.
He's in front of Herbert. He's in front of Tagovailoa today after all these picks. And then the other thing is, if you want to talk about turnovers, the guy's got 7 turnovers. I think Desmond Ridder has 12. I think Josh Allen has 11.
He just got benched, yeah.
I think Mahomes has 10 or 9 or whatever. He still has fewer turnovers than a lot of guys. But you're right. He's got to take to me, the worst one was the last one where he didn't see Logan Wilson and he's late over the middle and he's floating.
That was Jimmy-like.
Right. Yep. Late over the middle, not a lot on it, not real precise, not a count of the defenders.
But like Willard said, the game was almost over. It was over at that junction.
Well, I look forward to what you guys got coming up until 6 o'clock. Of course, Warriors and Kings tonight, and we appreciate it, boys.
Good to see y'all. Nice job.
We'll see you tomorrow.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
that's Willard. That is Kruger in for Dibs. Willard and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Say hi to Larry Krueger, everybody. Yeah, let's rock and roll. Glad you're with us today. Willard and Dibs. Larry is going to be in for Dibs the rest of the week and the beginning of next week as well. And my friend, we are glad you're here. We're glad that all of you are here. 888-957-9570. Jason La Canfora is going to join us a little later on in the show. The Warriors and the adorable ones are in town, although the most adorable of the adorables is not going to play tonight. So we got a lot of stuff on all of that. But I tell you what, this is something we'd love to not only throw out to you, Larry, but to everybody listening, because Chase Young got acquired right before we started our show yesterday, and that kind of became the number one thing everybody wanted to discuss.
Sure.
Now that we've had 24 hours to think about it, maybe take a step back and do something that we didn't get a chance to do yesterday, which is like, let's barrel the question down to something a little bit simpler, because I think all of us are still in a complete state of confusion. I tried to ask Peter King this yesterday. We'll play that for you, what he said in his answer, but I want to ask you this, and we want to ask everybody listening. What happened? What happened here? 5-0. Everybody's number one in power rankings. Super Bowl or bust.
Right.
Eagles, we got something for you.
Right.
Maybe 17-0 if a couple of things break the right way. F Dallas, Micah Parsons, it'll be worse if we play you again tomorrow. All of that. 5-0. And they haven't won a football game since. What in the hell happened? How would you answer that?
Well, yeah, I think that the 49ers have had this issue all going back to training camp, going back to the preseason, where they're not as good against the run. And nobody tried them. They beat the Steelers 30-7 in week 1. Najee Harris is I love Najee. His agent's a buddy of mine. The Niners took him away by getting the lead in that game, and Najee's not that dynamic. Week 2, the Rams ran Kyron Williams at him.
They did run.
And week 3, there was no Saquon Barkley.
Thank you.
So there was no Saquon. Week 4, they knew they had James Conner, and they really loaded up and shut him down. Dallas is a one running back team. They got into that Browns game, and the Browns started running the ball, and they had a great game plan. Kareem Hunt was really good. Jerome Ford was shut down for the most part until he had that big 20-yard run, I think, in the fourth quarter. But the Browns ran the ball, and they kind of showed that if you commit to the run against the 49ers, and they did. They had 34 rushing attempts for 160. They almost ran for 5 yards a carry. That if you stick with it, that this run D is susceptible. And then the next week, the Vikings came out, and they mixed in the run, and then Kirk Cousins took advantage of soft coverage and completed a high percentage of his passes. In this game, the Bengals had not been running the ball at all. I mean, really, Mixon had been going for under 3.5 yards a carry in like 3 of the 4 games going into this game, and they ran it. They ran it effectively. Even Burrow ran it, and he played pitch and catch against their soft coverage. And I just think there's really a couple things at work here. The Niners are struggling to stop the run. The coverage that they have is not that tight. They don't have that. They've lost their swagger on the defensive side of the ball
completely.
And that mystery of like, oh man, this is a hard-hitting defense. This defense is going to leave you, licking your wounds a week later. Not so much. And they really do miss, Jimmy Ward was like a linebacker. Jaquiski Tartt was like a linebacker. Azeez Al-Shahir was a tremendous run defender. Samson Ebukam was excellent at setting the edge. All these guys are gone. They're all gone. And when you take those guys away and you don't replace them with similar players, I don't think the personnel is as good. So, and then, I really think the Niners struggle against stopping the screen passes, but that really hasn't even shown itself that much yet, because when you're running the ball as well as you are, and Joe Burrow's completing 90% of his passes or whatever it is, 80%, you don't need to throw screen passes. So, I just think the 49ers have some issues right now. And then turnovers in the red zone. I mean, Brock, McCaffrey, some of the fumbles, the interceptions, not having Debo, not having Trent, those things haven't helped. But if you said, what's the real issue? I don't think they ever really established themselves as a great stop-the-run defense like they did a year ago.
I would like to update our guest list.
Yes, please do.
I had mentioned that Jason La Canfora is going to join us. So that'll be at 4:15. Joe Theismann will join us at 3:15.
Nice.
Joe Theismann for Heisman is going to be on in less than an hour. He will have, I'm sure, insight on Chase Young. He will have insight on Brock Purdy, for sure. Joe still follows the game very closely. Excited to have Joe Theismann on. So that is coming up in a little bit as well. We'll take your calls. How would you answer that question? What the hell happened? 888-957-9570. I'll agree with a lot of what you're saying. I do think Steve Wilks is tinkering too much. A little bit more faith needs to be given there. But you said a couple of times earlier, they are not playing complementary football. I know you mean that both within the defense and defensively and offensively. As I've described it, maybe less eloquently the last couple of days, the right hand and the left hand are not shaking. They're not fitting together right now, as you sort of said. Those coverages that are being called are too loose for a team like the Cincinnati Bengals or the Minnesota Vikings. And if you're going to go a little bit blitz heavy at times, but then you're going to have too much space in coverage, it's easy for a good quarterback to pick you apart, and instead ended up with 3rd and 7s. You're getting a lot of 3rd and 2s, 3rd and 3s, and it's sending the whole game script in the wrong direction. And then when that offense turns the ball over, you get down by 2 scores instead of 1, and now you are really, really up a creek. What I also find interesting, though, and this is when I'll play what Peter King said when we asked him, 5-0, then 0-3. What the hell happened? How do you go from that team to this team? Have you noticed, whether it's Peter King with what I'm about to play for you or Las Vegas, Nevada, everybody thinks the Niners are going to figure it out. I don't know if they will, but right now, everyone thinks the Niners are going to crack this code because they are still one of the top 3 Super Bowl favorites at every book. And in fact, with the acquisition of Chase Young, in some books, they are still the Super Bowl favorite on a 3-game losing streak, and had a team just bust 31 in their home building a few days ago. I don't know if it's injuries. I don't know if it's just, gosh, this roster can't be bad for that long or what have you, but everybody thinks they're going to figure it out. Here's what Peter King said.
I am still really bullish on the 49ers. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I believe the 49ers will be in the NFC Championship game. I don't know if they'll win it, but I believe they'll be in the NFC Championship game. The players on that defense are too good. The offense is too good. And particularly, I think, and I probably like the quarterback more than most, I've just seen the quarterback make too many good plays too often to think that he is what he is based on 2 bad second halves.
Okay, so we'll keep answering that coming up next. What the heck happened? And do you believe they'll figure it out? It's a Warriors Wednesday. We got a lot of dub stuff for you today as well. Brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And remember, Warriors and Kings tonight at 7. You can listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Jason La Canfora at 4:15. Your chance to win your way into Knockout at 4:30. Joe Theismann at 3:15. Kruger is here. It's Willard and Dibs.
Same old stuff.
Please drink responsibly.
In Fremont, mostly clear skies, a high of 76.
Weather brought to you by Total Wine & More. With so many bottles to choose from, it's easy to find your favorite and new ones. With the lowest prices for over 30 years, always find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Knockout at Chase Center. Okay, 4:30, 2 hours from right now. We'll give you all the details and your chance to win. We do it every day for the next 2 weeks. Knockout at Chase Center. Did you play Knockout a lot?
Yes.
Yeah, right?
You talking about Bald Bull?
Bull?
Piston Hurricane?
No. That's Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
That was Punch Out.
This is Knockout, not Punch Out.
No, I
Good
play
Lord.
Punch Out.
Soda Popinski is not going to be at Chase Center in 2 weeks.
Punch Out, Knockout.
I can't believe you just said that. You didn't play Knockout like on the schoolyard? You didn't play Knockout?
No, we played what did we play? 21. We played 21.
Okay, 21. But you didn't go to like Stanford basketball camp or anything when you were a kid?
No, I went to St. Ignatius basketball camp.
Yeah, we used to do like every day would end with like 200-person knockout. It would take like a half hour or more.
By the way,
incredible.
I just retired over the weekend from horse because my 14-year-old beat me 2 out of 3 in horse. And he's got this beautiful release. And I'm like, damn, I cannot beat you right now. He's beat me like 7 of 8. So I formally announced that I'm retiring from horse.
Wow, you're taking your ball and going home.
Yeah, I mean, in the last one, it was HORSE to HO. You know, it was bad.
So it wasn't even close.
Right. He's just putting me away. And he's kind of mocking me as well.
Well, as he should.
Yeah.
That's the rite of passage.
Yeah, I mean.
Well, good for him.
I tried to tell him I'm going to take away his allowance. I'm make him sleep outside.
Dude.
But he's the guy, he's good, and he knows it.
At your age, if you retire from horse, that's called retiring.
Right.
Period. Because it's not like you're going to, like Goo and you're going to go run 5-on-5 and tear an Achilles every other week.
No.
I mean, asking for it. Horse is all we got left, Larry.
Right.
What are you going to do now? Around the world?
Seriously.
You play around the world?
I remember playing around the world.
Just set shots.
Yeah.
Boop, 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 all the way around the key. Even knockout would take a little movement.
I've given up horse, competitive horse. I'm no longer in the game.
It's a sad day.
It is.
Rest in peace to Larry's horse game. It is now gone. 888-957-9570. We asked Peter King yesterday, how do you go from 5-0 and on the top of everybody's board to this team that we're watching now, losers of 3 in a row? He did point to Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel's injuries and say, look, I know that it's like this sign of weakness. Oh, you're not allowed to talk about injuries. You know what I mean? The quarterback ought to be able to play through that. And he goes, if Jalen Hurts lost A.J. Brown and his left tackle, we would talk about it. Yes, it would be a lesser production with Philadelphia. So he pointed to that, but then said this.
I am still really bullish on the 49ers. I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I believe the 49ers will be in the NFC Championship game. I don't know if they'll win it, but I believe they'll be in the NFC Championship game. The players on that defense are too good. The offense is too good. And particularly, I think, and I probably like the quarterback more than most, I've just seen the quarterback make too many good plays too often to think that he is what he is based on 2 bad second halves.
You agree? You going to figure it out?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I don't think he's saying much there. What he also left out.
Well, we'll tell him. Jeez, what a shot at Peter King. Larry coming in off the top rope, shots at Peter King.
Hey, Pete. No. No,
You play horse, Pete? Anyway.
No, I mean, the one key factor that he didn't throw in there is that the rest of the conference sucks. I mean, it's a terrible conference. The Lions are having a nice little year.
They're good. They're good.
They're not bad, but I mean, the Lions are hardly world beaters. They just lost Emmanuel Mosley for the year. They're about a year away. They're a year away. I don't believe in Seattle. You saw what Niners Cowboys looked like. And then everybody else, I mean, what are you talking about? Falcons, Vikings. I know they just lost to the Vikings. Saints, Bucks, Rams, Commanders.
The Vikings are completely irrelevant now without Kirk Cousins.
It's a lousy conference. It's a bad conference. It's the Niners and the Eagles and the Niners. And I don't think you're saying a whole lot saying the 49ers are going to the NFC Championship game. I think it's almost a fait accompli. They're going to the NFC Championship
I mean, you
game.
don't believe now, in basing it off the last 3 weeks, that Micah Parsons is correct, that if those two teams played again right now, you think it would look the same? You think it would be 42-10 again?
Well, who knows exactly what it would look like, but I think the 49ers are better than Dallas. I do. Dallas, a one running back team.
So are the Niners.
Well, no, they're not. They're just using one running back, and that's actually one of my beefs with Shanahan. Flex out, Christian McCaffrey. You don't have Deebo Samuel. Use McCaffrey as a flexed out wide receiver and outside the tackle box, and use him as a receiver and put J.P. Mason on the field. J.P. Mason had a beautiful 26-yard run against Dallas. He hasn't touched the ball since. So I think the Niners need to get their best players on the field, and I think Mason is one of their best players. So that's one adjustment I would make. But I think that really what happened here, the Niners were riding high. They were feeling good. I don't think their run D is quite as good as everybody thinks. I think it was a little bit camouflaged by all the offensive, all the points that they scored. And then they ran into a really gritty, great Browns defense on a mucky day. They missed a field goal late, cost them that game. Then they ran into two really good quarterbacks with soft coverage, and they got carved up like a Thanksgiving turkey. I personally think that had a lot to do with it. I think the coverage has been soft on defense, and you can get Chase Young, it will help. But you better tighten up that coverage, or you're still going to get beat.
Here's my thing, though. Those are not things that we can flick off as temporary. Like, what I'm hearing you say is, well, then what happened is running backs for the other team started gashing at 5 a carry, and they got carved up by good quarterbacks. Well, who are they going to face in January? Like, these are not things that allow you to function. You have got to stop the run, and you have got to, at minimum, make a great quarterback uncomfortable. You got to get him off his spot. 19 straight completions? Get out of here. I don't care if it's Joe Burrow or Joe Montana. You had 19 straight completions against this defense. That's not how it works, nor will that work in January. So, when Peter says this and you say that's not even saying that much, I might be able to nod my head with both comments, but I'd also say this. 49er fans don't want to hear that the Niners are going to be in the NFC title game. They want to hear that they're going to win the NFC title game. And the way that defense is playing right now, they would lose to the Philadelphia Eagles, partially because they're tracking toward that game being in Philadelphia, and secondly, because Philadelphia has to offer all the things that the Niners are not stopping right now.
I know, but we're also judging this through Niner-centric glasses on the tail end of a 3-game losing streak. This Eagles team that you make sound so dominating lost to the Jets a few weeks ago, and Jalen Hurts threw 3 picks. So it's the way you play, the day you play. Right now, the 49ers aren't feeling too good, but I think the 49ers need to make some adjustments. I really do. I would like to see Feliciano at center instead of Brendel. I think Brendel is 285 pounds. I think Feliciano's closer to 320. I think he would give you a little bit more heft. I'd like to see J.P. Mason run the ball a little bit more. I think you got 2 real key players in CMC and Greenlaw that are really fatigued, and it shows. And they're riding those guys too hard. I think Chase Young's going to help them in the pass rush and setting the edge. But I think Steve Wilks has got to get real and get his best players on the field on the back end. I know he was an advocate for Isaiah Oliver, and that's great. But when Womack comes back, I'm sitting Oliver on the bench.
Well, and is Womack potentially ready Sunday? Not this Sunday, next Sunday. I know that Lynch just talked about the practice window being on the verge of opening. That tells me that probably means next week when they return from this bye. I think that this is urgent rather than not. You know what I mean? And not just because you're on a 3-game losing streak. I have a lot of respect for the Jacksonville Jaguars.
They're playing well. They
won 5
beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I don't care what the schedule is. Go back to when the Niners were 5-0. We had all decided they were never going to lose a football game again. The Jags have won 5 in a row, and some of them are high-level competition. At Pittsburgh, they beat Buffalo. This is a team that, to me, I don't know if they're on that A plane in the AFC, but they are right below it, if not already on it. They're really good, and 5-4 sounds super mediocre to me. It sounds super mediocre. So that game is a monster because right after that game, Sure, you may think that you're going to win the following one. Tampa Bay comes here, but then it's whap, whap. Road games to Seattle and Philly right after. You've got to be ready. So, I mean, the Isaiah Oliver thing, we're all watching it. I don't know if there's a slow play here of like, well, they give him another week or two. Like, I don't know. It's not working right now.
No,
and whatever changes you're going to make, I feel like you got to make them right now during this bye week.
Well, okay. Then the changes I would make, I like Brendel, but Brendel's 280, Feliciano's 320. I think I would, when Banks is back from the turf toe, and that's another one. Banks has got a turf toe. Everybody who knows turf toe knows that could be a 2-3 week thing. That could be a 2-3 month thing. So I don't know how severe his turf toe injury is, but that's to be concerned about. Feliciano's going to slate in at left guard probably against Jacksonville. When Banks comes back, I think I'm putting Feliciano at center and going with a heftier, thicker, bigger run-blocking line. And I'm utilizing J.P. Mason, who's 230 pounds and fast. And I'm flexing out CMC, and I'm using him, 10, 12 carries between the tackles or at running back. And then the rest of the time, I'm flexing him out and using him on gadget plays. And I'm starting to use J.P. Mason. And Kyle's been very hesitant to do that. I don't know why Mason's in his doghouse. He likes Mitchell. But I'm not seeing the specialness with Mitchell. So that would be a couple personnel moves I'd make right there. Mason in, Feliciano in, Brendel out, and flex out CMC. And then on the defensive side, I want to see a little bit of Jair Brown. I mean, I got to see somebody
who's excited about him.
I got to see somebody who stands in front of a running back. I mean, you're going to get Etienne, who's a burner. Yep. I mean, that's not an easy day. Walker from the Seahawks. The Eagles can run the ball with Swift. So, I mean, you're going to have some running backs, and you got to get in front of some of these guys and hit them. I mean, this defense need to freshen up Greenlaw. I mean, this bye week is really hopefully going to do him wonders because he is the key to their run defense, but he's doing it all by himself right now.
Well, and he's been banged up the whole year. It's been obvious. He's been down on the field so many times. He's been questionable, missing practices. Yet, most of the time, he goes out there and he performs. It's one of the things, though, that you don't love to see about the defense. Like Warner and Greenlaw, right now, way too much is being asked of them. Not enough playmaking is happening on the line, and not enough playmaking is happening behind them. They're running downhill in the wrong direction, if you will. Hufanga had 10 tackles in the last game, but you brought it up. Like, when's the last time his name came up in a playmaking situation where you're like, he was shot out of a cannon? Like last year, we saw it constantly. Not so much this year. It just feels like the 49ers, at least on the back end of their defense, each play they're playing at a deficit. They're playing catch up instead of being the team that's the aggressor.
And they used to have, even a guy like Emmanuel Mosley last year. Emmanuel Mosley really was great at tackling and setting the edge in the run game. And then he went to Detroit. Now he's out for the year with the torn ACL. Another guy really strong against the run. They don't have him this year. So I think I've got to see, you got to see tighter coverage. You got to see complementary football. If you're gonna quarterback like Burrow and the ball's gonna come out quick, that means you got to be hugged up on the receivers. The one thing we didn't see enough of this week is we didn't see the Niner coverage hugged up on the receivers and daring Burrow to throw the ball down the field over their head to Chase or Higgins or Boyd. It was just too much. Everything in front of them. And if you're going to let a quarterback, like Cousins or Burrow just get into a nice, comfortable rhythm, throwing it underneath in front of your soft coverage, it's going to be a long day. And it was. The Niners were lucky to be 14-10 down at the half in this Bengal game. It should have been 24-10. They absolutely got wrecked. They stopped nobody. There was no resistance at all to any of those drives.
888-957-9570. Love to take your calls. What happened, and what is your belief that the Niners will get it back? Because Vegas thinks they're going to get it back. And I sort of look at it like, and I don't mean it in a way that we do have a choice, but it feels to me like we don't have a choice but to believe that they're going to get it back, because you look at the roster and you're just going, how? And this is why Steve Wilks is getting criticized. And I'll admit that some of it might not be completely fair because he's the new guy. And when something looks worse than it used to be, we blame the new guy. That's kind of the way it goes. But you look at this roster, and I think the average 49er fan right now is going, how? How can this collection of people be producing at this low of a level right now, this defense?
One quick thought. There's some Warriors similarities here. When the Warriors went and got KD, and they had this star-laden roster, and then there was a couple injuries. When you have a star-laden roster and you get rid of some of the other players, and then you have injuries, it's like, whoa, what happened? Where are all our players?
Depth is not what it was.
They lost Ebukam, Amenahue, and Willis, and replaced them with Austin Bryant, Robert Beal, and Cleveland Farrell. I mean, that's a major step down. And now Chase Young steps in and may replace what they got from Ebukam. But and then you mix in some injuries, and all of a sudden you're looking around going, and that's why Wilkes is getting ripped, because everybody's like, the only change is Wilkes. No, you lost Mosley, Ward, Tart, Amenahue, Aziz Al-Shaair.
But let's be honest. You
lost some real good players.
Sure,
there.
But a fan base is going to get activated when it sounds like the head coach is dissatisfied with the defensive coordinator as well. And no matter how you slice it, that's how it sounds. Whether he was only talking about the zero blitz right before the half against Minnesota, or even what he has said this week going into the bye, where it's like, yeah, we're going to discuss bringing him down on the sideline. It tells us that you aren't sure about what's going on, and you are looking at it, and you are considering changes. Most fans are going to take their cues from the people who are there whenever they get them. Kyle Shanahan has given the fan base a bunch of cues the last 2 weeks that there are questions surrounding Steve Wilkes.
The fans are sharks, and he poured blood in the water.
Sure.
When he said he messed up, I couldn't believe it. I was sitting 3 feet away when he said Steve knows he messed up that call.
He messed up. You never hear a head coach say that.
You don't hear anybody say that in any business, really. But I'll say this: in football, the language from the coaches to the players is oftentimes harsh. The language from the head coach to the assistant coach is oftentimes direct and harsh, but usually not at the presser. Usually everybody covers everybody at the presser. So that's going to be interesting to see, how that goes. And I understand why people are talking about Wilkes shouldn't be in the stands, or shouldn't be up in the booth. But let me just say this. Wilkes is not the first defensive coordinator to call the game from the booth, okay? That's first and foremost. And if his job is like a doctor to assess the damage and assess the problem, if he's more comfortable at a certain vantage point, then I say keep him there. Now, I know Tim Ryan has talked about communication breakdown, and they're working through Gerald Tapp, and is the message getting from the booth to the players, and is that communication line open, and he's questioning that, and I get all that, and there's things to discuss there for sure. But at the end of the day, the last thing you want to do is say, hey, doctor, I know your job is to assess what illness I have, and I know you normally like to do it this way, but now I want you to do it that way. Do it, some way you're not comfortable with. Let's let Steve do what Steve's comfortable with, because he's going to have to live or die with these results. So if he wants to be up in the booth, and that's where he feels, he's a defensive back guy, so they want to see the coverage. They want that bird's eye view. I get that. If that's where he feels comfortable, then that's where he should be, because at the end of the day, getting it right is on him, and it doesn't matter. It's not like they suddenly don't stop anybody. He can be like, hey, I'm on the sideline, man. What do you want me to do? It's all on you no matter what.
We're all having this conversation, but let your mind evolve to the next step. Can you imagine a world where we get to January and everyone goes, oh my God, thank God Steve Wilkes came down to the sideline. It completely changed the 49ers season. Everybody started playing well.
No.
That sounds absurd.
Yeah, no.
Could it tweak something? Could it help a little bit with this guy, that communication? I guess. But we are absolutely fixated on something that I feel there is no way that that's the key to the whole thing.
The same people that are going to tell you Steve Wilkes isn't the guy, and by the way, he shouldn't be up in the booth. They should have hired Vic Fangio. Where does Fangio coach? Oh, yeah, he's up in the booth too.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because that's where he wants to be.
Let's go to Jonathan in the city real quick. Hey, Jonathan, you're on with Willard and Kruger, who's in for Dibs. What's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's easy. I mean, it's probably not that easy, but it's based on losing streak. They're not tackling well, man. So you need to start tackling and not miss tackle. Number 2, Nick Bosa, you're an all-world talent, bro. Stop playing like you're a regular dude. Stop being half a second too late to the quarterback. Stop being blocked by a tight end. Disengage and set the edge, bro. Don't let that running back get by you and get chunky yardage. Number 3, I'm same shirt, same pew, Larry, the man who's so pretty. Put CMC in space. He should be just as deadly. Let's go, Niners.
All right, Jonathan.
I like the enthusiasm at the end there.
Very good.
Let's go, Niners.
You know what I want to ask you about? Because I want to share some things about it, too. We'll do it coming up next. How do you think Nick Bosa is actually playing? How well or how poorly or wherever in between? Let's dive into this a little bit. How well is Nick Bosa actually playing? We'll take some calls on that, too. 888-957-9570. Joe Theismann is in 20 minutes. Don't forget, 4:30 today, your chance to win your way into Knockout at Chase Center. It does not mean that you'll be playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out inside a basketball arena. That's not what we're talking about. We are presented by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. That's Larry. He's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Larry's in for Dibs. Rest of the week, Joe Theismann in 15 minutes. Jason La Canfora next hour. Knockout at Chase Center next hour. And we're streaming all of it live on YouTube. If you haven't had a chance to check out the new digs, or if you want to look at the T-shirt that Larry wears every single time I work with him, you can see it right now.
You got one. I gave you one.
Yeah. Live on YouTube, youtube.com/957 The Game. Like and subscribe. All of our content is there, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Okay. You want to talk about quarterback sacks? Peter King does not want to talk about quarterback sacks.
I don't necessarily want to hear about all the pressures they're getting. I want to hear how often they're getting home. And I want to hear in these 3 games that the 49ers have lost, in which the offense has been mediocre. Okay, even though they've had some injuries, the offense has been mediocre. I want to know, let's just talk about the points you've given up on defense. And these points that you've given up, I think it's 72 or whatever it is in the 3 games. Sometimes the defense is going to have to win a game.
Yeah, so that's the interesting thing, I think, to me right now. I get it. Nick Bosa is the highest paid player on defense in the history of football. So our attention is going to be there. Same thing that when the offense doesn't work, we go straight to the quarterback. Oh, it must be a Brock Purdy problem. We got some stuff to talk about there as well. So I understand that. However, no one's innocent. Maybe Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw are innocent. They're playing good football. I don't really know who else right now on the defense can say they're playing great football. But while we're focused on Nick, how would you answer that question? Because for every person that's like, dude, I don't care who the coordinator is, the highest paid defensive player of all time, you're the DPOY, go get a freaking sack. I don't want to hear it. There'll be another person who's got like a laptop and hangs out with Farhan at a Starbucks and goes, actually, if you want to go deep into the analytics, Nick Bosa is the greatest player in the game right now. And John Lynch said it earlier today. He insinuated that if you don't think that Nick's playing good football, you don't know football and you're not watching the game. I'm sure that's over-dramatizing it a little bit. I think Nick is doing well. I think Nick gets a lot of attention. You also have to get home. Let's talk about it. What do you think, Larry? How well is Nick actually playing?
Okay, first of all, he signed just minutes before week 1.
Yep.
And I thought, just looking at him, he just looked a little, he looked really yoked up and stiff. And I just didn't think I saw the same fluidity from him in the first couple weeks of the year. So he just looked a little like he's been doing a lot of lifting. I mean, you see him, the guy is, he's just tight. He's just big and strong. And he looked more like a weightlifter than a football player. So I think there's something to be said for overlifting and getting a little too stiff.
Interesting.
So there's one, okay? I still think he's really an underrated player against the run. But you also got to remember this, that when you have Hargrave and Bosa and other, the offensive coordinators going through their game plan, I think the game plan for the Niners, is get the ball out quick. So I think there was going to be less sacks to be had, just period, because teams, look at Hargrave and Bosa and Armstead and say, hey, let's get the ball out quick. Let's get the ball out quick. And then the coverage, I think, has been kind of soft. So when you aren't quite getting there, the game plan's to get the ball out quick, the coverage is kind of soft, and you've got options. I don't think the coverage has been tied to their rush. They're almost getting home, but then the quarterback's got options of who he wants to go to. So I just think that the whole thing has not been coordinated well. If you're gonna get to the quarterback, you've got to make sure that those DBs are hugged up. If you're going to be jailbreak at the quarterback and then all of a sudden, you're going to play a kind of a soft zone, and the quarterback just sees you coming in and is like, boop, I'll just let off, throw that one short. So I think that has a lot to do with it. And then I don't know about every game, but like in the Cleveland game, they consistently had a second guy on his side. He did get one sack in that game, but they consistently had a guy, not just the tackle. It was like, okay, here's another, we're going to put the tight end over here. We're going to put the back over here. We're going to make you kind of beat a double team consistently. And it wasn't always a double team. Sometimes it was just like a guy in the area that if you beat the first guy, here comes the second guy. It wasn't like a designed double team. So, I think there's, and then also the not having that guy opposite him, if you had a speed rusher, like to me, the Niner defensive ends, until they got Randy Gregory, were just pathetically slow. I mean, on the other side. So not once, if you're going to have an ideal guy opposite Nick Bosa, you'd love it to be a speed rusher that sometimes beats his man and forces the quarterback right into Nick's lap. Hasn't enjoyed that at all this year.
Is Chase that?
I think Chase definitely is more of that than they've seen all year. I think he also has the ability to set the edge. But yeah, I think he's going to get pressure and beat his man from time to time. And the quarterback's going to take 2 steps towards Bosa, and Bosa's going to pile up more sacks. I do believe Bosa will get it going. I don't see a major regression. I'll say that. It's not like people say, "Oh my God, he took the bag, he got the bag, and then he just disappeared." I don't see that at all. I see a guy who's playing hard, who still makes plays against the run, but I see a other defensive end spot that it's easy to flush out the other way and get out the side door because they've got one defensive end. Now we'll find out what they look like, in Jacksonville with 2.
A friend asked earlier today, are you panicked? And I said, no. And that's for 2 reasons. A, I don't panic about professional sports.
So nothing could get you panicked.
We're gonna have dinner tonight. It's okay. But I'm also not panicked with regard to actual 49er football and the standings. But I am concerned. I am concerned because as we sit here and talk about the lack of complementary football, which is what keeps ringing in my ear when I'm listening to you talk, and I agree, as said, right hand and left hand aren't working together right now. That goes for one side of the line or the other. That goes for the line and backwards to the coverage schemes that are out there right now. I'm wondering, though, if they have the personnel to do it. And a simplistic way of looking at the defense, I think fans will go, what are you I mean, my God, this feels like they've got a superstar at every position. How could they not have the personnel? But if the opposing offensive coordinator is essentially saying, like you just said, pick, we're just going to, here we go, 3-step drop, boop, gone, Puka Nacua, Puka. I say that name over and over because to me that's what he represents, okay? Just boom, go 4 yards, turn around, bang, we're going to hit you the ball, it's going to be 3rd and 5 or 3rd and 3. And we're just, boom, now it's 1st down. Let's do it again. 4 yards, all the way down the field. Rams did it. And it should have been a red flag that day. But the ball bounced off of Kyron Williams' hands. Fred Warner got a big blitz sack in the second half, and everyone went, yay, everything's fine. And maybe it wasn't. So if you need people to be better at press coverage, I have questions as to whether or not the 49ers do. I don't know that they do. And so that's not panic, but it's a fair level of concern right now. That's what needs to be reworked in this bye week. And we make it sound like just because they're on bye, well, they've got time to get in the lab and fix everything. Well, not really. You got a handful of practices, and I'm sure they're working round the clock, but you don't win football games on film or with a pen and paper. So that's what needs to be answered when they get back. Do they have the personnel to actually make the defensive adjustments that they need to make?
And there's no magic elixir, but I mean, the goal is to win games, not limit explosives. I almost feel like when I'm watching the 49ers, and you could look it up, I think they're near the top of the league in limiting explosive plays against them. Well, that's great, but I want to see a little bit more challenging of receivers at the line of scrimmage. Because the bottom line is we haven't seen teams light them up down the field a lot this year. But we are seeing the last 2 games, the quarterbacks complete a ridiculous percentage of the throws.
Yep.
I mean, I think Burrow and Cousins completed roughly 80% of the throws that they made.
Well,
80%?
Yeah, Burrow was 28 of 32. And this is a little known stat that most people didn't see in the box score that I keep talking about. Kirk Cousins was 111 for 112 on 3rd down in that game. I know that sounds crazy, but it's actually true. He completed 111 3rd down passes, got a 1st down on every single one of them. And people don't know that, but it's true, Larry.
Burrow completed 88%, 28 of 32. Cousins completed 78%. The two combined for 63 of 77 the last 2 games.
It's absurd.
That's an 82% completion percentage. I mean, come on. You can't get off the field if it's that pitch and catch.
Thank you. And therefore, I don't want to hear about the quarterback. I don't want to hear about the quarterback. You know, we scored 17 a game. I don't want to hear about the quarterback. They can't even force an incompletion for 2 weeks now. It is the problem with the San Francisco 49ers. More on that with Joe Theismann, because we'll talk to him about the quarterback and also who the 49ers just acquired in Chase Young. So that's coming up next. It's also Warrior Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today, and remember, Dubs and Adorables tonight, 7 p.m. You can always listen right here on 95.7 The Game. Larry's here. Theismann next. Willard and Dibs.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, glad you're with us again. We're coming up a little bit more than an hour. Knockout at Chase Center. It's going to be a big old line of, 30 people? Is that how many we're going to have total? Because it's 10 total for all three shows over 2 weeks. So today is day 3. On this show, 4:30 every day, your chance to win your way in to play Knockout on the same floor where Trace Jackson Davis plays basketball. Larry's a big, big fan.
Yes, I am.
But make sure you're listening at 4:30 for more details. And we'll give you a question. If you've got the answer, you call in on the contest line. You win. You get a free ticket to head to Chase Center and play on the floor. It's that simple. All right, Larry's in for Dibbs. It's Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. So glad you're with us, and very glad that this gentleman is with us as well. It is the great Joe Theismann on the show with us. Hi, Joe. How's it going?
Good, guys. Mark, good to catch up with you. Larry, hello to you as well.
Good to see you, Joe. Good to hear you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great to get your thoughts on some of this. Chase Young, who are the 49ers getting?
You know, it's you're going to get a healthier product than he's had in Washington. Chase has struggled with some injuries. The most recent was a neck and a knee, obviously. And I just think he's extremely talented. He's very young at the position. I think he's a kid that can grow into developing different moves and being a contributing factor to the 49er front. I mean, it gives you some depth, if nothing else.
Joe, is he the same player that he was coming out of Ohio State?
You know, I think he's probably better than he was coming out of Ohio State simply because he's had some years in the NFL and he's continued to learn and grow. He's still, I think, learning on counter moves. He relies so much on his speed at this point, and I think that's going to continue to develop for him as he goes forward. I think the world of the coaching staff out in San Francisco. And I just believe that, they're going to get everything they can out of Chase and put him in position where he can make impacts in the game. And that's going to be an important thing. Where do you play him? How do you play him? He's always played basically what amounts to the right defensive end position. Montez Sweat was on the other side. But he's been versatile enough to move around a little bit. And I think you get yourself a player who's going to definitely be hungry and feel like he has something to prove. Because remember, it's the last year of a contract or thereabouts. That's part of the reason why they moved him. You already paid your defensive tackles about combined $40 million. There was no way they were going to pay both defensive ends again. I mean, how much money can you tie up just in your defensive line? No team in football would have 3 defensive linemen making that kind of money. So I figured one of them was going to be moved. I thought it might be Chase. Montez has been healthy and did a terrific job as well. But Chase was the one that I thought would be given the opportunity to be able to take his wares someplace else and be an impact player.
Joe Theismann with us here on 95.7 The Game. Joe, you said you think the world of the coaching staff in San Francisco. I wonder what you think of the coaching staff in Washington, and I mean it from this perspective. There are reports circulating over the last 24 hours that coaching staff felt like Chase Young kind of was undisciplined at times, looking for splash plays instead of working within the system. What is your take on that? Did you see the same thing?
Now, I saw him be aggressive and up the field rusher. Like I said, I still think he's got a lot of development to do. I mean, everybody does. Tom Brady, after 20-plus years, I talked to Tom. He said, every day you have to grow. Every day you have to get better. And you talk to any player that's been around a long time, that's the objective, is to learn something on a continuing basis. And I think in Chase's instance, I think he's going to be one of those players. I think he's going to be asked to do some things and learn how to do other things that'll complete his game much more. I wasn't there. I didn't listen to the coaches. I haven't heard what they say. People say a lot of things about different players, but this, I know, is a great opportunity for him to be able to show people what he's got. And he's on a heck of a football team, a team that many people feel is the best team in the NFC.
He's a very young player. I don't think people realize he's only 24 years old. One of the things that John Lynch said this morning, Joe, was that people commented that there may be some character concerns. He says, I think highly of Chase. The people who I respect in that building think highly of him. Nick Bosa thinks highly of him from their days at Ohio State together. Is there a character issue here in any way?
Not that I've ever heard in Washington. His biggest problem was he got hurt. And he just didn't get a chance to play. And, you can't get hurt and all of a sudden, if you have like he had a great year, his rookie year, and then you get nicked up for a year or two, and you're not going to be the same player you were when you came out of school and you were healthy and you were just, all full of piss and vinegar and going out and getting everything done. It's different. It evolves. And then people in our business, you give coaches an opportunity to study you. They're going to figure out what you don't do well, and they're going to make you do that. And that's why I think having Bosa there with him is one of the best things that could happen to him. He's got somebody that he knows. He's got somebody who's familiar with him, and he's got somebody that can teach him some of the things that he's learned. Has made him one of the greatest defensive ends in football.
Joe, what is it you love so much about the 49ers coaching staff?
I think they do a great job. I think Kyle's one of the best coaches in football. I think he's one of the top 1, 2, maybe 3 best play callers in football. You look at the success that he has had. Unfortunately for him, his quarterback position, when Brock was playing, Purdy was doing the things he was doing, it was amazing. And now, this game's critical for them because they got to find their way again. But I think they're very good teachers, which I think is number one. I think they try and get the most they can out of the players, and they put players in positions to be able to make plays. And that to me, I consider that an excellent coaching staff.
Joe, Brock Purdy was a revelation at the start. The Niners start out 5-0. He can process what he sees. The ball comes out on time. He's pretty accurate. But the last 3 games, the offense has been limited to 17 points a game. They turned it over 7 times, and he's thrown some picks late. If you were to run into him, what would you say to a young quarterback who's struggling at the NFL level, really for the first time?
We all go through it. It's the same thing I sent Sam Howell. Hey, listen, he had a horrible game. And I said, listen, man, you all go through that period where things just they aren't clicking like they were. And you just have to press forward. You have to study why they happen, and then you have to correct the issues. I think he gets the ball out of his hands well. I think he's accurate. His arm is plenty strong enough to do the things that he needs to do. And then you manage the football game. Some of the interceptions he threw over the last couple of games, they're head scratchers. But we've all done it. I just think, just keep getting better every day. How am I going to get better? How can I help our football team win? What do I need to do to improve myself so that it gives us a chance to be able to do the things that we want to do? You're not going to go back because you're not going to play the same kind of teams. but you're going to have to put yourself in a position where you're a manager. I get sideways sometimes when people talk about, well, this guy's a manager, that guy's a manager. Every quarterback in the National Football League is a manager. You manage the game. You manage down and distance. You manage score. You manage win. You manage the players. You manage, what you need for a first down. You need to manage how much you're going to take a shot. All those things are part of the management. I don't care whether you're Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Aaron. I don't care who you are. Our job is to manage the football game and manage it well. And, that has to do with the physical part of it and executing the plays you need to execute.
Joe Theismann is with us, Willard and Dibs. Larry's in for Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Joe, I wonder, maybe you're not as aware of this. Maybe this is more of a local thing, but the talk around a player like Brock Purdy is different because he's a seventh rounder, Mr. Irrelevant, wasn't supposed to be the guy. And so he's hit this social media age thing where his whole career is defined by whatever we most recently saw him do. Right. Can you compare that to anything? What's your take on the way the world reacts to Brock?
I think the simple thing for Brock is don't listen to the noise. I would tell any young player, don't listen to the noise. The only ones you want to listen to is the coaching staff, what they're directing you, how they're helping you get better, the things that you need to do, like I said before. But everybody's got an opinion about everything today. It doesn't matter. And everybody seems to have the answer to the problem that exists. In Brock's case, he's still learning how to play the game. I mean, this wasn't gonna last. Who are we kidding? It wasn't gonna be a 17-0 season. He wasn't going to go through the season, throw 45 touchdown passes and 5 interceptions. This is one of those things that you learn from. I used to have a sign. There was a simple sign in my locker, and it read like this: you never have to be the reason a team wins. You just can't be the reason it loses. Think of it. You just can't be the reason a team wins, but you can't be the reason it loses. And that's the quarterback position. That's making good decisions with the ball in your hand, executing plays when you have the opportunity. If you're in the red zone, you're throwing an interception on 1st and 10. That's a cardinal sin. You can't do that. And I see, you see guys trying to make plays. The thing that I saw in Brock at the end of last year and early part of the year is you don't have to try and make plays. He's got enough great talent around him. And you'll be getting, hopefully, some of the players back that have been out. But let them do their job. We're facilitators, basically. The ball comes out of our hands. It's either handed off to somebody or given to somebody. And then, oh, by the way, you got 11 guys on the other side of the ball. And then you got a terrific kicker to make kicks. So you have to understand where you fit in and be able to, not listen to what's being said or somebody's opinion about what they think you ought to do.
So, Joe, I like the sign that was in your locker. How does that apply to Brock? Do you think he's been the reason that they've lost the last 3 weeks?
No. He's made some decisions. I mean, they got behind. He's had to put the ball in the air. That wasn't all on him. But I'm just saying, you have to. It's not the physical part of it. It's the mental part of it. And that was just a reminder to me each week is the way I wanted to approach the game. His evaluation is what his evaluation is, and the coach's is. They know, why are you losing football games? Are you missing tackles? Are you missing opportunities? Those are things that the coaches evaluate.
It's so interesting. You and Brock have similar height and dimensions. I mean, I always feel like if this guy was 6'5" and 240, he'd probably have more fans. But, just in studying your own career, Joe, you came into the league in 74. You didn't really play consistently until 78. Really, your best ball came, in your early 30s. 33, right. 34 was your year that you won the MVP. How were you a different player at that point than the player that came out of Notre Dame in the mid-70s?
I had different players around me. I never played heavier than 185 pounds. 15 years in the league, 3 in Canada, 12 in the Canadian in the NFL. But I never played heavier than 185. I was all arm. I was a skinny little kid with an arm. Truthfully, when I watch Brock play, he reminds me a little bit of the way I felt like I had to play the game. We're not the biggest guys, so you have to get the ball out quick. You have to make good decisions. You have to be decisive with the football. You have to make good decisions with the football. You look at him when he plays his best football. Those are the two things that he does extremely well. And you know, you can compensate for height differentials in that regard. He's mobile enough. I was mobile enough just to be able to move and make plays, do the things you need to. And then when you get out on the edge, protect yourself so that you can continue to play and continue to get better. I mean, what happened in the championship game was a terrible thing. Not having, you know, when you're down to your running back being your quarterback. I mean, San Francisco's been knocking on the door for the last couple of years, and they haven't been able to break it back down again. But I still think it's a team to be reckoned with. And you know, like I say, I see some of the things from a size-wise that Brock does that I had to do playing the position.
Hey, Joe, real quick, you're talking to a market that watched Jimmy Garoppolo take their team to a Super Bowl once upon a time, and now with a new team, he's benched long-term after 6 games. What do you see in his game? What's going on there?
You know, I mentioned 2 things. You need to make good decisions, and you need to be decisive. Probably the pass he missed to Devontae the other night, you know, he was so wide open. I mean, I was shocked.
Yeah.
When I looked at the TV and I did not see a defender within 15 yards of him, I thought somehow or other you just have to get him the football. Let him stop and fair catch it if he has to. But just put it in a place where you can get the ball to his hands, because that was a critical point of the game. You know, I think Jimmy has been in and out of the lineup so much through injury that he's not been able to find any consistency and rhythm in his game. And you need that as a quarterback. You need a rhythm. You like the coach to get the plays in quick, and you're getting it rolling. You're moving along. You're making good decisions. Bang, bang. It's out of your hands. Okay, we made a play. We make another play. But then all of a sudden, it's the same thing about being injured. You play 4 or 5 games, then you're hurt for 2 weeks. Then it's back again, and then you lose your feel in the pocket. You lose that sense of the people around you, and then I call it, you're starting to see ghosts. Guys aren't really there, but you feel like the pressure's there. And I think you know Jimmy's going to be around. It's a tough situation right now with the Raiders. I mean, you've got basically one receiver that's making plays, and you know he was put under siege the other night. So it's not easy. We had that a couple of weeks ago with Sam Howell. I mean, he leads the league in sacks. There were 40 of them going into this last game. 40 in 7 games. At this rate, he'll shatter Carr's record of being sacked. So, you know, I think that, you know, Jimmy has to stay healthy enough to be able to continue to improve on the things that he needs to do to get better.
Joe, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about the Eagles. I mean, the Eagles are 7-1, but the Commanders played them really tough. I mean, I think the Eagles got them in overtime one game.
Twice,
the Eagles came back and had a big fourth quarter and got them in Maryland. What are the Commanders doing to hang around with the Eagles? I mean, it seems like the road to the Super Bowl for the 49ers is probably going to go through the Eagles, whether it's at Levi's or there at the Link. What's the key to beating them or to competing with them? Because Washington's probably looked as good as anybody this year against them.
I think stopping the run and covering A.J. Brown. You just can't let him take over a game. Same thing happened in the first game. Same thing happened in the second game. He basically took over the game, made a spectacular catch in this last game. And, you know, we had receivers open in the later drives and just weren't able to convert. It's the same thing happened against the Giants. You got somebody, you're going to get a first down on the 2-yard line, and you don't make a play. You know, the Commanders are 1 or 2 plays away from getting over the hump and making a play to win a game. Because, you know, Joe Gibbs used to tell us all the time, and it makes so much sense, and I've had many conversations with Bill Walsh. You know, we used to play tennis together, and, you know, what you have to do is you have to be able to make the plays when they're available to you. And it's going to be a 60-minute game. You have to be prepared to go 60 minutes. It's not 45, it's not 50, it's not 55. You got to be prepared to know that at the end, it could boil down to one drive. It could boil down to one block. It could be boiled down to one pass. but that's what it's got to be to give us a chance to win. And the Commanders have just come up short in those areas, just making that one play that keeps the drive alive, that one catch or that one block, or not having that penalty. That's been the story of the year so far.
Joe, it's great stuff, man. Great to have your perspective on all of this. Thank you so much for your time.
Always good to catch up with you guys. Take care.
Okay.
Thanks, Joe.
Yep, there he goes.
Bye.
Joe Theismann here on 95.7 The Game. What stood out to you?
Well, first of all, I love Joe Theismann.
Yeah, me too.
And I asked Lucas to book him for us today, and good to get by Lucas. I think Joe's, he thinks the game and he's current. And I thought he's interesting because in a lot of ways he was Brock Purdy before Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
6 feet and changed, yet won the MVP of the league and won Super Bowls. And, I think it's interesting that he's just, he's got a little bit more of the macro view. When you listen to a guy like Theismann talk about Purdy, for example, he backs away a little bit and just be like, hey, you know what? Better days are ahead. The fourth quarter interception obviously you can't replicate that if you want to win, but it's not going to bury you. I know sometimes the pressure of the moment gets so great in today's NFL with so much scrutiny that you wonder how players are going to bounce back from their mistakes. I mean, it's a unique position. The quarterback gets too much credit. The quarterback gets too much blame. Right now, the quarterback's getting too much blame. But I just like the fact that he kind of sees it the way I see it, which is, Brock processes what he sees. The ball comes out on time. The guy plays with tons of poise, but he's got to take care of the football because how many possessions are there in an NFL game? 8, 9, 10?
6 or 7, 8.
You turn the ball over 3 times, it's going to be hard to beat anybody, and especially a good team like Cincinnati.
You can't get the turnover bug, but it's fascinating to me because, as you're saying, we live in 2023 where you got to come out on social media with a big pow take, right?
Right.
That's what everybody in media's got to do. So why is it, do y'all think, that sports media has been unable so far to find a quarterback who will take a shot at Brock Purdy? Why is that? Why can't we find one? I do know that Taylor Lewan, once upon a time, met somebody in January who had a prediction that Brock Purdy wasn't going to be great at some point down the road in his career. That's a cool source. Taylor Lewan's neighbor's uncle. Great. How come we haven't found any former quarterbacks in the World Wide Web media who think that Brock is overrated? Not one.
I think it's because he processes what he sees and he processes well. He also can extend plays because he does have mobility. And when you watch the film, you see that. Shanahan was asked about, are you going to replace your quarterback? And he was like, you could tell he just thought the question was just idiotic. And he's just like, no. And why? Well, because you don't replace your quarterback for no reason.
This is a stupid question.
And it was like Dikembe Mutombo tossing it into the 9th row. But it was also because Shanahan is a film guy, and he's going to watch the film and grade out the film. And when you watch Purdy's film, even in these last couple games, now I thought the Cleveland game might have been a little different because he made a couple really nice throws, but I thought for the most part that was his worst game. But the Minnesota game and in this game, we're talking about a player who was playing excellent football going to the 4th quarter. So I think, the quarterbacks see all that. I mean, I think the interesting breakdown that I saw this week, and you probably saw it as well, was the lengthy breakdown on Twitter that Kurt Warner kind of put Brock through. And he was talking about route combinations and spacing and receivers in the same spot and things that have to do with things that are other than critiquing the quarterback per se. So I don't know. I think that if he wasn't processing what he was seeing, or if they were seeing things and he was processing it poorly, I think they would speak out. But I think they see a quarterback that is processing it, but you still got to eradicate the turnovers.
No doubt. Nobody would say otherwise. But Kurt Warner heaps praise. Tony Romo, heaps praise. Joe Theismann, heaps praise.
JT O'Sullivan.
Now, a lot of people on our YouTube chat are bringing up Dan Orlovsky, who I would argue has not ripped Brock. He has shown so much love for the system that he believes others could come close to replicating it.
Right. He believes in Darnold.
Which is unproven, but I wouldn't say he's taken shots at Brock. It's interesting that we have not been able to find one yet. And for those of you who have an analytics brain and you like those numbers, wait until we tell you what was found by one of our good friends on Twitter late last night as far as the 49ers passing game is concerned.
Look at you teasing, man. And this isn't your first rodeo.
It's my third. It's my third rodeo. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromise. We'll share that with you next, and your phone calls are welcome. How about it about Brock Purdy? Like, let's go there.
Where are people with Brock?
Do you think is he still playing well? Is he playing terrible? How would you put it? We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Jason Luckham, 4.5 hour. Larry's here. It's Willard and Dibbs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, we got Dubs tonight, obviously, and some things to say about it. The Adorables are in town. It's so adorable. I can't wait to see them play. It's the cutest thing ever. But before we get to any of that, a reminder and a note. Warriors Live with JD starts at 6 o'clock tonight, right when we're done. And he's doing the show from Ballast Point Brewing Company, a place that I love, by the way, right down the street from Chase Center. Great place to go on your way in. So if you're headed to the Dubs game tonight, pop in, say hi to JD on your way to the game. Good dude. Get a little pop on your way in. Get ready to scream at Domantas Sabonis and make it a night. Okay? That's what's coming up a little bit later on for Warriors Live.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Enjoy yourself. I can watch Warriors Kings every night.
I could too, but the Warriors would go 81-1 if they. And actually, it feels like they play the Kings every single night. More on that coming up. I really thought last Friday night was the Kings' opportunity to put a stamp on this. Some people would like to call it a budding rivalry. I walked out of that game and I was like, "Talk to us when you're serious."
Well, the Warriors have Steph. And
okay.
Steph,
all right,
but he scored 50 the last time and then 40 this time?
This is, okay, you spend a whole off season. Just let me set the table for 10 seconds here. Actually, it'll take more than that. You spend a whole off season. You got beat in Game 7 on your floor. You spend a whole off season building up the whole big brother, little brother thing. You're old. It's our time. We're on the come. We're going to, accentuate the beam this year. We're going to put new things in the beam. It's going to be amazing.
Love that beam, Bo. That's a great idea. I wish I had thought of it.
It's a phenomenal idea. But you and then you gather your fan base. Guess what? Guess who's going to be here on opening night? It's the Warriors. Oh, my gosh. This place, it's going to be on its ear. And, oh, by the way, we don't even have to deal with Draymond. There's no Draymond in the game. Celebration time. And you come out and lay that egg? Kings, you talk to us when you're serious. I thought you were serious. My bad.
That's our only loss so far, though.
Our listeners know I was all over it that day. Kings are going to beat the Warriors tonight because it means more to them. I was wrong. So, Kings, you're still cute. Don't worry about that. Coochie coochie coo.
Oh, they hate you. They hate you up there now.
But
look at you pandering.
Rivalry.
Look at you patting them on the head.
Rivalry.
Giving them that little pandering head tap.
You talk to us when you're serious. The Kings are like all the little kids who showed up at my door last night. Oh, what are you for Halloween? Are you an NBA team? Oh, that's so cute. You want Reese's or do you want a Twix? Oh, you know what? You're so cute. You can have both. Here's both. Oh, the Kings is so... And then you close the door and you talk to your... Did you see the little king that came to the door?
They were adorable.
Oh, my God.
Now,
So
Mike
cute.
Brown's getting serious, though. Did you see him sounding out Malik Monk in practice?
Did. I love Mike Brown. Obviously,
I think Mike Brown's tired of hey, Mike Brown's a nice guy. Mike Brown's like, hey, nice guy this.
Yeah, Mike Brown, he's a good coach and a great man. I love Mike Brown. And yes, a little theatrical on the whole thing. I think Mike's a phenomenal coach. And I do think the Kings are an exciting young roster. But also talk to us when you're serious. Rivalry, get out of here.
Warriors do look good at the beginning. They really did.
It's been a great start.
They look really, really good.
Been a great start. So much more on that coming up. And while we're on the basketball front, by the way, and on a much, much more serious note, do want to mention that this just came down a short time ago, and we just saw it. Bobby Knight has passed away at age 83. The long time college basketball coach, obviously at Indiana, was his most successful years. And no getting around it, a very, very controversial figure as it developed through the years. His style was one thing. It was less popular as the years went on and our society changed, no doubt. But obviously a very, very accomplished career. Bobby Knight passes away at age 83.
Robert Montgomery Knight, the general, the guy won 902 NCAA Division I men's basketball games. That was a record when he retired. He's fifth all time now.
Yep.
Coached Indiana at 71 through 2000. Did you ever interview him? I never got a chance to interview him.
Did I? I don't think I did.
Yeah, I went to a bunch of Final Fours, but I didn't get a chance to interview him. Brilliant coach. Coached the U.S. Olympic team. Cut Charles Barkley from the Olympic team. I mean, that's
nice job, Bob.
But difficult,
for sure. Prickly, no doubt.
Charismatic, but dysfunctional. It's just he's a complex character. He really is. It's like, it's not easy to say, well, Bobby Knight, sometimes, when someone passes, you can say, oh yeah, good guy. But there'll be just as many people that say bad guy. Well, there's just as many people that will say, yeah, he was a great coach, but his tactics were bullying and that he couldn't coach in this era. As a father of three boys, and I see that the images, or I think of the images of him putting his hands around Neil Reed's throat. And
it's a no. Yeah. You know the question everyone always asks, would you want your son to play Bobby Knight? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And that's not.
Seemed like he crossed some lines.
Yeah. Again, very accomplished. He is a very, very large figure in the history of college basketball. Was I a fan of his style? No. And
he's an old school guy.
Yeah, and that's fine.
Supposedly he used to go fishing with Ted Williams and Dwayne Lucas, and I would love to. I'll say this: if I could go back in time and put myself on in a spot and kind of soak it all in, I'd love to go on a fishing trip with Ted Williams, Dwayne Lucas, and Bobby Knight, and just hear them chop it up and tell stories and that kind of thing. But would I want my son to play for him? He was a hard ass. He coached at Army in the 60s and early 70s, and then kind of brought that approach to big time college basketball. Had his greatest success, as you said, with Indiana. I remember doing an interview with Keith Smart, who played on one of his greatest teams, and Keith obviously had great things to say about Bobby Knight, but Bobby Knight was complicated. It's not just as simple as good guy, bad guy. He was principled. I'll say this, he wasn't a guy that did it the wrong way. He went to 5 Final Fours. He didn't cheat. But he also probably was verbally abusive to many of his players and maybe physically abusive to some of his players. And when you cross that line, it's like it's hard for me to kind of get a lot of momentum in your favor or feel really good about you when you have that on your resume. But the guy could coach. The guy could flat out coach.
He got production. There's no doubt. Although as the world did evolve, it was certainly less production. And I'm kind of with you where it felt like his teams were often more about him than the players. That's never really a comfortable thing for me as a fan. That's not really like I don't tune in to watch people coach. I want someone to be a good coach. Do you know what I mean? But even, take Bill Walsh, for example. I know it's a different sport, but Bill Walsh got plenty of pub. But the 49ers were about Joe Montana, and they were about Jerry Rice. I wasn't turning the TV on a Sunday to watch Bill Walsh walk up and down a sideline. Bobby Knight's teams often were about Bobby. And in fact, he was the spectacle when you tuned in sometimes, throwing chairs, choking players, just interacting with people the way he interacted. It was not comfortable for me as a fan. But
he coached Coach K at Army.
Yeah. Well, and I've heard a lot of people say, I don't know Coach K either, but I've heard a lot of
Bobby Knight in his style.
Coach K is he's able to hide it from the cameras a little bit better, but Coach K absolutely had that streak in him.
That
absolutely.
Kind of volcanic temper kind of a thing.
This is completely random, but you know what you just reminded me of? Remember when Coach K got in Dylan Brooks' face when Brooks was at Oregon? And I remember
with the finger wag.
He's up in his face about you're better than that. Don't you do that. It was because he hot dogged something at the end of a game, put in some points. Grandy, I can see grabbing the mic because he's a big Oregon fan. So I bet you could go play-by-play of the whole thing, right? What did Dylan do?
He just hit a meaningless three at the end of a Sweet 16 game where Oregon beat Duke. It didn't affect the final score.
Right.
But instead of taking a shot clock violation, he just took a deep three and hit it.
Right.
Yeah.
And Coach K didn't like it, and he got in his face. And I remember at the time being like, get out the kid's face. What? Just because you lost by 33 instead of 30, get out of his face. Little did I know who Dylan Brooks was. Coach K, I take it all back. I take it all back. Dylan is the biggest heel in the history of sports. Never mind, my bad.
Did you ever read the Feinstein book, Season on the Brink?
No.
Because that is a great book. I would definitely recommend. It was about their 85-86 season. I mean, he had a pretty good coaching tree, too. When you think of Coach K, Steve Alford, Mike Woodson, Randy Whitman, Keith Smart, Isaiah Thomas, down to Chris Beard, who's a pretty good coach in his own right. Bobby Knight, complicated figure for sure. Supposedly he was very charitable, but there's a lot of controversies there. The video that I always loved was when he hurled the chair across and it slid all the way across. I mean, it's just awesome.
Can you imagine? And this is true about a lot of things in life, but like you see something and then you're like, try that now. Can you imagine? He would have been suspended every week.
Oh, he would have been, first of all,
fired.
It was reported years later that he choked and punched the IU sports information director in the 70s over a news release that upset the coach.
Yeah. And I bet it's completely true. I believe every word of it.
Yeah. I mean, it's not hard to believe.
You'd be so fired. You'd be so fired.
Yeah.
Anyway, rest in peace to Bobby Knight.
Rest in peace.
At age 83. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Larry's in for dibs. We'll go to the phone shortly. Do you actually think Brock Purdy's playing poorly? Check this out. For your giggles, you do whatever you want with this. Right. I'm not trying to make a point. I am presenting this for your consumption. So, DVOA, okay?
Which is kind of an all-encompassing way to rank, right? It's I don't know what it stands
value
for.
Over average, yeah. So okay. So DVOA is advanced analytics on the overall standing of whatever it is you're talking about. And in this case, if you do that just for passing offenses, and I wonder what anybody wants to do with this, just the passing offense. This has nothing to do with the run game, just the 49ers 2023 passing offense.
Up to date through Cincinnati.
And I will acknowledge that's only half of a season. And so you can't head off into the history books with half of a season. But offensive, pass offense, DVOA. And by the way, these numbers are through 8 games. So these other teams I'm going to talk about were also not for a full season. For the first half of a season, passing offense, DVOA. The 49ers, in their first 5 games, were number 2 all time. Just the passing game.
Dating back to when?
1969
or something like that?
Like at least early 80s. I can't tell you what this dates back to. I can just tell you that
I think it's late 60s.
But 1984 is the oldest team that's in the top 10. Okay? But now...
So we know it's at least that old.
Now, after 3 losses, you figure, well, 17 points a game, 3 weeks in a row is going to fall off the map. Through 8 games, even now, the 49ers pass offense by DVOA through 8 games is number 8 all time. All time.
Every team that ever played.
Every team that ever played. All time, right now, number 8 efficiency all time through 8 games. Just the passing game, not the offense. So, I don't know. You tell me. I know every single one of us can take what we see, and therefore it blends in with our heart, and we all have our biases and the players we like. I really like Brock Purdy, and I don't mean that as like, oh, I like him. He's a nice guy. Like, I think he's a really good player. That is my assessment of this player. I think he's really good. I think a lot of his high-level stuff gets brushed aside because people don't want it. Look, I've coined it. It's draftism. It is sizeism as well. There's no doubt about it. You said it earlier in the conversation we were having with Joe Theismann.
If he was 6'5", 240.
If he looked like Justin Herbert, who's 3-4 this year, we wouldn't talk about him the way we do.
Right.
We wouldn't. That is a fact in my mind. Okay, so I really like the guy, and maybe that's a bias. I'm okay with that. We all have them. But you can take whatever it is you think and then go find the numbers. Probably. I mean, I don't think you can go find Garoppolo numbers that tell you he's great right now this year, but you can go find the numbers that help support, and then there are others that don't. Like right now.
Stats lie and liars use statistics.
Well, so here's no doubt, and we're all liars. So here's what I hear a lot of, and you tell me what sits with you more. There's the one that I just said. Passing game is number 8 DVOA through 8 games all time. I would also say that I hear a lot of people right now going, Brock Purdy's 4th in the NFL in terms of turnover-worthy plays. Okay? Which one of those numbers sits with you and resonates with you more?
Well, I mean, turnover-worthy plays.
Turnover-worthy plays. That takes out a play whether somebody drops the ball or whatever.
Right. And also, any good quarterback will tell you that you have to throw the 50-50 ball. You have to throw those balls. You have to throw the ball that could get picked off and could get grabbed by your receiver. You got to give your receivers a chance at the 50-50 ball. You show me a quarterback that is totally hesitant to throw the 50-50 ball, he's probably too conservative. He's probably captain check down. And there have been guys like that. I think Alex Smith was similar to that in some ways.
I agree with
at
that.
times when he was here. So you got to be willing to take chances. You got to put it out there. If you ever listen to a quarterback talk about his favorite receiver, he'll say, blankety blank receiver, man, he'll sure go get it for you.
Yes.
He'll go get it for you. So in other words, you know that you're putting up the ball and it could go to the defender, and there's a trust, a reliance on that receiver.
I mean, that's what a back shoulder throw is. A back shoulder throw is a receiver who's not open.
Right.
It's like, in a way, is almost attempting to not be open. It's a timing play. It's a chemistry play. It's throw to a spot, and I know you're going to be there while you're running with a defensive back, and then you're going to stop and turn in a way that the DB doesn't know, and then you got to fight for the ball usually up against the sideline. And yeah, the best receivers do that, better than the others.
I was watching Green Bay on Monday night, whatever it was, 4 or 5 weeks ago. Jordan Love threw one down the field to Christian Watson. He couldn't make a play on it, and he just allowed the DB to just pick it off. He did not compete for it. He did not go get it. He did not fight for it. And it's like, if I'm the quarterback, man, we're having a conversation right there. It's like, hey, look, it wasn't a great thrown ball, but man, could you please compete for that ball in the air and act like a DB if it's not coming your way? He didn't do it. He's a young receiver, though.
Absolutely. Who's also still coming off of an injury himself. His whole season has gotten kind of derailed to this point. But yeah, there's all kinds of, obviously, there's subjectivity to it. There's a little bit of luck in terms of interceptions. And over a long haul, you get a better view of who someone is. The same way when Brock had whatever it was, I think it was 11 touchdowns and no picks. And we all said, it's like, he's not throwing 0 this year. He's not going to go undefeated. That's not possible. But it is, for me, it's another example of the draftism, the sizeism, the controversy that Brock seems to create. It's kind of a funny, polarizing figure, to be honest with you, when you watch him walk through the hallway with his backpack and his aw shucks nature. Like, how did this guy become a lightning rod?
Right.
But
just
he is
the opposite of a lightning rod.
Seriously, he's like not Bobby Knight.
Well, you know what? I get the feeling that there were people that only reluctantly said they supported him because of the overwhelming evidence.
I agree with this.
That he was playing good ball. It was like there were a lot of people. He was not their cup of tea. They didn't believe in him. They stated it openly. They campaigned all summer for Trey Lance or whomever. And they were just sitting there kind of watching these games, waiting for him to fail. And once he started to fail, it's like rubbing. You can almost see people on Twitter rubbing their hands together.
Totally.
And like, yes, we got some action now, and that's sad and somewhat kind of pathetic, I think. And I know recency bias is a thing, but you kind of wonder, somebody sent me this on Twitter this week. Some guy tweeted out Tom Brady's game log from his second year in the NFL. And Tom Brady, in his second year in the NFL, lost 4 games in a row. Okay, he lost 4 games in a row, 21-14, 26-13, 28-10, 24-16. 4 losses in a row, and he threw 7 picks in those 4 losses. Well, that was, whatever year that was, 2002. Now in this era of Twitter and social media, would people have been clamoring for, I don't know, whoever the backup, Drew Bledsoe, if he was still there, or whoever the other backup quarterback was, people be, get him out of there, get him out of there.
Probably. Although it depends on how you entered. It's got to all be on the table. It's draftism. It's sizeism, and then I got to come up with a nickname for the other one. Maybe it's Treyism, which is real. Brock ended up in a spot where people were excited about the other guy, and then when it didn't come to fruition, Brock represented the other side to this. Like, I've heard so many people go, well, this is Kyle Shanahan's anointed, hand-picked QB. No, it's not. It's the opposite of that. It's totally the opposite of that. It's the guy who he stumbled into when the guy who was anointed didn't work. So he's like, whoa, well, this Brock guy's actually showing us some things. And over 2 training camps, they were like, okay, he's got it. That's the guy we're going to go with. He's definitely the best option we've got right now. And it might be a life hack that we can have a quarterback make $900,000. Think about what we could do with our roster, at least in the short term. That doesn't scream handpicked and anointed, but people treat him that way because, and I understand this, people were told Trey Lance is the next big thing, and he's number 3 overall pick, and people were excited to see it. And it's almost like they feel robbed because they never got to really see it, although that's because behind the scenes he showed he couldn't. But they never got to see it, and so Brock represents this block. It's like a brick wall between people and their Trey Lance excitement.
As Brock has struggled, Trey's name has come up an awful lot in the last 10 days. That to me is really interesting as well.
I agree. It tells you everything.
There's still scarring there. And there's also scarring from the Jimmy Garoppolo thing. It's like, Jimmy was supposed to be the guy, and then Jimmy wasn't the guy. And so I'm not going to believe in Brock because Jimmy I thought was the guy, but isn't. So I'm not going to believe in Brock because so it's like if that's your scope, man, that's an awfully narrow scope.
Yeah, it's disingenuous is actually the word I would use for it. 888-957-9570. We'll have some time for your calls around the corner. Jason La Canfora, who's phenomenal on all things NFL, going to join us in a little bit. We are less than 20 minutes away from the time you need to really lock in with regard to winning your way into knockout at Chase Center. Plus, fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the fall midweek special now through November 26th. Rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now in atthetides.com. Larry is here, and it's Willard and Dibbs.
Since first opening its doors in 1964, Fremont Bank has approached banking with a simple...
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Jason La Canfora is going to jump in here in just a little bit. Always love when we get a chance to catch up with Jason. He's absolutely one of the best out there, Odyssey, NFL insider. So we'll have that conversation with him. One of the things I want to ask him about, something that came up with Peter King yesterday, which is, in short, yeah, great move for the 49ers to go get Chase Young, but it's kind of crazy that they had to do it. Like, if you do go back to the beginning of the year, the idea that the 49ers would want to fortify their defensive line at the trade deadline is kind of wild. Like, I love the deal, and I do think they needed to do it, but it's crazy that they had to do it.
Well, they made a choice to go after Hargrave, and they gave that money that they were given to those other defensive ends. They gave it all to Hargrave. And it would have been fine if they had replaced those defensive ends with better defensive ends. But then instead, they said, Robert Beal, he runs 4.4. Yeah, but he barely played at Georgia, and he couldn't stay healthy all summer. And then they were expecting Drake Jackson to step up. He had 3 sacks in week 1. He's been totally, AWOL ever since. He hasn't done anything. Kerry Hyder got old in the offseason. Austin Bryant's just a guy. And you look around and you go, wait a second. And I asked Chris Koceric in July, I'm like, Chris, are you going to play your ones more reps this year because you need to? And he's like, no, I'm not going to run those guys into the ground. I'm going to play a rotation. So they want to play a rotation, but they didn't have the depth. So this is a way to get back another guy who can, do the job.
So let's talk it out with Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora, host of the Odyssey original podcast, In the Huddle, with Brian Baldinger and Carl Dukes, covering the entire league. Jason, welcome. It's great to have you today, man.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. So what's your answer to that? Like, if we had told you at the beginning of the year, I think Chase Young to the 49ers for a comp third, most people would be like, yeah, thumbs up. But how wild is it that they had to go out and fortify what was already a massive name defensive line?
Yeah, well, I think you guys just hit on, though. I mean, sometimes the names and the production aren't aligned, right? And the Bosa situation is different, and the offseason was different, and the summer was different. And, what did he come into that game with? 2.5 sacks? So, it's sort of it is what it is. And we've seen times where their interior defensive line is on another plane than everybody else, but they're getting beat up, right? They're getting gouged a little bit on the ground. And it's not what you thought it was going to be off the edge. And, I mean, it's trite and it's a cliche, but it's also true. Like, who doesn't have room for, you know what I mean, an elite pass rusher who he's got his warts, and look, he might be among their walking wounded soon enough, because that's certainly been a part of his brief NFL career, a big part of it, and it's why you got him for what you got him for. But when he's available, he can win up front. I mean, he can win one-on-one battles. He's someone that even if he's in a funk, everybody's aware of him when he's on the field. He's an athletic freak. He has incredible ability. And there, you can look at his pressure rates, you can look at his win rates, and it's elite. Freelancing and this or that, I mean, whatever. Like, if you're producing like a great player, I don't think people are going to, who's talking about Steph Curry's missed threes all that often? You know what I mean? And this guy's not that, but right, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, that stuff, I'm kind of like, whatever, man. If he's who he was drafted to be and he performs anything like that, this is an absolute steal. And whether it turns out to be a rental or the precursor to something larger, when you're in Super Bowl or bust mode, that stuff is, that's tabled, man. This isn't like the Bears with Montez Sweat, where they better get that dude signed, you know what I mean, immediately before he gets hurt or before his price value goes up or whatever. This is a little different. This is to try to win with this guy right bleeping now, because that's all that matters. And if they didn't do it, somebody else would have done it. And I'm actually surprised that the price was that low, because I'm surprised more people didn't do it. Like, honestly, if I'm Seattle, and I get it, they're different positions, but we're still talking D-line, what would you rather have? Would you rather have Chase Young for this, or would you rather have Leonard Williams for that?
I'd rather Chase Young for this.
Yeah, that dovetails right into my question. What do you make of this market? I mean, is John Lynch just the greatest general manager in the history of football? Or why were there so few bidders that the Commanders had to take a compensatory third for a guy who was the second pick in the draft and was having a good start to his year?
Yeah, I am surprised about the price, even with the injuries and some of the dips in productivity. And I mean, there have been rumors about him not being long for that place for a while. I still thought it would have been. I thought it would have been more. I mean, maybe some people did their research on him and they just didn't think the juice was worth the squeeze. This was also a very strange deadline in that. And I actually just have a piece up at the Washington Post about this right now. I talked to a lot of people this morning who were involved in trades that were made and trades that they thought were going to be made that weren't. And things got a little sideways this weekend, right? A lot of people were shopping with the Raiders, and numerous general managers thought at the very least Hunter Renfrow was gone. And then, the owner decides at some point over the weekend he's probably going to fire these guys no matter what. And as of Monday afternoon, lines of communication are shut down, and people are having a difficult time figuring out, hey, do we have a deal? Don't we have a deal? Who's in charge there? McDaniels is about to coach a game. You know what I mean? Ziegler's like, I don't really know. I can't really tell you. Like, you know what I mean? So, like, that bogged things down. The Tennessee Titans win a football game. Most people didn't think they were going to win, and they won it with the quarterback looking like, bombs away. And so all of a sudden their tone changed. And Sean Payton beat Andy Reid, and you could make the argument they outplayed Andy Reid's team twice in 3 weeks, and this time they beat them handily. And they went from saying, whispering, hey, 2 1s and something else for Surtain, to not returning phone calls, to kind of changing their tune, you know what I mean, and saying, yeah, like, it's going to be, you're going to have to give us the moon and the stars for Surtain, and we really don't want to trade Simmons anymore either. And, like, so there was a lot of sort of about face and a lot of things going on. And then there are also some front offices that are incompetent, like the Chicago Bears, who wait until the last minute to say, in the middle of the night, send out, correspondence to other teams saying, oh, yeah, this player is now available, and you can start contacting the agent without worrying about tampering. And they're like, well, that would have been great to know 24 hours ago, not 12 hours before the deadline. So, you had that going on. You had the Giants, right, not restructuring certain contracts well beforehand, and getting players down to the minimum who you want to trade so that it's easier to acquire them at the deadline, so that both teams aren't left holding the bag. Adoree Jackson. So I think it was a confluence of a lot of events. Some GMs not really having the balls, frankly, to talk to their owner and tell them how dire it is, and to make sure that the owner's on board, a week or 5 days or 3 days before the deadline, not having to run back and forth and see what mommy and daddy think of this and mommy and daddy think of that. Like, time is of the essence, especially when we get to Monday. And especially when two teams who are active at the deadline, or at least had intentions of being, are playing a football game that night. So I think all that probably has something to do with why we didn't see more in general. But there was certainly no shortage of conversation.
Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora with us here on 95.7 The Game. Jason, can we dive a little deeper into that Chase Young situation on the field, off the field? Is it a little bit of both? Like, what do you hear about Chase Young's character?
I mean, it depends who you talk to. I don't think Chase Young is a bad person. I think Chase Young. I think you also have to look at like what he was drafted into. He's drafted in to become the face of that franchise at a time when the Dan Snyder stuff is really hitting the fan. And Ron Rivera is put in charge of a whole lot of stuff that he has no business being in charge of. Ron Rivera should be a defensive coordinator at this point in time, I guess. But certainly running every aspect of football operations didn't make a lot of sense. And then, there's injury concerns. And they've mismanaged so many careers there. And I covered that team for 5 years. And, under that previous owner. And, you tell me what went right. You know what I mean? They effed the RG3 thing up after 1 year. So it's hard for me not to look at it through that lens. Like, everything was jaundiced there. You had routinely people put in positions of authority they had no right being in. You had an owner who would play favorites, who was a lunatic, who'd be your best buddy one day and hate your guts the next, and meddling in things he shouldn't be meddling in, and cultivating personal relationships he shouldn't be. Like, I don't know, man. You know, like it's hard to take a lot of stuff seriously when that's who you are. Like it's a joke franchise, and you're kind of the face of it. And then you have some injuries, and I'm sure he has opinions about how he was used at times. And like, who's looking at Jack Del Rio? Like, why is Jack Del Rio running an NFL defense in 2023? And furthermore, like, why does he seemingly have a job for life under Ron Rivera? Like, what's that all about? Like, how about selling low on that kid without ever seeing anybody else have a chance to work with him other than Jack Del Rio, who, I mean, come on. Like, all that talent and nobody puts it together? I mean, even the guys they paid, like Daron Payne and Jonathan Allen, they're not producing like they were at times 2 years ago. So I don't know, man. Like, no, I don't think he's a problem. I don't think he's going to be a locker room cancer or anything like that. Does he have a little bit of diva in him? Like, probably. But again, how many 1-1s don't? You know, and I think the culture there will be different, and the expectations there will be different. And you know, one of my best buddies, who was a personnel guy in the league for 2 decades, says the same mantra to me all the time. Expectations are set by 2 things: where you were drafted and how much you're paid. He ain't being paid a boatload there, and they didn't draft him at all. They got him as a 3rd-round pick. So there's a big weight off his shoulders, and, you know, if it doesn't work out, people aren't going to freak out. But, you know, yes, he's got the weight of future earnings and all that, but I think it'll be a much better situation for him. And every time something goes wrong there, the first person they're pointing at ain't Chase Young. You know what I mean? There's going to be a long list of people before you get to Chase Young. That wasn't the case here. I live in Baltimore. I live 30 minutes from Washington. Like, he was the poster boy for their futility, and that won't be the case in San Francisco.
Jace, the Niners got off to that 5-0 start, right? And they were looking good, and they're riding high. They had just 2 giveaways and 0 picks in the first 5 games. Now they've had 7 giveaways and 5 picks in the past 3 games. And 4 of those interceptions came in the opponent's territory. Where are you on Brock Purdy? Were you a believer in what you saw at the last year and this year? Were you skeptical? Has the league adjusted? What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
He had arguably the greatest group of talent around him of any quarterback in the league, especially when you factor in, you know, a left tackle who performs at a Hall of Fame level. And then he didn't. And he that's it. I mean, I think the most important person on their offense, from like a DVOA or EPA perspective, whatever sort of metric you like to look at the holistic, efficiency of a unit in its totality, in this case, the 49ers offense, if you were to take one element out of it to most deflate it, I think it's Trent Williams. And then you have Debo on top of it, who you look at their yards per play, you look at any metric with him and McCaffrey on the field versus one of them not on the field versus, God forbid, both of them not on the field. It's 2 different offenses. So, and then on top of that, he's concussed, and now, guess what? Now you got to go out there and win some games for us, son. It ain't about, complete 70% of your passes, throw for 215, and just don't bleep it up in the red zone, and we'll be fine. Oh, yeah, and we're going to roll to 30 points, you know what I mean, even if we just run the ball, because we got, Trent. Like, it's not that. So everything shifts. And so, yeah, I think for where he was in his career, he was in a situation where, is he the tugboat doing all the pulling, or is he being pulled? You know what I mean? When you ask him to be the tugboat, to pull the San Francisco 49ers offense, and especially their short of personnel, you're in trouble. You better hope the defense is at their best. Wait a minute. Oh, wait, what? Huh? Oh, huh? The defense now just looks average? Well, then, yeah. That's a different scenario. So, look, I was a skeptic on him. I came out and did a mea culpa at the beginning of the year and said he's clearly better than I thought. But do I think he's someone who can win playoff games or win big games against quality opponents without that supreme supporting cast around him? I had grave concerns about that at this stage of his career. I think that's probably, if they get to that point, that's probably going to be a bridge too far.
Jason Lock.
We'll see how they recalibrate, at the bye.
Well, and that's actually my next thought for you. Jason La Canfora joining us here. Larry is in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. And a reminder, your chance to play a game of Knockout at Chase Center. You got to be listening for the next 15 minutes. There will be a question for you about something said on this show. It could be from the remainder of this conversation with Jason. So you are going to want to be locked in right now and listen for the sounder when you hear it. That'll be your opportunity to win your way into Chase and play Knockout. So, Jason, we were talking about this earlier. Based on everything you just said, the defense looks average, and maybe Brock Purdy can't pull the tugboat on his own, yet Vegas and many others are clearly still saying they absolutely believe the 49ers are going to figure it out because they remain one of, if not the, favorite to win the Super Bowl. What is your confidence in whatever form, however it comes, that the Niners are going to figure this out?
Well, I would take the field over any team because are you watching football these days?
Yeah.
Like, who's the super team? Like the Chiefs. I mean, we're sitting here, we're talking about the Chiefs' offensive inefficiency and who makes plays in the red zone. You know what I mean? And Patrick Mahomes going through a turnover funk and a decision-making funk. Look, I tell me who's playing. You know what I mean? Tell me how many more games they're like. I know Trent Williams in his career, right? When things kind of start breaking down, it tends to snowball. Is that going to happen, or you know what I mean? Is he going to be good? For me, it all kind of starts there. They're clearly a very good football team. Do I think they're unequivocally, for me, the Super Bowl favorite? No. I don't think there's a ton separating them from the Eagles, from the Lions. Trying to think in that. I mean, there's nobody in the NFC South, right? I mean, I'm trying to think if I'm missing anybody.
No.
Like,
Lions,
Lions, Seahawks.
Cowboys, I never buy the Cowboys. Like, the Cowboys beat bad teams, but that's all they do. So, yeah, I mean, those three teams for me are the cream out there. Maybe Seattle. I'm not quite buying that yet. I don't buy Geno personally. I mean, I don't know that he's a guy who's going to win you playoff games. We'll see. But yeah, I have a hard time picking between them. Personally, I kind of like the Lions, but
they look good. And Goff's playing the best ball of his career. I got to ask you about the Niner run D. Under DeMeco Ryans a year ago, they had the best run D in football.
Mm-hmm.
And now this year they're giving up, I think they're 24th in yards per game. They're 27th in yards per carry over the past 3 weeks. And I look at Steve Wilks, and I like Steve Wilks as a guy. But, Jason, since 1996, Steve Wilks has had 16 different stops along the route and probably about 20 to 22 different jobs. Is that a concern? I mean, what do you know about Wilks as a defensive coordinator?
I like Steve Wilks. Yeah, I mean, look, I think Steve Wilks did a hell of a job in Carolina last year, and really, I think I don't know what more he could have done to get that job. How well do you think? Grade the San Francisco? What grade would you give their D line through half the season?
I mean, are we grading it based on what we thought they were going to be, or just in a completely
what
general?
You thought they were going to be and what they are.
Oh gosh,
I think that's probably your right. You know what I mean? If you would give them an A and this is what it looks like, then I'd say the coaches. You know what I mean? Then okay, but I don't know. Like how well do you think they've played? Because I don't think his run fits or his scheme. You know what I mean? Is going to undermine their ability to wreak havoc at the line of scrimmage. The point of attack.
I don't know. It's the same guy. If it's the same group. I mean, to be completely honest, they lost Azeez Al-Shaair. They lost Jimmy Ward. Yeah. They lost Tart. They lost Manuel Mosley. They lost some of their best run defenders on the back end. And it seems like, Hargrave, everybody, hey, look at Hargrave, shiny object, new free agent. Everybody's like, wow, this defense got Hargrave. Nobody really paid attention to all the departures. And now you're looking up and you're going, wow, this doesn't look like the same group as a year ago.
Yeah, and that might be your answer. And nobody can, who's got everything? Nobody. That's why there were so many teams that are pissed off right now that this owner or this GM didn't have their stuff together enough for me to make that trade. So I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know that it's what it was. And now you add a Chase Young, and are they going to be able to pin their ears back even more and, you know what I mean, disrupt the passing game to the point where who cares? You know what I mean? Who cares what the yards per carry against us is, because we're back to having this formula where we're up by 2 scores at halftime.
Jason, great to have you today, man. Thank you for hopping on.
My pleasure. Anytime.
Thanks,
you.
Chase.
All right, there he goes. Odyssey NFL insider Jason La Canfora. Make sure to follow In the Huddle on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcasts. I mean, he throws out there, what grade would you give? And if we are grading it based on what we thought they were going to be, I feel like I want to give him like a C-.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
If I'm blending it up against what I thought it was going to be, I thought it was going to be elite. I thought
when they got Hargrave, I thought jailbreak on the quarterback, baby.
Oh my gosh, it's going to be open season. It's shocked me how many people in the last 2 weeks are like, well, okay, I know the other team's going up and down the field, but Kirk Cousins, Joe Burrow, these are elite throwers of the ball. When did that become the baseline for the 49er D-line? I'm sorry, I missed the memo when we as 49er fans watch this defense and go, well, I'm not expecting him to be good this week because the other team's got a good quarterback. I thought everyone was screaming Super Bowl or bust. They should be able to create an incomplete pass, more than once a quarter. That's essentially what they've done the last 2 weeks. They're creating one incomplete pass per quarter.
I don't know that Wilks was a good fit here. I mean, if you really think about it, he came here with the reputation of, hey, you know what? He's going to play man coverage. He's going to mix in high blitz rates, and that's his game. The Niners defense has done pretty much the opposite of that since Shanahan's been here. They rush 4. They play a lot of zone behind it. And it just, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like now they've got, in the last 3 games, they've got 5 sacks. And all their money is being spent on their D-line. And now you're adding more resources to the D-line. I almost feel like the Chase Young trade in some ways is kind of like, hey, man, if you can't get it done with this group, it's on you. You know what I mean? Like, almost like the Niner executives are challenging Steve to be like, hey, we're not getting the results we wanted or expected, and maybe the personnel's not quite as good as we thought, so now we're going to go get Chase Young, and now we're going to eliminate all the excuses. So if you don't get it done going forward, it's on you. It feels like they're isolating him.
I think it feels that way. I don't think it is that way, but I agree with you. It feels that way. And therefore, if perception is reality, therefore it kind of is that way. In other words, I think the 49ers were just opportunistic. This deal presented itself, and they went, well, yeah, that makes sense. I don't care what
it's a freebie. Both their D-end ads were freebies.
Total freebie. Absolutely. So why not? But to fans, it's going to feel like what you said, which is a D-line we thought was going to produce is not producing at the level we thought. And now you sort of answered the only question anybody could even think of. So if you can't produce now, well, I don't know what you want from us.
Yeah.
I don't know if it'll be all Steve Wilks' fault, but it's going to come down on his head if this group doesn't produce.
I've never been put more pressure on the return of Womack and the addition of Luter Jr. Than what I'm anticipating now. They literally need those guys to step off of inactivity onto the field and produce, because they're not getting the results on the back end.
I did not have that on my bingo card.
No, I didn't either.
Sammy Womack to come save the season.
Darrell Luter, where are you?
You got to be kidding me.
Seriously.
All right, we'll get to your phone calls next. We got a lot of Warrior stuff to do as well. Did you see what happened with Jordan Poole on national TV last night?
I did.
We might need to discuss that a little bit, so we'll get to your calls. We'll start getting you ready for Dubs and Adorables. 888-957-9570, the number. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And do not forget that your chance to play knockout on the floor at Chase Center is coming up immediately next. Larry's in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs.
This is the Lunch Rush at your local deli.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we got plenty more Niners stuff. We got plenty of Dub stuff. What about this, though? This is just kind of off the beaten path, and I found it interesting, especially since he was on the same defensive line as Chase Young as recently as 30 hours ago. Montez Sweat goes to the Chicago Bears, and everybody's like, what the hell are the Bears doing?
Right.
Even La Canfora said it. Like, what the hell are they doing?
You're going nowhere.
Well, they've had two position coaches basically ousted in controversy already this year.
You just traded a high 2, which is almost like a late first.
You trade a high 2. You should be a seller, but you hold on to your young star corner that everyone wanted.
Right.
And instead, you acquire a free agent to be high-priced D-end and give up assets in a season where you're going nowhere. Someone named Tyson is your quarterback. Like, what are you doing? So Montez Sweat gets to Chicago today to speak to the assembled media. And the only way this deal makes sense is if the Bears immediately start working on a new contract for the guy.
Right.
So everyone runs over to him and they said, hey, what about it? You know, are your willingness to talk about a contract? And Sweat says, not ready to talk about anything contractual. Quote, I just want to consider everything around me before I make a decision, which makes everything they did yesterday even more embarrassing.
They just looked at their team and said, we can't sack the quarterback. They've got 10 sacks. They got 10 sacks. It's the middle of the year. 10
That's brutal.
Sacks.
The Niners have 18, and that's brutal.
Right. The Bears have 10 sacks. And so they just said, we got to have a guy. Go get him.
Unbelievable. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. That sounder means it is knockout time. So if you know the answer to the question that we are about to put out there, call the contest line and you can win your way in. That's 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Here's the question. Jason La Canfora was on with us just a handful of minutes ago. He named 3 teams in the NFC who are the, quote, cream of the crop. Who are those 3 teams? 3 teams in the NFC who are the cream of the crop, according to Jason La Canfora. Who are those 3 teams? If you know the answer to that, get online right now. Once again, the contest line only, 415-523-4652, 415-523-4652 for your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. Your chance right now, and we will do this every day at 4:30 for the next 2 weeks. Except for Friday because there's another Warrior game, so we'll do it at 3:30, but don't get confused. 4:30 every day. Be here for your chance to win your way in.
You don't even. This is the easiest contest of all time, by the way, because you don't even need to have heard the segment. You could just have common football sense.
I think everybody would gather the top 2, but there's a competition for who the third team is.
Not in my mind.
Absolutely there is.
What?
We'll talk about it after the contest is over.
Yeah, literally, what are you talking about? You definitely had to have listened for the last 20 minutes.
You have to have listened, or else
the only way.
You will
just
not.
saying, just if you hadn't listened, still try it. Maybe just use common sense.
Maybe Jason had some wacky Tampa Bay take. Who knows what he said?
Oh, now you're giving away answers?
Well, it's not Tampa Bay. I'll give that away. He did not say Maker Bayfield. Okay, he didn't do that. But anyway,
I think you didn't even need to hear the segment. You could just guess, and you just use. If you know football, you get this.
I will. As soon as this is over, I will argue with you vehemently about this.
All right.
But while Lucas and Grandy work on that, let's hear from David in SF with Willard and Larry Krueger. Hi, David.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing great.
Excellent, man. Excellent.
What's going on?
I just have a couple questions. Kind of. Just the defensive coordinator changed the defense before the season, which the head coach, they've had success at the defensive. Their defense has been successful. So the head coach is going to let a new guy come in and change the defense. Okay, that's one. I heard that yesterday, Willard. Two, it's all on. I'm hearing this 3-game loss. The offense has scored 17 points. They've averaged 17 points.
Yep.
So there has not been so it's not the quarterback's fault they've 17 points because he's thrown for 180 in the fourth quarter with 2 picks and they're behind and it's garbage time. Okay, he's a nice little quarterback. But I heard you also.
I heard the little in there.
You heard, David. We heard that.
We heard that
passive aggressive shot you just took.
It's a nice little quarterback.
Nice little quarterback. Coochie coo.
Let's take a couple little calls here.
That was for you talking about the size. He's 6'2", same size as Lamar Jackson, taller than the guy in Denver. Pat Mahomes is 1 inch tall. We're talking size. Now we're giving this the draft status. I'd agree with you on that. But don't start feeling sorry for all this stuff because Russell Wilson is 6 feet and he starts talking about God and everybody kills him. But Brock Purdy comes on and says, well, I know God is going to be with me. God is with everybody. I stop bringing that up that he's only with a certain person. Okay? But you're talking about Welks now, and he's the problem. But the 3 losses, the offense hasn't scored. You didn't say anything about McCaffrey is averaging 50 yards a game. I mean, he's the highest paid running back in the league. 50 yards a game.
Well, David,
we've hit all of it.
Yeah,
we've hit all of it.
Is there an issue with saying that there is there's accountability with every single one of them? I don't disagree with that, and I think that that's been expressed. However, I also think that we can, for lack of a better way of saying it, we can rank them a little bit. I find the defense to be the worst part of what's bad right now, and B, the most surprising. This is supposed to be an elite group, and it's very, very expensive and big named and has a resume, and they look awful. Like they look like the worst version of themselves. I would not say that about the other parts that you point out. Do you not agree with that?
About them being bad?
No, about them, about the gap between what they are and what we thought they were going to be is the largest of all of those items that you just talked out.
He's got 2 sacks, but it's not Bosa's fault because it's a different scheme. And Peter King came on yesterday and said, because you've been mentioning these pressures all the time, he said, hey, listen, I don't want to hear that pressure. It's about either you do or you don't. You got 2 sacks? That's terrible.
Agreed.
But has anyone? But you mentioned all the time. But he's got pressure. Pressure.
Yes, pressure. Like David, there's got to be some nuance to this conversation. It's not that you're wrong. It's not that any of this is wrong. But you do have to, in my opinion, point out what stands out the most. Are you suggesting that Nick Bosa is the problem for the 49ers right now?
Not at all, but he's one of them. I can't tell you the defensive coordinator is not on the field. The guys that are getting paid to get it done, they get it done. They get it done. Bottom line.
Yeah. I mean, David, thank you very much. It's never that. I know we want to simplify, but we can't. Even in sports radio, wouldn't it be great if everything was just one sentence? Players play. On we go to lunch. No, there's all kinds of hand-holding that goes on here. Larry has said it about 20 times today, and he's right. Complementary football. And therefore, what does that mean? It means we got to talk about everybody here. Is Bosa playing at his best? Well, the guy has literally looked at a microphone and admitted that he's not. He admitted that it took him a while after missing camp. But it's way too simplistic to also go, 2 sacks, you bum. Honestly, that's New York, Boston, Philly stuff. That's it. That's a radio caller in any of those cities. 2 sacks, you bum. Stop. There's reasons. There's a lot of complimentary stuff right now that needs to happen that's not happening. Nick is good. Is he good enough? No. Is he the main problem? I'd also argue no. There are a lot of issues, and they all need to be better. But I do think that at the front of the list right now, when you have a number of players working on a defense that has largely been together for a number of years playing at a high level, and you have a new coordinator come in and start changing things philosophically, that's dangerous, especially when it doesn't work. And it's not working. So I'm not advocating firing Steve Wilks. I don't think he's a bad coach, and he's certainly not all to blame. But Kyle Shanahan is in the lab making adjustments right now for the bye week, and I can promise you he's talking to Steve Wilks, not anybody else.
One of the things I think we're seeing a lot of too, this is another kind of debatable thing. Has the idea of pouring all of your your salary cap capital and draft capital into your D line, is that an outdated concept when you can empty the backfield, put everybody in the pattern, have 5 eligibles, have your quarterback drop back 3 steps, and in 2.5 seconds get it out consistently like Burrow did in a number of those plays on Sunday? Then suddenly you're neutralizing all that money and all that investment and all those free. It's nice to have Hargrave and Bosa, but if Joe Burrow can drop back and he hits his back foot on the 3rd step and the ball comes out, is it, you're not going to sack the quarterback. Then you got to have tighter coverage. And I just kind of wonder if they're playing complementary football on the back end. Does their coverage, is it wed to their rush? And I'm not seeing that. But I think also the bigger problem, they're injured, they're tired. Trent Williams is down, Debo's down, McCaffrey's playing with an oblique strain, and they're not running the ball or stopping the run. The first 5 weeks, 49ers average 156 rushing yards per game. Over the past 3 games, they're averaging 95 rushing yards per game. They're not running the ball.
Trent Williams.
They're not running the ball well.
I mean, that's number one. You can't blame it all on that. And yes, you can attack the 49ers front office for not fortifying at least a little bit better their offensive line. At the same time, left tackles don't grow on trees. When your superstar left tackle's out, and much of that rushing yardage you're talking about in previous weeks was running behind him, it changes things. It just does.
Yeah. And then on the other side of the ball, they don't stop the run. First 5 weeks, they missed 24 tackles combined. Over the past 3 weeks, they've missed 32, including a season-high 13 against the Bengals on Sunday. They look really, really gassed on that side of the ball. So they're not running the ball. They're not stopping the run. They're not rushing the passer. The coverage is too soft. But everybody's going to ultimately blame the quarterback.
Of course,
that's just
or Nick Bosa, because they're the names. Yeah.
So I get it. Purdy's turning it over in the 4th quarter, and that can't continue. But man, there's reasons for it. I mean, I'm not excusing them, but they're not running the ball like they did. They're not stopping the run like they did, and that's kind of like the basics right there. And everything kind of breaks down when those two things aren't there.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Our big winner and the next person to show up at Chase Center for Knockout is none other than Rafael in Alameda. Rafael, congratulations. Thank you for listening. Thank you for calling.
Come on, give him a bigger hand than that.
Way to work your way through the maze that we created of who are the top 3 teams in the NFC. Now, but hold on a sec, Lair. Like, completely rational if Jason had said, dude, Niners, Eagles, Lions are the cream of the crop, or, dude, Niners, Eagles, Cowboys are the cream of the crop in the NFC. That's completely reasonable.
I kind of disagree, but...
No. It's reasonable that I'm not even agreeing. Like, you don't think it's reasonable if someone had said that?
I'm just not. I guess I'm not a believer in the Dallas Cowboys.
That's fine, but if someone else had said that, you wouldn't have been like, well, that's the most harebrained thing. You act like if someone said Dallas, that would be akin to someone saying Atlanta.
Okay.
Like Niners, Eagles, Falcons. Amazing, right?
Right.
Like, that wouldn't have been crazy.
You're giving more love to Dallas than I have.
They're a good football team.
I just don't like Dallas. I don't believe in Dallas.
I don't like Dallas either.
Why do you love Dallas so much?
They're a good football team. Like, they're capable.
I just think, to me, there's no doubt. The NFC is a 2-team race.
So you're not even giving any love to Detroit.
No, but I think Detroit is clearly the 3rd team. Clearly.
I mean,
I think everything that Dallas does, Detroit does, but better. Dallas has got one running back. Detroit's got a better back. Dallas has got a good O-line. Detroit's got a better O-line.
Hold on, Mr. Jahmyr Gibbs on your fantasy team. Do we even know who Detroit's running back is? Or is the beauty of that man playing football going to get put on the bench again in 2 weeks because David Boring Montgomery.
Well, then they got both of them.
Great.
But I'm just saying, everything Dallas does, I think Detroit does better.
Okay.
I like Detroit better.
That's fine.
But I mean, I know they're comparable. I mean, their records are, you know what?
Seattle's
Detroit's 6-2.
Seattle's in first place.
Yeah.
What about Seattle?
You know, I'm not that. I don't know about you, Mark, but I'm not that concerned about Seattle.
I'm not either.
I think Seattle might be. You know, there's all these people rubbing their hands together, going, "Oh no, Seattle." I think Niners are going there and beating them on Thanksgiving.
I do too. Then again, I always think the 49ers are going to win because I think they have the best team. And for 3 weeks in a row, we've looked like morons because I like.
Well, but you know, here's the thing. This is the part of the NFL. We analyze the NFL to death. But you know what? There was an incredible article this offseason. I think you talked about it on the show. I'm not sure. But it was that article that was written about which team has the rest edge going into a game. Think about it. We see standings, we see stats. The rest advantage is like just kind of And as somebody who did quality control and knows and put together game plans, that rest advantage is huge. Absolutely huge. Bengals had it. Browns had it.
Both teams have it next week.
Yeah. Well, next week, there's no advantage.
No, okay, I guess.
There's no advantage, right? Because both teams have the rest.
Right.
But I'm just saying, the Niners were coming off the short week. When I read that article on the rest advantage, I thought, the Niners are going to lose to the Bengals.
Warren Sharp, by the way.
Warren Sharp, yeah. It was really, really well done, and it's hardly got any love at all.
I can't blow it off, but when you see...
I'd love to see that over the course of the year and how it actually panned out.
But, I mean, 4 incompletions and 31 points and Joe Mixon walking into the end zone in a desperate moment, and you're going to blame lack of rest?
Well,
I don't know, man.
I don't know, man. I talked to the Bengals. Joe Mixon averaged 5.4 a carry. That was a season high for him. He wasn't averaging even 3.5 yards.
That's my point. That's why it's even more concerning.
But that's
like people who don't
that
produce.
Could be freshness. I mean, that could be.
I guess.
I mean, look at it this way. It's like the 49ers played Monday night in Minneapolis, got on a plane, didn't, really were just short week. Kyle's kind of like, we just got to get through this game. The Bengals were sitting around in their beds for 2 weeks, 13 days off. It's a huge advantage. It's a huge advantage. We never discussed it for the most part. We know about it, but we don't discuss it. And I know NFL coaches that if they have one less day of preparation, they're like, really like, hey, man, we really got to catch up. Well, now you got a situation where the Niners on the short week with travel, the Bengals had the bye, and that happened also in the Cleveland game. So I'm just saying. And then when you look at Kirk Cousins on the road in Minneapolis in their place, I think you could kind of predict a little bit that this was going to be a rough 3-game stretch, and it has been.
I think that sometimes those opinions, while they carry weight, I think we highlight them more after the fact. Like if you're the better football team, well, then you should have the advantage, not whoever had the rest, because we'll sit here now and give everybody a little flower in their corner because they've got more rest, and then we'll get to the playoffs, and some team will have an extra week of rest, and they'll come out and look like crap, and we'll go, oh, you're rusty.
In the NBA.
You're rusty. No, in the NFL.
Baseball. In baseball, it happened this year.
Well, but
baseball is a sport, a daily sport, and if you take off 3 days, advantage. You take off 5 days, disadvantage, and every other day after that, more of a disadvantage. Football, you fight like crazy to get that week off. The rest means so much.
But not always. You will get, look.
No, I know, not always. It's not an absolute rule.
Garoppolo goes into Lambeau and gets a win, and everyone's like, oh, the Packers were out of sync.
Yeah.
I mean, the rest versus rust conversation is always real, and for me, for my taste, it's an opinion that too often is after the fact. It's just like the baseball example you just brought up. How on earth could the Dodgers and Braves lose? Because they
got stale.
So we immediately.
I remember years ago, I bet the Tigers. They swept the A's. I think it was 2007, somewhere in there. They swept the A's in the ALCS. They played Tony La Russa's Cardinals. Tony La Russa's Cardinals were in the World Series. They won like 83 games that year. And the Cardinals beat the Tigers in the World Series. And the Tigers had like 10 or 11 days off. And the Cardinals just went right from the NLCS right into the World Series. In baseball and a daily sport, that rest takes you, that you get all kind of, it bothers teams. In football, the more rest, the better.
Well, it's the more physical sport. I'm not disagreeing with you. I just wish that opinion would come out before it happens instead of always after.
I would love to see it penned out. Get that Warren Sharp article and go look at the teams that have the decided rest advantage. And that's the one part about the NFL that is the unequal part. It doesn't make itself up. It's not like, oh, well, this all comes, what comes around goes around. No. I don't think the Bears have any games all year where they had a rest advantage, where I think the Jets might have had like 13 games with a rest advantage this year.
I'll tell you
some ridiculous numbers. So it doesn't always equal out. Let's just say that.
That's fair. And I'll tell you what actually is maybe even a better example of what you're saying is not this year, but it's what the 49ers did last year. I've long thought the idea of a 15-2 or better record was ridiculous because of what the 49ers have to face toward the end of the season versus what they had to face toward the end of last season. When Brock Purdy came in, it was, and I'm just doing this by memory, but it was like home game, okay, Seattle, home game.
They didn't leave the West Coast.
Las
That's what
Vegas,
it was.
Mexico, home game.
They didn't leave the Pacific time zone.
They didn't go anywhere.
Right.
They went nowhere. So now you're looking at, you got to go to Cleveland, you got to go to Minnesota, short week, come home. Now you got to go to Jacksonville. You're hitting Seattle on Thanksgiving, go to Philly. Then it's come back home. And then you've got to go back to the East Coast on New Year's Eve for Washington. Like all of that, I absolutely thought was going to lead to some losses. The problem is that stuff's just getting started, and it's been nothing but losses since that started. That's a concern for sure.
The two games that they have lost, though, to Cincinnati and Cleveland with major rest disadvantage, and then the road game in between, it's like this on paper was a concern, but I to watch them they've looked bad. They've looked bad in all phases. Let's just say this. I don't think the 49ers are as bad as they look right now. They clearly weren't as good as they looked against Dallas 3 weeks ago when they were riding high. People were like, are they going to go undefeated? And I heard people at the time say, hey, they're more likely to go undefeated than they are to lose 3 games. 3 weeks later, they've lost 3 games.
Lost 3 games. You know where they're going to have the rest advantage big time?
Where?
Philadelphia, because they'll have a Thursday game the week before, so they get a week and a half off. And what Philadelphia will have to do is go Kansas City on a Monday night, followed by short week, play Buffalo the following Sunday, and then the 49ers 7 days after that. So the Eagles will be playing
on the road against Buffalo, or
no, at home. They're at home, but it's 3 football games in, count them up, I think 13, 14 days.
Yeah.
It's 3 football games,
good.
all against elite competition, Kansas City, Buffalo, San Francisco. Meantime, the Niners will have 9 days off coming into that game. So if you buy into this, there's an edge.
There's an edge
There's
coming.
something. There's something to hang your hat on.
But I mean, I'll say this, based on what I saw from Philadelphia in that Miami game, man, they sure looked a whole lot sharper than the 49ers. So the Niners are going to need every edge they can get.
Yeah, no question. Although I look at that now and go, dude, that's week 13. The world could be upside down by then. Because if you had said, like, what kind of number could you have gotten when the Niners were 5-0 if you were just like, I'm going to parlay the next 3 money lines against the 49ers. 10-point favorite at Cleveland, touchdown favorite at Minnesota, and then you come home as like a 4 to 5 point favorite against the Cincinnati Bengals. You parlay all 3 money lines. I bet you $10. You're well into 4 figures right now.
Yeah. And look what had to happen.
So I don't know what the hell's going to happen by week 12.
No, I hear you. I mean, look what had to happen for them to lose in Cleveland, too. I mean, they missed a 40-yard field goal.
Weird stuff.
So I mean that was not foreseen. But yeah, they're in a tough stretch. It's put a lot of juice on this Jacksonville game. Dude. I mean, I really didn't think this Jacksonville game coming out of the bye looked like a defining game, but man, the Niners better answer the bell on that one.
Yep, and I like the Jags, man. They're good. They are going to present some stuff now. Okay, they have
a lot of speed. They got good defensive front.
Their skill position stuff is really underrated. Etienne is one of, like McCaffrey, one of the few bell cows that can also run and catch the ball out of the backfield. Very, very difficult to cover. They've got probably the most underrated tight end in the game in Evan Engram. I love their
fast. Another guy with a lot of speed.
Receiving core with Ridley and Kirk throws a whole lot at you. And obviously they've got, I mean, he's young and he still makes a mistake or two a game, but Trevor Lawrence, I mean, you're talking about a big-time dude again here. So based on the way I hear people talking over the last 2 weeks, well, hell, just throw your hands up. Niners are going to lose this one because, they're playing a good quarterback. I mean, that's the way the tone sounds now.
Oh, I know. Did you hear Richard Sherman the other day, yesterday?
Where a lot of it, yeah.
Where he basically was like, well, when he said there's changes coming.
Yes.
Kyle's really rankled or whatever he used and basically said changes are coming. Kyle said his team looked tired and slow. The bye should help on the tired front.
Yeah.
But where's the added speed?
Going to make them faster?
Where's the speed coming from? Is it Womack instead of Oliver?
Maybe.
Is it, I don't know. Is it McCaffrey and Mason maybe instead of utilizing Juwan? I don't know where this extra speed is coming from.
Is it Chase Young who speeds up the quarterback's clock? Like, I think that's one thing that needs to happen is the clock needs to get sped up. Defensive backs will play better if they're able to press, if you're playing a team where they're down instead of you're down. Make them one-dimensional, speed up the quarterback's clock, force them into a mistake. All it takes, quite frankly, often is one. It can change an entire game in the other direction. We've watched Purdy do it a couple of times the last 2 weeks, but go back to the Rams. Move it up and down the field. Ball bounces off of Kyron's hands one time, poof, we're going the other way, and the game script totally flips for both teams, and the Niners win. That's all it takes. You've got to force Trevor Lawrence into a mistake. You've got to do it. It's the whole reason all of you are being paid.
And Jacksonville's got talent and they're playing pretty well. But, I saw that Jacksonville Texans game a few weeks ago, and that was in Jacksonville, and Texans just beat them to the punch all day. I mean, just absolutely owned them in that game. So who knows? It's the way the old coach used to say, it's the way you play the day you play. And, you just never know what you're going to get week to week in the NFL.
Can I share a funny story with you real quick before we take some of these calls? So do you want to know how wounded we are as Bay Area sports fans
yes.
at the idea of passing physicals? because of everything that's happened.
Because of Farhan and Correa.
Carlos Correa, Jimmy Garoppolo with the Raiders, all of the...
Well, that was another one. A lot of people today were saying, hey, Chase Young's physical is not a slam dunk.
Go ahead and slam dunk it. The physical has been passed.
Nice.
The trade is official, and Chase Young is a 49er. But the funny part is Grandy just whispered in my ear, he goes, go ahead and tell everybody the Giants have made it official. And I'm thinking to myself, you mean the 49ers, right? But he says the Giants have made it official.
Did I say Giants?
You did. You said Giants, which just...
Grady's not on his game.
No, but the reason you did, even the note you wrote over here says this is not a Carlos Correa situation. I'm not ripping you for it. I get it. You think past physicals, and immediately the San Francisco Giants come to mind. We are not over it yet.
Well, first of all, we should be over it because the Giants dodged a monumental bullet with that one.
Fair.
Could you imagine? The only thing that would make this year worse is if that physical hadn't been failed and you had Carlos Correa
you're paying until he was 39,
261, and whatever he hit this year.
Of course, all the grandstanders wait until he had one good week in the playoffs, and everyone's like, see? You got a good playoff performer there in Carlos Correa.
You want to be locked up to that guy for the next 10 years, 12 years?
Definitely not.
At that kind of What was it per year?
Oh, God. Well, it was 350 over 13, I think.
Oh, my gosh.
So whatever. I mean, it fluctuated from beginning to end.
That was a gift.
I think it was around 26, 27 per year.
27 a year.
Brandon Crawford.
What did he hit this year?
Crawford was going to go play third base. I think he hit. It could not have been much more than 230. It hit 230, 235 max is what I would bet.
Oh, let's see.
Here, I got it. Baseball Reference. He hit 230. He hit 230 this year. His OPS was 711.
Oh,
which is below average. Below average. His WAR was 1.4.
What'd you say? 230, 18 home runs, 65 ribbies.
Correct.
59 walks, 131 strikeouts, an on base of 312.
Yeah, OPS 711.
For $30 million.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. That would have killed the Giants. Absolutely killed. And now they're saddled to this Correa contract.
Can you imagine, though, if they, and whether it's Shohei or Cody Bellinger or whatever, the hours between like Slusser or Baggs' tweet followed by the actual physical and press conference are going to be nail-biting time. Nobody thinks we're actually. The Giants have signed Shohei.
Sure they have.
And the press conference has been scheduled for 3 days from now. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? It'll be terrifying.
I had the conspiracy theory there because I was like, you know what? I think they signed the contract. They realized nobody bought a single ticket. It did not move the needle at all, and they just begged their way out of it. We don't like the way it looks, but then was it the Mets?
The Mets, although similar doctor. I think they work with the same doctor, but yeah, that changed it. There's no doubt. The Mets doing what they did changed that situation. It calmed everybody down.
Farhan.
A little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. It calmed everybody down.
They dodged a major bullet there.
Would Farhan still be running this show if Correa had stayed with the Mets and hit 320 this year?
Would Farhan have been telling jokes at the presser like he did the other day? He was doing material.
Why not? He's got 3 more years on his deal.
Yeah.
Run some material.
Oh, yeah. 3 more years, 2-year extension.
I love my guy Farhan. He's going to get this thing figured out. I just know it.
Yeah.
888-957-9570. We're going to get to some Dub stuff, some Jordan Poole stuff. He got the #1 ranking on Shaqtin' a Fool last night on TNT. Jordan Poole.
Oh,
I was just sitting. I want to take some. We had a bunch of Niner calls.
I love the way the Warriors look right now. Love it.
It's
absolutely love the
fantastic start to the season.
Yeah, but I mean, not just the way. Forget the results because it's a long season. I just love the way they look. Well, their vibe. The blend of the old and the new. Not only that, they got 2 rookies who actually know how to play basketball.
They look like a smart basketball team.
Yeah.
And yes,
they look so deep.
And why do they look deep? Because role players look better. Because why? Because they have an adult who's getting them in position and feeding them the ball. I give Chris a lot of credit. I have been one of the slowest to the party. I've been very resistant to the idea of him being a Warrior. I get it. But Chris deserves a ton of credit for just the maturity that he has brought to the team. And let's be honest,
He's a winner. He's a competitor.
Well, when the Warriors are going, look, hey, connectivity, maturity, and then meanwhile, it took Jordan Poole less than a week and a half to end up on Shackton a Fool. Come on.
Well, Denny Avdia, you saw that thing a week ago. He's like, dude, pass me the rock.
It has confirmed everything that essentially we watched play out in front of us. I'm not going to say that he was supposed to be punched. I don't mean that at all. But when you talk about all the other stuff, throwing your hands up and walking off the floor, Steph throwing mouthpieces, Klay Thompson pumping his fist in the air, this team can say all they want. Oh, he's my brother. He's my brother, and I love that man, and I will say it all you want. You couldn't stand playing with him. He totally messed everything up in terms of pace, turnovers, maturity on the floor. You could absolutely see it. And Steph, I don't know about all the rest of you, but you greenlit this trade. Don't ever tell me you didn't, because you did, because you have that kind of presence in this organization. It doesn't happen without you, and I absolutely will never be told anything otherwise. These guys wanted him gone.
I was convinced when Dunleavy said he'd be here for the next 4 years.
Oh, come on. Come on. Shackton a Fool? You got to go watch.
He wasn't here for 4 more days.
Unbelievable.
That was the greatest lie ever told.
It is like you know what, to watch him dribble the ball right out of bounds, flop on the floor in another jersey.
Yeah.
It is so it's like thank you.
But forget him. I'm just glad they got Pods and they got TJD and they got 2 really, really good rookies.
Yeah, but why are they good rookies?
Well, they know how to play. I mean, they've played. I mean, that's the beauty of this whole thing. And the Warrior chemistry is just, this is the thing. Your basketball team more so than your football or baseball team, you have to enjoy the vibe because when you play off of one another. If the vibe's bad, the Warriors had 1 year with KD where they were awesome, but the vibe sucked. The vibe was awful last year. This year, I don't know how it's going to end. I don't think they're going to win the title. But you know what? The vibe's awesome. And it's fun. And then I'm looking forward to watching the games, listening to the games. You know what I'm saying?
Look,
so the vibe. I like their vibe.
I think for years now, we've watched Warriors' success and thought, oh, they've got great players. And at times, yes, they would just overwhelm the opponent. The KD years, for sure.
Sure.
But what people don't think about, because they just go, oh, Steph's great. Warriors are good. That's true, but it's so much deeper than that. This has always been one of the top defensive teams in the league. We understand that what Steve Kerr would call the Warrior way, most of us could not describe that, but there are complexities to the way this team plays basketball and that is not replicated in other cities. The way that Steph and Klay run off the ball, the smarts that Draymond Green brings to both sides of the court, that kind of intelligence is why the Warriors have been so dominant for so long, and the intelligence is back. And so that's what leads to the vibe, because you have people who are all pushing in the same direction, understanding where you're supposed to be and when and what your assignment is, have each other's back, and poof, that's why young players suddenly look good. Why? Because they've got smart veterans around them, helping them, set them up to be successful. That's how it's supposed to work.
And they also know how to play. I mean, those guys know how to play.
They get credit.
Podziemski knows how to play. He'll rebound.
They'll get credit.
I like anybody who rebounds can play. And then TJD, I love that pick at the time, but 57th overall.
I know.
How did that guy fall to 57?
Well, I think.
that is that's miraculous.
Yeah. Yep. It was. And apparently, if you.
Better than James Wiseman.
Well, how many more minutes has he played than. Is James still at 0? Has James played a minute yet?
I don't know, but that Duran guy who's on the Pistons is just ridiculous.
Oh, man.
He's never playing over that guy.
No, he's not even playing over Marvin Bagley Jr. right now.
No, it's amazing. So Trace Jackson Davis is literally better than James Wiseman. Wiseman is not an overstatement. He knows how to play. He's a better player.
Yeah. If you believe the stories on draft day, there were a lot of teams that wanted to mess with the potential guarantees in a TJD contract. His agent advised him, don't do it. And so he basically told teams, that's going to be a problem to sign me if that's the way you're going to approach it. And that's why he fell as long as he did. Awesome. And a hell of a move by the Warriors to go get him. And yeah, it looks like somebody who's going to contribute.
Thievery, pure thievery on draft day.
Totally. You know who I'm excited about though is not one of the brand new guys. He's been here.
GP2?
No, it's Moody.
Oh yeah,
I am so excited.
Moses is in great shape this year.
I am so excited about Moses Moody.
Such a smart player.
He's never going to be a star, but that is somebody who is going to handle a rotational position, and maybe more importantly, I think consistently what we've seen from this guy, he will handle what you give him, right? He was the first one of the young guys to show up in the playoffs and not look overwhelmed, even before Jordan Poole. Like Moses was the one who they threw in there against Boston a couple years ago, and he's like, I got this. I'm going to knock down some threes. I'm not going to be overwhelmed by the moment. The other night they start him. I'm like, I'm going to predict double digits for him. He scores 13. Like he is he's just doing what is there, and he's doing it well.
Yeah.
His option has been picked up. I think that guy's going to be around, I hope, for a long time.
I know. I'm just glad they didn't move Kuminga because there was a lot of talk at the end of the year that they were going to move Kuminga, and I was like, oh man, if you move Kuminga, you're going to rue that day. And he just gets better.
Well,
and better
remember
and better.
it was in the sort of mythical trade that would have brought that why is he blanking? The guy that went in the Lillard situation. Come on, someone help me from Milwaukee.
Drew Holiday.
Thank you, Drew Holiday. That was what Kuminga was going to be involved in, and that would have made sense to me.
Would have been nice.
That
but
would have
still,
been fine.
I just don't like trading anybody who has that kind of athleticism, that kind of potential,
it's not been
that kind of upside.
But it hasn't been a perfect start for Kuminga either.
No, I mean he's got a ways to go, but I mean the improvement is just ridiculous, and you're gonna see he's gonna continue to improve. They got 4 young players there that between Moody, Kuminga, and the 2 guys that I just named, those 4 guys. I mean, if they're gonna get there this year, they're gonna get there largely because. With those guys pulling the weight.
I've heard the take already before. Strength in numbers is back.
Yeah.
And what I would say is, did they draft well? Sure. But largely, I think that if you're going to give credit to one person because of that, it's Chris. It's Chris because he's running the second unit, and all of a sudden, lo and behold, the role players look better. Who'd have thunk it? I wonder why.
Right. And all those timeouts that Kerr saves because he has to explain everything in the past. Now he doesn't need to explain anything. You got Chris Paul on the floor. He's a super competitor. He knows how to play. He's poised. You know what I mean? You don't have to call these timeouts and lay it all out there. You can just trust that he's going to shoulder a big part of the load. And also, anytime you add a great competitor, you always benefit there, and he's a great competitor.
I'm watching a bunch of possessions in a row that did not end with a Warrior player under the basket on the floor with his palms up looking at a ref.
Right.
And I'm like, wow, I don't even recognize this team. Where's the guy on the floor underneath the hoop with his palms up at the ref? Gee, this seems to work so much better. Let's go live to the other room where Lucas is standing by with this James Wiseman update.
Yeah, I'm coming to you from Detroit, and actually the Detroit Pistons, their starting center, Jalen Duren, has been... he's not playing tonight.
This is James Wiseman.
Well, we'll get to his portion, but Wiseman started the season as the third-string center in Detroit. The starting center was out tonight against Portland, so you'd think this was his chance to get some minutes, maybe make an impact. He's played 2 minutes, 3 fouls. There's a reason he's only played 2 minutes. 2 points. 2 points? A rebound?
In only 1 shot. James Wiseman, so far this year, is shooting 100% from the field. That's not true. He has actually played in some of the other games. He's not made all of his shots.
Tonight he's shooting 100%.
He has tonight. James Wiseman on the year.
The Gary Payton trade is actually looking like a totally one-sided deal in the Warriors' favor. They traded a top lottery pick for a 30-year-old defensive combo guard, and they got the better of the deal. I mean, that's amazing.
What was opening night?
Sacramento, wasn't it?
No. But what was the date? Was it the 24th? 24th?
I got it here.
Yes, a week ago yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, Tuesday, October 24th.
Okay, so I rescind my take. That was his first shot of the year. These are his first flipping minutes of the year. James Wiseman's shooting 1,000% on the season.
This is James Wiseman.
Because he's shot the ball 1 time in 2 minutes on the year.
He was an awesome paper prospect. He really was. He spoke Mandarin. He was 7'1", still is.
Dude, all those comparisons of James and Trey from a situational standpoint, are we ever going to see either of them play?
I think Trey's going to get there. I just think it's not going to be in Dallas. It's not going to be soon. It's going to be it's going to be 3 years from now.
He's going to have to win a job somewhere.
I know.
I'm not like.
I think
I just wonder if
he's going to be
ever
in the
going to get a
NFL
chance.
longer than.
Well, sure.
Wiseman. Which is saying something because the NFL careers are shorter.
Well, they're not that short when you don't get hit.
Yeah, if you're a quarterback. But I think Trey's going to figure it out. Trey's got reasons that he is raw. James Wiseman is just. I think there's marshmallow alert. I mean, I just. To me, his hands were really the part that bothered me because after a while I was like, wow, this guy drops every pass, even the ones on the hands. And then at 7'1", 240, 250, whatever he is, he never looked like a guy who was just like hell-bent on grabbing a rebound. I mean, Pajemski's a better natural rebounder than James Wiseman.
That's a wild statement.
That's true.
It's a wild statement. Your left-handed combo guard is a better rebounder than James flipping Wiseman at 7 feet.
Goes to the boards, man.
Unbelievable.
James Wiseman, not so much.
By the way, it's not piling on. The first criticism of either of these players has to be the team who drafted them so high. You know what I mean? Like we are now. Here's what is unfortunate in the James situation. And then we can talk more Warriors now, if you will. I think because of a lack of opportunity for James and Trey, many people, self-included, have been very hesitant to use the word bust because I feel like it was, at the time, rude and unfair. Because it was like, well, either because of health or what have you, they have not gotten a shot. And the Warriors were very forceful with the narrative of, we didn't trade him because we didn't like him. We want to win a title, and we don't have the minutes here for a developing player, which is partially true, but come on. You ain't dumping the dude if you think he's going to be a star, and now you're seeing that the Pistons won't even put him on the floor. Meantime, Bagley tonight has 25 minutes in this game already, where James has his first 2 of the season. Because of what's happening now, the word starts to come into play. So number 2 overall pick in the draft. Can't get himself on the floor. This is heading for,
international ball.
Anthony Randolphville. It's heading there.
Yeah. Oh, I know. And it happens. It happens.
Yes.
Isn't that amazing?
It happens every year.
It's amazing that
Go look at any draft. You'll not find a top 10 where all of them turned out being good.
Yeah, but I mean, you would think that there's so many teams in the league that are not in the title mix that he would be able to find somewhere where he could get some run and develop his game. You would think, right? But it doesn't seem like if you can't develop your game in Detroit, where can you develop your game? They're not a title contender.
Well, I think sometimes we use that too loosely, as if all they need is development. Like, no, you have to be absurdly good at basketball to be a high-level player in the NBA. It's not just develop and then you will be. You can have all the skills in the world, raw skills, and if you can't figure out where you're supposed to be defensively, if you don't have great hands, if you can't be talented around the rim, have that dog in you as a rebounder, you're not allowed in this league.
The moment that I was like, whoa, was the Steph Curry exasperation moment. Where he literally showed on the floor exasperation with James Wiseman. Because that tells you what he's seeing here, he's seeing in practice a lot.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's not like he's doing this wrong once. It's like, dude, you're not getting this. And I've seen it. We may be seeing it for the first time, but he wasn't.
No.
He wouldn't show that kind of exasperation.
Well, that's the point.
The first time he saw it.
That's the point that I, and I think you too, have been trying to make about Trey Lance all along. Everyone, he didn't even get a shot. We don't even know what he could do. Well, Kyle does.
Yeah.
He sees him every day.
Right. And also, there's meetings. And, you got to have right answers sometimes. And it's like class. You call on a student, they give you the wrong answer. Eventually, you kind of you're like, well, wait a second. Billy he's not giving me the right answer. He's not seeing it he's not whatever. He's not digesting the material. Yeah. But I kind of think that Trey, as a 1-year starter at an FCS level, to me, he still checks all the boxes. Physically, does he have it? Yes. Mentally, does he have it? Yes. Is football the family business? Is it important to him? Or is football kind of just something he does because, for money or because he just got thrown into it? I think football is important to him. And when you check the mental box, the physical box, and football is important to you, I do believe you're going to get there. But it's just going to take some time. And I think it's going to be like, I would be shocked if Trey Lance never becomes anything more than what he is today. I think
I'll agree
eventually
with that.
he will get it. Because there's too many. He checks all the boxes. He's going to get it.
Do you think that someday he will be someone's week 1 QB1?
I do.
Yeah, see, I'm not sure. I agree with you that I think he'll be more than this, but to actually win a job and have someone say that's our franchise QB, questions.
Yeah,
at best.
I mean, believe
questions.
Me, you've got all the reasons in the world to have questions, right? Because what I'm seeing is more of a projection based on traits. You're just going off of what you see. You know what I mean?
Well,
and what you see is what you see. You know,
I think ability, if you've got next level ability, you find your way to a field or a court. It's impossible for a team to keep you off of it. You know what I mean? And I think that the Dallas Cowboys had weird intentions when they acquired him. I don't think it was about thinking that
But there's no developmental league. See, that's the one thing.
I know it.
If there was a developmental league where he could get the reps, it'd be one thing.
All of these secondary leagues is what I know the NFL won't, but that's what they should be.
Yeah.
If any XFL, USFL, whatever, Alliance of American Football, like anybody ever wanted to succeed, you strike a deal with the NFL and be a farm league.
Right.
People would eat that up. Wouldn't you tune in to watch Trey Lance play?
Absolutely.
If he was playing.
It's the NFL. It's far and away the most popular sport in America. If a secondary league has any interest in ever making it, all they have to do is partner with the NFL and brand themselves the same. Do you know how many people watch Niner games? There'd be more people watching Niners minor league games than probably watching the Giants in 6 years.
Oh, no doubt, especially if you did it as they all know. Like there's data about what happens in February to the television audience, and this massive portion of it just goes away.
Right.
So just leave. Super Bowl's over, we're gone. And all these leagues, that's why you see them start up in February or March, because they're trying to reacquire that television audience, and you can't do it with like, oh, we got this team of guys who didn't make the NFL. But if it was the minor Niners.
Right. It doesn't work if it's the Roanoke Vipers.
Right, against the Sea Chickens from Seattle, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
if you knew.
Oh, my gosh.
If you knew that the guys that you were going to watch, even potentially, could be on your team, people would watch it in massive numbers.
The Warriors and Adorables are coming up. We got more on that. Plus, we got some very fun phone calls to take. So if you've been hanging on with your Niners take or anything else, GPD, Jeff, Rich, everybody, we'll try to get to you here in just a moment. Also, Warriors Live with JD is just 20 minutes away, and he's doing the show from Ballast Point Brewing Company right down the street from Chase Center. Great place to stop in on your way in. So if you're parking right now, pop in on your way in, say hi to JD, tell him Willard and Larry sent you if you're on your way to see the Warriors and Kings tonight at Chase Center. Your call's next, and Warriors Live 20 minutes away on 95.7 The Game.
At Bank of America,
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Willard and Dibbs.
Willard and Dibbs.
And now back to Willard and Dibbs.
now I feel bad.
Willard?
Well, first of all, see, that's what you get for mispronouncing my name. Now you're a bust.
You're like Dalton Hilliard,
but
Mark Willard.
But now I also feel bad. Young man did us a favor, and here I am, just trashing his entire world and career. I'm sorry, James.
This is James Wiseman.
I'm sorry. James Wiseman. Yeah, I get it all the time for some reason. They used to even spell it that way in the paper if I ever got a couple of hits in my Little League game, and they put it in the paper. And Willard. Everyone wants to put another I in there.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's no I in team, and there's only one in Willard.
What's up with your Twitter handle? Why you get the underscore and all that stuff? Were you wanting people to not follow you?
I wanted to be annoying. Yep, I'm good at that.
Underscore. I
always tell people I wanted you to really want to follow me. But no, actually, if anybody cares, my name is like normal enough that it had all been taken.
Right.
And so I had to do something, and I didn't want to tie it to a particular outlet or even
flexibility.
Right. I didn't want to. For a while,
I made that mistake.
For a while, I was Willard Radio, and then I'm like, what's wrong with my TV career?
Right.
So then I just was like, we're going to put a bunch of underscores in
Willard
there.
Media?
I could have done that.
Could have gone there.
Could have done that. But that sounds like a company.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Sounds like you're a sales rep.
Who cares? But it works.
There you go.
I guess. Let's take some calls before we get out of here.
All right.
Warriors Live in 12 minutes. Kruger's in for Dibbs for the rest of the week. How about Jeff and Marin? Hey, Jeff, what's up? What are you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Larry and Mark, I got to agree with you. I think the logical inference is arguably the defense this year is more talented than the defense last year. What's the one difference? It's the DCs. Maybe he's a good coach, but he's not coaching this team well. The other comment I had was I think we've been too defensive line centric in our drafting. Obviously, it's an important position, but I can't remember the last time they spent a first-round draft pick on a cornerback or offensive lineman. Maybe McGlinchey was the last guy.
Right,
and
it was
I think
McGlinchey.
That's kind of short-sighted. And the last three games against the Browns, the Vikings, and the Bengals, those teams have dominated the line of scrimmage both ways. And Aaron Banks is hurt now, right?
Yeah, he is.
That's a real concern, especially if Trent Williams can't come back and play. Jalen Moore, big shoes to fill, obviously. But if Banks is out and Trent Williams can't play, the left side of that line is going to be a problem.
Well, I'll tell you, Jeff, let's jump in on this. I do think Trent is probably going to play based on where that sat last week. I'm optimistic there. I'm going to agree with a portion of this, which is that I do think the 49ers could have put more draft capital toward the offensive line. But the original statement of being too defensive line centric, while I hear it and I understand fans feeling that way, I also accept the 49ers' stated philosophy that their defense works from the front to the back and that they want a devastating pass rush and they want that to be the lead dog and they think that their defensive backs will play better because of a devastating pass rush. That has been their philosophy and it has worked. It has worked now for a few years. Ever since Nick Bosa became a 49er. It's not this year, and Steve Wilks is not the only difference in this defense, as you've pointed out today. But I do still think that's the number one question, and maybe Chase Young changes this whole dynamic, but that defensive line is where they've put their money and their philosophy, and it has to produce better.
And it really goes well beyond this regime. I mean, this is an organizational philosophy that really goes back all the way to the 80s. I mean, if there was a D lineman, all older Niner fans will remember, if there was a D lineman that was available, whether his name was Chris Dolman, Tim Harris, Kevin Green, Charles Haley, you name it. They went after those guys. Fred Dean going way, way back. So it's been an organizational philosophy. And unfortunately, if you really believe in you can never have enough D-line, and then you draft guys like Solomon Thomas and you miss, then all of a sudden you got to draft more guys and more guys. One of those picks probably should have been a premier offensive lineman. They are clearly overdue. They know that.
Yep.
I think that's one of the reasons they did not want to move their first-round draft choice, because they know that. They know that Trent's older. They know McKivitz is kind of a replacement-level player, and so they're probably going to go offensive tackle in this next draft. And so I think that was pretty much the impetus of why they refused to trade their number one draft choice.
Tends to be a position, and maybe this is a silly perception, but it tends to be a position I feel like in the first round, it tends to be a little bit easier to assess. I feel like the bust rate at offensive line is lower than some other positions.
Yeah. I mean, the last time they went O-line early was Anthony Davis and Mike Iupati.
Right.
They went O-line, double O-line.
Yeah, and that was, I'd say, 1 for 2.
They went to the Super Bowl with that group.
Yeah, they did. They did. And then there was Quaim Harris going further back.
Yeah.
That was a total whiff. There have been some famous ones in history, Tony Mandrich. But I do think that's, if they want to address that early, not a bad idea. Rich in Fremont here, Willard and Larry Krueger. Hey, Rich, what's up?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. First of all, I was going to say that really at the end of the day, if the Giants would have went ahead and took Correa, I tell you right now, Farhan would not be running the Giants.
That's probably true.
They fired him, okay?
Seriously, because the ownership wouldn't be behind him at that point, because they would be on the hook for that big expenditure. You're probably right.
No, you're absolutely correct, Larry. I look at it like this. I'm going to give an analogy of the 49ers right now. You are putting together a sumptuous meal. You put this meal together a couple of times. Everybody loves it. And then all of a sudden it's praised so much, now another group wants to taste it. And you go to get your recipe, and then you realize, oh, no, I don't have all the ingredients. But guess what? Your dinner crowd is going to be here in less than 20 minutes. So you filter in some stuff, try to move some stuff around, and you serve it up. And guess what? It ain't as good. And the dinner party's ready to leave. And that's kind of what's going on with the Niners right now. They don't have all the pieces. When you don't have all the pieces, you're not a well-oiled machine. And that's why you're seeing what you're seeing. Thanks, guys.
You sound like a guy who may have had a failed dinner party somewhere.
I'm not sure I fully got the analogy, but I am now hungry. That's official.
Yeah.
Normally putting things in food terms works absolutely perfectly on this show.
No lentil dip over at the dinner party.
Dude, I've got some in my fridge right now. I just made it the other day. So good. It just works for anything.
It's waiting for you. It's there in Marin saying, Mark, come on over.
Speaking of things that we love, I don't know. Have you talked to GPD, Grandpa Daddy, on this show?
No.
He's going to bring us to the finish line. I think he wants to talk to you.
Let's do it.
GPD and Hayward, what's up tonight?
Oh, my God. Love you. I just want to say this, Larry.
Yes.
You bring a compliment to Willard. And Willard, Mark Willard, and you spell that correctly.
Yeah, underscore Willard.
Not Williard?
Underscore Willard. I love you guys. And Larry, you know what? I got to agree with you, man. And I agree with Mark there that this complements everything. If they can't win with the D-line and another pass rusher coming in from the other side, then there's also a problem with, I hate to say it, the defensive coordinator. I don't want to just put it over. But also, James Wiseman, it was a bust, guys, and you guys know it. You guys call it, and that's what I love about you guys. And this is where I get my education on sports from, is 95.7 The Game, and you guys, and I'm going to give you some education right now.
Let's go.
Let's do it.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
You're getting older. I'm Grandpa Daddy, man. I'm telling you, I'm Grandpa Daddy. I got a 36-year-old wife, and the reason why I'm there is because I'm doing Vinyasa Flow Yoga.
Look at you.
As you get older, you need to do yoga, bro.
GPD.
All that workout
up dog, down dog. Look at you.
What about yoga? How does yoga compare to Joga, which Kevon Looney and Moses Moody do together?
Well, now hold on a second. I can tell you about that. That yoga does work because remember, Mark. I came to the summit with my friend, the acupuncturist, who's acupuncturist for the Niners.
No, I believe you. I believe you. Hey, GPD, will you call us again tomorrow and finish that talk? That was an error on me. I asked him a question when it was time to go.
Breathe through your third eye.
I mean, over here, people are like, is the Warrior game starting?
Up
and
dog,
like
down
GPD
dog.
is explaining yoga to us. I'm
a big fan of yoga, by the way. Big fan. My wife got me going on it. I should do it more. Every time I do it, I feel great.
Yeah. Flexibility, not my thing. And
That's why you do it.
I mean that physically and in terms of
good upper body
conversation.
workout.
I'll try it tomorrow.
No, you won't.
As you will. You'll be back here tomorrow.
That's right.
Good stuff, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, guess what? There's a Warrior game. So here we go. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. It's going to be Warriors Live with John Dickinson ahead of Warriors and Adorables. For Larry, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip of every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Brought to you by Xfinity.
now.
Yes, it does. Warriors and Kings tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. It's John Dickinson, and we are coming to you from Ballast Point Brewing Company, the tasting room and kitchen in San Francisco, 705 16th Street in San Francisco. It's right by Chase Center, within walking distance, short walk if you're in the area and you're heading to the game. Stop by and say hi for the next half hour, as I'm going to be here till 6:30, hang out a little bit after, but forget about 6:30. The Warriors and Kings are tipping off shortly after 7, about 7:10, so even if you're coming into the area after I'm off the air between 6:30 and 7:10, have a quick one before the ball game. It's a great place to have a beer, grab a drink, get some food, and enjoy everything that Ballast Point Brewing has to offer here in San Francisco. Again, walking distance to Chase Center, so you can park in the area, stop by, have one or two, and again, you're under 10 minutes to Chase Center on foot. And what a beautiful evening this is with temperatures throughout the day in the 70s here in San Francisco. So looking forward to being out here a handful of times throughout the course of November. And it's just an amazing, amazing setup with the televisions and the bar and the atmosphere. The vibe is tremendous here at Ballast Point Brewery. Again, near Chase Center. They're also open after the ball game as well. Every night at least 10:30. At least until 10:30. My guy Mike telling me, hey, want people in after the game. These games typically end around 9:20, 9:30. So plenty of time in the hour afterwards to come in and enjoy what Warrior fans are hoping for will be another victory here to tip off this season as the Dubs come in fresh off sweeping the road trip that saw them win in Sacramento, win in Houston, and then win in New Orleans. If there was ever a statement by the Golden State Warriors that this season is not going to be last season, it's coming out and going 3-0 on the road after the Warriors won 11 games total on the road last year, and it took all the way until December before the Warriors were able to win 3 games on the road, and basically Thanksgiving week for them to even win a single game on the road. So the Warriors wiping that bad taste of a year ago right out of their mouth, and after losing a close one in the home opener to the Suns back here a week, 8 nights ago, the Warriors trying to get their first home win of the season, and they'll do it against their Northern California rivals, the Sacramento Kings. Kings come in at 2-1, as they've only played 3 games to this point of the season, and Sacramento, the Warriors handing them their only loss. The Kings won in Salt Lake City in their opener, and then beat the Lakers in a thriller in overtime on Sunday, as the Warriors were wrapping up their victory against the Rockets. The Kings were just getting their game tipped off in Sacramento against the Lakers, and they wound up winning in overtime over the Lakers. So they are 2-1, 1-0 on the road. The Warriors, this is just the lone home game for Golden State in this stretch, where they're playing 7 of 9 away from home to begin the year, and 7 of 8 overall. Warriors going halfway across the country, a little bit more to Houston and New Orleans, and then back here basically for 24, 48 hours to take on the Kings, and it's right back to the middle of the country, and then Oklahoma City for the Warriors on Friday. They'll take on Cleveland Sunday, and then Detroit on Monday before taking on the Nuggets on the way back, and then the home schedule will get really rolling here a week from Saturday in the lead up to the Thanksgiving holiday. So Warriors Live here on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson, Ballast Point Brewing Company, the tasting room and kitchen. Stop by, say hi. But again, even if I am not on the air after 6:30, it's a great place to make use of your time before the ball game and enjoy some good food. I'm having the French dip, the prime rib French dip. It's just fantastic here as I'm gearing up for the Dubs and the Kings. All right, let's get to our injury report, which, as always, is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com, and we'll get things rolling here with the Warriors side of things, as the Warriors are going to be with Klay Thompson and Dario Saric in this game tonight, after Klay and Jonathan Kuminga both sat out on Monday in New Orleans. You look at the injury report, Klay Thompson dealing with right knee soreness, had been upgraded to probable earlier this morning. Dario Saric popped up on the injury report with a right hip contusion, but Steve Kerr telling reporters over at Chase Center at about 5:15 when he meets with the media that Klay and Saric are good to go. Jonathan Kuminga, he's going to be a game-time decision. Left knee contusion for Kuminga that kept him out of the game on Monday against the Pelicans. And Kuminga is going to go through his pregame warm-up before a full determination as to whether Kuminga is going to be able to play for the Warriors in this one tonight. So he's going to go through the warm-up and see how he feels before ultimately deciding whether he will be a go or not. The Warriors, of course, getting Draymond Green back on the road trip. Chris Paul moving to the bench. The headliner, though, in the injury report as far as this game is who will not be playing for Sacramento. De'Aaron Fox out for the Kings. Right ankle sprain for De'Aaron Fox. Sprained that ankle late in the game against the Lakers. Came back in. Finished the game, at least tried to finish the game before he fouled out in what was a thrilling win for Sacramento in the overtime. But a right ankle sprain. Fox is set to miss anywhere to what could amount to a couple of games to a week. But this is going to be the one game that the Kings did announce that he will miss for sure. So De'Aaron Fox has been an unbelievable thorn in the Warriors' side going back to the playoff series, and just a real tough matchup for Golden State with the quickness and the speed and his ability to get to the basket and get to the mid-range and get to the floater game inside 8 to 10 feet. De'Aaron Fox against the Warriors has been Sacramento's best player, and he will not go for Golden State in this one. And Trey Lyles has still yet to play for the Kings in the early part of this season. A left calf strain from training camp has kept him out for the first 3, and he will miss his 4th consecutive game for the Kings. Trey Lyles, another one of the players that were pesky in the 7-game series between the Dubs and the Kings going back to April when the Warriors were able to win in Sacramento in a Game 7 to knock the Kings out as the 3 seed. Of course, the Warriors were the 6 seed in the Western Conference playoff race then. So all in all, good start for the Dubs. You look at some of the things, and we'll get into more of the matchup-specific stuff for this one, as that is your injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson here on 95.7 The Game. Matchup-specific stuff coming up as Davion Mitchell will start in place of De'Aaron Fox. Mike Brown alerting the media to that yesterday at the Kings practice before Sacramento bust from the capital city of California over to the Bay Area to gear up for this one. So Davion Mitchell starts for Sacramento. Kevin Huerter, Harrison Barnes, Keegan Murray, Domantas Sabonis. The usual for Sacramento with Fox out. Warriors, of course, have been rolling with Stephen Curry. Moses Moody got the nod for Klay Thompson the other night. Klay obviously figures to be back in there with Andrew Wiggins, Draymond Green, and Kevon Looney. Chris Paul coming off the bench. And wow, Chris Paul has been tremendous as a player that connects the future Hall of Famers and the 3- and 4-time champions for the Golden State Warriors. I guess the 4 and couple-time champions. I guess Wiggins has got one, Looney's got a couple. But the 4-time champions and the other key core players for the Warriors, Paul's connected that group to the younger players, and not only the younger players, but the newbie players as well for the Warriors here in the early going of this season. And it's really been seamless, aside from maybe the three-point shooting, the imprint that Chris Paul has been able to put on all of these games for the Warriors. But a lot to like for Golden State so far, and the bench has really picked it up for the Warriors over the last couple of games. Bench was pretty solid in the first game of the season as the Warriors were able to beat or lose to the Suns in the loss to the Suns, and struggled in the first real stretch of bench play in the game Friday and game 2 against Sacramento. But really since the third quarter against the Kings, the Warriors bench has been fantastic. And, they pushed the lead up after Steph Curry went into takeover mode in Sacramento on Friday. And they've really been making a significant positive impact. You look at the Warriors bench as the reserves with at least 40 points in consecutive games. They put 50 on the Pelicans on Monday night, 52-35 the Warriors' advantage over the Pelicans in that one, and it's not just points, as the Dubs outscored the Rockets 41-21. The Kings, who have a real good bench that's going to be on full display for them in this game tonight, the Warriors able to outscore the Kings bench when it looked like the Kings bench was maybe going to get the better of them in the first half of that game. Impressive stuff, 39-27, so a plus 12 for the Warriors, a plus 20, a plus 4 for the Warriors against the Kings, a plus 4 against the Suns. So you look at the Warriors able to, with the bench, win the battle of the benches in each of these 4 games. That's been huge for Golden State as far as their success level throughout these first 4 games. And it's been different players pitching in a lot of different ways. When you look at it, it's been Chris Paul, and it's been Saric, and it's been Moody, who's been in and out of the starting lineup. With Klay Thompson out, it's been Jonathan Kuminga coming into his own. It's been Trayce Jackson-Davis, who impressed in the game on Monday night at an extremely high level. You look at Trayce Jackson-Davis and his ability, 4 blocks for Trayce Jackson-Davis, as he became the first player in franchise history for the Warriors to have 4 block shots in a single game over the first 2 games of his career. First player to do that in Warriors franchise history. Kind of a unique stat, but it wasn't just the block shots for Trayce Jackson-Davis. It was the ability to score the ball, his ability to rebound. I mean, 13 points in the game with 9 boards and 4 block shots. I mean, that goes a long way toward being one of the bigs that a lot of times Warriors fans are saying that this team lacks. I think the Warriors are showing that maybe they have a real good complement of big men on this roster, whether it's Kevon Looney, who's typically been a handful for a guy like Sabonis, who the Warriors have done a real nice job against and will have to tonight with De'Aaron Fox out, or Draymond Green playing the small ball center. Now you factor in Trayce Jackson-Davis. Dario Saric brings another element to things as well, and you can see where Steve Kerr touts the fact that he likes how these pieces are connected, and this bench has played to this point of the season. And so the bench has been a key part through the first 4 games, with the Warriors outscoring the opponent's benches in 3 of these first 4 games, and really in a couple of them making it be a positive turn for Golden State. All right, Warriors Live rolling on here on 95.7 The Game. John Dickinson with you until 6:30. We'll get you up to Tim and Tom, who are going to be on the call of this one over at Chase. It's the Warriors and Kings, seemingly for the millionth time in the last 6 months. Here is, of course, the 7-game playoff series won by the Warriors. These teams played a couple of times in the preseason. They already played 5 nights ago in Sacramento. They're going to play one more time here at the end of November before calling it quits in January, and then who knows? Maybe these 2 teams face each other again in a playoff series. What a wild scene, with both these teams good for the first time essentially in the near 40-year history of both teams being occupied in Northern California. The Kings moved to Sacramento in 1985, and last year was the first year that both teams, forget about making the playoffs or facing off against each other. Last year was the first year that both teams were good, above 500, in the same year at any point, which is remarkable to think. And now they have what's, I think, a budding rivalry. These games always with a lot of added intensity when these teams go at it, and tonight should be nothing different. Kings, of course, down before last year, the 16 consecutive years of missing the playoffs. The Warriors, believe it or not, with all their success, they've won 31 of the last 39 in the regular season, including 6 straight at Chase Center in the Bay. 16 of the last 20 overall, 1-0 in the current season series. The Warriors got the win with a big third quarter, more on the third quarter, which has been another way that the Warriors have dominated their opponents here in the first week plus of the season, as the Warriors able to hang on for a 122-114 win in Sacramento on Friday night after building that 18-point lead. Want to let everybody know again, out here at Ballast Point Brewing until 6:30, but if you're stopping by, you're heading to the game, make sure you stop in and have a brew. grab yourself a prime rib French dip. It's just tremendous. The atmosphere is vibrant. The TVs are live. They have a trivia night as well going on here at Ballast Point Brewing Company. This is the tasting room and kitchen. Again, walking distance from Chase Center, 705 16th Street here in San Francisco. 705 16th Street. You can park it, come have a brew. The weather's gorgeous tonight, and walk over to Chase and enjoy the Warriors and the Kings. And heck, maybe if you don't have a ticket, it's a great place if you're in the area in San Francisco to just hang out with fans of the Warriors and watch this game and root the Dubs on. Terrific atmosphere. Appreciate Ballast Point for setting us up. I may or may not be indulging in a brew here before tip-off between the Warriors and the Sacramento Kings. And also let everybody know, join me after the ball game for Warriors wrap-up here on 95.7 The Game, as we'll be taking your calls, your texts, reacting to the Dubs and the Kings here on 95.7 The Game. All right, let's keep things rolling here with our Eye on the Stats. Eye on the Stats here on 95.7 The Game on Warriors Live. As always, brought to you by the Goodman Eye Center. When it comes to your vision, be sure to go with a winning team. Go with Dr. Daniel Goodman and his team at the Goodman Eye Center. The choice of champions. Schedule a free consultation at GoodmanEyeCenter.com. And when you look at the key numbers for the Warriors, I said we were going to talk about the third quarters, and the Warriors have been incredible, dominant in the third quarters. They turned a 2-point game into a 20-point game in New Orleans with a 39-21 third quarter, plus 47 combined scoring margin for the Warriors in 4 games in the third quarter. And Golden State has just been tremendous in these third quarters. You run through them, the Warriors, 3 of these 4 games, it's been big margins. The Warriors took control, flipped the game second quarter against the Kings game 2, took control in the third to go from a 3-point game to a 15-point lead going to the fourth, 39-27. Warriors at plus 12 in the third at the Kings, a plus 21 against the Suns in the opener, 40-19. It looked like after the Warriors were kind of sleepwalking, sluggish, couldn't hit shots on opening night, that the third quarter was going to carry him through. Fourth quarter ultimately did him in, but plus 21 in the third against the Suns, and then plus 18 is what it wound up being on Monday night in New Orleans. The only third quarter the Warriors lost was at the Rockets on Sunday, but the Warriors made up for the third quarter by winning the fourth quarter at Houston 25-20, and that was enough with Steph Curry going off to get the job done there. So the Warriors are plus 47 in the third quarters. That's been the story, and that's your Eye on the Stats for this one here on Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. All right, final couple of minutes here. John Dickinson taking you up until Tim and Tom to have the call here as the Warriors trying to avoid a little bit of a letdown. Golden State able to win 3 on the road for the first time since, well, they didn't do it at all last year. Warriors winning 3 in a row on the road for the first time since the end of the 2021-22 championship season. The longest road winning streak last year was 2. They did that 3 times right at the end of that 21-22 season. The Warriors were able to win 3 in a row. Again, one of those tells that this year is going to be very different compared to last year. I know Steve Kerr has bristled at any kind of comparisons in the early part of the year as to, hey, you guys are doing a little better. And he's like, I mean, he wants to throw last year in the dump. And this team, though, still on them to go out and prove it, which I think they have been able to do to this point. Again, the Warriors didn't win their third road game till December the 18th last year. Didn't win their first road game till Thanksgiving week on November the 20th. So to go sweep a season-opening road trip, I think that's a big-time tell for what Golden State's got in store for this season. No letdown tonight, though, is one of the keys, I feel like, in this one. And that is, Sacramento's got a lot of talented players. The Warriors have really geared up to kind of let Fox do his thing in the playoff series and some of their matchups while taking Sabonis and others away. The others are going to have to try and thrive, contain Malik Monk, contain Sabonis, keep a guy like Kevin Huerter as a goose egg like he was in Sacramento the other night, and I think those are the keys. Shouldn't be a trap game. The Warriors a year ago, I do think, coming off a trip, maybe go offense only and try to go through the motions and win this one. I think tonight's a good test as to whether or not this year is different than the last if the Warriors have a buttoned-up approach against a shorthanded Sacramento team that should be able to compete, but let's be honest, shouldn't win unless the Warriors really play a very poor game. All right, you're taking it to the bank prediction, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Hot shooting Steph. Steph Curry been a monster on the road. Let's see if Steph Curry can get it going at home. Curry making 24 threes in the first 4 games, averaging 33.5 points. That's number 2 in the NBA behind Luka Doncic. He's been crushing it on the trip, over 50% from 3 on the trip. Steph getting it rolling in front of the home crowd, seeing that Kings uniform. You take it to the bank prediction for this one tonight. All right, that'll do it for me. Stop by Ballast Point Brewing. I'll have Warriors wrap up after the game, but Tim and Tom, they've got the call. The NorCal rivalry renewed. It's the Warriors and the Kings, and you're going to hear it right here on 95.7 The Game.
This year, Staples wants everyone to have a happy Holla Deal. That's right, Holla Deal. Staples Holla Deals are amazing savings on hot holiday tech. Great prices on laptops, game systems, earbuds, and more. And now at Staples, you can save up to $300 on select PCs. During Staples Holla Deals, it's not about the fa-la-la. It's about saving moo-la-la. Save up to $300 on select PCs today at Staples. Ends 11/11 in-store only. See associate for details.
Get big savings and big rewards during Pro